Chapter 1. Justifiable Paranoia. It was just before dawn in the quiet suburb of Little Whinging, when in the smallest bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry Potter awoke with a start and sat bolt upright in bed. His body was completely drenched in sweat, which in itself wasn't all that unusual, considering the unreasonably hot summer southern England had been experiencing for the past month. The weather, however, was not the cause of the young man's condition on this particular night. Wincing slightly, Harry absent-mindedly rubbed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and tried to recall his dream. All summer long, his mind had been making regular visits to a particular graveyard during his precious few hours of slumber, but this time seemed different for some reason. Try as he might, however, he could not seem to recall the finer details of his dream, and as the pain that jolted him awake began to subside, the last few threads of his recollection fled along with it. Harry sighed in frustration. While episodes such as this had indeed been happening on and off all summer, he was still no closer to an answer. In addition to his dreams, he had, seemingly at random, been experiencing intense pain in the scar left by Lord Voldemort's killing curse, often accompanied by an influx of emotion that didn't seem to fit the situation, almost as if the emotions weren't his to begin with. Sometimes, the episodes even coincided with a brief vision, flashes of people and places unfamiliar to Harry. He knew that these visions were somehow connected to Voldemort, but they were never clear enough for Harry to understand what he was seeing. He supposed he should have expected something like this, now that the Dark Lord had regained his full power, along with a body of his own. Was this simply what his life was going to be like from now on, reliving the same horrible nightmare over and over again, until he finally went mad? A pained expression marred Harry's face as more unwelcome memories flashed across his vision. Kill the spare. Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. Bow to death, Harry. An involuntary shudder lanced through Harry's body, causing him to vigorously shake his head in an attempt to chase the memories away. Sighing heavily once more, he grabbed his glasses off of the rickety nightstand and checked the time. The small alarm clock next to his bed told him it was 4:57 a.m., which meant that Harry had been 15 years old for nearly 5 hours. Not that it mattered all that much, of course. Birthdays had never been much of a cause for celebration for Harry, and he didn't expect this one to be any different. The best he could hope for would be to avoid the Dursleys for most of the day, particularly his whale of a cousin. Upon returning to Privet Drive for the summer, Harry had been disheartened to learn that Dudley had recently taken up boxing at school. While his new hobby had miraculously managed to convert a fair amount of his blubber into solid muscle, Dudley seemed to think that his newfound skills were mainly useful for terrorizing the neighborhood children. Seeing as how performing magic outside of school was forbidden for underage wizards, Harry figured his best bet was to simply avoid Dudley whenever possible. Giving up on sleep, Harry slowly stretched and stood up out of bed before crossing the room to the window, where he opened up the flimsy curtains in order to peer outside. The sleepy neighborhood appeared the same as it always had, with its uniform construction and well-kept gardens. Nothing in Privet Drive ever really seemed to change, except for Harry. It seemed that every year since he began attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he would find himself embroiled in one life-threatening situation after another, after which he would be sent back to the Dursleys to sort through everything that had happened and what it might mean for him, alone. Not that the changes were all bad, of course. For starters, he had grown quite a bit over the past several months, finally bringing his height more in line with the other boys in his year. An unfortunate side effect of this was that his rapid growth, combined with an improper diet, had left him looking even scrawnier than usual, perhaps even bordering on unhealthy. Maybe I should write to Dumbledore about my scar, Harry thought to himself as the first light of day crept over the horizon, but he quickly dismissed the thought. As much as he respected the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry had been quite annoyed with Albus Dumbledore as of late. After everything he'd been through during last year's Triwizard Tournament, up to and including his own kidnapping, not to mention his unwilling participation in a dark ritual to resurrect the wizard who had murdered his parents, he had hoped for something. some sort of recognition of what he had been through, or perhaps even some reassurance that something was actually being done about it all. If nothing else, Harry would have appreciated being given at least some small sliver of information regarding what was happening out there. Instead, he had been given a pat on the head and unceremoniously handed back to his horrible relatives as if nothing had happened. He had tried writing to his friends Ron and Hermione, but their responses had been less than useless, as they actually had the gall to include vague hints about what was happening while offering no real information. "We can't say much about you-know-what, obviously. We've been told not to say anything important in case our letters go astray. We're quite busy, but I can't give you details here. There's a fair amount going on. We'll tell you everything when we see you." Harry rolled his eyes. That was all well and good, but when would he finally be allowed to leave Privet Drive? At least Sirius's letters had been somewhat sympathetic, even if they had been filled with useless advice, such as, "Be careful and don't do anything rash," as if he was one to talk. Just as he was getting ready to settle in and properly brood over his lot, Harry spotted the owl that delivered the Daily Prophet winging its way towards him. A familiar sense of nervous anticipation took hold of him as he deposited 2 silver sickles in the owl's leather pouch, before opening up the paper and rapidly skimming the headlines. After once again seeing no mention of Voldemort or his Death Eaters on the front page, he let out a relieved huff and tossed the paper onto the pile with the rest. No news is good news, I suppose, thought Harry, even though the lack of any news on Voldemort's movements was still disconcerting in its own right. Sighing heavily once more, he left his room in hopes of having a shower and a slice of toast before his aunt and uncle woke up, resigned to another dull day in Little Whinging. Oh, Luzu. Feeling cleaner and somewhat refreshed, Harry opened his bedroom door to find 2 more owls waiting for him. The first was the Weasleys' ancient gray owl, Errol, who was carrying an assortment of envelopes tied to a small package and looking as though he might keel over at any moment. Harry hurried to relieve the exhausted bird of his burden and helped him to Hedwig's cage to recuperate. The snowy owl ruffled her feathers indignantly at the intrusion, but she ultimately permitted Errol to drink some of her water and rest on her perch. Satisfied that the Weasley owl wasn't going to suddenly drop dead, Harry turned his attention to his other visitor, a rather large brown owl clutching a single envelope. As soon as he took the envelope, the owl immediately turned and flew back out the window. Hedwig let out a single hoot and followed it with her eyes until it disappeared into the distance, seeming almost suspicious of the unfamiliar bird. The envelope was addressed simply to Harry Potter, but as the boy in question didn't recognize the handwriting, he simply tossed it on the bed and elected to open the Weasleys' presents first. He tore open the brown paper packaging to find an assortment of pies and pastries inside, no doubt baked by Mrs. Weasley herself. Deciding his single slice of toast was hardly a sufficient breakfast, he immediately took an enormous bite of a pasty and turned his attention to the envelopes, which turned out to contain birthday cards from Sirius, Ron, and Hermione. His frustration mounted as he read through each one in turn, as none of them yielded even the slightest bit of useful information. Hermione had even scribbled, "I expect we'll be seeing you quite soon," inside of hers, but of course she didn't bother telling him when. Feeling exceptionally bitter about the ongoing lack of communication, Harry even took the box of Honeyjuke's chocolates attached to Hermione's letter and chucked it into the bin, unopened. Harry sat back down on the bed and ran his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Wherever they were, his friends were clearly together. Why wasn't he allowed to be involved? Did they not trust him? Hadn't he proven himself time and time again? After all, he was the one who was forced to deal with Quirrell. He was the one who had taken on a 1,000-year-old basilisk and lived to tell the tale. Was it not him who made it through the Triwizard tasks? The one who watched Cedric murdered right in front of him. The one who dueled Lord Voldemort and was nearly. Don't think about that, Harry told himself for what felt like the 1,000th time. His nightmares were bad enough. No good could possibly come from allowing himself to revisit the graveyard while he was awake, too. Harry looked down at the bed and spotted the envelope he had set aside earlier, which was made from heavy parchment and closed with a dark green wax seal. With a shrug, Harry broke the seal and slipped out the letter. His brow furrowed in confusion as he began to read, and as soon as he had finished, his eyes immediately shot back to the top of the page to go over it a second time. Dear Harry, I do hope this letter finds you. Our owl, Archimedes, has an unusual knack for tracking down hard-to-find people, but I have no idea where you live, so I'm not positive he'll be able to find you. You don't know me, but I've seen enough of you over the past couple of years to know that you're an honorable person. With everything they've been saying about you in the Daily Prophet this summer, I thought it was important for you to know that there are people out there who believe and support you. I don't think you're a liar, and if Professor Dumbledore believes you, then that's good enough for me. I want to urge you to be careful, too. Everybody knows that the Ministry of Magic controls what gets printed in the Prophet, and judging by the way they're going after both you and Professor Dumbledore, they must have some sort of agenda in mind. To be honest, it really makes me wonder who stands to gain from all this. Anyhow, I just wanted to tell you not to let the stories get to you. The truth will come out eventually, and if you know who really is back, then I have a feeling the magical world is going to need you. Just know that you still have friends out there, even some in unexpected places. My family doesn't like to get involved, but I will personally support you in any way I can. Hopefully, I'll even work up the courage to properly introduce myself one day. Good luck, Harry, and happy birthday. Sincerely. A friend. Who could have possibly sent this? Harry wondered aloud. It was a Hogwarts student, that much was obvious. It was most likely a girl, too, going by the neat handwriting, and a seemingly intelligent one at that. But who was she? His birthday was common knowledge in the magical world, so her knowing it wasn't much of a clue. Most importantly, what was all that about the Daily Prophet? Stories, he asked the empty room. What stories? Harry had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach as he raced to his stack of discarded newspapers. He started reading through the topmost copy, and the anger he'd been holding onto for most of the morning began bubbling over. He hadn't noticed because he'd only been skimming the front page for news about Voldemort, but sure enough, his name was mentioned at least 2 or 3 times per day, and never in a positive light. He spent the next few hours reading through every edition of the Prophet, and the more he read, the more his anger was slowly replaced by a deep sense of unease. The Daily Prophet, and by extension the Ministry of Magic, had taken great pains to paint him as nothing more than an attention-seeking brat, or worse yet, some sort of delusional nutter trying to start a panic. As bad as it was for Harry, that was nothing compared to how they were treating Professor Dumbledore. It apparently wasn't enough that had he been removed from his positions as Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot and Supreme Mugwump, whatever that was, of the International Confederation of Wizards. So the Prophet had done just about everything they could to portray him as a senile old man who had completely lost his grip on reality. Why, Harry asked himself, why would the Ministry attack me and Dumbledore in the press? Then he thought back to the letter from his anonymous supporter. To be honest, it really makes me wonder who stands to gain from all this. Based on his behavior on the day of the third task, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge clearly didn't want to believe that Voldemort was back. Frankly, the man seemed completely terrified by the prospect, but was that really enough to explain how aggressively the Prophet had come after him and Dumbledore? Who actually benefited from making sure that nobody believed the Dark Lord had returned? Harry's blood ran cold as the obvious answer came to him: Voldemort. The one who stood to gain the most from the Ministry's actions was the Dark Lord himself. If nobody believed he was alive, he could continue to operate from the shadows unhindered and build up his army, or whatever it was he was doing, without having to worry about the Aurors trying to track him down. Harry's face screwed up in concentration as he struggled to connect the dots. Voldemort may have the most to gain, but how would he even pull something like this off? Was it possible that the Death Eaters already had people inside the Ministry? Harry snorted contemptuously. Of course they did. It had been made abundantly clear to him last year that many of Voldemort's supporters had escaped imprisonment, usually by claiming they were under the Imperious Curse, or some other such nonsense. The Death Eaters didn't have to infiltrate the Ministry, because they never really left it in the first place. Even if they had, Harry had no doubt that scum like Draco Malfoy's father were more than happy to spread their gold around and make sure their master's wishes were fulfilled. One thing was for certain. Going forward, Harry would have to be very cautious when dealing with anyone from the Ministry of Magic. With that ominous thought, Harry laid back down on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. He couldn't help but feel like enemies were beginning to surround him, and his forced isolation certainly wasn't helping matters. Well, at least someone out there believes in me, he told himself, a small smile forming as he thought back to the mysterious letter. Choosing to hang on to that thought instead, he rolled over and shut his eyes. The morning had been mentally exhausting, and he felt that he'd more than deserved a good birthday nap. Oh, Luzu. The realization that the Ministry might already be under Voldemort's influence had left Harry feeling somewhat paranoid. He already knew the Dark Lord would try to get to him. That much he had at least come to terms with. Add to that the knowledge that their government had it out for him, plus the fact that his friends and allies were obviously keeping things from him, and Harry was left feeling anxious and alone. Over the last few days, he had taken to carrying his wand and his invisibility cloak with him at all times. He rarely left his bedroom, and he had even stopped trying to listen in as his aunt and uncle watched the Muggle news. The last 2 editions of the Daily Prophet had been no different from the others he had read, boring, run-of-the-mill news, sprinkled in with not-so-subtle digs at himself and the headmaster. That evening, just as the sun was finishing its daily journey across the sky, Harry could be found gazing out the window of his darkened bedroom, just as he had the previous 2 evenings. He knew he was being paranoid, but he just couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. Almost on cue, Harry heard a commotion coming from downstairs. Heart racing, he shut his eyes and hoped that whatever it was had nothing to do with him. Boy, get down here. So much for that idea, thought Harry, as he resignedly moved away from the window and went to find out what Uncle Vernon was going to accuse him of this time. He traipsed down the stairs, and seeing that the living room was empty, he turned down the hallway towards the kitchen. As he entered the immaculately clean room, he spotted all 3 Dursleys huddled together on one side of the kitchen table. Dudley was sitting in a chair, red-faced and huffing as if he had just finished running a marathon. The large boy looked up as he entered the room, and what Harry saw in his face actually gave him pause. Dudley looked frightened. The haunted look in his eyes was something Harry had never seen on his cousin before, and he found the effect rather disconcerting. Meanwhile, while his visibly distressed Aunt Petunia was busy fussing over her Didikins, Harry's enraged uncle seemed to have eyes only for him. "What did you do, boy?" Uncle Vernon growled menacingly. "Nothing," said Harry. "I've been up in my room this entire time." "Don't give me that rubbish. Dudley told us he was walking back from having tea with the Palkises when something funny happened." "What?" He managed to find his way home without getting lost for a change. "Don't you cheek me, you ungrateful layabout. Take a look at our Dudders. He wouldn't be acting all spooked like this unless something freaky happened. This has to be the work of some of your lot." "That doesn't mean it's anything to do with me," Harry shouted back. "I'm not the only wizard in the world, you know." "You're the only freak in this neighborhood," bellowed Vernon, his walrus-like mustache bristling as dark purple blotches began forming on his cheeks. Harry's angry retort died in his throat as a thought occurred to him. As far as Harry knew, he really was the only wizard in the area. But what if Dudley actually did come across someone or something magical? With everything going on, he needed to know for sure. "Dudley," Harry started, "I need you to tell me what happened." "I'll be the one asking the questions here, boy." "Wait, Vernon," Petunia chimed in. She took the seat next to her son and touched her hand to his shoulder before asking him, in a quiet voice, "Can you tell us again what happened, darling?" "Was walking home," Dudley began in a shaky voice, "and got dark, really dark, like the stars went out." "And then?" asked Harry, a feeling of dread washing over him. "Cold, really cold. Felt like." "Like what, Popkin?" pressed Petunia. "Dunno," he replied, his eyes dropping to the table in front of him. "I just ran, kept running till I got home." Harry had heard enough. He nervously ran a hand through his hair and took a few deep breaths in an attempt to get his heart rate under control. How was it even possible? Why would Dementors be in Little Whinging in the first place? It made no sense. "Unless they were sent here," muttered Harry, as he pulled out his wand and turned his back to the Dursleys. "You put that thing away this instant," roared Vernon. "I'll not have any more of your freakishness in this house." "Shut up," Harry yelled over his shoulder. "I know what it was, and we're all in danger here. Go lock the doors quickly." But it was too late. The lights in the house suddenly began flickering as an unnatural chill filled the air. Harry meant to check the windows to see if he could spot the Dementor, but before he could take another step, he felt one half of Vernon's sausage-like fingers wrapping around his neck, while the other half grasped his wrist. "I said, P-U-T-I-T, down." "You moron," Harry choked as his wand went clattering to the floor. "You need to run." Petunia shrieked as the flickering lights went completely dark. Harry stomped down on Vernon's foot, the painful distraction just enough to let him pull out of his uncle's grasp, making the portly man tumble backwards over the kitchen chair. Harry dove to the floor and felt around for his wand, but it was too dark to see anything. All three Dursleys were shouting, while Vernon had somehow managed to grab hold of Harry's leg from his spot on the floor and was attempting to pull him backwards. "I said shut up," Harry yelled again, a sense of panic setting in as the temperature in the room continued to drop. "Where is it? Come on." "Come on, please. A Kia wand," Harry called out in desperation, and he was so surprised by the feeling of his wand leaping into his hand that he almost dropped it again. "Lumos." The tip of his holly and phoenix feather wand ignited, and the Dursleys suddenly fell silent. Harry scrambled to his feet and held his wand aloft in front of him, his breath now visible due to the intense cold in the room, which was now completely silent except for the sounds of Vernon's heavy breathing and Dudley's whimpering. Harry peered down the hallway as he heard the sound of the front door slowly opening. His eyes widened as a skeletal, corpse-like hand grasped the door and pushed it open. Dread washed over him as not one, but two black-cloaked figures glided through the door, their faces obscured by their black hoods and their rattling breath echoing down the narrow hallway. Harry's vision swam as the Dementors bore down on him, but he refused to go down without a fight. "Expecto Patronum." A silvery wisp of vapor shot from the tip of his wand, but it barely even slowed the Dementor's progress. Harry tried to think happy thoughts and fight off the despair, but it was all too much. "Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. That hurt, didn't it, Harry? Kill the spare." Harry shook his head and took a few steps backwards as the nearest Dementor reached for him with its slimy, scabbed hands. It was close enough that he could actually smell the foul creature's putrid breath. "Expecto Patronum." His second attempt produced another feeble wisp of smoke, no more than a minor inconvenience for the Dementor. Harry felt icy fingers closing around his throat as the second Dementor passed by him on the way to claiming its own victim. It was all over. He was never going to see Ron and Hermione again. A spark flared inside him as his feelings for his two best friends burst to life from within. With a tremendous effort, he pictured their faces as clearly as he could and called out his last hope. "Expectio Patronum." An enormous silver stag erupted from the tip of Harry's wand. Prongs had come to his rescue once again. The stag circled back and gored the Dementor with its antlers, casting it aside with a shake of its head. The Dementor swooped away, fleeing out the door and into the night, but then Harry turned and saw that the second Dementor had Petunia in its grasp. "No," he shouted, and the stag charged down the fiend and threw it against the wall. Like its companion, the Dementor swiftly retreated from the Patronus and escaped to the outside, hopefully for good. Harry stood there panting, his body slick with sweat as the lights flickered back on and the temperature slowly returned to normal. He couldn't believe it. Were they really so desperate to get to him that they'd send Dementors into a Muggle neighborhood? "What do you mean by IT, boy?" Vernon suddenly shouted. He started to lunge at Harry but stopped short when he saw the wand pointed straight at his chest. "I told you it wasn't me," explained Harry, still trying to catch his breath. They were Dementors, 2 of them. That's what Dudley ran from earlier. All I did was cast the spell that chases them off. I felt it, said Petunia in a haunted voice, her eyes staring off into the distance. I couldn't see it, but something grabbed me. I could even hear it, and it made me feel like you'd never be happy again, Harry finished knowingly. She looked up at him with a frightened expression and nodded her head. That's what a Dementor does. They're among the foulest creatures known to man. They rob you of all happiness, and if you're really unlucky, they can even suck out your soul. Your soul, gulped Dudley. Yes, Harry replied gravely. I'd forgotten they can't be seen by muggles or non-magic folk. It's probably for the best, though. They're bloody terrifying. So these dementi thingies just attacked us, you say? Asked Vernon, and Harry nodded his head. Well, what in the bloody hell are they? They guard the wizard prison, Azkaban, Petunia answered without thinking, only to slap one hand over her mouth the moment she'd realized what she said. Wait, what? Harry blurted out, completely flabbergasted by what he'd just heard. Did his Aunt Petunia, the woman who despised everything about magic, just casually mention Azkaban? Uncle Vernon must have been having similar thoughts, because he just stood there gaping at his wife as if he'd never properly seen her before. How do you know about that? Harry asked her. She hesitated for a moment, casting her eyes towards the floor. I heard that horrible Snape boy telling her about them, many years ago. Wait, Snape, as in Professor Snape, and when you say her, are you talking about my mother? Now wait just a minute, interrupted Uncle Vernon. If these Dementoids are supposed to be guarding some freak prison, then what were they doing here? His eyes narrowed dangerously. It's you, he growled in Harry's direction. They were here for you. Don't lie to me, boy, you're on the run from the law, aren't you? Of course not, said Harry, shaking his head in exasperation at his uncle's thick-headedness. Then why? Voldemort, Harry interjected. Voldemort must have sent them. Harry had been racking his brain for any other possible explanation, but this was the only one that made sense. The questions of whether the Dark Lord had commanded the Dementors himself or used his people inside the ministry to get it done was largely irrelevant. One way or another, it all came back to Voldemort. Hang on, said Uncle Vernon, his face screwed up in concentration. I've heard that name before. That was the one who murdered my parents, yeah. But he's gone, said Vernon, waving his hand dismissively. I clearly remember them telling us he was gone. Yeah, well, he's back. Aunt Petunia's eyes widened in shock, and unless Harry was very much mistaken, fear. He didn't have a chance to pursue the matter further, because right at that moment, a screech owl swooped in through the open kitchen window and deposited an envelope in front of Harry. OWLS. I will not have any more ruddy OWLS in MY house. Harry roundly ignored his uncle, who was busy shutting the kitchen window, and anxiously ripped open the envelope to read through the letter inside. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed both the wand lighting and Patronus charms at 35 minutes past 9 this evening, in a Muggle-inhabited area, and in the presence of a Muggle. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on August 12th. Hoping you are well. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. Harry had to read the letter 3 times before the message actually sank in. He was expelled from Hogwarts. What was he going to do now? He could hear Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia loudly discussing something, but their words weren't registering with his brain. Dudley was still sitting silently with a perplexed look on his face, almost as if he were trying to work out a complex math problem, which for him would be anything beyond 2 plus 2. Harry looked down at the letter again. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. There was no way he could ever give up his wand, not with Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters after him. He knew that whoever the ministry sent certainly wasn't going to listen to his side of the story, especially considering the way they'd attacked him in the press. What if they even sent Aurors after him? He didn't like his chances against wizards like Mad-Eye Moody, so that left him with only one option. He would have to run for it. Harry turned to leave the kitchen, but he was stopped by his uncle. "Oh, no you don't. I'm not finished with you." "I need to go," insisted Harry. "Damn well right, you do. If this Lord Voldemort is sending soul-sucking monsters after you, then I want you gone. I will not have you or your lot endangering my family." Before Harry could respond, a loud bang filled the room. He ignored his aunt's shrieks and ran across the kitchen to open the window, where a slightly dazed-looking owl was perched on the sill. He removed the tiny roll of parchment from the owl's leg and read the note. "Harry, Dumbledore's just arrived at the ministry, and he's trying to sort it all out. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Arthur Weasley." "Don't surrender my wand," Harry muttered irritably. "That's easy for him to say. Does he expect me to just fight off the ministry by myself, and without magic, no less?" "Right," he said, looking up at Uncle Vernon, who was in the middle of another rant about owls. "I'm leaving. You said you want me gone, so that shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Too right, boy," replied Vernon, eyeing him suspiciously. "Good. I'm going upstairs to pack, and then you won't have to deal me anymore." He turned and left the kitchen to head upstairs, leaving the three Dursleys at a loss for words. Oh, Luzu. Harry did not wind up leaving that night. Once he got back to his room, he packed as much as he could into his rucksack, including some clothes, his album filled with photos of his parents, and the last bits of food Mrs. Weasley had sent him for his birthday. He had wisely rescued some of the Honeyjuke's chocolates he'd binned earlier, and after helping himself to a sizable portion, the fog from the Dementors had mostly lifted. There had been more banging and yelling from downstairs while he was packing, but he didn't give it a second thought until he heard a voice angrily shout, "Remember MY last, Petunia." He ran down the stairs to find his Aunt Petunia sitting in a chair and looking deathly pale, as if she might faint at any moment. Vernon, on the other hand, was still spluttering about owls while ripping bits of parchment into tiny pieces. As it turned out, 3 more letters had arrived by owl post while Harry was upstairs. The first was a letter from the ministry, revering their decision to expel him and destroy his wand, pending the outcome of his hearing. The knot in Harry's stomach loosened considerably after reading that one. At least now he didn't have to worry about Aurors bursting through the door at any moment. The second was a frustratingly unhelpful note from his godfather, once again instructing him to stay put and let the adults handle things. The mysterious booming voice he had heard wound up being a howler from persons unknown to Harry, at least. He suspected that Petunia knew exactly who it was from, although she clearly had no intention of telling him. Instead, she simply declared that Harry must continue to stay with them, and even Vernon begrudgingly agreed. Harry was unbelievably curious about the sender of the howler, especially since just a few words from this mysterious wizard were enough to change the Dursleys' minds about Harry leaving. In any case, now that there was no longer an immediate threat of ministry wizards calling at his door, he decided that taking some time to rest and fully consider his next move was probably a good idea. That was why Harry could be found in his bedroom at 2:30 in the morning, staring up at the ceiling with his hand clutching his wand. Part of him had been hoping that someone would come to take him away from Privet Drive that very night, but Dumbledore clearly still intended to keep Harry locked away all summer, even after he'd had to fight for his life, again. Barely a month ago, he'd been forced to duel the most feared Dark Lord in recent memory, and now he'd been attacked by Dementors in his own home. You'd think that would be enough to earn some sort of assistance, but instead, All he'd received were 2 ominous letters from the Ministry of Magic and a couple brief notes telling him to stay put. It was obvious to Harry that he was on his own for the time being. He couldn't stay at the Dursleys for much longer. Of that much he was certain. If Dementors were able to track him there, then what was stopping the Death Eaters from strolling up Privet Drive whenever they got the notion? No, he had to leave. The only question was, where could he go? The only places in the magical world he could think of were Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, and it was almost a guarantee that he'd be recognized at either one of those places. He knew the burrow was somewhere in Devon, but the letters from Ron and Hermione made it sound like they might not even be there at the moment, and even if they were bound to tell Dumbledore. The last thing he needed was to be scolded by the headmaster, who would almost certainly send him right back to Privet Drive. Sirius might help him if he was able to properly explain the situation first, but there were 2 problems with that. The first was that Harry had absolutely no idea where Sirius actually was. More importantly, the man was still considered a fugitive. If Harry really was being targeted by the Ministry, then the last thing he wanted to do was lead them straight to his godfather. He would never forgive himself if he was responsible for Sirius being sent back to Azkaban. He stewed over the bleakness of his situation for several hours. While he was ruminating on the sober realization of how few allies he truly had, he suddenly remembered the letter from his anonymous friend. She did say something about being willing to help him, did she not? Rolling over on his side, Harry turned on his lamp and pulled the letter from his nightstand drawer. "I will personally support you in any way I can," he read aloud. Harry figured it was a long shot, but by this point he was running out of options. "Hedwig," he said, holding the letter up to his feathery companion. "I don't have a name, but do you think you might be able to find the person who sent this?" She stared back at him for a moment, then flapped her wings once and puffed out her chest, which Harry took as a good sign. "Thanks, girl. Hang on just a minute." Taking a scrap of parchment and quill out of his trunk, he sat on the edge of the bed and tried to compose his thoughts. "Okay, so what do I really need?" Harry thought to himself. "First things first, I need to get away from here. Some place where nobody can find me, not even Dumbledore. Next, I have to deal with this hearing nonsense, not that I'd even know where to start." Just thinking about the hearing and the possibility of his wand being snapped left Harry feeling sick to his stomach, but he understood that he needed to deal with one problem at a time. Making up his mind, he leaned over his nightstand and began composing the letter. "Dear friend, I hope that Hedwig is as up to the challenge of finding you as your owl was at finding me. First off, thank you for your letter, it was quite eye-opening. Second, I hate having to ask this, but you did offer to help. I was attacked in my home tonight, and I'm no longer safe here. I need to find somewhere I can hide out for a bit, but I have no one else I can turn to, not even the headmaster. Please, if there's anything you can do to help, just send a note back with Hedwig, even if it's just a simple suggestion. If not, then no hard feelings. Sincerely, H.P." Harry read through the letter and made a few minor adjustments, but he couldn't help but worry that his mystery friend might change their mind about him after reading it. He wasn't sure how anyone in their right mind would want to help him, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Deciding it was good enough, he rolled up the parchment and walked over to Hedwig's cage, where she stuck out her leg, and allowed him to attach the scroll. "Okay, girl. All I know is that she's a Hogwarts student, and her owl is called Archimedes. If you do find her, please wait for her to write back, if she wants to, that is." Hedwig hooted reassuringly and swooped out of the open bedroom window and into the night. Harry let out a sigh as he watched his faithful owl disappear into the darkness, carrying his hopes with her. With that done, he laid back down on the bed, wand still in hand, resolving to try and get some sleep while he still could. Sleep, however, would continue to elude him for much of the night. There were simply too many questions running through his mind, not least of which was, how in the world did Aunt Petunia know Professor Snape? Chapter 2, Cutting and Running. In what was becoming all too common an occurrence, Harry was awoken the next morning by a searing pain in his scar. This time, the pain was so bad that it actually made his eyes water. He had revisited the graveyard again last night, only this time he hadn't escaped. He'd been subjected to Lord Voldemort's wrath over and over again, and he was forced to listen as the Dark Lord jeered at him with the high, cold laugh that had haunted Harry since his very first encounter with a Dementor. A flash of anger shot through him as his nighttime visions again flashed before his eyes. Harry had never felt so completely helpless, weak, like a frightened child. He gritted his teeth at the memory, vowing he'd never feel so powerless again. Almost as if reacting to his thoughts, the pain in his scar flared up again, causing him to clamp his hand to his forehead. Where did that come from? He asked himself, his feelings of rage subsiding as the pain slowly receded. He couldn't remember much else from his memory, just a flash of green light and visions of long, dark corridors filled with locked doors. Shaking his head, Harry sat up in bed and checked the time. 8:15, he yawned, still exhausted, but grateful for the few hours of sleep he had managed. The house was still quiet, which meant that the Dursleys were either having a lie-in, or they simply decided to go about their daily business while pretending Harry didn't exist. Harry decided he was happy with either scenario, because both would make it easier for him to enact his plans. Whatever else happened, he was determined to be somewhere other than Privet Drive by nightfall. Just then, Hedwig returned from her overnight journey, swooping in through the window and perching herself on top of the headboard. Just seeing the small scroll tied to the snowy owl's leg was enough to make Harry's heart practically leap out of his chest. She actually responded. His hands were shaking slightly as he removed the scroll, so he calmed himself by carefully stroking Hedwig's feathers in appreciation. "You've done brilliantly, Hedwig, thank you." Hedwig leaned into his hand for a moment, and then with a soft hoot, she fluttered over to her cage. After a quick drink of water, she buried her head in her wings so that she could get some well-deserved rest, and it was with a deep sense of anticipation that Harry unfurled the note and began to read. "Dear Harry, what do you mean you were attacked? I do hope you'll give me a proper explanation at the first opportunity. I want to believe that you're at least safe for the moment, or else you wouldn't have had a chance to write to me in the first place. I'll admit that your letter sent me into a bit of a panic. Please believe me when I say that I do want to help you, but this sort of thing is very new to me. Do you have any way to get to Appleby in Westmoreland, in Cumbria? I have an idea that might work for you, but you'd have to get here first. There's a Muggle pub called the Whistling Pig where we can meet. If you make the trip, just let me know when you arrive and I will meet you there. Good luck." This was good. Cumbria was all the way up near the Scottish border, and getting there wouldn't be easy, but at least he now had a destination in mind. Feeling energized, Harry stood up and paced back and forth across his room trying to come up with a plan. First off, he had to get away from Privet Drive without raising suspicion. The Dursleys seemed keen to ignore him that summer, but last night's events may have changed things a bit. On top of that, there was always a chance that the house was being watched. It seemed like sneaking out under his invisibility cloak would be his best bet. But how to get to Appleby? It would take him several hours to fly there on his firebolt, and there was always the risk of being spotted. The only other viable option was the night bus. It would be a bit risky, but to Harry, a little risk was preferable to the very real danger that came with being a sitting duck. "Hedwig," he said, rousing the now annoyed owl from her nap. "I'm leaving now. I'll be in Appleby, which should be close to where you delivered that letter. Once you're done resting, come find me." She stared at him for a moment before dipping her head slightly and getting back to her nap. Harry took that to mean she understood, so he picked up his rucksack and prepared to embark on his journey northward. He wouldn't be able to bring his trunk with him, but he figured he could ask someone to pick up his school things for him when the time came. The only question was whether or not to bring his firebolt. On one hand, it would be quite cumbersome to bring with him under the cloak, but on the other, it could come in handy if he needed to make a quick escape. It was a bit awkward, but after some trial and error, Harry managed to hide both himself and his broom under his invisibility cloak. So, after first double-checking that both his window and Hedwig's cage were left open, Harry slowly opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. He glanced towards Dudley's bedroom and confirmed that the door was still closed, which he had expected, considering his cousin was rarely out of bed before noon, if he didn't have to be. Next, Harry crept down the stairs as quietly as possible, taking care to avoid the creaky step. The sounds of the television being on were audible from the downstairs hallway, which meant Aunt Petunia was most likely in the living room. Uncle Vernon would have already left for work, so his path to the back door seemed clear. He had taken a few steps down the hallway towards the kitchen when he suddenly heard his aunt's voice call out. "And what exactly do you think you're up to?" Harry froze in his tracks, and he would later swear that his heart actually stopped beating for a moment. He turned his head towards the living room to see Petunia standing at the window and peering through the blinds, apparently commenting on whatever the neighbors across the street were doing. Relief washed over him immediately, and Harry slowly let out the breath he didn't even realize he was holding. Trust his aunt to scare him half to death simply by being her nosy self. Shaking his head, he gathered himself and cautiously resumed his trek to the outside. Fortunately, he made it through the kitchen and out the door to the back garden without further incident. The next step in his plan was to cut through the trees behind the house and follow the road for at least a mile. That way, he would be far enough from Privet Drive that he could summon the night bus without being noticed by anyone who happened to be surveilling the Dursleys' house. With one final check to make sure both his body and his broom were completely covered by the cloak, Harry left number 4 Privet Drive for what he hoped would be the last time. Walking while hiding under his invisibility cloak turned out to be very slow going, made even more so by the way he had to conceal his firebolt. As such, it took him nearly an entire hour to get to the spot he'd had in mind to call the night bus. There was a small, wooded area on the side of the road, so he took the opportunity to duck behind a tree and prepare for the next phase of his plan. He stashed the cloak in his rucksack, then pulled out both his money bag and one of Dudley's old baseball caps. Pulling the cap low over his eyes, Harry stepped out from behind the tree. He thought about covering up his broom with the cloak, but he was afraid that would somehow be even more conspicuous than totting a firebolt around. After all, the cloak only became invisible when it was being worn by someone, which was a good thing, considering he'd never be able to find it otherwise. Making sure his wand was easily accessible, just in case, Harry stuck out his hand to signal for his ride. A short moment later, there was a loud bang, and the purple triple-decker bus sprang into existence before screeching to a halt right in front of him. The door opened, and Harry was greeted by the familiar, rather pimply conductor he had first met on the evening he accidentally blew up his Aunt Marge. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this morn. Oi, ain't you awry?" "Arnold," Harry interrupted forcefully. "My name is Arnold Lane, and I need to get to Appleby." Stan looked at him skeptically for a moment, but then simply replied, "At'll be 11 sickles, Arnold," in his thick Cockney accent, after which he stepped aside to allow Harry room to board the bus. "Mighty fine broom you ave there, Arnold. You going up to Appleby to try out for the arrows or something?" "No, I just like to go around to different Quidditch stadiums and fly around. You know, so I can pretend like I'm a real player." Stan gave him a curious look, but quickly shrugged off his concerns. "Sounds to me like you've got a strange hobby, Arnold, but who am I to judge? Ave a seat anywhere you like. We'll be in Appleby shortly." "Thanks, Stan. Just one more thing. I'm a bit embarrassed about my hobby," said Harry as he pulled out a small stack of galleons from his money bag, causing the conductor's eyes to widen slightly. "I'd appreciate it if no one else found out about my little trip, or even the fact that you were in Surrey at all today." Stan gladly accepted the gold and gave Harry an exaggerated wink. "Not to worry, Gov, you'd be surprised how much we've forgotten over the years." "Glad to hear it. I'll be sure to remember how helpful you were the next time I need a ride." After emphasizing his point with a quick jingle of his money bag, Harry bid Stan good day and moved towards the back of the bus. He plopped down in an overstuffed armchair and let out a deep breath, feeling no small amount of relief, now that the first part of his plan had met a successful conclusion. A small smile appeared on his face as he shut his eyes and settled in for the journey to Appleby. Harry tried to catch up on a little sleep during the ride, but the constant banging and jumping of the night bus didn't really lend itself to napping. So instead, he spent most of the journey either stewing over the dismissive way he'd been treated over the past several weeks, or fretting about his current situation and all that could go wrong. Once they had finally arrived at his destination, Harry gave one final nod to the conductor and disembarked. After first confirming that he was alone, he slipped his invisibility cloak back on so he could get his bearings without being seen. The village itself wasn't particularly large, so he was cautiously optimistic that he'd be able to find his way around without getting lost. At first glance, Appleby seemed like a nice, quiet town, filled with small shops and quaint little cottages. It was home to both magicals and muggles, but it was also one of the few places with a magical population large enough to support its own Quidditch team, the Appleby Arrows. Harry's next order of business was to find the location of their planned rendezvous, the Whistling Pig. It was approaching noon and Harry was feeling peckish, so he hoped he could find it quickly and grab a bite while he was waiting. Suddenly coming to a realization, he opened up his money bag and quickly dug down to the bottom. Luckily, he did have a bit of muggle money with him, but it definitely wasn't enough to last him more than a day or two. That was clearly an oversight on his part, one which he hoped he wouldn't regret. Another potential complication was finding Hedwig, or rather, letting her find him. Without her, Harry realized he had no way of getting in touch with his still anonymous patron. Oh well, he thought, I guess I'll just have to wing it from here. Chuckling to himself, Harry set out walking about the village under his invisibility cloak. After half an hour of shuffling around without even a hint of success, he reckoned a change of tact was in order. Deciding to rely on his anonymity in the Muggle world, he quickly stashed his firebolt out of sight behind a municipal building and took off his cloak to ask for directions. That's how he wound up walking into the Whistling Pig a few minutes before 1 o'clock and grabbing a table in the corner by himself. The pub had a few patrons lounging about, but it was far from busy. Harry had just ordered lunch and was quietly contemplating where he should go to wait for Hedwig when a voice called out to him. Harry. He instinctively went for his wand, but stopped when he looked up and saw who had addressed him. It was a girl about his age, possibly younger, with wavy, sandy blonde hair that came down just past her shoulders. The girl appeared to be rather thin, just like he was, and she had the pale complexion of someone who didn't spend much time outdoors. Harry's first thought was that the girl was quite pretty. His second thought was that he hoped she was his mysterious correspondent, or else he'd have to come up with a fast excuse for why he was there. Yes, I'm Harry. Oh, thank goodness, said the girl. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to contact me again, so I planned on waiting here just to see if you'd show up. Why didn't you write to me? I only just arrived, explained Harry, relaxing slightly. And also, I couldn't bring my owl with me on the trip. I told her to fly up and meet me here, but she hasn't found me yet. Wow, can your owl really follow your instructions like that? She must be a genius. Don't tell her that, he chuckled. She's got a big enough head as it is. Would you care to sit down? Yes, thank you, she replied demurely, taking the seat across from him. Oh, I'm so sorry. I haven't properly introduced myself. My name is Astoria Greengrass. It's nice to finally meet you. Greengrass, he repeated, his brow furrowing slightly. Aren't you in Slytherin? No, I'm a Ravenclaw, she responded flatly, subtly rolling her eyes. You're probably thinking of my sister, Daphne. She's a Slytherin in your year. They're not all bad, you know, she added, in response to his skeptical look. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat for a moment while he tried to picture the girl's sister. Based on his interactions with the rest of the Slytherins, the fact that she didn't really stand out to him was probably a good sign. I'm sorry, it's just that I recognize the name, and well, most of the Slytherins don't like me very much, so I have to be careful. Apology accepted, she said matter-of-factly. Now, what's all this about you being attacked? Harry told Astoria all about the Dementor attack, including the letters from the Ministry, and the fact that he still had to go to a hearing to defend his use of the Patronus charm. He also explained his theories about why the Ministry was targeting him, including his suspicion that Voldemort already had people on the inside. After weeks of isolation, it felt so nice to finally have someone to talk to that he wound up telling her a lot more than he'd initially intended. He even talked about his frustration with his friends and the headmaster, including his firmly held belief that they were all keeping vital information from him. Astoria sat there patiently and listened to him without interrupting, only asking the occasional clarifying question. She was such a good listener, and being able to finally speak to someone, anyone, was so cathartic that Harry nearly began telling her about Cedric and the graveyard, only to change his mind at the last moment. "I'm sorry for unloading all that on you," he said apologetically, while absent-mindedly running a hand through his hair. "The last couple of months have been hard." "That's okay, Harry," she said softly, reaching across the table to pat his other hand. "It must have been bad if you were willing to tell all that to someone you've only just met." "Yeah," he replied sheepishly. "I don't usually do that, but I think I'm a pretty decent judge of character, and I don't know." Astoria looked back at him patiently as he tried to find the right words. "Maybe it's because of your letter. If you hadn't sent it, I honestly wouldn't have even known about everything the prophet was saying about me. There's also the fact that you're trying to help me, even if we haven't really got to that part yet. It just feels like I can trust you." Harry was spared from the awkwardness of his admission by the waitress arriving at their table to drop off his meal. Astoria declined to order anything for herself, although to Harry's amusement, she did help herself to a few chips off his plate. "That's partially why I decided to write to you," she explained. "I've only been in school with you for 2 years, and even I can see how much gets put on you. I mean, there was last year with the Triwizard Tournament that you obviously didn't voluntarily enter, no matter what people said. And then the year before with the Dementors and all that business with Sirius Black." Harry couldn't help but laugh at her last comment, especially considering the look of consternation that appeared on her face when she said it. He actually thought the way she worried at her lower lip every so often while she spoke was kind of cute, but he quickly dismissed the thought. "There's an interesting story behind that, actually," he chuckled. "Maybe I'll tell you about it one day." "I look forward to it," she replied, sounding genuinely curious. Harry finished the last bite of his lunch and pushed his plate aside. He took another quick look to make sure they wouldn't be overheard, then leaned forward to ask the question that brought him to Appleby that day. "So," he began, "you mentioned in your letter that you had an idea." "Yes," she said quietly, also glancing around to make sure nobody was eavesdropping. "My family's home isn't far from this village. It isn't much, but we have a guest cabin on the property that nobody ever uses. It's set back pretty far from the main house, so I think you'd be able to hide out there without anybody noticing, at least for a little while." "Not even your parents?" "No," she said confidently. "Father isn't home much during the day, and I don't think my mother has even seen the inside of the cabin." "And your sister?" "Well, Daphne can be surprisingly observant. It's a bit annoying, actually," admitted Astoria, frowning slightly. "But she loves me the most. She probably won't find out, but even if she does, I don't think she'd tell our parents, not after I'd explained the situation." Harry sighed heavily. "Listen, Astoria, I really appreciate your offer, I really do," he told her. "But the reason I had to leave was because there was very real danger in me staying there. Somebody sent Dementors to my house. Whether it was Voldemort or someone from the Ministry doesn't really matter. The fact is that someone is after me, and my staying on your property would put you and your entire family at risk. I can't ask you to do that." Astoria didn't immediately respond. Instead, she just observed him for a few moments while he avoided her gaze. "You Gryffindors really are noble to a fault, aren't you?" "Astoria." "No, Harry, just listen for a minute. I'm not sure what your home is like, but the Greengrass estate is extremely well protected. There are tons of spells and enchantments all around the property and on the house itself, including the cabin. Nobody who meant to do us harm could even set foot on the place, let alone a Dementor. Trust me, we'll be safe." Harry sat back in his seat. He'd never been to a wizarding home other than the Burrow, so he'd never even considered the idea that such protections existed. He had to admit that he was feeling somewhat more open to the idea after hearing Astoria's reassurances, but there were still a few details that needed ironing out. "What about food?" he asked. "The money I have with me won't last very long, and somebody's bound to get suspicious if you keep taking extra food." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that," said Astoria, waving off his concerns. "I ask Flopsy to make me extra food all the time, so that wouldn't surprise anybody." Seeing the confused look on Harry's face, she added, "Oh, Flopsy's our house elf. She's taken care of Daphne and me since we were bobbies." Harry nodded his understanding, but then he was struck by another thought. "Wait, wouldn't your house elf notice if a visitor was staying in the cabin? Wouldn't she have to tell your father?" "Not if I asked her not to," replied Astoria, with a shake of her head. "She wouldn't have a choice if father gave her an order, but there'd be no reason for him to ask if he didn't know you were there in the first place." Harry couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The girl seemed to have an answer for everything. Whether her answers were ultimately correct or not remained to be seen, but in either case, he definitely understood why the hat had sorted her into Ravenclaw. "I don't know, Astoria. I appreciate all this. I really, really do. But it feels like there's an awful lot being left to chance." Harry's less than enthusiastic reaction to Astoria's plan left the girl looking somewhat crestfallen, which mainly succeeded in making him feel guilty. After all, she had gone out of her way to help him when no one else would, and here he was, on the verge of rejecting her assistance. "I'm sorry," he sighed. "Your plan is actually more well thought out than most of mine have been. I just don't want to be responsible for you or your family getting hurt or in trouble." "I wouldn't worry about it, Harry. We can take care of ourselves," she replied encouragingly. "All right, I'm in," he finally agreed, after a long pause. "It's not as though I have a ton of other options." "My thoughts exactly," she said, the smile returning to her face. Soon after Harry paid for his lunch, the two of them left the pub and started making their way towards the Greengrass estate, after a brief detour to collect Harry's firebolt. Astoria was suitably impressed when Harry took out his invisibility cloak, although she admitted that it felt a bit odd having a conversation with someone she couldn't see. It was slow going, but they occupied themselves by making small talk and getting to know each other better. Astoria was going into her 3rd year at Hogwarts. Her favorite subject was charms, but true to her sorting, she was very much looking forward to starting arithmancy. She also loved Quidditch, an Appleby Arrows supporter, obviously, but unashamedly admitted that she was rubbish at the sport herself. Astoria's father was some sort of businessman, trading mainly in potion ingredients and other magical supplies. He traveled often, so even when Hogwarts was not in session, she would only see him once or twice per week, at the most. She described her mother as a well-bred socialite, though she wrinkled her nose at the term. Based on Astoria's description, the woman didn't seem to have much time for her or her sister while they were growing up, owing to her busy social calendar. Harry certainly empathized, having had far from the ideal childhood himself, and the notion that unsatisfying home lives came in all shapes and sizes was a sobering realization. In exchange, he shared a little bit about life with the Dursleys, along with what little he knew about his own parents. Astoria was most animated when discussing her sister, Daphne, who she described as smart, beautiful, and a royal pain in the arse. Harry was forced to admit that he didn't know much about her, even though they were in the same year. Apparently, she mostly kept to herself and focused on her studies while at school. After nearly 40 minutes of walking, they came to a large wrought iron gate, which was set slightly back from the hedgerow that bordered the road and was flanked on either side by brick columns. Through the gate, Harry could see a wide cobblestone pathway extending from the road and past the gate, before disappearing around a small, grassy hill. "Well, here we are," Astoria said brightly. "Hardly anyone ever comes this way. Whenever visitors do come over, they usually just use the flue, so the gate's mostly just used by Daphne and me whenever we need to walk to the village." "I guess that makes sense," replied Harry. "I take it Muggles can't see the gate." "That's right. Plenty of wizards and witches live around here, too, but it's pretty rare for anyone to call at the front gate. Now, take my hand," she said, reaching out in the direction of his voice. "Unless you want to set off an alert, you need to be touching me until we get through the outer layers of enchantments." Harry carefully reached out from under the cloak and took her hand, which he realized would have made for quite the unusual sight if any passers-by were to happen upon them. From there, Astoria slowly led him through the gate and up the cobblestone path until they came to the crest of a small hill, where she let go of his hand. The Greengrass home was a magnificent brick building set amidst an expansive, grass-covered field. The lower half of the building was covered in thick ivy, which was only broken up by the tall first-floor windows and white-columned entryway. Several large chimneys protruded from the house's weathered slate roof, from which a series of windowed dormers also extended. Harry would later learn that while the house had been modified and added to over the years, the original structure dated back to before the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in the year 1692. As he stood there, Harry couldn't help but feel a small sense of trepidation, so he took a deep breath and tried not to focus on all that could go wrong with the plan. He glanced over at the girl beside him, who seemed completely unfazed. If nothing else, he had to admire her confidence. After a few moments, Astoria turned to speak to him, careful not to make it too obvious that she wasn't alone. "Now, I should probably go inside first and make sure nobody's looking for me. The guest cabin is directly behind the house and to the left. Why don't you make your way there, and I'll meet you as soon as I can. Just don't go inside until I get there." She left him without another word and made her way towards the front door. After first making sure that he was completely covered by the cloak, Harry set off in the direction of the cabin, making sure to give the main house a wide berth, just to be safe. The cabin itself turned out to be much larger than he had been picturing in his head. It had the wood exterior and rustic charm that one would expect from a cabin, but it was easily twice the size of the Dursleys' house on Privet Drive. Most importantly, it was nestled up against the tree line near the edge of the property, so far back from the main house that Harry could just barely see the top of the roof from there. Feeling slightly better about his new hiding spot after having seen it, Harry stashed his firebolt behind a nearby tree and sat down on the edge of the veranda. Fortunately, Harry didn't have to wait for long. A short while after he sat down, Astoria came into view walking briskly down the hill towards the cabin, carrying what appeared to be a picnic basket. "Harry." "Right here," he said, briefly pulling back the cloak to reveal his face. "Okay, follow me." Harry grabbed his broom and followed her through the door into a large sitting room, which was furnished with 2 sofas and an assortment of chairs and tables arranged around an enormous stone fireplace. The walls and floor were all made from well-polished wood, and there were several exposed wooden beams crisscrossing the white plastered ceiling. "You can come out now," said Astoria, setting down the basket. "There are 4 bedrooms, but I suggest you take the one on this floor near the back of the cabin. It's the most out of the way, and even if you had the lights on at night, nobody in the house could see it." Harry nodded as he looked around, still taking in his surroundings. "I realized I never asked you. How long do you think you'll need to stay in hiding?" "Well," he started, rubbing the back of his head somewhat sheepishly. "To be honest, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I was more focused on just getting away. I am supposed to go to the ministry on the 12th for my hearing, though. I'm not sure what'll happen after that, but if all goes well, I expect to board the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. If not." "I see," she said curiously, tapping her finger to her chin. "So, about this hearing." "Hang on, it might be easier if I just showed you," he said, fishing the 2 ministry letters out of his rucksack and handing them to her. "So, what do you think?" he asked as she read through each one. "Do you reckon this sort of thing is normal, or is it more special treatment from the ministry?" "I don't know, Harry. I can't claim to be an expert, but the fact that they immediately tried to expel you and snap your wand sounds a bit dodgy. I don't suppose you have a solicitor, do you?" "Can't say that I do, should I?" "It might not be a bad idea," she admitted, once again worrying at her lower lip. "I'm not really sure how to go about getting you one, but I'll see what I can find out. Oh, and I have some food here for you," she added, picking up the picnic basket and going through the contents. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I brought you a bit of everything." That's great, thanks a lot, he said sincerely. Oh, it was nothing. Don't mention it, replied Astoria, continuing to fuss over the food. No, I'm serious, Harry insisted, claiming her full attention by gently setting his hand on her wrist. I'm not just talking about the food. I'm talking about your first letter, the way you agreed to help me at a moment's notice, listening to me. Harry sighed deeply and ran a hand through his messy black hair. I've never had many people I could count on, and the ones I do have been disappointing lately. For you to do all this and without even knowing me. I can't even begin to tell you how much it means to me, so thank you. Astoria appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. You're welcome, Harry, she said in a soft but earnest voice. For a moment they just stood there, silently gazing at one another. Not for the first time that day, Harry took notice of how captivating her pale blue irises really were. His cheeks flushed slightly at the thought, but the moment was soon broken by the sound of someone tapping softly at the window. Eep, Astoria squeaked, clutching her hand to her chest. Harry, on the other hand, immediately drew his wand and pointed it in the direction of the disturbance, only to see that the source of the noise was an extremely familiar snowy owl. Hedwig, he said, quickly moving to open the window. Harry never doubted that she'd be able to find him, but he was still enormously relieved by her arrival. She nearly startled me half to death, said Astoria, her hand still resting on her chest. Hedwig surveyed Astoria imperiously for a moment, and then with a soft hoot, she fluttered inside and perched herself on the back of a chair. I'm glad you made it, girl, said Harry, as he stroked her feathers. We're going to be staying here for a little while. You should be able to hunt here, but try to stay out of sight of the big house, all right? The owl squawked once, then beat her wings and swooped back out window, likely to find a nice tree to perch in. I should probably go, Astoria said after a moment. I'll stop by again tomorrow, as soon as I can get away without raising suspicion. I'll be sure to bring you some more food, too. With that, she turned and quickly exited out the front door. Harry quickly located the downstairs bedroom and spent the next several minutes familiarizing himself with the cabin. It was quite well appointed, showing off the wealth of the owners without being overly ostentatious or detracting from the rustic charm of the place. Next, he checked all the windows and doors, making sure to identify multiple escape routes just in case they became necessary. Satisfied that he was safe for the time being, he plopped down on one of the sofas, hoping he could finally relax for a bit. Try as he might, however, he couldn't prevent the gravity of the situation from settling over him as he sat alone in the empty room. He had done it. He'd defied Dumbledore, defied Sirius, and had successfully escaped from Privet Drive without being caught by Death Eaters. So, now what? The Ministry hearing was concerning. Up until then, he hadn't given it much thought. He'd been much more focused on the Dementors and the potential for follow-up attacks. There was also the fact that his expulsion was almost immediately reversed. At first, he had been relieved, but now he was worried that it was only a temporary stay of execution. Regardless of their motivation, there was no arguing the fact that the Ministry was at the very least trying to damage his reputation, along with that of Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps Astoria was right. Maybe he should try to find a solicitor. The last thing he needed was to show up to a hearing unprepared and get himself chucked out of school, or even tossed into Azkaban, just for saving the lives of himself and his relatives. He thought about writing to Ron and Hermione, or at least Sirius, just to let them know that he was safe, but even thinking about them and their useless, inconsiderate letters only made him angry, so he quickly dismissed the idea. No, he decided that him being the one doing the ignoring this time would only serve them right. In fact, he hoped they did discover that he'd left the Dursleys, so they could see how they liked being kept in the dark for a change. He knew that he'd have to get in contact with them eventually, but he didn't see why he couldn't let them stew for a bit first. Harry smirked at the thought and grabbed an apple from the picnic basket, then kicked up his feet and settled in for some much-needed rest. Chapter 3. Legal Advice. The next couple of days seemed to drag by at a snail's pace. As much as Harry hated Privet Drive, at least he could go outside or flip through his school books. While the Greengrass's guest cabin was quite comfortable, there really wasn't much to do inside, even if his overall opinion of the place benefited from his increased feelings of security, not to mention the distinct lack of Dursleys. The only real bright spot for Harry had been Astoria's visits to the cabin. Her genial disposition and confident nature were positively infectious, and whenever she left, Harry soon found himself looking forward to her next visit. He had been bothered by seemingly random flashes of anger or frustration for most of the summer, and yet he hadn't experienced any of that while she was keeping him company. Beyond that, it was their conversation on the evening of his second full day at the cabin that convinced him the girl was wise beyond her years. "Hi, Harry," called Astoria as she walked through the door, once again carrying a picnic basket filled with food for him. "Hey," he responded, emerging from the back hallway. "I brought you some more food," she said, holding up the basket. "You said liked treacle tart, so I asked Flopsy to make one for you." Harry's eyes lit up in excitement. "Now you really are my hero," he grinned. "Really, Harry?" she replied teasingly. "Offering you refuge from corrupt governments and dark lords gets me nothing, but bring you some tart and all of a sudden I'm a hero. What can I say? I'm a simple man with simple pleasures," he joked, and then immediately took the basket from her and brought it into the kitchen so he could serve himself a slice. "Want some?" "Sure," replied Astoria, as she took a seat on one of the sofas. Harry returned a moment later carrying 2 small plates. Taking the larger slice for himself, he handed the other to Astoria and sat down on the opposite end of the sofa. "This is great," he said after taking a bite. "You'll have to thank Flopsy for me." "I'll be sure to do that," she promised, wiping a crumb from the corner of her mouth. Unsurprisingly, Harry was the first to finish. He set his plate down on the coffee table in front of them and leaned back heavily on the sofa. "Oh, I have good news," Astoria suddenly blurted out. "I found a solicitor for you." Harry turned his head towards her in surprise. "Really?" "Yes, I found a name in my father's study and wrote to him yesterday. He responded today saying he's willing to meet with you, but the only time he has available this week is tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. "And what exactly did you tell him?" "Don't worry, I didn't tell him who you are," Astoria assured him. "I just said you were a friend from school who'd run into a spot of trouble with the ministry." "Well, you weren't exactly lying," he replied with a grin, before once again growing serious. "Do you think he's trustworthy?" "I think so," said Astoria, her brow furrowing slightly. "I don't think Father would work with him if he wasn't." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, so how am I supposed to meet him?" "His office is just off of Diagon Alley. He recommended we flew there directly, a few minutes prior to your appointment." Harry asked in surprise. "Are you planning on coming with me?" "Of course. I'm the one who wrote to him, so he's expecting me. Plus, I need a few things, so I can do some shopping whilst you're in your meeting." "Okay, I suppose that's fine," he replied while rubbing his cheek. "Is this fireplace connected to the flue?" "Unfortunately not," said Astoria. "There are probably a few in town that we could use, but honestly, we're probably better off just using the one in my house. Just hear me out," she added, seeing that Harry was about to protest. "You're trying to keep a low profile here, and someone's bound to recognize you if we go out into the magical section of Appleby. You could go under your cloak, but it can get pretty crowded in town, and you're liable to bump into somebody, which would just draw more attention to you." "I don't know about this. Harry, my house is huge, and by the time you leave for your appointment, Daphne will be the only one there, and she usually sleeps in during the holidays," Astoria insisted. "Trust me, nobody will even know you were there." Harry sat back and gingerly rubbed his temples. His instincts were telling him it was a bad idea, but Astoria had once again made a convincing argument. The only question was whether it was worth the risk. Maybe he should just skip the solicitor altogether and hope that Dumbledore would somehow pull him out of it. His annoyance with the headmaster immediately resurfaced at the thought. which was enough to make up his mind for him. "Fine," he said after a few moments. "I'll walk up to the house under my cloak tomorrow morning. Open the door for me at 1:15 till, and I'll follow you to the flue." "Perfect," beamed Astoria. "Come to the side door just past the rose garden. It's the one furthest from Daphne's room." Harry nodded in reply, then leaned back on the sofa and began massaging his forehead. "Is something wrong, Harry?" He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "You've done enough for me as it is," he told her. "You shouldn't have to hear about all my problems, too." "I have a lot of free time on my hands, Harry. You can tell me," she replied, clearly recognizing the conflicted look on Harry's face. "I'm a pretty good listener, and I certainly know how to keep a secret." Harry could tell by her earnest expression that she really did mean it. He wasn't sure how she did it, but in the few days he'd known Astoria Greengrass, she'd somehow managed to bring him around to her way of thinking several times. Harry let out a deep breath and prepared to admit defeat. After all, he supposed it wouldn't hurt to talk to somebody, and a neutral party at that. "Well," he began, "I've been feeling really angry lately. It comes and goes to an extent, but I don't know, it feels like it's always there, just beneath the surface." Is your anger directed towards anyone or anything specific?" "Not all the time," shrugged Harry. "Sometimes it's just a general feeling that doesn't seem to be connected to anything I'm doing. Other times, though." Astoria looked back at him expectantly. "Yeah, all right," he admitted. "There are a few people in particular, Dumbledore being right near the top of the list." "Oh. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about what happened last June, but it was horrible. I somehow managed to escape that nightmare, and what did Dumbledore do? He sent me straight back to my Muggle relatives like nothing happened. No information, no reassurances, no plans to get me away from that blasted place." "Is it really that bad with your relatives?" she asked quietly. "HMPH," Harry snorted derisively. "The best I can hope for is that they all just completely ignore me. I hate it there, but whenever I write to my friends or Siri, my godfather, to ask when I can meet up with them, all they tell me is that they're not allowed to say anything, and that Dumbledore says I have to stay put because, get this, it's safer." Harry shook his head and stared off into the distance for a few moments. "Fat load of good staying there did. I only got attacked by 2 bloody Dementors. And after I fought them off single-handedly, did anybody come to finally help me? Of course not. Instead, I get the same rubbish, stay put. It's not safe to leave. Let Dumbledore sort it out." "I can see how that would be frustrating," Astoria said sympathetically. "I take it you're also not too happy with your friends, or did you say you have a godfather?" "Yeah, I can't really get into that, but he had to go away shortly after my parents were murdered, so he couldn't take me in. I've only recently met him, but based on the stories I've heard, I expected him to be a lot more willing to stick his neck out." "And your friends?" "Ron and Hermione. The 3 of us have been through a lot together since our first year. We've risked our lives for each other multiple times and broken 1,000 rules, but this summer, when I really needed them, they listened to the adults and wouldn't tell you anything," she said knowingly, finishing his sentence for him. "Exactly," he said in an exasperated tone. "And the thing is, I know they could have found a way if they really tried. Hermione's Muggle-born, so she could have worked out how to reach me at my relative's house. Even Ron managed to call me on the telephone once." "Telephone," said Astoria, cocking her head slightly to the side. "Oh, it's how Muggles talk to each other over long distances, sort of like a flue call." "Oh, so that's what those things are called," she replied thoughtfully. "I've always wondered how that worked." "Yes, well, anyways. Thing is, as aggravating as their useless letters have been, part of me knows that it's not entirely their fault. That doesn't stop me from being angry with them, though, which somehow makes me feel even worse." "It almost sounds as though you feel guilty for being angry with them." "Maybe I do," conceded Harry. "It's just that I'm so angry all the time lately, and it's all a bit confusing. Whenever I do finally see my friends, I'm not sure whether I'll want to hug them or give them both a proper bollocking. At this point, either is likely, maybe even both." Astoria chuckled softly at Harry's explanation. Yes, I could easily picture that, she said with a small smile. Listen, Harry, I'm not one to tell you what to do. Oh, he grinned. You've been doing a pretty good job of it so far. I'm sorry, she spluttered, her cheeks reddening. I know sometimes I can be a bit. Astoria, I'm only joking, he laughed. Honestly, I like hearing your opinion on things. You can be pretty convincing, but trust me, at the end of the day, I make my own decisions. If you're sure, she replied a bit sheepishly. I am, he assured her, before shaking his head in disbelief. To be honest, I still don't completely understand why you're so intent on helping me. You wrote to me just so I'd know there was someone out there who believed me. You put yourself at risk to help someone you've only just met, and how do I repay you? By making you listen to me complain about how unfair my life is. You're not making me do anything, Harry, Astoria corrected him. Like you said, I make my own decisions and I'm choosing to help you. As for why, I'm not sure that I can properly explain it, she continued, an odd expression appearing on her face. Why don't you try? Well, I wrote to you in the first place because all the rubbish the prophet was saying just made me so mad, and I wanted you to know that not everybody believed their nonsense. As for the rest, she shrugged, it just seemed like you really needed help and that you had nowhere else to go. Helping you just felt like the right thing to do, and it still does. And I'm grateful, of course, replied Harry. Lots of people might have felt the same way, though, but not many would have actually gone out of their way to do something about it. I'd like to believe I'm not the only one, though, Astoria contended. Her eyes took on a faraway look for a few moments, as if she were debating what she was going to say next. Listen, Harry, none of us really know how much time we have in this world. I've always believed that we should do as much good as we can with the time we're given. That's why I want to help you. I'm not exactly sure what you know who being back means for you, but I have a feeling you'll end up being involved somehow, which means you'll need all the help you can get. You don't know how right you are, he said jokingly, but she ignored the quip. And now that I've properly met you, I'm even more convinced that helping you is the right thing to do. You've had to deal with a lot, Harry, but I know that you're a good person. That's why I think you should forgive your friends and give them another chance to show you how important you are to them. Harry just sat on the sofa and stared back at her for a few moments. He had to admire her conviction, even if he didn't think she understood how rare her way of thinking actually was. Part of me wants to just forgive them, but at the same time, this isn't the first time they've let me down like this, he explained, thinking back to Ron's abandonment after Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, and to a lesser extent, Hermione going behind his back to tell McGonagall her suspicions about the firebolt without talking to him first. I think I understand, Astoria replied kindly. I'm not sure whether you've even noticed, but you've hinted at your adventures quite a bit since you've been here. Would I be wrong in thinking that whenever your friends have been in difficult situations, you've always been there with them? Harry sat back and thought over their various escapades over the years. The troll, helping smuggle a baby dragon, the traps guarding the Philosopher's Stone, sneaking into the Slytherin common room under Polyjuice, Aragog, Lockhart, and the Chamber, confronting Sirius, then later helping him escape. Astoria was right. Harry had been forced to deal with a lot on his own. Quirrell, the Basilisk, the Dementors, not to mention the Triwizard tasks, and even Lord Voldemort himself. Yet whenever Ron and Hermione had faced danger, he was usually right there beside them. He looked back up at Astoria, but she apparently didn't need him to answer. I'm sure your friends mean well, Harry, but maybe they're just not as strong as you. They may not be as capable of taking the more difficult path or standing up to authority without you there to lead them. Harry was at a loss for words. He never thought of himself as a leader. He'd certainly never asked to be one. All he'd ever done was try to do the right thing. He wanted to contradict Astoria's assessment of him, but try as he might, he couldn't come up with an argument against what she'd said, something that had been occurring with alarming frequency as of late. By all means, tell your friends how you feel, Harry, she continued. They should know how much their actions, or rather inaction, has affected you. Give them a chance to at least explain themselves, and then take it from there. Harry just nodded at her dumbly, unable to come up with an intelligent response. Instead of commenting on this, Astoria simply gave him a knowing smile and stood up to take her leave. "I should probably head back," she said finally. "Remember, side door at 9:45 tomorrow morning. Do you need anything else?" "Now that you mention it, it has been a bit boring whenever you're not around," he admitted, having finally shaken off his stupor. "Is there any chance you could bring me a few books next time you come down?" "That shouldn't be too difficult. Any requests?" "Not really. Anything that can hold my attention would be good. With Voldemort being back, I should probably learn to defend myself better, so if you have any books with useful spells, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll gladly read whatever you can bring me." I'll see what I can do," she replied. "Good night, Harry." With that, she turned and left through the front door, leaving Harry alone to ponder the conversation they'd just had. This had been the second time in just a few days that he divulged all of his frustrations to Astoria. He normally would have felt guilty about it, but she didn't seem bothered in the slightest. In fact, she'd listened attentively and without judgment, and Harry had to admit that talking to her had even helped him better understand his own feelings. He was starting to think that reaching out to Astoria was the best decision he'd made in quite a while. With that in mind, Harry got up to pen a letter to Ron and Hermione. He wasn't sure whether anyone had noticed he'd left Privet Drive yet, but if they had, his friends had at least earned the right to know he was safe. Oh. Harry walked slowly down a long corridor, his wand illuminating the way in front of him. The walls were completely bare, with no windows or portraits to speak of. Both the walls themselves and the floor were finished with shiny black tiles arranged in a brick pattern, giving the darkened hallway an ominous feel. Eventually, he came to a nondescript black door and reached for the handle, only to find that it was locked. He first tried jiggling the handle and then pulled it with all his might, but the door simply wouldn't budge. Frustrated by the obstacle before him, Harry turned around to find himself staring directly into a pair of burning crimson eyes. Stumbling backwards, Harry frantically glanced around in search of an escape route, only to find that he had somehow been transported from the mysterious dark corridor to an all-too-familiar graveyard. Encircling both him and the Dark Lord were dozens upon dozens of black-cloaked figures wearing bone-white masks with slits for eyes. Lord Voldemort raised his wand, a triumphant sneer on his skull-like face, and Harry knew he was done for. He readied himself to fight, but before he could even think of a spell, pain coursed through his body as if he was being stabbed by 1,000 hot knives. "You're no match for me, Harry," said Lord Voldemort in a high, cruel voice. "Is this really the best I can expect from the last of the Potters? At least your parents had the good grace to die with dignity." Harry wanted to retort, but his mouth seemed to be frozen shut. "Goodbye, Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra." There was a flash of green and rushing sound, and Harry Potter woke up screaming in his bed at the Greengrass's guest cabin. Both of his hands shot to his scar, which felt like it was about to burn all the way through his skull. He rolled back and forth across the bed, trying to muffle the sound of his screams until the pain finally began to subside. After what felt like an eternity, Harry sat up in bed, his eyes still watering from the ordeal. What the hell was that? Harry thought to himself, but no answers came. He'd had several dreams featuring dark corridors recently, but that had easily been the most vivid to date. Of course, he'd also visited that particular graveyard on more than one occasion, and it never got any better. The only difference this time was that Harry felt even more helpless and pathetic than usual in the face of Lord Voldemort, which he didn't think was even possible. "Never again," he announced to the empty room, vowing to be better prepared the next time he faced the Dark Lord, and he was almost positive there would be a next time. The few interactions he'd had with Lord Voldemort over the years left Harry with little doubt of that. If nothing else, Voldemort was bound to take Harry's repeated escapes as a personal insult, one which the Dark Lord would not take lightly. Looking up, Harry could see the first light of dawn peeking through the bedroom window. Realizing that attempting more sleep was bound to be a fruitless exercise, Harry decided to get up and get ready for his day. After a quick shower, Harry threw on an oversized t-shirt and a pair of Dudley's old jeans, along with his worn-out trainers. He took a look at himself in the mirror, and he had to admit that he didn't care for what he saw. Up until a few days ago, he hadn't been eating very well, and his skinny appearance combined with Dudley's ratty old clothes had him looking like every bit the ragamuffin the Dursleys always claimed him to be. Harry knew that his current state of dress was far from the ideal attire for a meeting with what he assumed was an accomplished solicitor, but it wasn't as if he had much choice in the matter. The few wizarding clothes he owned were still locked in his trunk on Privet Drive, and he'd only been able to fit a few things in his rucksack when he fled Little Whinging. He grabbed a quick bite to eat out of the picnic basket, taking care to finish unloading it while he was at it, so Astoria could restock later. The large grandfather clock in the sitting room told him that it was just after 8 o'clock, which gave him more than an hour before he had to make his way up to the main house. The rest of the morning was mostly spent stewing over his nightmare and his subsequent feelings of inadequacy. He was hardly an academic, but Harry had always felt like he was a fairly gifted wizard for his age. His mastering of the Patronus charm at age 13 and all the spells he had learned for the Triwizard Tournament were both solid examples of that. However, last June had taught him that he was hopelessly outmatched against wizards like Voldemort. But what could he do? Was closing the gap even possible? He somehow doubted it, but he knew he needed to be better than he was, regardless. He'd been lucky in his encounters with the Dark Lord up to that point, but luck tended to run out eventually. After vowing to improve himself for the second time that day, Harry again checked the time and decided he'd better get moving. Making sure his wand was easily accessible, he draped his invisibility cloak over himself and began his trek up to the main house of the Greengrass estate. It took Harry several minutes to wind his way up the narrow cobblestone pathway, but he eventually found his way to the rose garden Astoria had described. Flowers weren't exactly his thing, but even Harry could appreciate the aesthetics of the place. The entire area was surrounded by a low, green hedge, and the garden itself was filled with neatly arranged beds filled with roses of varying colors. He passed through the first of many floral archways and followed the slate path until he came to the large, circular fountain at the center of the garden. From there, he could easily see the door Astoria had described, and Harry was only waiting at the door for a few minutes when it quietly opened from the inside. Astoria stood in the doorway, dressed in lightweight, sky-blue robes with a small leather satchel slung over her shoulder. She beckoned for him to come inside, so he stepped through the door and allowed her to close it behind him. "This way," she whispered, as she set off down the hallway. Harry followed closely behind her, taking care to make as little noise as possible. His first impression of the main house was that it had a much more formal feel than the guest cabin. From what he could see, the walls not covered by heavy tapestries were made from dark, ornately carved wood, and most areas were lit by what appeared to be old-fashioned gas lamps. He didn't have too much time to look around, however, because Astoria soon turned to enter one of the side rooms through a set of double doors. She gave him a moment to enter the room, and then quickly closed the door behind him. "This is the receiving room," whispered Astoria. "Other than my father's study, it's the only fireplace connected to the Floo network." Harry looked in the direction she was gesturing, and the fireplace was indeed even larger than the one in the cabin. It was wide enough for 4 people to stand comfortably side by side and was constructed from decorative white marble that extended from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. "Fair warning," Harry whispered back. "I've only used the Floo a few times, and one of those ended with me winding up in Nocturne Alley by mistake." "Really?" she giggled. "We'll go through together then, just to be safe." "Works for me. I should probably stay under my cloak at first anyway." Astoria walked over to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of Floo powder from the pot hanging off the mantel. She extended her hand towards Harry, then called out, "Holden and Cartwright," while tossing the powder into the fire. As soon as the flames turned emerald green, Harry grabbed Astoria's hand, and the two of them stepped through together. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination without incident. Even so, Harry was still glad for her assistance, as he was still unused to the dizzying sensation that accompanied Floo travel. They stepped out into a small waiting room, which was thankfully empty at the moment, and before they could even sit down, one of the two oaken doors on the far side of the room opened and a man stepped out. He appeared to be an older gentleman, as evidenced by the streaks of gray coloring the temples of his otherwise dark brown hair. He was sporting a neatly trimmed mustache that reminded Harry vaguely of Barty Crouch, and he was wearing navy blue pinstriped robes that only added to his professional appearance. "Good morning, Miss Greengrass," the man said politely. "Are we still waiting for your friend?" "Good morning, Mr. Cartwright. No, he's here, he's just—" "Well, go ahead, Harry." Understanding her meaning, Harry immediately pulled off his invisibility cloak. Mr. Cartwright's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of a previously invisible teenager in his waiting room, and even more so when he caught sight of the familiar lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "I see," he said, quickly composing himself. "Well, Mr. Potter, I'll admit that when young Astoria told me that a friend of hers needed help, I certainly wasn't expecting it to be you. Be that as it may, my name is Reginald Cartwright," he said, extending his hand to Harry. "I'm quite pleased to make your acquaintance." "It's a pleasure, sir," returned Harry, shaking the man's hand. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." "Yes, well, why don't we all go into my office, and you can tell me exactly what it is we're dealing with." "Actually, Mr. Cartwright, I have some things I need from Diagon Alley," revealed Astoria. "Would it be all right if I left the two of you to discuss Harry's case whilst I do my shopping?" "That should be fine, Miss Greengrass. Please feel free to join us when you're done. Right this way, Mr. Potter," he said, guiding him towards his office door. "Bye, Harry, I'll be back shortly," she said, and then turned to leave before pausing for a moment to add, "Mr. Cartwright, please help Harry if you can. I know the papers have said some awful things about him, but none of them are true. I promise you can believe him." Astoria left through the front door without waiting for a response, leaving Harry alone with the solicitor. "Well, she's certainly becoming quite the young lady," mused Mr. Cartwright, more to himself than to Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter, shall we? Judging by the invisibility cloak, I'm assuming you would prefer to keep a low profile whilst you are here. So let us adjourn to my office before my partner decides to make an appearance." Mr. Cartwright led Harry into his office, taking a seat behind the large wooden desk. Harry sat down in one of the leather chairs reserved for clients and took in his surroundings. It was a fairly typical office, carpeted flooring with walls finished with mahogany wainscoting, along with a built-in bookcase that took up the entire back wall, which was filled with what Harry assumed to be law books. "Now, Mr. Potter, before we begin, you should know that I am bound by the oaths of my profession not to reveal anything you tell me without your permission. You being the client leads me to believe that this case will be significantly more complicated than I had first assumed, and in order for me to help you, I need to know all the facts." "I understand, sir." "Good. Now, while I admit that I don't personally know the youngest Miss Greengrass, I've known her father for many years. From what he tells me, Astoria is remarkably intelligent for one so young and would not easily be fooled. I don't know how the two of you became acquainted, and frankly, it's none of my business. But if she believes you to be trustworthy, then I'm inclined to take her word for it." "Thank you, sir. To be honest, we haven't known each other for very long at all. Even so, she's really gone out of her way to help me. She's really something." "Indeed," agreed Mr. Cartwright. "Now, with your permission, I'm going to record our conversation," he said, pulling a black quill from his desk and setting it up to hover just above a long roll of parchment. "This is called a dictaquill," he explained, at seeing Harry's wary expression. "It will precisely record every word spoken aloud in this room, no more, no less." Harry nodded his agreement, relaxing slightly. "Good. So, tell me exactly what sort of business the ministry seem to think it has with you." Harry recounted everything he could recall about the night of the Dementor attack. Mr. Cartwright stopped him at regular intervals to ask clarifying questions or request additional details, but otherwise, he refrained from offering his opinion on any aspect of the story. After a solid half-hour of back and forth, the solicitor leaned back in his high-backed leather chair and looked across the desk at Harry. "May I assume you brought the letters with you?" "Just the ones from the ministry," replied Harry, pulling the letters from his pocket and handing them over. "I see," said Mr. Cartwright, as he read through each one in turn. He then picked up the scroll where their conversation was recorded and skimmed through it for a moment. You also mentioned that, in between these letters, you received another telling you that Professor Dumbledore had gone to the Ministry on your behalf. Yes, from Mr. Weasley. How very interesting. I'm making an assumption here, but I would hazard a guess that Professor Dumbledore pointed out to the Ministry that they do not have the legal authority to expel Hogwarts students, nor are they permitted to destroy wands without an official court order. That would explain the second letter, agreed Harry. Yes, it seems to me that there is much at stake with your upcoming hearing. On the surface, it seems fairly straightforward. Your use of the Patronus charm is clearly a permitted exception for the underage sorcery decree, and the accusation of breaking the statute of secrecy is laughable, considering the only Muggle witnesses were the relatives you reside with, who had prior knowledge of the magical world. That's good news, I suppose. Mr. Cartwright hummed in response. Normally, I suppose it would be, but the actions they outlined in their first letter were far from normal, and that's what concerns me. No, the Ministry clearly have an agenda with you. We have some theories about that too, sir, Harry replied darkly, causing the older man to raise his eyebrows slightly. Harry told Mr. Cartwright about how he witnessed the return of Lord Voldemort, although he skipped over most of the details. He went on to explain Cornelius Fudge's reaction to the news, Professor Dumbledore's speech at the end-of-term feast, the defamation campaign the Daily Prophet was waging on both him and the headmaster, and his theories about how and why the Ministry were trying to deny the Dark Lord's return. By the time Harry had finished his explanation, Mr. Cartwright was looking slightly pale. That is quite a tale, Mr. Potter, he said, again leaning back in his chair. If it's true, then there is even more riding on this hearing than I initially thought. I don't suppose you have any evidence that he who must not be named has returned from the dead, do you? No, sir, just what I can recall from that night. Not that it makes much difference, but he was never actually dead in the first place. He'd just been weakened and without a body up till now. I even encountered his wraith in my first year. Is that so? Asked Mr. Cartwright, his eyes widening slightly as Harry slowly nodded in confirmation. I'd heard some rumors flying around, of course, but nothing like what you've shared with me this morning. It seems that the Ministry has mostly succeeded in quashing your story, with an assist from the Prophet, of course. Mr. Cartwright took another look at the transcript of their conversation and sighed deeply. It sounds unbelievable, he said, again more to himself than to Harry, but if Dumbledore believes it, Albus Dumbledore is a great many things, but a fool is not one of them. He's not likely to go around stirring up trouble for no reason. He shook his head and turned his attention back to Harry. All right, Mr. Potter, here's my take on the situation. As fantastical as your story sounds, you do not strike me as a dishonest person. However, my beliefs in this matter are ultimately irrelevant to your case. You are being accused of a specific violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the statute of secrecy. My advice to you is to focus your defense on the facts surrounding your use of said spells and avoid any discussion of he who must not be named, which includes taking care to avoid proscribing motivations to the person or persons who sent the Dementors to your home. I guess that makes sense, but considering the Ministry's position on the matter, continued Mr. Cartwright, it would only hurt your cause to allow the subject of the hearing to turn from a simple case of underage magic to a debate about whether or not the Dark Lord has managed to resurrect himself. Okay, Harry said slowly, so what do I do then? Hopefully, you will have to do nothing. I will be attending the hearing as your legal representation, and I ask that you leave the finer points to me. That also means you should allow me to answer their questions for you unless I tell you otherwise. Is that agreeable? Yes, sir. Honestly, that sounds. Harry didn't get to finish his thought, because right at that moment there was a knock on the office door. Mr. Cartwright nodded to Harry, who quickly donned his cloak as the solicitor went to see who it was. They needn't have worried, however, as it was only Astoria returning from her errands. Ah, Miss Greengrass, do come in, said Mr. Cartwright, opening the door to allow her entry. "Are you all done?" asked Astoria, looking at Harry as he removed his cloak. "Nearly," said Mr. Cartwright. "Please have a seat, and I'll have both of you on your way shortly. Just a few more questions, Mr. Potter. First, can you tell me a bit about the warning the Ministry mentioned in their first letter?" "Oh, yes. I did receive a warning, but I wasn't the one who used magic. It was actually a house elf." Mr. Cartwright frowned slightly at that. "I thought you lived with muggles," he said. "Why would a house elf perform magic in your home?" Harry sighed and launched into a brief explanation about Dobby and his attempts to protect Harry, including how he tricked Mr. Malfoy into freeing the overzealous elf, which Astoria found absolutely hilarious. "Just so we're clear," said the solicitor, "this house elf, Dobby, floated a pudding in the presence of muggles specifically to get you in trouble, thereby protecting you from some sort of perceived danger." "That's correct," Harry confirmed, absent-mindedly rubbing the spot on his arm where the basilisk had bitten him. "And then, you somehow tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing the elf, who now works at Hogwarts." "That's right. He helped me out a bit last year, too." "I see. And do you think the elf would come if you summoned him here?" Harry shrugged in response and decided to give it a try. "Dobby." There was a quiet pop, and Dobby suddenly appeared in the office, wearing, as per usual, an extraordinarily odd assortment of clothes. He was once again wearing Ron's shrunken maroon Weasley sweater, on top of a pair of what appeared to be swim trunks. He had a bright orange sock on one foot with one of red and green plaid on the other, and his bright green eyes shone with happiness as he bounced eagerly from foot to foot. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir, called for Dobby," the elf squeaked excitedly. "Hello, Dobby," Harry greeted him kindly. "I'd like you to meet Astoria and Mr. Cartwright. We were just talking about the time you made that pudding float in my aunt and uncle's house." A guilty look passed over the house elf's face, and he immediately began pulling on his ears and looking wildly around the room. "No punishing yourself, Dobby," Harry reminded him in a warning tone. "We've talked about this." "Listen, Dobby," said Mr. Cartwright, correcting himself after seeing Harry's stern look. "Mr. Potter is required to attend a hearing at the Ministry of Magic, and the incident with the pudding may come into play. If needed, would you be willing to come to the Ministry and admit that you were the one who made it float?" "Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir," squeaked the elf, once again tugging at his ears. "Dobby didn't mean to cause Harry Potter so much trouble. Of course, Dobby will tell Ministry wizards what happened." "Thank you, Dobby, and it's okay. You more than made up for it last year when you brought me the gillyweed." "Harry Potter is too kind to Dobby," the elf replied, as his eyes started to water. "Dobby promises to always help Harry Potter." "That's, great, Dobby. Why don't you go back to Hogwarts for now, and I'll be sure to call you if I need you." "Harry Potter is the bestest wizard ever," Dobby exclaimed, hugging Harry around his leg before popping away. "Wow, Harry, you really have a way with people," laughed Astoria, as she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "I've never heard of a house elf who acted like that." "Yeah, well, Dobby's unique," replied Harry, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Mr. Cartwright just shook his head before returning to the business at hand. "The elf's testimony could come into play, so it's good that he's willing to help you if needed," he said. "Just a few more questions, then. Are you familiar with a magical object called a pensieve?" "Yes, sir," replied Harry, a bit uncomfortably. "I, accidentally found myself inside Professor Dumbledore's last year." "Would you be willing to provide a memory of the Dementor attack?" asked the solicitor, pointedly ignoring the latter part of Harry's response. "Of course." "Good, they may or may not allow it, depending on who is overseeing your case, but it's good to be prepared. One final question," he continued, his demeanor growing more serious. "If necessary, would you be willing to provide a memory of He Who Must Not Be Named's return?" Harry didn't respond immediately. His eyes took on a faraway look for a moment as he absent-mindedly ran the fingers of both of his hands through his hair. Astoria looked at him concernedly, but she also remained silent while patiently awaiting his reply. I suppose I could if necessary, he agreed, somewhat reluctantly. It's not something I'm keen to revisit, though. Understood, Mr. Cartwright replied gravely. I will not ask you for it unless absolutely necessary, and even then, there's very little chance the ministry would allow it to be entered into the official record. I simply needed to know if you were willing to provide it. If nothing else, it could be a suitable bluff if we need to steer the conversation away from that matter. Harry nodded his understanding, but was hopeful it wouldn't come to that. One final question. Have you been in touch with Albus Dumbledore since the events of the 2nd of August? No, replied Harry, sounding somewhat disgruntled. He hasn't seen fit to contact me yet. Would you be agreeable to me reaching out to him concerning this matter? Asked Mr. Cartwright, who seemed slightly taken aback by Harry's attitude. If you must, but honestly, I'd rather he didn't know what I've been up to, and he absolutely cannot know about Astoria's involvement. That last part is non-negotiable. Very well, Mr. Potter, have it your way, the older man responded curiously. Perhaps I could write to him the day before the hearing, just so that he's aware of your plans to defend yourself against the ministry's accusations. Harry thought about it for a moment, and then again nodded his agreement. Excellent, declared Mr. Cartwright, rising to his feet. Well, I believe I have everything I need. I strongly suggest we arrive at the ministry together, and the earlier the better. Would you be able to return here at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 12th? Harry glanced over at Astoria, who nodded. Yes, sir. Excellent. One last thing, I'll ask you to sign this authorization for me to collect the fees for my services from your vault at Gringotts. I do hate to be abrupt, of course, but I am running a business after all, he added, somewhat cheerfully. With a slight grin, Harry picked up a quill and signed his name to the slip. A quick handshake later, and Mr. Cartwright was escorting him and Astoria out of his office and back to the flue. They went through together, just as they had done earlier that morning, and before they knew it, they were back in the Greengrass's receiving room. Harry started to brush away the soot, but he froze when a voice called out from just outside the door. Astoria, is that you? A panicked look crossed the girl in question's face, while Harry scrambled to pull out his invisibility cloak, cursing himself for neglecting to do so before they left the solicitor's office. He wasn't quick enough, however, and before he could properly hide himself, the door opened and a girl entered the room. She was taller than Astoria, and her hair was more of a golden blonde, but there was no mistaking the fact that this was Astoria's older sister. Astoria, where have you? All three of them stood rooted to the spot, Harry holding his cloak up in front of him at chest height, as if he was preparing to perform a muggle magic trick, Astoria standing wide-eyed like a cornered rabbit with her mouth hanging open, and her older sister frozen mid-step with a bewildered expression on her face. The image might have been comical, if not for the immediate tension in the room. Daphne was the first one to react. Potter, she said in a low voice, her piercing blue eyes narrowing dangerously as she pulled out her wand. Stupefy. Daphne, no, Astoria cried out, leaping in front of Harry and into the path of the spell. Pratigo, Expelliarmus. There was a bright flash as her spell connected, and Daphne was confused to find herself almost immediately knocked off her feet. She'd intended to stun the boy first and then start asking questions, but instead, she'd found herself wandless on the floor while Harry Potter stood protectively in front of her younger sister. Not only that, but the Gryffindor menace still had his wand pointed directly at her, while holding Daphne's own wand in his other hand. It was a sight she would not soon forget. Now, Harry said coolly, why don't we all calm down and have a chat? Chapter 4, Daphne. Hermione Granger quietly, but urgently knocked on the door, but there was no reply from inside. Tapping her foot impatiently, she waited a few moments and then knocked again, only slightly louder this time. Ronald, she hissed through the door, but again there was no response from her red-headed friend. Huffing in frustration, she pushed open the door and stepped into the bedroom, making sure to shut the door behind her. Though the morning was already half over, Ron Weasley was still fast asleep, sprawled out on his back with a hint of drool leaking from the corner of his mouth. Hermione shook her head and once again attempted to rouse him. Ron. Was that? Mumbled a bleary-eyed, but now mostly awake Ron Weasley. Ron, you need to wake up. We've got a letter from Harry. Ron rubbed his eyes and pushed himself up into a sitting position. Harry? Yes, look, said Hermione as she thrust the letter in Ron's face. He took the parchment from Hermione and quickly read through Harry's missive, his eyebrows shooting up as he neared the end. Bloody hell, he's left the Muggles. Yes, and he could be in danger. I know he says he's safe, but you know how Harry is. He always says he's fine, but yet he constantly manages to find himself in dangerous situations. Calm down, Hermione, yawned Ron, who was clearly still in the process of waking up. So, Harry's done a runner and he might be in danger. What are we supposed to do about it? Hermione let out an exasperated sigh and plopped down at the edge of the bed before snatching Harry's letter back from Ron. I don't know, she muttered uncertainly. Skimming through the letter again. He made it perfectly clear that he didn't want us to tell anyone unless we absolutely had to, and listen to this part, but I'm sure you'll wind up taking Dumbledore's side over mine anyway. He must be absolutely furious with us. With us? Ron asked in confusion. What did we do? Don't you see? It's what we didn't do, explained Hermione. How many times has he written to us looking for information, or asking when he'd be able to join us? A few, I'd reckon. More than a few, Ronald. He said something like that in every letter he sent us this summer. And how did we respond? By ignoring his questions and sending back letters filled with useless twaddle. No wonder he's angry. Oh, I just knew this was going to happen. I knew he'd end up doing something rash if everyone kept ignoring him. What were we supposed to do, Hermione? Dumbledore's orders and all, and you know Mum's been checking over our letters before we send them. Yes, but Harry doesn't know that, and even so. A guilty expression crossed Hermione's face, and for a moment it looked as though she was trying not to cry. We could have figured out a way to answer him if we really tried. We've solved much more difficult problems than that in the past, but this time we simply didn't bother. I mean, there's even a Muggle post box right across the street. Ron cringed slightly. Right, you've got a point there, he admitted. Still, though, it's not like we had much to tell him anyway. All right, he might be a bit hacked off at first when we see him, but he'll calm down once we've explained things. I hope you're right, Ron. It's just... What? Think about it from Harry's perspective, said Hermione. Less than 2 months ago, he watched Cedric Diggory get murdered right in front of him, and then he had to face that monster all by himself. And ever since then, he's been stuck at home with his relatives, who aren't the most pleasant of people, going by Harry's expression whenever he mentions them. That's an understatement, scoffed Ron. What do you mean? Well, he replied, suddenly uncomfortable. I went with Fred and George to rescue him from there, the summer after our first year. His room was locked from the outside, and there were bars on the window. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Yeah, I didn't go inside, but Fred and George did. They had to grab his trunk from a cupboard under the stairs, and from what they could tell, it looked like Harry must have had to sleep in there when he was younger. Oh my God, I had no idea, exclaimed Hermione, her eyes now pooling with unshed tears. Those animals, that does help explain some things I've noticed about Harry, but oh Ron, this just makes things even worse. He went through an extremely traumatic experience, and all summer we've done nothing but send him letters telling him how busy we are here, while he's stuck all by himself, living with those people. He must feel like we've abandoned him, which is especially bad considering, well. Considering what? Well, considering what happened last year, you know. After his name came out of the goblet of fire, she replied awkwardly. Ron's ears instantly started burning. Right, he said quietly, looking down at the floor in shame. And now, on top of all that, Hermione continued, he gets attacked by Dementors at his own home, proving it's not safe there, and all anyone's told him was not to leave the house again, at least, according to what Sirius told us. Blimey, can't really blame him for running off, can we? No, not really, agreed Hermione. To make matters worse, Sirius also told me this morning that the Order is planning on bringing Harry here, tonight. What will they do when they find out he's gone? Should we tell someone about the letter? Ron rubbed his cheek and thought about it for a solid minute before silently coming to a decision. He took Harry's letter back from Hermione and read through it one last time. "It's like Harry said in it," he said finally. "It all comes down to whose side we're on. Well, I don't know about you, but I learned my lesson last year, and from now on I'm on Harry's side. If he doesn't want us to tell anyone, then we won't." "Are you sure, Ron?" Hermione asked worriedly, clearly still torn over what to do. "Yeah, I am," he replied solemnly. "I have a feeling things are going to get ugly soon. The adults won't say it, but you can see it in their faces. And whatever happens, you know Harry will somehow wind up in the thick of it, just like always." "You're right about that," agreed Hermione with a watery chuckle. "I say we keep our mouths shut for now," said Ron. "If they ask us, we'll tell them that Harry says he's safe, but that's it." "I don't like keeping things from Professor Dumbledore, but I think you're right. Nobody knows Harry better than we do. If they just listened to us to begin with, Harry could have been here all along and he wouldn't have been attacked in the first place." Ron nodded gravely and used a nearby candle to set fire to Harry's letter. "So it's decided then," said Hermione, as the parchment went up in flames. "From now on, if push comes to shove, we support Harry no matter what, even if it means going against the adults." "For Harry," echoed Ron, nodding in agreement. The pair then locked eyes for a few moments, neither of them able to escape the feeling that something monumental had just been decided. "Oh, Luzu. Now, why don't we all calm down and have a chat?" Harry stated coolly, his wand still trained on the blonde girl sitting on the floor. "Give me back my wand, Potter," Daphne growled back at him. "I will, as soon as I'm convinced you won't attack us again." "Attack you," she spat incredulously. "I'm the one on the floor, and why are you even in my house in the first place? I should—" "Daphne," hissed Astoria, interrupting her sister. "Please, calm down. I'm the one who invited Harry here. I promise we can explain everything, but you need to calm down and listen." Huffing in irritation, Daphne rose to her feet with as much grace as she could muster and adjusted her now slightly rumpled clothes, her eyes still narrowed suspiciously at the pair. "Well, let's hear it then," she said impatiently. "First, are Mother or Father home?" "Of course not," scoffed Daphne. "Mother will be spending the entire afternoon at the Follies, planning some sort of soiree, I'm sure, and I haven't seen Father in days." "Good," sighed Astoria, relaxing slightly. "Let's go down to the guest cabin and talk, just in case one of them decides to come back." "The guest cabin? Is that where you've been disappearing to lately?" "I didn't think you'd noticed," Astoria replied glumly, clearly disappointed that her cloak and dagger operation wasn't turning out to be as successful as she'd believed. "It's okay, Astoria," Harry said reassuringly. "There was always a chance this would happen." He then turned to address Daphne. "Yes, I ran into some trouble and Astoria offered to let me stay in your cabin for a while." Daphne was obviously confused by the situation, and more than a little curious. "How do you two even know each other?" "Cabin first, please," Astoria chimed in anxiously. "Fine," agreed Daphne, rolling her eyes and holding out her hand with an expectant look on her face. Harry cautiously handed Daphne back her wand, and then the three of them began making their way outside. As they walked, Harry made sure to keep his hand on his wand and both girls in front of him at all times, just in case. Once outside, they walked in silence in the direction the cabin, giving Harry the opportunity to consider what might happen next. It was definitely a good sign that Daphne was willing to at least hear them out. He didn't know much about her, only that she was a Slytherin and was also going into her 5th year, so he wasn't quite sure what to expect. The best he could hope for was to be allowed to continue staying there, at least until the hearing. If nothing else, Harry hoped she would at least keep his presence a secret, even if she insisted that he leave. The last thing he wanted was for Astoria to get in trouble for helping him. After several minutes of walking in uncomfortable silence, they entered the cabin and sat down. Astoria and Harry occupied one of the sofas, while Daphne took the one directly across from them, crossing one leg over the other and folding her hands in her lap. Okay, here we are, said Daphne, the mistrustful expression still etched upon her face. Now, let's start from the beginning. Harry and Astoria looked at each other uncertainly, both of them seemingly unsure of where to even begin. After a moment's hesitation, Astoria sighed and began to explain. For me, I suppose it all started about a week ago, when I first wrote to Harry, she said, causing Daphne to look back at her sister inquisitively. For the next 20 minutes, the pair recounted, in tandem, all the events that had brought them to that point. Daphne listened carefully and asked very few questions, apparently holding her judgment until the end. Once their tale had been completed, Daphne sat back on the sofa and spent the next minute appearing to mull over everything she'd just learned, before finally speaking. Astoria, you have been incredibly foolish, she began in a low voice. Did you even take a minute to think about how what you've done could affect our family? Daphne. No, it's my turn, now you listen to me. Writing anonymous letters of support is one thing, but actually inviting the boy who lived to stay at our house. That can only go one of two ways. If he's lying about you-know-who being back, then he'll continue to be considered a pariah and targeted by the ministry. Oi, he is right here, and I'm not lying, Harry retorted angrily. That's even worse, Potter, Daphne replied with a slight sneer. Whether it's the ministry who has it in for you or the Dark Lord himself, being seen as your ally is a dangerous position to be in right now. If word got out that our family helped you, then we could be targeted too. That's why you were foolish, Astoria, she said snidely, once again addressing her sister. You've potentially placed all of us at risk by assisting Potter, when there is virtually no benefit in doing so. It doesn't always have to be about what benefits us, sister, Astoria replied crossly. Sometimes it's about doing the right thing. The right thing for whom, sister? Sensing an incoming fight that he'd rather not be caught in the middle of, Harry stood and held up his hands placatingly. Listen, I don't want to cause an argument between you two, he started. Yes, Astoria helped me when I had no one else to turn to, and I'll be forever grateful for that, but it's not like anyone else knows I'm here. Aside from you, the solicitor we met with today is the only one who even knows we're acquainted, and he's sworn to secrecy. And may I assume you intend to keep it that way? Of course. Daphne appeared to scrutinize him for a moment before nodding, although Astoria seemed somewhat irritated by the exchange. Harry sat back down at Daphne's invitation, as the elder sister apparently still had more to say. Here's the thing, Potter. I tend not to get involved in other people's business, including Astoria's. As far as I'm concerned, she and everybody else, for that matter, is free to do as they please, as long as it does not negatively impact me or the security of my family. I suppose that's fair, conceded Harry. I'm glad you agree. That's why I'm willing to ignore your presence here, although I have a few conditions. Astoria narrowed her eyes at her sister, but Harry simply gestured for her to continue. First of all, I should mention that I have little trouble believing that the Dark Lord has returned. At Harry's surprised expression, she continued. There was a clear shift in the mood inside the Slytherin common room, coinciding with the end of the Triwizard tournament. Draco, in particular, seemed like he was practically bursting to tell everyone what happened. He would, the tosser. His father was there that night, grumbled Harry. I can't say that I'm surprised, said Daphne, who then looked at him with a slight gleam in her eye. I want to see it. See what? Asked Harry, clearly not following. Dumbledore claims that you personally witnessed you-know-who's return. I want to see your memory of that night. That's my first condition. Daphne, that's horrible, shouted Astoria, but Harry barely heard her. He had gone slightly pale and slumped in his seat while absent-mindedly rubbing his forehead. Having to think about that night again was just about the last thing Harry wanted to do. But at the same time, it was a relatively small price to pay in order to secure Daphne's silence. When? He croaked, and Daphne raised an inquisitive eyebrow in reply. When do you want to see it? You don't have to do this, Harry, Astoria interjected, but Harry waved her off. It's okay, really. I suppose I can't ignore it forever, so we might as well get something out of it. So, when are we going to do this? There's no time like the present, said Daphne. Flopsy. There was a soft pop, and a house elf appeared next to the table between them. Her name was well chosen, as her ears were so incredibly long that they flopped down around her shoulders. She also seemed much better cared for than Dobby did when he worked for the Malfoys. For starters, she looked much healthier, and instead of an old pillowcase, she wore a clean white towel embroidered with a large G on the front, which was cinched at the middle with a piece of rope. "How can Flopsy help Miss Daphne?" the elf asked in a squeaky voice. "We need you to bring Father's pensive here to the cabin." Flopsy gave a short bow and popped away, returning a few moments later carrying a large stone basin. She sat it down on the coffee table between the sofas and turned her eyes towards Harry. "Is this being Miss Torai's friend?" the elf inquired. "Yes, Flopsy, this is Harry Potter. Remember, it's really important that you don't say anything to Mother or Father about him being here," Astoria answered. "I remembers, Miss Torai. Flopsy won't tell unless Master or Mistress specifically ask. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter." "You too, Flopsy. Thank you for helping us," replied Harry, and then the elf gave another small bow and popped away. "Do you know what a pensive is, Potter?" "Yeah, I've seen Professor Dumbledore's. I'm surprised you have one, though. Aren't they supposed to be really rare?" "They are very rare. I'd be surprised if there were more than a dozen in all of Britain, but this one's been in our family for hundreds of years. Do you know how to extract the memory?" Harry shook his head. He'd seen Professor Dumbledore do it once, but he'd never attempted it himself. "It's fairly simple," Daphne informed him. "Just place your wand to your temple, concentrate on the memory you want to extract, and then slowly pull your wand away." Harry took a deep breath and did as Daphne instructed. And indeed, when he pulled his wand away, there was a fine, silvery strand of memory attached to the tip. He extended his wand just over the pensive and allowed the strand to fall into the silvery substance within. "Well, there it is. Assuming I did it right, it should start right before we touch the Triwizard Cup." "Aren't you coming?" asked Daphne. "I'd rather not." "Fine. Are you coming, Astoria?" The younger girl seemed torn. Chapter 5, The Hearing. Incarcerus, expelliarmus. Harry easily dodged the ropes speeding towards him and quickly raised a shield to deflect his opponent's follow-up spell. With a grin, he stepped to his right to fire off his rebuttal. "Flipendo." The girl's eyes widened, and she hurriedly called out Pratigo just in time to block Harry's spell, but her shield was too weak and shattered on impact. Harry waited patiently for her to gather herself, but his confident smirk betrayed any notion of chivalry on his part. "Is that all you've got, Greengrass?" "I'll show you, Potter Stupefy." Harry lazily moved to his right and sent his own stunner back at Daphne, a moment before her spell sailed past him. Her eyes showed a brief flicker of recognition, but before she could even think about moving, Harry's spell connected with her chest and blasted her off her feet. "Did you have to hit her so hard, Harry?" Astoria asked him disapprovingly. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to. At least, I don't think I did." The younger Greengrass snorted and went back to reading her book, while Harry moved to revive her sister. The two of them had been dueling and practicing spells together for the past few days, whenever the girls' parents were both away from home, which was most of the time. Daphne's speed and accuracy had already improved quite a bit, but she was still nowhere near a match for Harry. "Renervate." Daphne blinked and looked up at her assailant, who was holding his hand out to her. "Bloody hell, Potter, what did you hit me with?" she groaned, allowing Harry to help her to her feet. "Just a stunner." "Have your spells always been this powerful?" she asked, rubbing her chest. "I don't know," he replied, rubbing the back of his head. "I always figured I had a decent amount of power, or else I wouldn't be able to manage a Patronus, but I've never bothered comparing my spells to anyone else's, so I'm not really sure." "Well, I can vouch for you, at least. That stunner felt like I'd been hit by a bludger." "Have you ever actually been hit by a bludger?" "That's not the point," Daphne replied snippily. "All I'm saying is that with this kind of power, you should be a lot more impressive in classes." "I know," Harry replied shortly. I've already told you I plan on working a lot harder this year. You'd better, she said in a low voice, her eyes flicking towards her sister. I get it, okay, he hissed back at her. Are you two done yet? Astoria called from the veranda. As usual, Harry and Daphne were practicing in the small, wooded clearing behind the cabin while Astoria lingered nearby. It's really hot today, and I think I want to go inside. No, not until I win one, declared Daphne. Astoria rolled her eyes at her sister and snapped her book shut. Fine, you can stay out here all day if you must, but I'm going back to the house. Harry, you might want to consider just letting her win, or else you might be out here all night. Not a chance, he grinned as he waved goodbye. Finally, I thought she'd never leave, muttered Daphne. Seeing Harry's look of confusion, she gave him a sultry wink and added, Don't worry, Harry, I have no intention of threatening your virtue. Harry huffed and rolled his eyes. That's obviously not what I was concerned about. Why don't you want Astoria here right now? Because there's something I wanted to talk to you about privately. Daphne glanced around to make sure they were alone before continuing. I've been thinking, she said quietly. What we've been working on the past few days has been good, but if we ever try to use these schoolyard spells against Death Eaters, we'll be slaughtered. If it wasn't for schoolyard spells like Expelliarmus, I wouldn't be here right now. Believe me, I remember, she assured him, referring to his duel with Voldemort. I'm not suggesting that stunning and disarming aren't important. I'm just saying that if you wind up facing off against someone using unforgivable curses, you may want to have something better in your arsenal. Harry's mind flashed briefly back to the graveyard, but he vigorously shook his head to clear away the thoughts. Okay, you may have a point. What did you have in mind? Here, have a look at this, she said, pulling a book bound in dark green leather from a satchel and handing it to Harry. I took this from my father's study. I think some of the spells in here might come in handy. This is all dark magic, Daphne, Harry said hesitantly as he flipped through the pages. Magic is magic, Harry, replied Daphne, casually brushing the hair away from her face. A sufficiently powerful wizard could kill you with a severing charm just as easily as he could with a killing curse. Maybe, but some of these spells are pretty nasty. Look at this one. It makes all your internal organs rot from the inside. And this one here turns your brain into jelly. So, pick a different one, she hissed. Look, Harry, my family might not exactly be paragons of virtue, but we cherish our independence and would never subjugate ourselves to anyone, you know who included. We're also an old pureblood family with a fair amount of wealth, which means there's a good chance that the Death Eaters will eventually come calling, and I, for one, want to be prepared if any of them try anything. Fine, I see your point. So what about Astoria? What about her? If you're that worried about Death Eaters showing up, shouldn't she learn some of this too? I'd feel better if she did, but she'd refuse if I asked her, sighed Daphne. She knows she'll never be a fighter, and you've heard her admit she has no desire to ever become one. Plus, she definitely wouldn't approve of using these sorts of spells. She's much too good for that. And what does that make us? Inquired Harry, somewhat testily. Daphne fixed him with a hard look. Realistic, she replied unashamedly. We're the type of people who do what needs to be done because there's no other way. Unless, of course, I was wrong about you. Harry knew she was right. He'd been completely powerless in that graveyard, and he had no desire to ever feel that way again. Even though he felt some trepidation about the prospect of delving into the dark arts, Harry didn't see how he had any choice in the matter, or at the very least, he wasn't aware of any other means to do battle against people intent on killing him. He felt a slight niggle in the back of his mind as he pictured wizards in black cloaks and white masks sending green spells at him and his friends, and his expression hardened as he met Daphne's gaze. No, you're not wrong, stated Harry, a familiar anger welling up inside of him as he made his decision. We probably should learn more powerful spells, but I won't use them unless we absolutely have to. Agreed, replied Daphne, her breath hitching slightly as she could actually feel the magic radiating off of him, a phenomenon which Harry hadn't seemed to even notice. She quickly took the book back from Harry to serve as a distraction while she regained her composure, and then flipped to a page near the middle of the book. "Here, try this one, The Bone-Exploding Curse," she suggested, returning the open book to Harry. "A hit to the head or torso is potentially lethal, but if you catch someone on one of their limbs, you can incapacitate them without killing them." Harry studied the page for a few minutes while silently practicing the wand movements and then nodded to Daphne, who accepted the book back and took her place behind him. Next, he took a deep breath and took aim at one of the logs they had set up earlier for target practice. Awesome exploder. Nothing happened. He tried a few more times and eventually managed a weak attempt that barely scratched the log, which only served to increase his frustration. Harry was about to give up and try a different spell when Daphne spoke up. "Can I make a suggestion?" Harry looked back at her expectantly, but didn't respond. "I don't have much experience with magic like this, but I know for a fact that many of the older Slytherins are fairly proficient. Something they all say is that in order to cast certain kinds of spells, you need to really mean it. Try picturing you-know-who, or whoever it is you want to hurt, and then try again. You'll never be able to cast the spell if you're afraid of what it does." He thought about it for a minute and recalled Professor Moody, or more accurately, the Death Eater disguised as Moody, saying something similar during his lecture on the unforgivable curses. He closed his eyes and tried to picture Voldemort, but that just sent a shiver down his spine, so instead he thought of Lucius Malfoy. He pictured the arrogant arsehole's treatment of Dobby, how he was responsible for releasing the basilisk. Him and his stupid blonde hair hiding behind his Death Eater mask while he knelt down and kissed the robes of his master. If anyone deserved being punished, it was him. Harry's rage boiled to the surface as he thought back to all the taunting in the graveyard, and in his mind's eye, he pictured the elder Malfoy in his black robes, raising his wand to strike him down. It was now or never. Awesome exploder. This time, a blazing purple streak of magic burst from Harry's wand and raced towards the log, which upon impact, violently exploded outwards in thousands of tiny pieces. Both he and Daphne would have been picking splinters out of their skin for days, had Harry not instinctively thrown up a shield at the last second. "Merlin, Potter," muttered Daphne, as she alternated between looking at Harry in disbelief and back at the spot where the log had been just a few moments earlier. Harry dropped his shield, and for a few moments he just stood there admiring the results of his handiwork, a slight grin forming on his face. He was breathing slightly heavier than usual, but there was no other way to describe it. Casting the spell felt good. It was as if all the anger he'd been dealing with lately had finally found an outlet, and the relief he felt was almost euphoric. The only thing he could compare it to would be the feeling he got when he cast his Patronus, even though he had to admit that summoning prongs felt more pure wholesome, even. Conversely, casting the bone-exploding curse felt deeply satisfying, and it gave Harry a rush of power like he had never felt before, as if he could actually feel the magic coursing through his body. Even though Harry still had no intention of relying on these dark spells, he was admittedly quite keen to experience that feeling again. "Daphne," he said, turning to his blonde counterpart, "let's learn some magic." "Oh, Luzu-oo." It was mid-morning on the 11th of August, and Albus Dumbledore was behind his desk at Hogwarts, busily preparing for the coming school year. He had been desperately searching for a viable candidate to fill the position of defense against the dark arts teacher, but it was looking more and more likely that the ministry would indeed be permitted to install their own candidate. Before he could move on to the large pile of forms awaiting his signature, an owl swooped in through his office window. Grateful for the distraction, Albus relieved the bird of the envelope it carried in its talons and pulled out the parchment contained within. His eyebrows shot up in surprise as he perused the letter, so much so that he had to adjust his spectacles and read through it again from the beginning. "My word, Harry, you certainly haven't been idle, have you?" he said with a slight chuckle. Sitting back in his chair, the headmaster pondered the rather unexpected missive. He vaguely remembered Reginald Cartwright from his years at Hogwarts, but that had been several decades ago. Holden and Cartwright was a rather well-respected firm, and Albus couldn't help but wonder how Harry had managed to secure their services, or how he'd even learned of them in the first place. He briefly entertained the notion of probing into the firm's other clients, but immediately thought better of it. No, instead he would meet with Harry and his new solicitor at the appointed time and see what he could learn from there. If nothing else, Albus suspected that the hearing was unlikely to go quite the way Cornelius expected. Oh, Luzu. Harry had a feeling he wasn't going to get much sleep that night. It was the eve of his hearing, and he couldn't seem to stop his mind from fixating on every potential negative outcome. While his solicitor had assured him that the ministry lacked the legal authority to expel Hogwarts students, that didn't mean they wouldn't snap his wand or toss him into Azkaban anyway. Either scenario, of course, would make finishing his schooling extraordinarily difficult. Perhaps he would not have been so worried had he not already been convinced that the ministry was specifically targeting him. The question of whether it was being done for Lord Voldemort's benefit or simply to silence Harry for the ministry's own convenience wasn't immediately relevant. All Harry knew was that he was facing an uphill battle. He couldn't even imagine how much more nervous he would be if he didn't have a solicitor to rely on during the hearing. So Harry definitely felt he would owe Astoria a huge debt of gratitude if he managed to get out of his latest predicament. Harry chuckled to himself as he laid in bed, staring up at the ceiling. He had come to know both Greengrass sisters a little better over the past week, and as much as they may have resembled one another physically, they could hardly be any more different. Daphne could be pretentious and sarcastic, but she was obviously intelligent and undoubtedly goal-oriented. She worked incredibly hard during their daily practice sessions and had improved tremendously, but she wasn't the only one. In fact, she seemed frustrated that Harry was improving at a similar pace, even though he had already been a much more capable duelist from the beginning. All in all, Harry had quite enjoyed their time training together, even if he was a little concerned about how easily dark magic seemed to come to him. He had been hesitant to try the spells at first, but there was no denying that he had a talent for them. Having been plagued by feelings of anger and resentment all summer, figuring out that he could channel those emotions into his spells had been a revelation. Practicing the dark spells gave him a feeling of release he didn't even realize he was missing. The only problem was that the feeling was fleeting, and his anger would always return a short time later. Oddly enough, he seemed to be granted a rare reprieve from his near-constant grumpiness whenever he and Astoria hung out together. Simply put, it was almost impossible for Harry to be in a bad mood around her. Unlike her sister, she hadn't been the slightest bit interested in hunting her fighting skills. Instead, she used her time with Harry get to know him better, talk about their plans for the year, teach him more about the magical world, and simply keep his spirits up. Indeed, Daphne and Astoria were opposites in many ways, but the one thing that united them was their devotion to one another. Both sisters had different perspectives and priorities in life, but it was obvious that each would go to the ends of the earth for the other. In any case, while the circumstances that brought them together were rather unfortunate, he now considered both girls friends, even if Daphne made it clear that she wouldn't publicly acknowledge him once they got back to Hogwarts, and that she expected the same from him. To do otherwise as a member of Slytherin House would cause her more trouble than she was willing to endure. Rolling over on his side, Harry tried to think of anything other than the hearing, but found little success. To make matters worse, it seemed like every time he found himself on the verge of sleep, he would feel a twinge of pain in his scar, waking him up and starting the cycle over again. It was just shy of 6 o'clock in the morning when he finally gave it up as a bad job and decided to get up and get dressed, making sure to wear the charcoal gray formal robes that Astoria had purchased for the occasion. He was in the middle of another feeble attempt to make his hair lay flat when he heard the front door of the cabin opening. Gripping his wand, Harry carefully stepped out into the hallway and peered around the corner, immediately relaxing once he recognized his visitor. "Astoria?" he asked, straightening up and walking out into the sitting room to greet her. She looked almost as tired as Harry felt. Her eyes appeared dark and heavy, and she had pulled her hair back into a ponytail, something Harry hadn't seen her do previously. "Good morning, Harry." "Morning," he returned. "Is something wrong? I thought you were going to meet me at the door like last time." "I was, but I wanted to wish you luck before your hearing, so I figured I'd come down and walk with you back up to the house." "Oh, well, thanks. I think I'm as ready as I'm going to be, so I was about to head up." Astoria nodded sleepily, so Harry put on his invisibility cloak, and the two of them started making their way up to the house. After a few minutes of walking in silence, Harry picked up on the fact that Astoria had been unusually quiet since she'd arrived at the cabin. "Are you sure nothing's wrong?" he asked her again. "No, I'm fine," she replied, fidgeting with the sleeve of her dress. "I'm just really nervous for you. To be honest, I barely even slept last night. How are you so calm?" "Believe me, I'm not," he assured her. "I don't think I slept at all, and in my head. I've been constantly running through every possible worst-case scenario. I keep telling myself that they really don't have a case against you. The only reason I'm worried is because of your theory that the ministry are targeting you specifically." "Believe me, I know what you mean," nodded Harry, momentarily forgetting he was invisible. "That's why I'm really glad you found a solicitor for me. I really do owe you." "You don't owe me anything, Harry," she replied, blushing slightly. Changing the subject, she asked, "Are you planning on coming back here afterwards?" "I'd like to, if that's all right with you. I'm just not sure what's going to happen." "If you can't for some reason, please promise you'll write to me and let me know you're okay." "Of course I will," Harry said reassuringly. "I already told Hedwig to come find me if I don't come back today, but I'm not sure how long that will take her. I did leave the rest of my stuff in the cabin. I didn't think I should bring it all with me to the ministry." "That's okay, I'll make sure everything gets back to you, one way or another." She turned to look at him, or where she assumed he was, with an amused smirk on her face. "Your new clothes do look really good on you. It'd be a shame to let them go to waste." Harry ignored the compliment, feeling thankful that he was invisible so she couldn't see his embarrassed expression. "I'm sure Daphne wouldn't mind having access to my firebolt for a bit longer, too," he joked. "I just hope she'll actually give it back to me at some point. Seeing as how she still can't beat you in a duel, I'm sure that won't be a problem," laughed Astoria, just as they were arriving at the entrance to the rose garden. They quietly made their way through the flower-lined paths and past the fountain, finally arriving at the side entrance of the house. This time, Harry was aware he could perform magic without the ministry finding out, so he took the extra step of silencing his feet so that his footsteps wouldn't echo inside the house. Astoria went up the stairs first and opened the door for Harry to pass through, then stepped inside and closed the door behind her. They had only made it partway down the hallway when a voice called out, causing both of them to freeze in their tracks. "Astoria, what are you doing down here so early?" "Father, you startled me." "Apologies, dear daughter," replied Mr. Greengrass. "Though my question remains, is there any particular reason why you're up and about this early in the morning?" Harry remained perfectly still, trying not to breathe even though his heart was pounding in his chest. Mr. Greengrass was a tall, broad-shouldered man who wore his brown hair parted to the side, along with a neatly trimmed beard. He was wearing expensive-looking robes of a dark navy blue, which were trimmed with silver around the cuffs. Thankfully, he didn't appear angry, although he was looking intently at his daughter as he awaited her explanation. "Astoria." "Oh, sorry. I woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to take a stroll through the rose garden." "I see," he replied, seemingly satisfied with her explanation. "Well, I'm expected to attend a meeting of the Wisengamot in just over an hour. Would you care to join me for breakfast before I go?" "The Wisengamot? Why, has something happened?" "No, nothing you need concern yourself with," he answered kindly. "There's a trial of some sort today. Supposedly it's to do with a rather serious breach of the statute of secrecy, but that's all they've told us." Astoria's eyes bulged slightly at the news, and it took all her willpower not to glance over at where she believed Harry was standing. "That does sound rather interesting," she replied carefully. "Does this sort of thing happen often?" "No, not at all," her father responded, a thoughtful scowl forming on his face. "To be honest, I haven't had to sit a full trial in quite some time. The worst part is that I've only just learned that the time has changed. It was originally supposed to be at 9, but they've moved it up an hour for some reason, and now I barely have time to eat breakfast. So, shall we?" "Yes, of course," agreed Astoria, taking her father's arm and allowing him to escort her down the hallway. As they were walking, she quickly held out her other hand and gave a subtle gesture for Harry to follow. After allowing time for Astoria and her father to move a respectable distance away, he set off retracing his steps from their previous excursion, eventually finding his way to the family's receiving room. As quietly as he could, Harry carefully slipped into the room and gently closed the door behind him, then took a handful of Floo powder from the pot and whispered, "Holden and Cartwright," as he tossed the powder into the fire. The Floo roared to life, the green flames illuminating the well-appointed room, and Harry took a deep breath and stepped into the fireplace. He kept his eyes tightly shut in an attempt to counteract the spinning sensation, gingerly putting one foot forward once he reached his destination. While he did stumble a bit while exiting the Floo, it was certainly far from his worst attempt. "Ah, Mr. Potter, right on time," said Mr. Cartwright, who had clearly been awaiting his arrival. "Good morning, Mr. Cartwright," replied Harry, shaking the man's hand. "I've prepared your defense as we've discussed. I'm reasonably confident that you will be fully exonerated. The law is clearly on your side, after all." "That's good to hear, sir, but there is something I think you should know." At the solicitor's inquisitive look, he continued, "I just overheard Mr. Greengrass talking about the Wisengamot holding a trial this morning for a statute of secrecy breach. He didn't mention me specifically, but it doesn't feel like a coincidence. He also said something about the time being moved from 9 o'clock to 8. A brief look of concern flitted across the solicitor's face. "Step into my office, Mr. Potter." Harry joined Mr. Cartwright in his office and recounted everything he could remember about the brief conversation between Astoria and her father. When he was done, the solicitor leaned back his chair and repeatedly smoothed his mustache with a contemplative look on his face. "I agree that the trial he referenced likely pertains to you. Holding a full trial in front of the Wisengamot is highly unusual for such a pedestrian offense, which lends credence to your theory that there are some in the ministry who bear you ill will. Even the sudden change of time could be a tactic of some sort. Be that as it may, this does not change the facts of the case, and I do not believe a change in strategy is required." Harry nodded his understanding, and then Mr. Cartwright stood up and gestured for him to do the same. "I know you wish to avoid this, but I've asked Albus Dumbledore to meet us in the ministry atrium at 7:30, he informed Harry. "His reputation may have taken a few hits in the press as of late, but the man still holds considerable sway with a sizable portion of our population. I would be surprised if he wasn't already planning on attending, so I believe it's best for us to be on the same page." Harry's shoulders sagged a bit, but he resignedly nodded his agreement. He wasn't looking forward to the headmaster's lecture on safety and listening to adults, but he knew he couldn't avoid the man forever. One thing Harry knew for sure was that he wasn't going to let Dumbledore send him back to the Dursleys, not without a fight. Mr. Cartwright led Harry to the Floo, and this time he barely even stumbled as he made his exit. Celebrating internally at his ever-improving Floo skills, Harry brushed the soot off his robes and took a good look around the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. The fireplace they had just exited was one of many, which were all heavily gilded and ornate, making a striking contrast to the dark wooden paneling of the surrounding walls. The ministry was quite busy at that hour, with many witches and wizards entering and exiting via Floo, or making their way down the polished wood floors, past the large fountain, and towards the golden gates marking the end of the hall. Harry glanced up at the ceiling and stared transfixed for a moment. It was painted a bright peacock blue and was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that moved and changed, although Harry wasn't able to decipher their meaning. He had just stepped forward to try and get a closer look at the golden statues in the center of the fountain when his attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. "Ah, Harry, Reginald, I am delighted to see that you both are well." "Professor Dumbledore," they both returned in unison, drawing an amused look from the Hogwarts headmaster. "Harry, I see that you have done some shopping. I must say, your new robes are quite splendid, fashionable as well." if somewhat formal for my taste," the headmaster remarked brightly, contrasting Harry's charcoal-gray robes with his own, which were sky-blue with bright golden suns embroidered all over. Even though he had been quite irritated with the headmaster as of late, Dumbledore's icebreaker was good enough to draw a chuckle from Harry, which only annoyed the teen further. He was still trying to come up with a snappy retort when Dumbledore leaned in and spoke to him quietly. "Harry, I understand that you are likely upset with me, no doubt about a great many things. I ask that at the conclusion of your hearing, you allow me a chance to explain. I am afraid we have much to discuss, and a proper conversation between us is long overdue." Having been expecting a chastising lecture, Harry was decidedly wrong-footed by Professor Dumbledore's conciliatory tone and could do nothing but nod in reply. "Professor, perhaps we should find a place to talk privately. There have been some new developments," interjected Mr. Cartwright. "Indeed," concurred the professor, and after a quick stop at the security desk, they found an empty conference room, where Mr. Cartwright caught the headmaster up on that morning's revelations. "I see," said Professor Dumbledore, with a hint of sadness. "I must apologize, Harry, for I fear that much of the way the ministry has conducted themselves with regards to you is due to certain actions on my part. My insistence that Lord Voldemort has returned has not been well received by the minister and certain elements of our society, as I am sure you already know, if you have been reading the Daily Prophet." "I have," confirmed Harry. "Well, then I am sure you are aware that both of us have been frequently disparaged in the press. Unfortunately, since you were the only witness to Lord Voldemort's return, apart from his Death Eaters, of course, the ministry have been working especially hard to ensure that nobody will believe your story." "I've noticed," Harry replied through gritted teeth. "I hate to interrupt, but with the hearing being moved to 8 o'clock, we really don't have much time," said Mr. Cartwright. "My apologies," replied the headmaster, gesturing for Mr. Cartwright to continue. "The law is on Mr. Potter's side, so our strategy will be to rely on the facts of the case. We must avoid at all costs having this proceeding turn into a referendum on yourself and the status of he who must not be named," the solicitor explained to Dumbledore. "Regardless of what is going on in the world at large, our focus today is proving Mr. Potter's innocence." "I could not agree more," replied Professor Dumbledore. "In fact, I have a witness who may be of assistance. Arabella Figg, a squib who resides in Harry's neighborhood, happened to observe the Dementors as they pursued Harry's cousin." "Wait, Mrs. Figg," Harry blurted out. "Are you saying that the lady who's lived next door for as long as I can remember has known about magic this whole time and never said anything?" "Yes, Harry," admitted Professor Dumbledore. "We shall speak more on this later, but for now, just know that she is ready and willing to support you in your defense." "Her testimony could certainly prove useful," conceded Mr. Cartwright. "I thought as much," replied Dumbledore. "I am afraid that is the only assistance I am able to provide. I had intended to represent Harry myself, but seeing as how you are here to serve in that capacity, I shall heed your advice and refrain from becoming involved in the proceedings. Now," the headmaster continued, standing up from his chair, "if this hearing is to be conducted in front of the Wisengamot, I believe we must also assume a change in venue. Knowing Cornelius as I do, I suspect we should make our way down to the old courtrooms." "My word, do you honestly believe they would go that far?" "I am afraid so, Reginald. The minister has become rather obsessed with the idea that I am conspiring against him and am using Harry to do so. I suspect that things shall only get worse from here." It was on that ominous note that Mr. Cartwright led Harry out of the conference room and over to the lifts, while Professor Dumbledore went off to retrieve Mrs. Figg. After a brief ride, an emotionless female voice announced their floor as the Department of Mysteries, and they exited the lift and headed down a black-tiled corridor that gave Harry a strong sense of déjà vu. His attention was particularly focused on the unadorned black door at the very end of the corridor, but before he could ask about it, Harry found himself being led down another flight of steps leading to a different corridor, this one lined with rough stone walls and lit by torchlight, giving off a dungeon-like feel that only people like Professor Snape would appreciate. "Where are we?" asked Harry. "This is one of the oldest parts of the ministry. It's where the old courtrooms and holding cells are located. This door here," explained Mr. Cartwright, indicating a heavy wooden door fitted with iron hardware, "is Old Courtroom 10, which is the only one large enough to seat the entire Wisengamot. If Professor Dumbledore is correct, and he usually is, then this is where they will have moved your hearing." Mr. Cartwright opened the door slightly and peeked inside. He turned back and nodded to Harry. "Remember, the law is on your side," he said quietly. "I shall do most of the talking. Do not answer their questions unless I say so, and whatever you do, do not mention the Dark Lord." Harry took a deep breath, his nerves now really starting to set in. The solicitor opened the door the rest of the way and led Harry into the room, the sight of which made Harry gasp in recognition. The dark stone walls and rows of benches seemed somewhat familiar, but it was the chair in the center of the room that really got his attention. Harry had once seen Igor Karkaroff chained to that very same chair, only it was in a memory. Specifically, one of Professor Dumbledore's memories of the Death Eater trials, which Harry had witnessed in the headmaster's pensive the year before. "Mr. Potter, how nice of you to join us," a cold male voice rang out from across the courtroom. "I beg your pardon, but it seems as though you are insinuating that Mr. Potter is late," Mr. Cartwright responded flatly. "We were under the impression that these proceedings were to begin at 8 o'clock sharp. It is not yet 8, so Mr. Potter is perfectly on time, no small feat, given that the starting time was changed without his receiving proper notification." "And who are you?" bristled the man, who Harry now recognized as the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge himself. "Reginald Cartwright, of the legal firm Holden and Cartwright. I will be representing Mr. Potter in these proceedings." "Oh ho, so Mr. Potter saw the charges and decided he needed help from a solicitor," Fudge returned pompously. "As is the right of all citizens," Mr. Cartwright replied shortly, generating a few whispers of agreement from the crowd. The initial shock of seeing the old courtroom having worn off, Harry took a good look around and saw that the benches were filled with people, at least 50 of them, and they were all wearing identical plum-colored robes with an intricate silver W stitched onto the chest. The minister was positioned in the center of a higher bench at the far end of the circular room, flanked on one side by a gray-haired witch with a monocle, and on the other side, another witch who was sitting so far back on the bench that her face was obscured by shadow. "Very well. Take a seat, Mr. Potter, and we shall begin," began Fudge, but Mr. Cartwright almost immediately interrupted. "Before we begin, Minister, I must object to the use of this chair for my client. Unlike many of this chair's former occupants, Mr. Potter is not a violent criminal. He is simply a teenage boy charged with using magic outside of school." Before anyone could protest, Mr. Cartwright took out his wand and conjured a simple wooden table with 2 chairs, directing Harry to take a seat in one before occupying the other. Yes, very well," Fudge said impatiently, his face reddening slightly before launching into the opening comments of the hearing. "Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August into offenses committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolers Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister; Court Scribe Percy Ignatius Weasley. Harry's eyes darted to the end of the bench at the mention of Ron's older brother. Why on earth is Percy here? Harry thought to himself, last he'd heard. Percy was working in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Fudge recited the full charges for the court, reading from a piece of parchment laid in front of him before turning his gaze on Harry. "You are Harry James Potter, of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." "Yes," Harry responded, after receiving a nod from Mr. Cartwright. "And did you receive an official warning from the ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago?" "Mr. Potter did receive such a warning," Mr. Cartwright interjected before Harry could speak. However, he denies having performed the magic that led to said warning. "Oh," Fudge replied airily. "There are no other wizards or witches living in that area, of that much I am certain. So, who exactly does Mr. Potter say cast the hover charm in question?" "The magic was cast by a house elf called Dobby." "A house elf in a muggle house? Preposterous," blustered Fudge. "We are wasting time listening to the boys' poppycock stories." "As unusual as it may sound, I assure you it is true," Mr. Cartwright returned evenly. "The house elf in question is currently in the employ of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and is willing to provide his testimony, if needed." I don't have time for this. Mr. Potter, did you, or did you not cast both the wand lighting and patronus charms on the night in question, and in front of muggles, no less?" "Yes, but—" "You produced a fully fledged patronus," interrupted the monocled witch, her voice booming across the courtroom. "Yes, my patronus is a stag," explained Harry. "Professor Lupin taught me how in my 3rd year, when the Ministry stationed all the Dementors at Hogwarts." "In your 3rd year, you say?" pressed Madame Bones. At Harry's nod of confirmation, she continued, "That is quite an achievement, Mr. Potter. A fully corporeal patronus at that age is most impressive." "The impressiveness of the magic is not the point," interrupted Fudge, attempting to regain control of the conversation. "In fact, I'd say that makes the offense even more severe, given that the boy cast the spell in front of muggles." "Point of order," Mr. Cartwright broke in. "We would like to clarify for the record that the only known muggle witnesses to the magic Mr. Potter performed that night were his relatives, who also reside at number 4, Privet Drive." As they were already aware of the existence of magic, the charge of violating Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy is invalid, unless the Ministry can produce positive confirmation that additional muggles were involved, such as official records of Obliviator involvement. "Minister," queried Madame Bones, after a few moments where the only sounds were those of Fudge shuffling his papers and whispering to the witch on his opposite side. "We, the Ministry, are unable to produce such records at this time." "Then, is Mr. Cartwright not correct in stating that the statute of secrecy charge should not apply?" "Fine," blustered Fudge. "The second charge is dropped, but that still leaves us with the clear violation of the underage sorcery decree. Potter already admitted to casting the spells, and I for one believe that's good enough for a conviction." "I object, Minister," said the solicitor, again intervening before things could get out of hand. "I must point out that the accused has not yet been permitted to offer his defense, nor have the interrogators even bothered to ask why the spells in question were used in the first place." "I am not interested in listening to the boys' cock and bull stories," shouted Fudge. "If that is the case, Minister, then why are you leading these proceedings in the first place? You must admit that the Minister for Magic personally overseeing such a thing is highly irregular, as is holding a full criminal trial in front of the Wisengamot for what amounts to a simple case of underage magic. And let us not forget the holding of said trial in this very courtroom, which is typically reserved for the worst criminals in our society." There was some muttering among the gathered witches and wizards, some of whom were beginning to look somewhat uncomfortable with the situation. The vein in Fudge's forehead looked about ready to pop, but before he could retort, the witch to the right of him leaned forward just enough to allow Harry to get a better look at her. She had to be one of the most unattractive women Harry had ever seen. She was exceptionally pale with flabby jowls that reminded Harry somewhat of Fang, Hagrid's trusty boarhound. Her mouth was exceptionally wide, which combined with her bulging eyes and squat build gave her the appearance of an overlarge toad. As unappealing as Harry found her physical appearance, far worse was the general air of unpleasantness she seemed to give off. He couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was, but it went well beyond her cold eyes and leering expression. "Hem," said the witch. "The chair recognizes Dolar's Jane Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister," smirked Fudge. "Excuse me, mister. Cartwright, was it?" the toad-like woman began in her simpering, girlish voice. "I must be mistaken, because it sounded to me as if you were accusing the ministry of something." "I've done nothing of the sort," countered the solicitor. "I merely made the observation that in my nearly 5 decades of practicing law, never before have I encountered so many abnormalities within a single case. I had hoped to let the facts of the case speak for themselves, but it has become obvious that I was being overly optimistic." More muttering and whispers could be heard as Mr. Cartwright reached into his briefcase and pulled out a familiar sheet of parchment. "I have in my hands the letter sent by the improper use of magic office mere minutes after Mr. Potter cast his charms," he said, used his wand to duplicate the letter several times over and float the copies amongst the Wisengamot members. "As you can see, the letter clearly states that Mr. Potter had been expelled from Hogwarts, an action for which the ministry lacks the legal authority, while also informing my client that officials were coming to destroy his wand before charges had even been successfully proven. Another clear violation of the very laws our ministry are charged to uphold. And now," he continued, "we see the chair of this proceeding trying exceptionally hard to move towards a conviction without even letting the accused tell his side of the story. Surely, the esteemed members of the Wisengamot recognize how unusually aggressive the ministry has been in their pursuit of charges against Mr. Potter." There was more grumbling from the assembled witches and wizards, and Madam Bones was peering suspiciously at Fudge, whose face was now beet red. His undersecretary, however, was not deterred in the slightest. "Tell me, Mr. Cartwright, why would the ministry have an agenda with Harry Potter?" she asked with feigned innocence, the dangerous glint in her eye betraying her true intentions. "Surely you have a theory you can share with us." "I have no intention of assigning motivation to the ministry's actions. On the contrary, I believe the onus is on those responsible within the ministry to explain their actions in regard to this case. Perhaps we should start with Madam Hopkirk and learn exactly how this unlawful letter came to be." Umbridge's eyes bulged even larger at the suggestion, but she was spared a response by Fudge's continued blustering. "I do not have time for this. Fine, Mr. Potter, please tell us why you felt the need to use magic on the night of the 2nd of August." At Mr. Cartwright's encouragement, Harry launched into an explanation about his cousin's terrifying encounter, the pair of Dementors that broke into the house, and how his uncle knocked his wand out of his hand. He went on to explain how he had somehow performed a wandless summoning charm, which Harry suddenly realized wasn't included in the ministry's notice. And then, of course, his subsequent casting of the wand lighting and patronus charms to deal with the Dementors. "You see," Fudge bellowed gleefully at the conclusion of Harry's tale, "Dementors, in Little Whinging, the boy obviously concocted this wild fabrication to get himself out of trouble. Dementors are invisible to Muggles, you see, so there wouldn't be any other witnesses. Convenient, eh?" "Actually, Minister, we do have another individual who can testify to the presence of Dementors in Mr. Potter's neighborhood that night," said Mr. Cartwright. "The defense calls Arabella Figg as witness. If I am not mistaken, she should be waiting just outside." Fudge sat back down, seething, and ordered Percy to go out into the hallway and retrieve Mrs. Figg. While they were waiting, Madam Bones took the opportunity to ask Harry a few questions of her own. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but did you say that you summoned your own wand?" "Yes," he confirmed. "It was too dark to see where I dropped it, and that was all I could think of." "So, you performed the summoning charm, without a wand, which successfully returned your wand to your own hand?" "Yes, that's correct." "And had you done this sort of thing before?" "No, at least, not that I can remember. I was pretty desperate at the time." "How utterly fascinating," remarked Madam Bones, leaning forward slightly as if to get a better look at Harry. Several of the other Wisengamot members started looking at him oddly too, but fortunately, Harry was spared further examination by the opening of the courtroom door. A rather agitated Percy Weasley re-entered the courtroom along with Mrs. Figg, who appeared visibly nervous. Strolling in behind them was Albus Dumbledore, who cut a rather impressive figure despite his age and flamboyant attire. "Ah, I should have known you were tied up in all this, Dumbledore," scowled Fudge. "I am sorry to disappoint you, Cornelius, but I must admit that I have played no part in Harry's defense. He has my full confidence, of course, but I am merely here today to act as Mrs. Figg's escort." "Very well, then," said the minister, gesturing for the solicitor to get on with it. Mr. Cartwright expertly guided Mrs. Figg through her testimony, as she recounted how she saw the Dementors pursuing Dudley from afar before eventually descending on Privet Drive. Harry was a bit worried in the beginning because her nervous delivery didn't exactly help her to sound convincing, but her confidence grew as she told her story, and she was even able to sufficiently answer Madame Bones's follow-up questions. Predictably, Fudge did not seem convinced, but many others seemed satisfied with the explanation. The minister made one last attempt to explain the impossibility of the story, but he was tripped up when Dumbledore made the point that if Dementors were indeed present, as Mrs. Figg had testified, then it stood to reason that they were either operating outside of ministry control or were ordered there by someone within the ministry itself, a fact that Harry had surmised from the very beginning. After a few more exchanges, Mr. Cartwright stood up and reclaimed control of the conversation by addressing the court. The facts of the case are clear. On the night of the 2nd of August, 2 Dementors attacked Mr. Potter in his own home. We have provided an eyewitness who attested to the presence of the Dementors in the neighborhood. The use of the Patronus charm in the face of a Dementor attack is clearly one of the exceptional circumstances described in Article 7 of the decree for the reasonable restriction for underage sorcery, as is Mr. Potter's described use of the summoning and wand-lighting charms. We now await your judgment. Mr. Cartwright sat back down and patted Harry on the back. "Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges," called out Madame Bones in her booming voice. Harry's heart thumped rapidly in his chest as he looked around the room. It looked like the majority of the Wisengamot had their hands in the air, but he couldn't be certain. He tried to take a quick count, but Madame Bones had already moved on. "And those in favor of conviction." Fudge and those sitting nearest to him raised their hands, as did a handful of others, but nowhere close to as many who had voted in favor of Harry. The minister looked like he had swallowed something distasteful, and he shook his head in indignant resignation as he delivered the verdict. Very well, cleared of all charges." Harry exhaled deeply and slumped in his chair, feeling like a 10-ton weight had been lifted off his chest. Confirmation of his theory that the Dementors were sent by either Voldemort or the Ministry put a bit of a damper on his mood, but he decided he'd worry about that later. Today, he was going to celebrate this small victory and thank Astoria Greengrass for finding him such a competent solicitor. Chapter 6, an explanation long overdue. Mr. Cartwright clapped a relieved Harry Potter on his shoulder. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," he said as he shook Harry's hand. "I'd say that went reasonably well, all things considered. We didn't have to resort to pensive memories, plus, we managed to completely avoid the topic of the Dark Lord." "Yeah," agreed Harry, who was still in somewhat of a daze. "I was a bit worried there for a minute. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't have your help?" "Think nothing of it, Mr. Potter. I was glad to be of service. Feel free to reach out to me again if you are ever in need of my assistance." "I'll do that, and thanks again." Mr. Cartwright shook Harry's hand one last time and took his leave, stopping to exchange a quick word with Dumbledore before joining a small group of wizards exiting the courtroom. Harry sighed as he saw the headmaster heading towards him, already certain that he was not going to enjoy their impending conversation. "Ah, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore upon reaching him. "Congratulations on a most successful defense. I dare say that hearing Reginald Cartwright as your solicitor was an inspired choice. Might I ask how the two of you became acquainted?" "I just came across the name somewhere," Harry lied. He had no intention of revealing anything that might clue Dumbledore into where he had been or with whom he'd been associating. The headmaster clearly wasn't fooled but elected not to pursue the matter. "I see. How fortuitous," he said knowingly, peering at Harry over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. "It was, sir," agreed Harry. He recognized what Dumbledore was doing, but he wasn't going to let the man guilt him into revealing anything, not unless he started sharing first. "Almost as much as my batty old neighbor turning out to be a squib, even though she'd never said anything to me about magic before. I'd say it was really lucky she was there to see those Dementors that night, don't you, sir? Indeed, said Professor Dumbledore, bowing his head slightly before straightening up to survey the room. Fudge and his cohorts had left the courtroom immediately after the verdict, but several Wisengamot members were still lingering around and chatting with one another. Might I ask you to join me somewhere for a private word? He asked Harry. At the boy's guarded expression, he continued, As I mentioned before your hearing, an honest conversation between us is long overdue. As you have surely suspected by now, there are certain things that I have kept from you. While I did so with your own safety and well-being in mind, I have come to understand that I have likely made a few errors in judgment. What exactly have you kept from me? Sir, Harry replied slowly, doing his best to suppress the all-too-familiar anger that flared up inside of him at the headmaster's admission. I don't believe this is the proper place for such a conversation, Harry. Perhaps you could join me in my office at Hogwarts. Harry didn't bother arguing, knowing it would get him nowhere. So instead, he simply shrugged his shoulders and half-heartedly nodded his agreement. Splendid, replied Dumbledore, mustering up more enthusiasm than Harry thought necessary. And when we are finished, I shall bring you somewhere where you can spend the remainder of your summer holidays in safety. I am not going back to the Dursleys, spat Harry. Dumbledore recoiled slightly at the venom in Harry's retort, almost as if he had been slapped. The professor quickly recovered, but a serious expression had taken over his face. No, Harry, I have no intention of returning you to the Dursleys, he explained sadly. Recent events have proven that Privet Drive is not as safe as I had once believed, which is why you will be spending the rest of your summer elsewhere. I was safe where I was, argued Harry. You have managed to remain undetected and arrive here safe and whole, so it is quite possible that you are correct, Dumbledore conceded. However, I am under the impression that you would refuse to tell me exactly where it is you have been staying. I cannot very well return you there without knowing the location, and I also cannot permit you to go off on your own again. You are in more danger than you realize. Harry's scathing retort about how he knew exactly how much danger he was in died on his lips. The middle of a Ministry of Magic courtroom minutes after being on trial was neither the time nor the place to get into a shouting match with one of the most well-respected wizards in the world. Dumbledore was also correct that Harry would not say anything that might implicate the Greengrasses, and Harry doubted that he'd have an easy time giving the headmaster the slip. He was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to spend the remainder of his holidays practicing with Daphne and hanging out with Astoria, but it seemed as though he was stuck with Dumbledore for the time being. Having secured Harry's reluctant agreement, Dumbledore quickly shepherded him out of the courtroom, taking care to avoid being waylaid by any of the other lingering witches or wizards. Harry noticed that more than a few people were looking at him with looks of either curiosity or irritation, but none seemed willing to vie with Dumbledore for his attention. They made their way back up the staircase just in time to see Lucius Malfoy walking off somewhere with Minister Fudge, and Harry had to resist the urge to curse the Death Eater in the back. That can't be good, said Harry, nodding towards the two retreating men. No, it certainly is not, agreed Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy has never been shy about spreading his gold around the Ministry, but his close relationship with the Minister is particularly problematic at the moment. Harry started to respond, but his attention was swiftly drawn to the black door at the end of corridor. He had noticed it on their way down to the courtroom, but at the time, his mind was too preoccupied with his hearing to give it much thought. For some strange reason, there seemed to be something familiar about the enigmatic doorway, almost as if it were somehow calling to him. Professor, what is that place? He asked, his gaze still focused on the door. To which place are you referring, Harry? Said Dumbledore, whose eyes were still following Fudge and Malfoy. As impossible as it seemed, Harry was almost positive that he'd been there before. In his mind's eye, he could see the glow of his wand light reflecting off the black tiles as he passed through the corridor. He could recall his own curiosity as he approached the door, and the overwhelming sense of anticipation that took hold of him as he reached for the handle. That door over there, he said, pointing down the corridor. Ah, that door leads to the Department of Mysteries, replied Dumbledore, turning to follow Harry's gaze. As the name might suggest, it is a highly secretive branch of the ministry, of which very few people have detailed knowledge. The witches and wizards who work there are called unspeakables, due to the vows of silence they are required to take. Seeing how preoccupied Harry was acting, he added, I must ask, Harry, is there any specific reason why you seem so fascinated by this particular door? Something about it feels familiar. I think maybe I've been dreaming about it. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, before his expression quickly became unreadable. Harry was still staring off in the opposite direction, so he didn't notice how his comment had affected the headmaster. And how long would you say you've been having these dreams, Harry? I'm not sure, he replied vaguely. I can't recall them very clearly. It's more like the feeling this place gives me. I definitely feel like I've been here before. I see, Dumbledore replied contemplatively. Come, Harry, we have much to discuss. With that, Dumbledore led Harry back to the lifts and up through the atrium, giving Harry a chance to better examine the Fountain of Magical Brethren, which he was less than impressed by, after seeing it up close. The fawning expressions sculpted onto the golden faces of the centaur and goblin as they looked up at the tall, handsome wizard were particularly laughable. Continuing on, they finally made it to the rows of fireplaces where Harry first entered that morning and took the flue back to Hogwarts. Harry stepped out of the fireplace and found himself back in Dumbledore's office, which hadn't changed much from the last time he was there. The delicate silver instruments of unknown purpose were still whirring and puffing away, and the portraits of the various past headmasters and headmistresses were still dozing in their frames. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix companion, was resting on his perch and looking curiously at Harry. Hello, Fawkes, said Harry, walking over to the majestic bird and stroking his feathers. I wanted to thank you for healing my leg that night. That's twice now you've helped me. The phoenix trilled softly in response, which immediately put Harry at ease, a feeling he didn't expect to last, if the expression on Dumbledore's face was any indication. Please sit down, Harry, requested Dumbledore, as he took his own seat behind his desk. Harry complied and plopped down into one of the two chairs reserved for guests of the headmaster. He looked up to see Dumbledore peering back at him as if closely examining Harry, looking for signs of something, not that Harry had any idea what that something might be. Most disturbingly, the annoyance Harry felt at the sensation was accompanied by yet another faint twinge in his scar. Is there something wrong, Harry? No, sir, he responded, choosing to ignore the pain for the time being. You said you had something to tell me. Indeed, I do, Harry. As I mentioned before, recent events have made me question some of my earlier decisions regarding you and the amount of information you have been given, said Dumbledore, leaning forward slightly across his desk. Before we delve into that, however, I would like to ask you a question. Why did you feel the need to run away from your relative's home that night? Why? Harry replied incredulously. Why? I'd just been attacked by Dementors. Did you really expect me to just stick around and wait to be attacked again? Dumbledore slowly nodded along as Harry spoke, almost as if he'd been expecting that response. Ignoring Harry's question, he asked again, And did you honestly believe that you would be left completely unprotected after such an incident? Why wouldn't I? He retorted, perhaps a bit heatedly. Nobody told me otherwise. In fact, nobody told me anything just to stay in the house and let the adults sort it out, as if that's ever worked out for me. Harry stared defiantly back at the headmaster, who did not speak for several moments. Then, to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore bowed his head contritely, before removing his spectacles and polishing them using the sleeve of his robes. I believe I understand why you would think that, he admitted, returning his glasses to their rightful place. The truth of the matter is that you should never have been made to feel unsafe. I had assigned people to keep a close watch on your home the entire summer, and the guard was more than doubled after the incident with the Dementors. The fact that you were able to leave your house undetected was a feat in itself. I assume that wonderful cloak of yours played a part in that. Seeing that Harry wasn't in the mood for banter, Dumbledore continued. As a matter of fact, we likely would not have realized that you had even left, had we not come to remove you from the Dursleys only a few days after the incident. All of that was news to Harry. For starters, he had assumed that Ron and Hermione had once again ignored his wishes and let Dumbledore know he had left Privet Drive. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that had not been the case, or had they simply not had the opportunity before Dumbledore attempted to retrieve him. He was also a bit irritated to learn that someone had been guarding the house in secret, especially considering they had done a rather poor job of it. And how was he supposed to know that Dumbledore was arranging for him to be removed from Privet Drive? He started to reply to that effect, but Dumbledore held up his hand to forestall him. "I know, Harry. We had an unfortunate lapse in security at the worst possible moment, and you almost paid dearly for it. Fortunately, you rose to the occasion, as you so often do, and were able to save not only yourself, but the lives of your family." "I wasn't given much of a choice, Professor," replied Harry. "It feels like I always have to rise to the occasion, after being left to deal with things on my own." "Yes, Harry, your friends were kind enough to remind me of how often you have been placed in these unfortunate situations, often due to a lack of proper support or relevant information." Seeing the look of surprise on Harry's face, he continued, "You have some wonderful friends, Harry. I was pleased to learn that you had at least confided in them. It was only their reassurance that you believed yourself to be someplace safe that avoided a large-scale manhunt. I must ask, however, why you did not attempt to join them, or perhaps even seek out the burrow after you had left." "Because I assumed you'd find out about it and make me go back to Privet Drive." "I see, and why would you believe that?" "Because you always do," exclaimed Harry, jumping up out of his seat to pace about the office. "You make me go back there every summer. Even though I hate it. Even after I was attacked by Dementors, all I got were notes telling me to stay put. Do you have any idea what it's like for me there?" He felt a flash of anger and had the sudden urge to attack the man behind the desk, a sensation that somewhat frightened Harry, once he recognized it for what it was. At that moment, Dumbledore sighed deeply and once again removed his spectacles, which gave Harry further pause. As he turned to look at the headmaster, Harry couldn't help but think that he'd never seen the man looking so vulnerable. "I am afraid I do, Harry," Dumbledore replied sadly. "Please sit down," he said, gesturing to the seat in front of him. Harry reluctantly dropped back down into the chair and spent the next several minutes listening to Dumbledore's explanation of the days following Voldemort's downfall, the blood-based protection he had invoked to keep Harry safe from the Dark Lord and his followers, and his admittedly flawed rationale in keeping that information from him all those years. "Do you see, Harry?" he asked, after the rather lengthy explanation. "From the time you were a small child, my priority has been to keep you alive and safe from Lord Voldemort. You were never told of what happened because I believed you were better off living a somewhat normal life, at least until you were ready. I also felt that providing you with any of this information would serve only to frighten you. I still maintain that it was the correct decision at the time, but have you spotted my mistake?" Still reeling from the flood of new information, Harry simply shook his head. "I'm an old man, Harry," admitted Dumbledore. "In fact, many of those who may be considered old by your youthful standards are still practically children in comparison. It is a common failing of age to forget how the young think and feel, and I myself seem to have fallen into that trap. You are no longer a small child, Harry, yet I neglected to adjust my plans as you grew older and more capable." Dumbledore paused for a moment, allowing Harry time to consider everything he'd just been told. "Do you recall our conversation at the end of your first year, as you lay in the hospital wing recovering from your encounter with Voldemort?" "I think so, sir." "Do you remember asking me why Voldemort had tried to kill you when you were a baby?" Harry nodded. "Ought I to have told you then?" Harry sat up straighter in his chair and leaned forward slightly, his heart now racing. Did this mean that Voldemort really had targeted him specifically, and not his parents? Was he finally going to learn why he'd been plagued by the attention of the darkest wizard in recent history? Perhaps I should have, but I convinced myself that 11 was far too young to learn the truth, and that I still had plenty of time. Over the next few years, I observed you overcoming challenges that most fully grown wizards have never faced. You've been forced to struggle more than any young witch or wizard I have ever encountered, yet you have never once failed to overcome the obstacles set before you. You are a remarkable young man, Harry, and I have come to realize that I should have entrusted you with certain information long ago. And your dreaming about the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries has only confirmed that in my mind. If Harry wasn't already on the edge of his seat, that last nugget of information would have done it. There was a pregnant pause between them as Harry's mind raced with possibilities, until Dumbledore finally resumed speaking. Voldemort tried to kill you when you were a child because of a prophecy made shortly before your birth. He knew the prophecy had been made, though he did not know its full contents. He believed he was fulfilling the prophecy by killing you, only to learn how mistaken he was when his curse backfired on himself. Ever since he returned to his body, he has been determined to hear the prophecy in its entirety. Your miraculous escape from him last June obviously playing a significant role in that. Harry suddenly felt as if the world had fallen out from under him, and for a moment, it was almost as if he was drifting alone in space. A prophecy, about me? He asked in confusion, still reeling. What did it say? For now, I can only show you part of it, said Dumbledore. He stood up and went to retrieve his pensive from its cabinet, eventually setting the stone basin down on his desk. For reasons I will explain, Shorty, I still do not believe it is safe for you to hear the entire prophecy, although I think that day will come sooner, rather than later. Dumbledore sat back down at his desk, and with a deep breath, he took his wand and prodded at the silvery substance within. A familiar, shawl-clad figure rose up out of the basin and began slowly revolving. Harry had been present for one of Professor Trelawney's legitimate predictions at the end of his 3rd year, and this memory version of his divination teacher spoke in the same harsh, hoarse tones as she had at that time. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord APPROACHES, born to those who have thrice DEFIEDHIM, born as the 7th month dies, and... Dumbledore quickly removed his wand from the basin, and the image of Professor Trelawney froze in place before sinking back down into the pensive. Harry just sat there staring at the place where she had been, not saying a word. Dumbledore seemed content to remain quiet and allow Harry time to process what he'd heard, until finally, Harry himself broke the silence. Professor Dumbledore, what? Harry's mouth was dry. He swallowed roughly, but the words still wouldn't come out. Dumbledore kindly conjured him a glass of water, which Harry gladly accepted before reattempting his question. What did that mean, sir? And why did Voldemort think it was about me? It meant, Harry, that the person with the ability to permanently put an end to Lord Voldemort would be born at the end of July of that year, to parents who had already defied him 3 times, explained Dumbledore. And my parents. Yes, Harry. Your parents were both extraordinary individuals who actively fought against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, at least, up until you were born, he replied softly. It wasn't very specific, though, Harry pointed out. How can you be sure I'm the one? Interestingly enough, there were initially 2 Bobbies who fit the criteria. One of them was you, of course, and the other was Neville Longbottom. Harry's eyebrows shot up at that. Neville, are you sure? I am sure, Harry, said Dumbledore. I cannot yet reveal the rest of the prophecy to you, but I am afraid that there is no doubt that you are the one of whom the prophecy speaks. Harry felt another wave of irritation. Dumbledore had gone through a lot of effort to explain how keeping information from Harry had been a mistake, and yet here he was, once again keeping him in the dark. He took a few deep breaths and tried to center himself before he spoke. Sir, why won't you tell me the rest? He asked, with as much politeness as he could muster. Don't I have a right to know? Indeed, you do, Harry, more than anyone, I should think. However, I believe that letting you hear the rest of the prophecy would be a grave mistake. And why is that, sir? Questioned Harry. Tell me, Harry, do you recall our conversation many years ago about your scar, and how it is a sign of the connection between you and Voldemort? Harry nodded, feeling slightly apprehensive about where this might be going. Would I be correct in assuming that your scar has bothered you more than usual this summer? Gingerly touching his hand to his forehead, Harry replied wearily, Yes, sir. Most of the time it's not too bad, but it'll hit me pretty hard every couple of days. It's even woken me up a few times, he added, trying hard not to think about his nightmares. I expected as much, Dumbledore informed him. Have you been experiencing any other unusual symptoms? Harry debated whether or not he should answer, but he figured if anyone would be able to explain, it would be Dumbledore. I sometimes get these flashes of anger that don't really make sense. It's like the anger doesn't actually belong to me, but it affects me anyway. I see, said Dumbledore, steepling his hands thoughtfully in front of him. I believe the most plausible explanation is that you have been experiencing Lord Voldemort's emotions. What? Yelped Harry, a cold feeling suddenly gripping him. I had hypothesized that your connection to Voldemort would strengthen, now that he has returned to his full powers. As I recall, just last year you experienced a vision of sorts, seeing events as they transpired around Voldemort. Harry nodded dumbly. I would not be surprised if those visions were to increase in frequency. Sensing when Voldemort is experiencing a powerful emotion, such as anger, is another side effect of your connection, explained Dumbledore, now leaning forward in his chair as he addressed Harry. That's, attempted Harry, but he couldn't find the words. He felt unclean, dirty. Yes, as unsettling as that knowledge must be, I am afraid there is more, continued Dumbledore. As I mentioned earlier, Voldemort has been focused on hearing the remainder of the prophecy since you escaped him this past June. According to my sources, he has become quite obsessed with the notion, believing the prophecy to reveal the solution to dealing with you. Me? Yes, Harry. Do not forget that you have personally thwarted Voldemort more than anyone ever has before, something which I am certain he takes as a personal insult. That's crazy, Harry insisted, shaking his head in disbelief. I stood no chance against him. I just got lucky, that's all. That may well be the case, but the fact remains that 2 months ago, you managed to embarrass him yet again, and this time, in front of his loyal Death Eaters. He will not risk another such humiliation without knowing the full prophecy. Just this morning, you told me that you have been dreaming about the entrance to the Department of Mysteries, correct? Harry nodded in acknowledgement, and Dumbledore leaned forward once more. What would you say if I told you that deep within the Department of Mysteries, there is a room that contains a record of every prophecy given in the British Isles since the formation of the department? Harry paled as he considered the implications. I see you've made the connection, said Dumbledore. You have been dreaming of the Department of Mysteries because Voldemort's mind has been fixated on gaining access to that very place. What I cannot yet determine is whether you are merely picking up on his stray thoughts, or if he is intentionally sending you these images in order to entice you there. Entice me there? Why? Questioned Harry. Do you think he knows about the connection? Does that mean he can get into my mind too? Yes, Harry, I believe we must assume that to be the case, replied Dumbledore, causing Harry to go slightly pale. Only those to whom a prophecy pertains may safely touch it, and Voldemort is unlikely to enter the Ministry at this time, not when they are doing such a splendid job of ignoring his return. So, do you understand why I cannot show you the remainder of the prophecy? You think that if I know it, there's a good chance Voldemort will know it too, Harry answered glumly. Precisely. I was able to show you the beginning of the prophecy because Voldemort has already heard it. A young Death Eater was eavesdropping on my meeting with Sybil when she gave the prophecy. He was found and escorted out before he could listen to it all, but he relayed what he had heard to his master, which eventually led to Voldemort targeting your family, believing you to be the subject of the prophecy. Who was it? Growled Harry, now filled with a sudden rage that was almost certainly his own. I believe that is a question for another time, Dumbledore replied calmly. For the time being, our priority should be to teach you to protect your mind from Voldemort. There is an obscure branch of magic known as occlumency, which is used to defend the mind from external influence. I believe that if you can become proficient in this practice, then it should be safe for you to hear the remainder of the prophecy. So you think this, occlumency, can help keep Voldemort out of my mind? Harry asked hopefully. I do, confirmed Dumbledore, as well as prevent you from feeling his anger or seeing further visions. That sounds great, sir. How do I learn? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair as if he were considering Harry's question. I ask that you allow me to address that with you once you return to Hogwarts for the start of the term, he said after a moment. As I told you, I have found myself reconsidering a great many of my plans for the year, and I believe this is yet another which must be re-examined. Okay, sir, agreed Harry. So now what? I think we have covered quite enough information for one day, Harry, so I would now like to bring you somewhere safe, where you can stay until the 1st of September. I believe you will be pleased to learn that Sirius, Miss Granger, and a large portion of the Weasley family are all eagerly anticipating your arrival. That sounds fine, sir, he responded, and with that, Dumbledore rose to his feet and began escorting Harry out of his office. We have a bit of a walk ahead of us, I'm afraid, said Dumbledore, the slight twinkle returning to his eye for the first time since they left the Ministry. We shall need to leave Hogwarts grounds before we can apparate to our next destination. The mention of apparition perked Harry up slightly. He'd been curious about the practice ever since he'd first learned of it. Instantly disappearing and reappearing at your desired location sounded like an ideal way to get to where you were going. He wasn't sure what to expect, but Harry was fairly certain that it couldn't be any worse than flu travel. Oh, Guzu. Daphne, hissed Astoria in a harsh whisper. Daphne, Daphne. The blonde girl rolled over in her bed and slung a pillow directly at her younger sister, who held up her hands at the last moment to shield herself from impact. Even though the sun was nearly at its peak, the room was still quite dark, owing to the heavy drapes drawn in front of the set of tall windows. Daphne, Astoria repeated grumpily. What is it? Groaned the older girl, sitting up in bed and rubbing her eyes. It's been nearly 4 hours since Harry's hearing, and he still isn't back yet. What should we do? Daphne took a good look at her sister. The normally well-put-together girl looked like she just got out of bed herself, even though she was the early riser of the pair. She clearly hadn't bothered with her hair that morning, and the faint circles under her eyes told Daphne that Astoria hadn't slept well the previous night, if at all. You look like shit, Astoria. Daphne, Astoria whined petulantly, unable to hide her worried expression. Fine, so Harry hasn't come back, she sighed. We all knew he might not be able to, right? Astoria bit at her lower lip and looked off to the side before responding. Well, yes, but what if something bad happened? She asked. What if they found him guilty and sent him to Azkaban? Daphne shook her head and fought the urge to roll her eyes. Having clearly not heeded her warnings, Astoria had obviously become attached to Potter, even though they'd known each other for less than a fortnight. Astoria, if you know anything about Harry Potter, then you should know that he always manages to get himself out of trouble. I'm sure he'll get in contact with us as soon as he can, so try not to worry so much. Well, he did promise that he'd write to me if he couldn't come back, Astoria replied thoughtfully. Maybe I'll go down to the cabin and see if Hedwig's still here. Thanks, Daphne. With that, Astoria turned and rushed out the door, her ponytail bouncing along behind her. I swear, that girl is going to be the death of me, Daphne complained to the empty room, before sliding out of bed to begin getting dressed. Oh, Guzu. As it turned out, Harry did not at all care for apparition. It was incredibly uncomfortable, the sensation being comparable to having one's entire body squeezed through a hosepipe. As soon as they'd arrived at their destination, Harry had to bend over with his hands on his knees and focus all of his willpower on not throwing up. It figured that as soon as he started to get the hang of using the flu, he'd have to deal with another method of magical transportation that didn't agree with him. By this point, Harry was completely drained, both mentally and physically. It was hard to believe that only a few hours ago he was greeting Astoria at the cabin before he left for his hearing. So much had happened since then that it felt like a lifetime ago. Not to mention, his lack of sleep the previous night was also starting to catch up with him. Chapter 7, A Grim Old Place. It would be impossible to overstate how relieved Harry felt after clearing the air with his two best friends. Difficult times were upon them, and Harry recognized that he needed people he could trust. Feeling confident that he could confide in Ron and Hermione without worrying about them, spilling his secrets could make a world of difference in the coming years. With that in mind, Harry went into detail, bringing his friends up to speed on everything that had befallen him that summer. Naturally, he gave them a blow-by-blow account of the Dementor attack, including the abundance of letters sent to him afterwards. Hermione was particularly intrigued by Harry's wandless summoning charm and vowed to research the phenomenon once they got back to Hogwarts, and they were both floored by the knowledge that Aunt Petunia was somehow acquainted with Professor Snape. Harry went on to explain his theories surrounding the Ministry's motives for targeting him and how they influenced his decision to leave Privet Drive. He attempted to gloss over exactly where he went and what he had been doing during his 10-day absence, something that both Ron and Hermione picked up on immediately, of course. He didn't give in when they attempted to question him on it, but he knew he'd have to tell them something, or else risk the delicate trust they were working to rebuild. "Look, it's not like I don't trust you, I definitely do," explained Harry. He ran his hand through his mop of black hair and sighed heavily. "I can tell you this much," he continued. "I did receive help from someone, and this person offered me someplace safe to stay. They also helped me find a solicitor for my hearing. I honestly owe them a lot." "That's great, Harry. I'm glad you didn't have to do it all by yourself, but why can't you tell us who helped you?" asked Hermione. "Think about it, with both Voldemort and the Ministry out to get me, helping me isn't the safest thing at the moment," Harry explained, with both of his friends conceding the point. "It'll probably come out sooner or later, but I promised I wouldn't tell anyone," he finally admitted. "What I just told you is way more than I'm planning to tell anyone else." Ron and Hermione were at least mollified by Harry's explanation, so he took the opportunity to switch subjects and go over the details of his meeting with the Mr. Cartwright, the hearing, and finally, his conversation with Dumbledore. To say that his friends were stunned by everything Harry had to tell them would have been a massive understatement. "So this prophecy," Ron said questioningly, "it says you're the only one who can defeat you-know-who." "That's what Dumbledore says, at least. Only I have to learn occlumency first before I can hear the rest of it." "It sounds like a fascinating branch of magic, Harry," remarked Hermione. "Do you think Professor Dumbledore would let us learn, too?" "I don't see why not," Harry shrugged. "I don't even know who's teaching me yet, though. I'll let you know once I find out more." "Hang on," said Ron, a sudden look of confusion appearing on his face. "You said Dumbledore himself did the spells to protect you at your relative's house, so how in Merlin's left ear did 2 bloody Dementors get inside?" A small smirk played at the corners of Harry's mouth as he shook his head, already anticipating his friend's reaction. "He explained that too," Harry told them. "The protective charm apparently works against Voldemort and anyone with the dark mark, but that's it. I guess it has something to do with his magic and my mother's sacrifice, but I didn't really understand it all. Anyway, Dumbledore didn't figure anyone else would be after me, or at least no one who would actually be able to find me there, so he reckoned that would be good enough." Ron swore loudly, earning an exasperated look from Hermione. "You don't have to be so crass, Ronald. Although I do admit that Professor Dumbledore's plan does sound a bit short-sighted," she confessed, sounding slightly disappointed. "Whatever the case may be, I'm definitely not going back there next summer. Maybe you can just stay with us at the Burrow." "Maybe," shrugged Harry. "For now, though, I'm starving. Can we go find something to eat? I didn't have much of an appetite this morning." The others readily agreed to that, so the 3 of them made their way downstairs to the kitchen. On their way, Ron and Hermione both shushed him as they approached the set of ugly velvet curtains in the hall, which Harry naturally found extremely odd. "So, what's the deal with those curtains?" he asked, just as the trio were entering the kitchen. "You mean the curtains hiding my hag of a mother?" a voice answered from across the room. "Sirius!" Harry shouted joyfully, rushing over to greet his godfather, who stood from his seat to pull Harry into a manly, one-armed hug. Sirius looked much healthier than he had the last time Harry saw him. His wavy black hair still fell to his shoulders, but it was clean and well taken care of. Although he was still thin, his face had filled out a bit and lost the gaunt appearance. He was smiling broadly at their reunion, only Harry couldn't help but notice that the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. That, more than anything, was how Harry knew that Sirius was still haunted by his 12 years in Azkaban, and he wondered if there would ever be enough time for his godfather to fully recover. "Why did you say those curtains are hiding your mum?" asked Harry. "Didn't anyone tell you? This was my parents' house." "Well, yeah, I knew that, but that still doesn't explain your mum and the moldy old curtains." "Ah," replied Sirius, nodding in understanding. "Well, there's a portrait of my dear old mum hanging there. I didn't think it was possible, but the painting's even more deranged than she was when she was alive. If we make too much noise, the curtains burst open, and she starts screaming at the top of her lungs until someone manages to force them closed again." "She sounds lovely," Harry quipped. "Just wait, I'm sure you'll get to meet her sooner or later," replied Sirius, accompanied by a bark-like laugh. "Sit down, Harry, and we'll catch up a bit whilst you eat some lunch. I see you found Ron and Hermione," he added, nodding to the others. "I did," he confirmed, only just noticing that Sirius hadn't been alone in the room. "Hello, Ginny," he greeted the youngest Weasley. "How's your summer been?" "Hi, Harry. Okay, I guess," she replied blandly. At least she doesn't run out of the room anymore, Harry thought to himself. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they all sat down together at the long table, with Harry and Sirius on one side and the other 3 teens directly across from them. They had only been seated for a few seconds when they heard a loud bang from outside the door, followed by an ear-splitting screech. "Filth, scum, mudbloods and freaks, begone from here. How dare you taint the House of Black with your foul presence?" Sirius rolled his eyes and flashed Harry an "I told you so" look, as he pulled out his wand and left the kitchen to silence his mother's portrait. He had only been gone for a few seconds when Mrs. Weasley bustled into the room, followed closely by Ron's brothers Fred and George, who were both grinning unapologetically. "I don't know how many times I've told you," bristled the Weasley matriarch, admonishing the twins. "You're not allowed to play with those things down here. It is absolutely—" "Oh, hello, Harry," she said, her tone softening at once. "Professor Dumbledore told us he'd be bringing you today. Your hearing went well, then." "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," he replied. "Good," she said, before placing her hands on her hips and addressing him again, this time a bit more sternly. "Now, Professor Dumbledore asked us not to give you too a hard time about running away, but I must say it was quite inconsiderate of you to make us all worry like that. Please be sure not to do anything like that again." Ron and Hermione looked at him apprehensively, as if they were fearful of his reaction. In truth, Harry's first instinct was to loudly defend both himself and his decisions, but he pushed it down. Mrs. Weasley was a mother, and even though Harry didn't remember having one of his own, this type of behavior was exactly what he had come to expect from her when dealing with her own children. Luckily, his conversation with Dumbledore had already given him the opportunity to vent some of his frustrations, so instead of retorting, he gave Mrs. Weasley a forced smile and nodded his agreement. "You're a good boy," said Mrs. Weasley, as she crossed the room and pinched him lightly on the cheek. "Much too thin, though. Sit right there and I'll fix you something to eat." "Thanks," he replied, flashing a grin towards his relieved friends. "Don't worry, Harry," said George, taking the seat next to him. "A scolding from Mum just confirms you're an honorary Weasley," added Fred, opting for the empty chair next to his twin. He checked to make sure their mother wasn't looking and then leaned across to whisper to Harry, "Let's catch up when Mum's not around. We've made a lot of progress on the shop, thanks to your donation." "Glad to hear it," Harry whispered back, hiding a grin. He'd given his Triwizard winnings to the twins to help with their joke shop, so he was pleased to hear they were putting it to good use. Just then, the kitchen door opened again. "Miserable old bat," grumbled Sirius, as he re-entered the room and reclaimed his seat at the table. "Don't know what you mean, Sirius," joked Fred. "Yeah, she's a lovely old bird. We don't know why you keep her stashed away like that," said George. "Well, if I ever find a way to get the old battle axe off the wall, you're welcome to take her home with you." Harry, Ron, and Ginny chuckled at the exchange, while Hermione just shook her head and muttered, "Boys," under her breath. It wasn't long before Mrs. Weasley floated a tray of sandwiches to the table and started doling out bowls of steaming hot onion soup, which Harry gratefully accepted. Conversation started to pick up as lunch was served, but Harry didn't participate much. Instead, he just took a bite of his sandwich and smiled inwardly as he looked around the table. After weeks of near isolation, being there, surrounded by his favorite people, gave Harry a warm feeling in his chest that he didn't want to forget. Now knowing that he was destined to play a large part in the coming war, it was good to be reminded that while Voldemort may be incalculably strong and have a small army of Death Eaters behind him, Harry had something the Dark Lord didn't, something worth fighting for. Oh, Luzu. Later that evening, after another raucous meal with the Weasleys, Sirius, and even a visiting Professor Lupin, Harry went wandering the decrepit old house in search of his godfather. There'd been so much activity that day that they didn't find much time to actually speak with one another, mainly because Mrs. Weasley had put everyone to work as soon as lunch was finished. The house was in terrible condition and looked as if it hadn't been cleaned in at least a decade, even though there had been a house elf living there the entire time. Creature was the miserable, old black family elf who had apparently spent the last several years isolated in the house and talking to no one but Mrs. Black's insane portrait. The elf obviously shared Sirius's mother's opinion of the current residents of the house, and his incredibly rude behavior was testing even Hermione's patience. Making matters worse was Mrs. Weasley insisting everyone clean the house without magic. Not even Fred and George were exempt, even though they were of age and legally permitted to perform magic outside of school. Being unsure of whether the enchantments around Grimmauld Place would prevent detection of underage magic, like the Greengrass estate, Harry elected not to press the issue and begrudgingly complied with Mrs. Weasley's instructions. The initial joy of being reunited with his friends had also tapered off a bit throughout the day, leaving Harry feeling a bit melancholy, and he got the impression during dinner that Sirius was suffering from the same affliction. The man would laugh and joke with the others when called for, but his eyes never lost their haunted look, and he would often go quiet for long stretches of time. Seeing that, Harry began to wonder if Sirius might actually be able to understand some of what he was going through. Maybe not the burden of the prophecy and his role in the coming conflict, but at least the struggle between the two sides at war within himself, the one who wanted to relax and enjoy some moments of happiness with the people he cared about, and the other, who would rather rage against the injustices he'd faced and take out his frustrations on those responsible. While he appreciated their efforts, Ron and Hermione could never fully understand what Harry was dealing with, no matter how hard they tried. It was for that reason he had decided to wander the halls of number 12, Grimmauld Place, in search of the one person who might be something like a kindred spirit. Harry had just reached a set of double doors at the end of the hall and was about to turn around when he heard a muffled screech from the room beyond. His curiosity getting the better of him, he cracked open one of the doors and peeked inside, only to be greeted by the sight of his godfather tossing a rat to a large hippogriff. "Is that Buckbeak?" Harry asked as he stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. The room itself turned out to be an exceptionally large bedroom suite. At one time, it was probably quite luxurious, but being used as a makeshift hippogriff pen hadn't done much for the ambience. The furniture had been mostly destroyed, the bed coverings and curtains were ripped to shreds, and an unpleasant odor permeated the room, the scattered piles of hippogriff droppings being one of the primary culprits. "We're calling him Witherwings these days," Sirius responded without looking back. "I doubt anybody would be looking for him, but Dumbledore thought it was better safe than sorry." "That sounds like Dumbledore." Sirius snorted, while Harry approached Witherwings and exchanged bows. "I suppose you would know something about that. What are you doing up here?" asked Sirius. "I figured you'd rather be spending time with your friends than your mangy old godfather. I'm sure they make for much better company." "They're great and all," replied Harry, "but they don't always understand. I've got a lot on my mind lately, and sometimes I need to get away for a bit." "I know what you mean." Sirius chucked the last rat towards Witherwings, then dusted off his hands and turned to look at Harry fully. "I'm surprised at you, though. I expected you to show up and start asking questions about Voldemort, but you haven't asked about the war at all. Your letters made it sound like you were practically dying for information." "I had a long talk with Dumbledore this morning, and he already answered most of my questions," revealed Harry. "He actually apologized for keeping so much from me over the years." "Did he now?" "Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting that," he admitted. "Ron told me that Hermione scolded him in front of everyone, so maybe that had something to do with it. I'm not sure I'd go that far, but she definitely made all of us think really hard about the way you'd been treated. If Dumbledore felt guilty afterwards, then he wasn't the only one," Sirius confessed, his eyes dropping to the floor. "Harry, I want to apologize too. I told you I'd always be there for you, but I seem to be failing at every turn. I need to know. I will do better, I promise." "I have to admit," Harry replied with a wry grin, "it felt a little off having one of the creators of the Marauders map telling me to lay low and keep out of trouble." I know," chuckled Sirius, holding up his hands in surrender. "My teenage self would kick my arse if he knew, and so would James." They both grew quiet at the mention of Harry's father. "Well, you're here now, and Molly isn't around to stop me from answering your questions," Sirius said finally, breaking the awkward silence. "So, was there anything else you wanted to know that Dumbledore didn't already cover?" The two of them sat down on what was left of the small sofa next to the fireplace, and Sirius spent some time catching Harry up on what the Order of the Phoenix had been up to. They'd had some modest success recruiting others to their side, although the Ministry's smear campaign against Harry and Dumbledore was significantly hampering their efforts. Otherwise, it didn't sound like they had accomplished much of anything, beyond gathering what little intelligence they could. The only other thing that caught Harry's attention was the mention of guard duty. "Guard duty?" he asked. "What are they guarding?" "Something inside the Ministry. Dumbledore won't say exactly what it is, but he's hinted that it's some sort of weapon that Voldemort wants to get his hands on." Harry sighed deeply and rubbed his forehead. "I think I know what it is," he said. "Really?" asked Sirius, clearly surprised. "Yeah," replied Harry. "I'm guessing they're guarding the door to the Department of Mysteries. You can't tell anybody about this, but somewhere behind that door is a prophecy." Harry took a deep breath and continued. "A prophecy about me and Voldemort." "A prophecy? Really?" Sirius replied skeptically. "I never took divination, but I'm pretty sure that most prophecies are worth less than that pile of hippogriff shite," he said, gesturing towards a relatively fresh pile, before vanishing it with his wand. "Yeah, well, apparently this one's real," Harry replied irritably, rising to his feet. "And even if it's not, Voldemort believes it, so it doesn't really matter what I think." He angrily kicked the remains of an old table leg across the room and turned back to Sirius. "That's why, Sirius. Voldemort found out about the prophecy and tried to kill me when I was a baby. That's why my parents are dead," he spat. "Harry, began Sirius after a moment, then buried his head in his hands for a while. "What does it say?" he asked finally. "I've only heard part of it. Apparently, I have to learn occlumency before I can hear the rest. But from what Dumbledore tells me, it basically says that I'm the only one who can kill Voldemort." Sirius sighed deeply, again rubbing his face with his hands. "And Dumbledore's sure about this?" he asked. "Do you believe you're the one?" "Of course not," scoffed Harry. "I fought him once already. He'd had a body for all of 5 minutes, and I was still nothing but a joke to him. How am I supposed to beat a monster like that?" Harry felt a prickle of pain lance through his scar, which only served to make him angrier. "The only thing I'm sure about is that he'll keep coming after me, no matter what." "So run away, then." "What?" "Run away, leave the country," Sirius insisted, rising to his feet to join Harry. "You don't owe these people anything. Get out and go live your life somewhere away from all this." Harry had to admit that the thought had never occurred to him. Could he really do it? Could he really just take off and abandon everything he knew just to start over someplace else? What good could he really do by sticking around anyway? Of course, if the prophecy was true and he wasn't convinced that it was, then he'd be basically handing the country to Voldemort on a silver platter. No, he knew himself better than that. As appealing as sitting out the conflict sounded, Harry knew that he could never sit by while innocent people suffered, not if there was a chance that he could do something about it. "I can't," he finally responded, slowly shaking his head. "Why not?" "Because that's not who I am, Sirius. And even if it was, there's no hiding from him, not for long at least. He'd come after me eventually, and one way or another he'd find me. This weird connection we have pretty much guarantees that, explained Harry, absent-mindedly rubbing his scar. Sirius walked over to Harry and placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it once for good measure. How can I help? Oh, Luzu. There you are, mate. Where have you been? Asked Ron, as Harry opened the door of their shared bedroom. He'd apparently been waiting up for Harry and was passing the time by perusing a Quidditch magazine. Just talking to Sirius. That's all right, then. It looks like you've got a letter, he replied, gesturing towards the opposite end of the room with his thumb. Hedwig. The snowy owl leapt from the dark wardrobe in the corner and soared over to Harry before gently landed on his shoulder. Hey girl, I'm glad you found me, he said, accepting the letter from her beak. Hedwig nipped his ear affectionately and allowed him to stroke her feathers for a few moments before gliding back to perch on the wardrobe. Who wrote to you using Hedwig? Ron asked curiously, but Harry was busy opening the letter and ignored his question. Dear Harry, I waited for hours, but I started to worry when you didn't come back, so I sent this with Hedwig hoping she would find you. If you get this, please write me back, if only to let me know you're okay. Astoria. Harry smiled as he read the short note. He was exhausted from a long and very trying day, but he decided to write Astoria back before going to bed. He owed her at least that much. Do you have any parchment? Yeah, there's some on the desk over there, said Ron, jerking his head in the direction of a beat-up old writing desk. So, who wrote you? He inquired a second time. Oh, it's the person who helped me. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, so I left Hedwig there. They just wanted to make sure I was okay, since I never came back after the hearing. Ron nodded and resumed flipping through his magazine, but Harry could tell that his friend wasn't thrilled with the idea of him having a secret correspondent. Look, Ron, said Harry, not wanting there to be any lingering awkwardness between them. I know you want to know where I was, but I made a promise. I'm sure it won't be a secret forever. Ron simply nodded again, instead of replying, but Harry thought he at least looked somewhat more accepting of the situation. Right, well, I should probably respond to this, but then I'm going to bed. It's been a long day, and I'm absolutely knackered. Harry went over to the desk to pen his reply. It took him the better part of half an hour to finish his response, and when he was done, he sat back in the chair to read over what he had written. Dear Astoria, first, you should know that I'm perfectly fine and also somewhere safe. Professor Dumbledore took me somewhere after the hearing, and it looks like I'll be here until it's time to go back to Hogwarts. If you haven't heard, I was cleared of all charges. It felt like a close thing, though. They brought me into this old courtroom that was pretty much a dungeon, and the Minister for Magic himself led the trial, which I found out was in front of the entire Wisengamot. The whole thing was mad, really. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't found me that solicitor. I want to thank you again for all your help. I'm not sure what will happen once we get back to Hogwarts, but if we don't get to talk there, I want you to know how much I appreciate everything you've done for me. Even though I was technically in hiding, I really did enjoy getting to know you and your sister while I was there. You can tell Daphne not to worry, because I haven't told anyone about either of you, and I don't plan to. If it's not too much, can you send Hedwig back with my things? I like my new clothes quite a lot and would like to keep wearing them. I also wouldn't mind having my firebolt back if you can manage to wrestle it away from Daphne. Thanks again. Harry. Satisfied with what he had written, Harry gave the letter to Hedwig and asked her to deliver it as soon as she felt up to it. After accepting the letter, the owl stared haughtily at him for a moment and then immediately took off out the window. Hedwig's latest display of unabashed pride put a smile on Harry's face, which quickly transformed into a deep yawn. Now feeling completely exhausted, he quickly changed his clothes and plopped down onto the bed, falling asleep within minutes. Oh, Luzu. Just a bit further, just a bit further. Harry slowly crept down the familiar corridor, eventually reaching the mysterious door that had been consuming his thoughts. Once again, he attempted to turn the handle, only this time it actually worked. His heart fluttered rapidly as he slowly cracked open the door, allowing a soft, twinkling light to pour out into the darkened hallway. All of a sudden, Harry stood up straighter and looked back up the corridor. Wait, why did I want to come here in the first place? He thought to himself, suddenly confused. Curiosity getting the better of him, he shook away the thought and stepped through the door, only to come face to face with an enormous snake. Poised as if readying itself to strike, the serpent was so massive that the top of its head nearly reached the ceiling. Harry immediately began to retreat, only to find that the only door had locked itself behind him. Harry looked up at the snake and readied himself for a fight, but the attack never came. Instead, the snake simply opened its mouth and began speaking to him. "Come, Harry Potter. Harry." Gasping for breath, Harry awoke with a start and scrambled for his wand. It took a few moments, but it finally dawned on him that he'd been dreaming. He was still in his bedroom in Grimmauld Place. Ron was snoring away in the opposite bed, and Sirius was standing over him with a look of concern on his face. His heart rate slowly returning to normal, Harry grabbed his glasses off of the nightstand and slipped them onto his face. He had no idea why his godfather was in his room, but the lack of light from the window told Harry that it was either still late at night or very early in the morning. "Sirius." Sirius held a finger up to his lips and gestured for Harry to follow him. Nodding his understanding, he quickly got dressed and followed after his godfather, taking care not to wake Ron. Moving quietly, Sirius led Harry up 2 sets of stairs to a hallway he hadn't been down yet. The gas lamps on the walls suddenly burst to life, allowing Harry to see how exceptionally filthy it was up there. The wallpaper was peeling, the carpet stained, and nearly every available surface was decorated with cobwebs. They eventually stopped at a blank stretch of wall, which Sirius then tapped twice with his wand. The wall silently slid to the side, exposing another narrow staircase. Lighting his wand, Sirius trekked up the staircase into the darkness above, Harry following closely behind him. More lamps lit the area once they reached the top of the stairs, revealing a very large but still fairly cluttered attic. Sirius paced the floor a few times while waving his wand and muttering under his breath, then turned to face Harry. "Good morning," he greeted Harry with a wide grin. Good morning, Sirius. What are we doing here?" "Well, yesterday you told me you needed to learn how to fight. Molly doesn't want you kids to know this, but this house is so bursting with enchantments that you can do all the magic you want without worrying about the Ministry finding out." Harry wasn't surprised to learn this, as he'd been able to do magic undetected at the Greengrasses' house. Still, it was nice to have his suspicions confirmed. "That's great to hear," he said. "So, does that mean you're going to train me?" "I'll do what little I can from here," replied Sirius. "For some reason, Molly is hell-bent on keeping you kids distracted with work. I think she's convinced herself that if she can keep you ignorant of what's happening out there, it'll somehow prevent you from getting involved." "She means well," Harry offered half-heartedly. "I know," said Sirius, "but she's deluding herself. That said, there's no use in causing more strife than necessary, which is why I brought you up here at 4:30 in the morning. As you saw, the attic is pretty well hidden, and I've spelled the room so that nobody can hear what goes on up here." "Great, so where do we start?" Harry asked excitedly. "Slow down, Harry," he laughed, holding up his hands. "You asked me about learning some more dangerous spells you can use to fight the Death Eaters," he continued, his demeanor growing more serious. "The truth of the matter is that I do know quite a few questionable spells, but I'm not sure I'm ready to teach them to you." Seeing Harry's impending protest, he quickly continued, "Please, just hear me out. You've seen where I grew up, so you can guess what sort of people my family were. I didn't have much of a choice when it came to learning magic like that, but you do. I've seen what dark magic does to people, Harry, and believe me, you're better off avoiding it if you can." "Can I, though?" Harry asked pointedly. Sirius sighed heavily. "I don't know, Harry," he replied. "All I know is that I don't think I can bring myself to teach you that. There's just too many bad memories involved. I may be able to get you some books to study on your own, but that's the best I can do." Harry was disappointed, but he understood where Sirius was coming from. "However," said Sirius, his expression brightening. "That doesn't mean I have nothing to teach you. There's a lot more to dueling than slinging nasty spells at one another, so that's what we're going to work on together." With a few sweeps of his wand, Sirius banished the assorted trunks, boxes, and other junk up against the walls of the attic, providing them with adequate room to practice. Harry noted that the open area was similar in size to the platform used during Gilderoy Lockhart's ill-fated dueling club in their second year, only a bit wider. "Well," Sirius said expectantly, a broad grin appearing on his face, "show me what you've got." Harry hesitated for a moment, then raised his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" The spell had barely left his wand when Sirius stepped to the right to avoid it, and before Harry could even react, a jet of crimson light collided with his own chest. Stumbling backwards, he looked on helplessly as his wand flew across the room and dropped to the floor in front of his godfather. "You have good form, Harry, and your spell certainly wasn't lacking in power," said Sirius, bending down to collect Harry's wand. "Expelliarmus is a useful spell, but the incantation is a bit of a mouthful, don't you think?" "I suppose so," replied Harry, as he accepted his wand back from Sirius. "I didn't hear you say anything, though. Is that how you got me so quickly?" "Exactly, but that's not all. You shouting your incantation not only gave me plenty of time to get out of the way, but it also let me know exactly what was coming. As you just saw, casting non-verbally is much faster, and it makes it harder for your opponent to know what spell you're using. If you want to have any chance of defeating adult wizards, you're going to need to learn how to cast silently." "Right, so how do I cast silently? Is there some sort of trick to it?" "No, not really," answered Sirius, his head cocked slightly to the side. "It's one of those things where you keep trying, and then one day you just get it. You're meant to start casting non-verbally in your 6th year, I think, but you're more than ready to do it now." "Great," he huffed, then screwed up his face in concentration and tried to silently disarm Sirius. After half a dozen or so failed attempts, Sirius could see Harry's frustration mounting and decided to try another method. "Think about it like this. Speaking the incantation is basically you letting your magic know what you want it to do. Casting silently isn't all that different. You just have to tell your magic what to do without using words." "I don't understand," frowned Harry. "What do you mean tell my magic what to do? How do I do that?" "I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this very well," muttered Sirius, rubbing his cheek contemplatively. "You know that feeling you get when you cast a spell, like your magic's flowing through you?" Harry just looked back at him with a blank expression. "What, are you saying you've never felt your magic? You don't feel anything when you're casting a spell?" "No, not really," replied Harry, suddenly feeling very inadequate. He thought hard about all the magic he'd done at school, and he could honestly say he had never felt what his godfather was describing, or had he? Now that he really thought about it, there had been a few instances where he felt something extra when channeling his emotions into his spells, some of them very recently. Was it possible that the rush of power he'd felt at the time was really just his own magic? "Well, now that you mention it," he continued, "the Patronus charm does give me a feeling sort of like what you're describing." That was true, of course, but Harry was thinking more about the spells he had worked on with Daphne. Once he'd figured out how to funnel his anger into his spells, the handful of dark curses they'd attempted had been positively easy for him to master. More than that, the feeling he got by using such powerful magic was exhilarating, almost intoxicating. Did other wizards feel something akin to that even when using mundane spells? "It takes a fair amount of power to conjure a Patronus, so I suppose that makes sense," Sirius replied thoughtfully. "It almost sounds as though you've been brute forcing your way through spells all this time, which you wouldn't be able to do with a Patronus." "Do you think it's because the spell relies on positive emotions?" asked Harry. "Probably," agreed Sirius. "Your emotions drive the spell, but ultimately it still draws from the magic inside of you. Most people believe that using magic comes down to intent, or like I said before, telling your magic what to do. If you think about it, using happy memories to power a Patronus is still just guiding your magic with intent, albeit in a very specialized manner." Harry had to admit that he'd never thought about it that way. He usually just memorized the wand movement and incantation for a spell and left it at that. The idea of using those things to actually direct his magic was a brand new concept for him. Why hadn't they been taught that at school? Or had they just gone over it while his mind was otherwise preoccupied? He really should pay more attention in class. "Listen, Harry," said Sirius, reclaiming his godson's attention. "If you've been able to get this far without learning how to properly channel your magic, then you're really going to be something special once you get the hang of it." "That sounds great, but how do I channel my magic without using my emotions?" Harry asked again. He was eager to learn, but he couldn't help but be a little frustrated at how vague some of the concepts they were dealing with actually were. "I know my stuff, Harry, but I'm not exactly an expert," Sirius replied apologetically. "You're probably better off speaking with McGonagall about it when you get back to school, or maybe even Flitwick. For now, though, try this. When you're alone in your room, try casting lumos or making something levitate, then concentrate on your magic while the spell is going. If you can do that, then you can try to recreate the feeling without saying the incantation." "Okay, I'll try it." "Excellent, then that will be our plan. Every morning at 4:30, we'll meet up here to practice spells and dueling, and you can work on feeling your magic and silent casting in your free time," declared Sirius, an eager grin plastered across his face. "Now, let's see how good you are with the shield charm." Oh, ooh. Several hours later, while Harry was busy trying to evict an infestation of doxies from the drawing room curtains at Grimmauld Place, Astoria and Daphne were having lunch together in the small dining room used by the family when they didn't have guests. "What are you going to do today?" asked Daphne. "I'm not sure," replied Astoria, dabbing at the corner of her mouth with her napkin. "I do have some summer homework left, but I think I'd rather try to finish my book. How about you?" "Depends on whether or not Father's still here." "Oh, is he home?" "I think so. At least, I saw him coming out of his office a little. Is that Potter's owl?" asked Daphne, interrupting herself as the white owl perched outside the window caught her attention. Astoria jerked her head towards where Daphne was looking, then tore across the dining room to open the window. There hadn't been any mention of Harry in that morning's Daily Prophet, which Astoria took as a good sign, but she was still anxious to hear from the boy himself. "Hello, Hedwig," she said as she took the letter. "Would you mind waiting a while in case I need to write back? You can go rest for a bit if you'd like, and I'll meet you down by the cabin later." "Why do you talk to the owl like that? Do you think she'll actually listen to you?" asked Daphne, even as Hedwig hooted in response to Astoria's question and flew off in the direction of the cabin. "I don't see why not. Harry talks to her like that, and she seems to understand him. She's a very smart owl," Astoria declared as she walked back to her seat. She breathed a sigh of relief as she opened the letter and skimmed the first few lines, but her eyebrows began to narrow as she continued to read, leaving her looking less than pleased. She snapped as she set the letter down on the table. "Why are boys so stupid?" "They just are," shrugged Daphne, though she had difficulty keeping the smirk off her face. "Why, what happened?" "Well, he was cleared any wrongdoing, so that's all well and good. But then, he goes and starts talking like we're never going to see him again, as if we'll just stop being friends. It's like he thinks that we'll all just go back to Hogwarts and pretend that the last 2 weeks never happened. Maybe he decided he doesn't want to be friends, now that he doesn't need your help anymore," suggested Daphne. "Nonsense, Harry would never be like that," Astoria replied dismissively. "No, he just thinks it's safer for us if we don't associate with him. He said things like this before, only I was there to make him see how stupid he was being." "Astoria, it is safer for us if we don't associate with him." "And I disagree. I'll admit it all seemed a bit scary at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I'm not actually that worried. Harry has plenty of friends at school, and none of them have been targeted by you-know-who." "Things are going to be different this year, and you know it," replied Daphne, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I know things are hard for you in Slytherin, Daphne," Astoria said sympathetically. "If you want to ignore Harry or mock him along with the cowards in your house, that's your business. but I am not going to allow others to dictate how I live my life. I've done enough of that already." Daphne looked angry for a moment, but then she closed her eyes and let out a deep breath. "I understand, Tori, and I've already told you that I won't try to stop you from being friends with him, but I need you to understand that there really are risks involved," she persisted. "I need you to promise me that you'll be careful." "I will be," Astoria replied earnestly. As annoying as it could be at times, deep down, she really did appreciate how protective her older sister could be. "What about you?" she asked. "Are you just going to act like nothing's changed?" "Potter already knows that for now, at least, I can't associate with him publicly, but that doesn't mean I have to pretend to hate him," Daphne explained. "We haven't had much to do with each other the last 4 years anyway, so not much will change. It's mostly just Draco and his hangers-on that have a problem with him." "I notice you're back to calling him Potter instead of Harry," Astoria pointed out. Daphne simply shrugged. "I figured I should get back in the habit before school starts," she explained. Astoria nodded and took another bite of her sandwich before giving her sister a wry look. "He asked about his broom, you know." "Oh. He said he'd like to have it back if I can wrestle it away from you." "Is that so?" smirked Daphne. "If that's the case, then I think I'd better hang on to it for a bit longer. It's not as though he'll need it before school starts." Astoria snorted in response before they both went back to their lunch, only to be interrupted soon after by another unexpected arrival. "Good afternoon, girls," Elias Greengrass greeted his daughters as he entered the small dining room and took his seat at the head of the table. "Hello, Father," the girls replied in unison, earning a slight chuckle from their father. "So, what were the two of you talking about before I arrived?" "Oh, father boys, of course," Daphne replied as she took a drink, her eyes dancing mischievously as she stared at her sister over her cup. Elias grimaced slightly at Daphne's response, but he recovered quickly. "Is that so? And were you discussing anyone in particular?" he asked with genuine curiosity, if a bit stiffly. "No, I was just wondering if anyone special had caught Astoria's eye. She is nearly 14, after all," replied Daphne. He turned to his youngest daughter expectantly, but Astoria held up her hands in protest and shook her head. "Don't listen to Daphne, Father. You know how she likes to tease me," she said crossly, just as Flopsy entered the room from the opposite door and served Mr. Greengrass his lunch. "I'm actually surprised to see you home. Do you not have any meetings today?" she added, rapidly changing the subject. "Actually, I do," he responded, more than happy to move off the prior topic. "I had to reschedule my meeting with a potential client due to yesterday's Wisengamot session, so I'm meeting with him this afternoon." "That's right, you mentioned something about a trial. How did it go?" inquired Astoria. "It was certainly interesting," he replied with a thoughtful expression. "It was easily one of the most unusual proceedings I've ever had to attend. Tell me, what do you two know about Harry Potter?" "Not much," Astoria replied quickly. "Why, was he involved somehow?" "Yes, he was accused of performing unauthorized magic outside of school and in front of muggles. He claimed to have only used the Patronus charm to repel 2 Dementors, which is concerning in itself. He wound up being cleared of all charges, but I admit to being curious about the boy." "He's a Gryffindor, so we don't have much to do with him," said Daphne. "He and Draco Malfoy hate each other with a passion, but other than that, all I know is that he seems to be Dumbledore's favorite." "I see," said Elias. "I'm not sure whether you've been keeping up with the Daily Prophet, but they seem to have it in for the boy lately." Both girls nodded in acknowledgement. "From what you've seen," he continued, "would you say he's the type to make up stories just to get attention?" "I don't think so," said Astoria, as Flopsy took away her empty plate. "I can't say that I know him well, but he's never seemed that way to me. Most of the school didn't believe him when he said he didn't enter himself in the Triwizard Tournament, but I always thought he looked uncomfortable with all the attention." "You seem to have observed him somewhat closely," her father replied questioningly. "It was hard not to notice him last year," she responded noncommittally. "The tournament was a big deal, and he is Harry Potter." "Very well," said Elias, sounding contemplative. Listen, girls, I want the both of you to be extra cautious at school this year, especially you, Daphne. There are a lot of unsettling rumors about, and if there is any truth to them, things may become dangerous before long. Astoria and Daphne quickly glanced at one another before nodding to their father in agreement. I'm glad you both understand. Now, if either of you see or hear anything concerning, I want you to write to me immediately. Understood? Yes, father, they responded. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, Astoria stood up from the table. If you'll both excuse me, I have a book to finish, she announced, before kissing her father on the cheek and exiting the room. The book would have to wait, however. First, she had a letter to write. Chapter 8, In Essence Divided. The remaining weeks of summer would fly by for Harry. Every morning, he would practice dueling with Sirius, and the rest of the day would be a whirlwind of cleaning and homework. Most days, Harry would be so exhausted by dinner time that he actually had to force himself to practice channeling his magic and casting non-verbally. Not to say those last weeks were devoid of excitement, of course. Indeed, there were several noteworthy events that disrupted the dreary monotony of number 12, Grimmauld Place, some amusing, others downright terrifying. One of the more light-hearted moments of entertainment occurred during breakfast, shortly after Harry's third practice session with Sirius. Ron had yet to drag himself out of bed, so Harry was sitting around the kitchen table with Hermione, the twins, and Ginny, while Mrs. Weasley busied herself preparing a large batch of scrambled eggs. As the teens were sleepily sipping their tea, Hedwig arrived outside the window, carrying a small parcel. Correctly assuming it was Astoria's response, Harry jumped out of his chair to let her in, silently hoping that Mrs. Weasley wouldn't notice. "Who's that from, Harry?" asked Hermione, a curious expression on her face. Rolling his eyes at his friend's lack of subtlety, Harry pocketed the letter and attempted to obscure the package behind his back. "It's nothing, Hermione," he replied quickly. "Just something I've been expecting." "Someone sent you something, Harry?" called Mrs. Weasley from across the room, a look of concern on her face. "Do you know who sent it? I really don't think we should be opening strange packages. It could be something dangerous or even cursed." "I'm sure it's fine, Mrs. Weasley," attempted Harry, but Mrs. Weasley wasn't convinced. "Why don't we let Bill take a look at it later, or even Alastor, just to be safe?" she declared, clearly uninterested in having a debate on the topic. Hermione gave him an apologetic look, while Fred and George shook their heads in sympathy. Fortunately for Harry, a freshly showered Sirius elected that very moment to stroll into the kitchen for his morning meal. "What's going on?" he asked, moving to join the teenagers at the table. "Harry's got a package," said George. "And Mum's afraid it's a present from you-know-who," Fred chimed in. Mrs. Weasley set a panful of scrambled eggs and a large plate of bacon down on the table, before stepping back and placing her hands on her hips. "I never said it was from you-know-who," she said reprovingly. "I just think it would be safer to let someone check it over before opening it." "Don't worry, Molly, I can do it," Sirius volunteered, drawing his wand. "Are you certain?" she asked, her tone making it clear that even if Sirius was sure, she wasn't. "I may be a little out of practice, but I'm fully capable of handling something like this," he answered confidently, if somewhat testily. Instead of waiting for a response, he waved his wand over the wrapped parcel a few times and gave it a sharp tap. "It's fine," he declared. "It's been shrunken down for transport, but otherwise there's nothing magical about it." "Maybe Harry's just got himself a secret admirer," Fred suggested waggishly. Hermione rolled her eyes and spooned some eggs onto her plate, while Ginny wrinkled her nose at the comment. Harry sighed in exasperation as he peeled away some bacon rinds to give to Hedwig. "It's not that," he asserted, hoping the others would drop the subject. "Come now, Harry, don't be shy," George said encouragingly. "It's about time you noticed the fairer sex. We were starting to worry about you." "Oh, come off it," groaned Harry, as the twins and Sirius chuckled, the latter patting Harry on the shoulder consolingly. "So, who is she, Harry?" probed George. "Did one of those older Gryffindor girls finally get their hands on you, or perhaps even a secret Slytherin girlfriend?" he added, wagging his eyebrows suggestively. "That's not it," he insisted, fighting off a flash of irritation. "I just ordered some clothes to be delivered. I don't have my trunk here and I needed some things." "Easy, mate. We're just having you on," Fred protested, holding his hands up placatingly. "Yeah, try relaxing a bit," offered George. "You shouldn't take life too seriously, Harry, or you'll never make it out alive." Harry snorted in spite of himself and went back to eating his breakfast. "Here, I'll resize it for you before you take it upstairs," said Sirius. "Finite." The package immediately quadrupled in size, and Harry noticed that while it was now easily large enough to hold his rucksack and all of his new clothes, there was no way his firebolt was fitting inside. "Don't worry, Harry dear. We'll send someone to collect your trunk and anything else you need before you go back to Hogwarts." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," he replied, and with one last bite of eggs, he tucked the package under his arm and headed upstairs before anyone else could ask questions. Ron was still fast asleep when Harry entered the bedroom, so he tossed his package onto the bed and sat down to read the letter that accompanied it. "Dear Harry, I am very glad that you are safe, and I was also quite relieved to hear that you were cleared. Your trial sounded positively dreadful. My father mentioned it again today at lunch, and even he seemed a bit disturbed by it all. He even warned Daphne and me to be extra careful this year. It honestly made me wonder if he's starting to believe you about you-know-who. What didn't make me happy was the way you wrote to me like you don't expect us to still be friends once we get back to school. Is that not what you meant by, if we don't get to talk at Hogwarts? You listen to me, Harry Potter. I am not one to throw away friends so easily. If it was all an act and you actually don't want to be friends, then please say so, but I have a feeling this is simply more overprotective nonsense. I've already told you that I'm not worried about people finding out we're acquainted. I admit it was quite exciting at first, when we thought Aurors or dark wizards could show up looking for you at any moment, but that all feels a bit silly now. I think we have a chance to become very good friends, and I'm not going to hide it because I'm scared of what may or may not happen. I wouldn't expect too much from Daphne, though. She's never been one to rock the boat, and with her being in Slytherin, I think it's all too much for her. Anyhow, I will see you on the 1st of September. I look forward to hearing about the rest of your summer, which is undoubtedly going to be more interesting than mine is shaping up to be. I've boxed up all of your things for you, except for your broomstick. Daphne wasn't keen on giving it up, but I'll make sure you get it back by the time school starts. I look forward to seeing you on the train. Sincerely, Astoria. Wow, she really let me have it, Harry thought to himself. Astoria could be very kind and sweet, but she clearly wasn't shy about sharing her feelings when she was irritated about something. Harry tried thinking back to exactly what he had written. He honestly hadn't meant to come across like he was planning to ignore her at Hogwarts. At least, he didn't think he did. What he was trying to convey was that it was okay if she wanted to keep her distance from him. After all, it was easy to be his friend in the privacy of one's own home. But things were bound to be different once they got back to Hogwarts, where everything Harry said or did was overly scrutinized. Shaking his head, he set down the letter and thought about what Astoria had said. Maybe she was right. Perhaps it was just more of his overprotective nonsense, as she so succinctly put it. Personally, he thought Daphne had the right of it, but if Astoria thought his friendship was worth the risk, then who was he to argue? He should probably write her back, though. "What are you over there smiling about?" Ron asked sleepily, now sitting up in bed. "Nothing much," Harry replied vaguely. "You missed breakfast, but there might be some left if you hurry." Now wide awake, Ron simply grumbled, "Bollocks," and raced out of the room, not even bothering to change out of his pajamas. Harry laughed at his retreating friend, grateful that he was so much easier to distract than Hermione. Oh, ooh. It took him several days of practice, but Harry did finally succeed in feeling his magic, as Sirius had suggested. Every night he would sit up in his room and levitate an inkwell or some other small object, concentrating hard on finding the supposed flow of magic. It had been a frustrating exercise at first, but he finally experienced a breakthrough one night after dinner. Oddly enough, he had been so exhausted after a long day of cleaning that he could barely concentrate at all, and that somehow made all the difference. As usual, he was maintaining a levitation charm, but instead of straining to feel his magic, his mind was in a state of complete relaxation as it hovered on the verge of sleep. In fact, he was very close to crossing over that threshold when he first noticed the warm, yet quite pleasant sensation swirling in his chest. As sleepy as he was, Harry almost failed to make the connection. Once Harry felt it, really felt it, he had trouble understanding how he could have possibly failed to notice it before. It was like opening his eyes for the first time. Everything seemed to be connected. He could actually feel his magic flowing like a river from his body, down his arm, and through his wand. As an experiment, he tried to force his magic to flow faster, but if anything, his attempt actually impeded the flow. Intuitively understanding his mistake, he once again relaxed himself and tried to picture the flow of magic as if it were an actual river. He envisioned a dam with a large sluice gate, which was currently allowing a modest amount of water to trickle through. In his mind, he slowly raised the gate and watched in awe as the little inkwell steadily rose towards the ceiling. This must be what Sirius meant by telling your magic what to do, he thought. You just have to learn the right language. Harry laughed to himself and willed his magic to flow freely. Only this time the inkwell shot straight upwards and shattered against the ceiling, leaving a black stain that he hoped no one would notice. "Damn," he breathed, though he was honestly too giddy from his success to actually care. He found a few of the larger bits of the broken inkwell on the floor, and deciding it was worth a shot, he felt for his magic and muttered "Reparo" under his breath. Tiny pieces of glass instantly zoomed towards him from all corners of the room, forcing him to duck. But once he uncovered his face, he saw the perfectly intact, albeit empty, glass bottle on the floor. The grin on Harry's face that evening would have made even the Cheshire Cat envious, but he wisely decided to stick to practicing with Lumos until he learned better control. A few days later, he was up in his bedroom doing that very thing when Ron and Hermione unexpectedly entered. "Harry, what are you doing?" squeaked Hermione, slamming the door behind her. "Oh, hey, I'm just working on controlling the flow of my magic. Here, watch," he said, and the light at the tip of his wand burned a brilliant white before gradually dimming, until it was hardly visible. "Are you mad?" she exclaimed. "Weren't you just on trial for using magic outside of school? Harry, you're going to be in so much trouble." "Calm down, Hermione," said Harry. "The Ministry can't detect magic in wizarding houses like this. There are way too many enchantments. Sirius told me days ago, and I've been practicing like this ever since." "What, are you sure?" "He's right, Hermione," said Ron. "Dad explained it to me once. I guess they expect the parents to enforce the rules, but I think my mum's the only one who actually cares." "Well, that's just completely unfair." "Fair or not, now that I know, I'm going to take advantage of it," declared Harry, as he made his wand glow so brightly that they all had to shield their eyes. "Oi, enough already." "Sorry," Harry laughed as he extinguished his wand. "Well, I'm glad you're managing to do something constructive with that knowledge, at least. But why are you working on that now, of all things?" inquired Hermione, who was still blinking away the spots from her eyes. "Oh, I'd never actually felt my magic before. I didn't even know I was missing anything, until Sirius mentioned something about channeling your magic. I honestly had no idea what he was on about." "Really?" asked Hermione, clearly intrigued. "You mean you've gone through 4 years of magical education without actually learning to control your magic?" "It sounds bad when you say it like that, but yeah," admitted Harry. "Looking back, I felt something whenever I summoned my Patronus, but hardly ever with normal spells. I've only just got the hang of it, but the couple of spells I've tried since I figured it out have all worked loads better than before." "That's incredible, Harry. It'll be fascinating to see how much you can improve. I'm sure it'll really help you with your OWLS, too." "You're probably right," agreed Harry, and then the three of them fell into easy conversation until it was time for bed. He considered telling them about his daily training sessions with Sirius, but ultimately decided to keep them private. It wasn't that he wanted to hide things from his friends. It was just that he enjoyed finally having some one-on-one time with his godfather, and he didn't want to give that up. For reasons Harry couldn't quite articulate, it felt like everyone else knowing would make his time with Sirius feel less special. He justified it by telling himself that he'd be spending plenty of time with his friends at Hogwarts, where he might even teach them some of what he'd learned that summer. Oh, Luzu. Cleaning the house turned out to be much more of an adventure than any of them would have ever anticipated. As filthy as the house was, they had actually managed to make a fair amount of progress, especially once Hermione had insisted that the three of them use magic to clean, whenever Mrs. Weasley wasn't supervising them, at least. They simply assumed that Fred and George were already doing the same, since the twins were actually of age. Most of the excitement actually originated from unexpected infestations of magical creatures, not to mention the litany of dark artifacts and cursed objects stored within the Black family home. Doxies and disturbingly large spiders were bad enough, but they also came across a small infestation of Bundemon's greenish pests that somewhat resembled fungus with eyes, hiding in the corner of the formal dining room. There was also what they assumed was a boggart knocking around inside an old writing desk in the drawing room, but Mrs. Weasley insisted they leave it be until Moody could take a look with his magical eye. There were also a few close calls with items that were wrongly assumed to be inanimate, including the set of purple robes that tried to strangle Ron, and one particularly unusual silver instrument, which suddenly grew spider-like legs and attempted to puncture Harry's skin before scurrying off. Even more sinister was the seemingly innocent music box that nearly lulled all of them into a magical sleep, until Ginny snapped out of it and quickly shut the lid. At one point, Ron had accurately described what they were doing as waging war on the house, as opposed to simply cleaning. Most of these little incidents were taken in stride, however, as they injected some excitement into what was an otherwise mundane and exceedingly boring set of tasks. There was one incident, however, from which no humor could be found. It occurred with just under a week left until their return to Hogwarts, and naturally it involved Harry. It all started when the teens were assigned the task of cleaning out an old curio cabinet. The shelves mostly seemed to be filled with uninteresting items, such as old family photos, rusty daggers, and other assorted trinkets. As it was, Harry had just set to inspecting an ornate silver box when his scar began prickling again. He ignored it at first, as it wasn't an unfamiliar sensation, but after the third instance, he sat the box down and decided to take a break. Glancing over at the others, he saw that Hermione and Ginny were observing Ron as he struggled with a small object of some sort. "I'm telling you, Ron, it's not going to open that way," said Ginny, sounding somewhat exasperated. "It might if I could get a grip on the bloody thing," Ron replied through gritted teeth. His scar still prickling slightly, Harry moved over to get a better look at what the others were up to. "What's he doing?" he asked Hermione, nodding towards Ron. Rolling her eyes, she replied, "He's trying to open up some old locket he found. It's obviously not working, which is probably a good thing considering how dangerous some of this stuff has been." "Right, I give up," declared Ron, passing the locket over to Harry. "Here, you try it." The locket felt heavier than Harry expected. It was oval-shaped, somewhere between 2 and 3 inches long, and was obviously made from solid gold. The outside edges were decorated with fine ornamental carvings, but what drew Harry's attention the most was the glittering green S in the center. It was comprised of several small gemstones, which Harry assumed were emeralds, poised in such a fashion that it closely resembled a minuscule snake. "It's an odd thing, isn't it?" Harry said to no one in particular, as he examined the peculiar locket. "Well, are you going to try and open it or not?" asked Ron. "You fought with that thing for ages and couldn't get it open. Why would it be any different for Harry?" scoffed Ginny. "I dunno, it's Harry," Ron replied with a shrug. The boy in question wasn't listening to their conversation, however, because he was still focused on inspecting the locket. "Do any of you hear that?" he asked, holding it up to his ear. The other three turned to him in confusion, mirroring his own expression. "You don't hear it. Here, listen properly," he said, passing it to Hermione. "It's making some sort of sound, but it's quiet, almost like it's whispering." Hermione held the locket up to her ear, while Ron and Ginny leaned in. The three of them seemed to share a look with one another before turning back to Harry. "I don't hear anything, Harry," Hermione said uneasily. Harry looked towards the two redheads, who both shook their heads while looking almost apologetic. Was he really the only one who could hear it? "Well, I think we should get rid of it," said Hermione, dropping the locket into the sack they were using to discard potentially dangerous items. A piece of jewelry that whispers to you can't be good, even if Harry wasn't the only one who could hear it. Right, and let's not forget that last time there was a voice only Harry could hear. There was a bloody basilisk in the walls, added Ron, causing Ginny to pale slightly and step away from the sack. Hermione slapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Was that really necessary, Ronald?" she hissed. "What?" he asked cluelessly, but she simply rolled her eyes and went back to cleaning out the cabinet. Still not sure what he had done wrong, Ron shrugged at Harry and got back to work himself. Still feeling a bit perplexed, Harry stood there for a moment gazing at the sack of discarded items. He understood why it made the others uneasy, but he really would have liked a chance to investigate the locket further before they chucked it. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that the locket was whispering to him, even though he couldn't quite make out what it was saying. Suddenly glancing upwards, he noticed that Ginny was still looking at him with a concerned expression. "Are you all right, Harry?" she asked hesitantly. "Of course," he replied, giving her his best reassuring smile before moving to join the others. Ginny didn't seem entirely convinced, but she chose not to pursue the matter further. The four of them continued to clean for the next hour and a half, occasionally being granted a few moments of distraction by Fred and George, who had been assigned to a different room. Another regular visitor was Creature, the old house elf, who kept sneaking into the room to try and liberate some of the items they'd binned. That only stopped after his fourth attempt, when Sirius happened to be in the room at the time and ordered the elf away. By the time lunch rolled around, they had nearly completed their task and were all in good spirits, except for Harry, who had become increasingly frustrated as the day wore on. This was mostly due to the regular twinges of pain in his scar, but also because he could not get his mind off the mysterious locket. There was just something about it that Harry couldn't let go. He'd become much more adept at feeling magic over the past week, and he was almost positive that his was actually attempting to pull him towards the locket, or was it the other way around? Making up his mind, Harry made himself appear busy when Mrs. Weasley called them down for lunch. "Are you coming, Harry?" Hermione called over her shoulder. "Yeah, I'll be down in a minute," he replied, continuing to fiddle with the stuck drawer in a nearby end table. "I just want to see if I can get this open first." Hermione nodded and followed Ron out the door. Ginny looked as if she wanted to say something, but instead she trailed out after the others without speaking. Harry gave them a few moments to get out of earshot, and then crossed the room to the sack where they'd been depositing the junked relics of the Black family. Foolishly, he was on the verge of reaching inside with his hand, but he caught himself in time and instead took out his wand and muttered, "Accio locket." The trinket flew up out of the sack, and Harry deftly snatched it out of the air by its golden chain. He could still hear faint whispering coming from the locket, which, oddly enough, seemed even louder than before. An odd sense of fulfillment came over him as he ran his fingers over the inlaid emeralds, almost like he was being reunited with a long-lost friend. Harry thought back to the comment Ron had made about the basilisk and was struck by an idea. He ran his index finger along the ornate letter S. It really did resemble a snake. Could it really be that simple? Squinting slightly, he gently rocked the locket back and forth in his hand. The soft, flickering glow of the gas lamps helped to create the illusion that the inlaid S was actually moving, so Harry's mind had no difficulty imagining a bejeweled serpent slithering back and forth along the golden surface. Leaning in closer, he took a calming breath and intentionally spoke Parseltongue for the first time in over 2 years. "Open." There was a soft click, and the locket swung open. Instead of photographs, however, the interior of the locket contained what appeared to be 2 mirrors. Harry peered inside, expecting to see his own green eyes reflected there, but instead, he saw a completely different set of dark, handsome eyes looking curiously back at him. Harry Potter. How do you know who I am?" he hissed in reply, maintaining the conversation in Parseltongue without even realizing it. "I have seen you, Harry Potter. Your magic calls to me," the sibilant voice replied. "I can sense your desperation. Yes, I am afraid your situation is even more hopeless than you believe. You will never be able to protect them. Not unless you join with me." "Who are you?" The voice laughed cruelly before responding. "Have you not guessed? You should already know the answer, Harry Potter. After all, I am you and you are me." "I don't understand." "You do not have to. Join me, and together we shall destroy your enemies. Join me, and you can save your friends from certain death." Every rational part of Harry's psyche was screaming at him to run away, that everything about the situation was wrong, but months of stress and worry had worn him down. It only lasted for a second, but in that brief moment of weakness, Harry couldn't help but picture himself, bolstered by the power of an unknown benefactor and cutting down scores of Death Eaters, while his friends stood safely out of harm's way. Suddenly, the dark eyes within the locket turned a piercing, scarlet red, and with a high, cold laugh, a plume of dark smoke burst out of the locket, knocking Harry backwards onto the floor. Holding his hand up to ward off whatever had come out of the locket, Harry looked up and saw a pair of red eyes glowing from within the smoky cloud, which was slowly coalescing into the shape of a man. Recognition lanced through Harry like a bolt of lightning. He had made a huge mistake. "Now do you understand, Harry Potter? Our destinies have always been entwined," hissed the disembodied spirit, who somehow was also Lord Voldemort. Before he could even begin to respond, swirling tendrils of black smoke darted out of the cloudy mass towards Harry, completely engulfing him. The pain was indescribable. His skull felt like it was being split by a red-hot axe, right across the spot where the scar resided on his forehead. Harry couldn't be sure whether he had endured it for hours or mere seconds. Such was the nightmare in which he was trapped. It was as if his entire being was being surrounded by a malevolent force, encircled by the deadliest of serpents, with no possibility of escape. "Submit, Harry," ordered Voldemort, his voice seemingly coming from both within and without. "Submit to me, and you shall have the power you desire. Submit, and the pain will stop." "No," shouted Harry in his mind. "I have to fight it." Harry wanted to fight, but the pain was unbearable, almost as if he was being ripped in two. Still, a large part of him wanted to defy Voldemort, like he had so many times before. Even so, there was another part of him, deep inside, that somehow longed to join the Dark Lord. With every second that ticked by, that small, dark portion of his being struggled even harder to tear itself away and join its master. Or was it rejoin? It was too hard. Harry had been fighting for so long, his entire life, really. He couldn't be expected to fight forever, could he? Perhaps it was better this way. His will slowly receded, and cruel laughter rang throughout his essence as he felt his consciousness slowly slipping away. Darkness was mere moments from claiming him when several people burst into the room. "Harry!" they all called out, repeating his name over and over. The girl with the red hair was openly weeping. Why would she do that? Didn't she know this was the way things were supposed to be? Two more redheads, boys, this time, were trying to hold a third back, while the older man frantically waved his wand. "Harry, please, please, you've got to come back to us," cried the brown-haired witch. Something about the girl sparked a familiar memory from within him. A troll, no, a hippogriff, Hermione. The fog obscuring his vision lifted slightly, and the faces surrounding him came back into focus. Ron, Sirius, most of the Weasleys were there too. How could he even think about giving up, when the people he cared about most were counting on him? Harry's heart swelled with emotion as he looked into the faces of his friends, no, his family, while they begged him to come back to them, to fight for them. All of a sudden, the serpentine presence enveloping him loosened its hold. There was a brief moment of relief, which was swiftly replaced by the most excruciating pain he had ever been subjected to in his 15 years of living. The agony went beyond the realm of the physical. It was as if both his mind and body were being slowly ripped apart, bit by bit, until there was nothing left. The scream that left his mouth was matched only by the one he felt within himself, and as one final, violent slice of pain cleaved through his skull, Harry Potter went limp and knew no more. Chapter 9. Aftermath. As Harry slowly returned to consciousness, the first thing he became aware of was the sound of muffled voices nearby. He didn't understand what they were saying, only that the voices were familiar. His next realization was that he was laying on something soft, a bed, he supposed, although he wasn't yet able to open his eyes and confirm. What happened? His recollection was a bit fuzzy, but the one thing he was clear on was that there had first been pain, and then there was nothing. Slowly but surely, the fog inside his mind began to recede, allowing Harry enough clarity to listen in on the hushed conversation around him. "How am I supposed to know, Ron? Professor Dumbledore said he'll wake up when he's ready." "Yeah, I know, but are they sure he's really all right? I mean, look at him." "He looks fine, Ronald." "Come on, he looks all pale and skinny." "He always looks skinny." "Yeah, but still, don't you think he looks paler than usual? Any worse and he'd look like a bleedin' vampire." "Better than being a freckly git," groaned Harry, his eyes still closed. "Harry." Sitting up slightly, Harry propped himself up on one elbow and rubbed his eyes. He could tell from the Dacre that he was still at Grimmauld Place, but it wasn't the room he'd been sharing with Ron. Instead, he was laying on a 4-poster canopy bed set along the back wall of a large bedroom, which was decorated all over in green and silver. "How are you feeling, Harry?" asked Hermione. "Okay, I guess," he replied, still getting his bearings. "What happened? Wait, the locket." "Easy, mate," Ron said soothingly, urging his suddenly wide-awake friend to relax. "Whatever was in that locket, it's been taken care of. Dumbledore saw to it himself." "Voldemort," revealed Harry. "Voldemort was in the locket." Both Ron and Hermione's eyes bulged slightly at his pronouncement, but then Hermione shook her head in disbelief. "I don't understand, Harry. How is that even possible?" she questioned, a hint of fright in her voice. "Beats me, but it was definitely him," he replied. "Bloody hell," was all Ron could manage, although Harry thought that his friend had summed up the situation nicely. "Yeah, so what happened after I passed out?" Ron and Hermione looked at each other, and after apparently coming to an unspoken agreement, Ron explained events from their perspective. They had all been in the kitchen eating lunch when they'd heard the commotion upstairs. Ginny seemed to know right away that something was wrong and took off running up the stairs, followed quickly by the others, where they found Harry in the throes of a possession. "It was scary, mate," said Ron. "You were laying on the ground twitching and your eyes were blood red. We thought you were a goner for sure." Picking up the story, Hermione continued, "We were all scrambling around, trying to figure out what to do, when all of a sudden you screamed and this black stuff started pouring out of you, your mouth, your nose, and even your eyes. I think that's when you lost consciousness. That's when all the stuff that came out of you formed itself into a black, smoky cloud. It was terrifying." "Yeah, that was completely mental," agreed Ron. "I swear, that dodgy cloud thing had red eyes, too. Well, anyway, Sirius was somehow able to force the thing back into the locket." "Really?" "Yeah, he had a hard go of it, though. Makes sense, really, now that we know it was you-know-who." Harry nodded his agreement. "Then what?" he asked. "That's when they made us all leave the room, and someone called for Dumbledore," Ron replied with a shrug. "He spent about half an hour with you after he showed up, had a private talk with Sirius, and then he left. Took the locket with him, too. After that, Sirius came right out and told us that you'd be okay," continued Hermione. "Creature cleaned up this room for you, and you've been here ever since. That was yesterday. You've been unconscious for just over a day." "Wait, Creature cleaned it?" Harry asked incredulously, looking around in disbelief at the immaculately clean room. "Yeah, something weird's been going on with him. Mental, that one." "He has been oddly polite since yesterday," agreed Hermione. "But what about you, Harry? You must be hungry. Do you want us to bring you something?" "No, I'll get up and come down with you. Now that I'm awake, I actually feel pretty good." Ron and Hermione looked at one another in surprise, but they didn't argue when Harry slid out of bed and started making his way out of the room. He was almost to the door when he stopped, sniffed a few times, and then turned around, looking slightly abashed. Actually, I should probably grab a quick shower first. Oh, ooh. Harry's reemergence was greeted with all the fanfare one would expect. Mrs. Weasley smothered him with affection and tried to catch him up on all the meals he had missed. The twins clapped him on the back and joked with him to lighten the mood, and Sirius gave him a manly hug. Overall, the atmosphere was quite celebratory. Ginny was the only one who seemed to be missing the requisite enthusiasm. "There's something going on with her," concluded Harry, and he resolved to speak with her about it at the next opportunity. That conversation would have to wait, however, because he was summoned by Mrs. Weasley a few short hours later and told that Professor Dumbledore wanted to speak with him. This time, instead of being escorted to the headmaster's office in Hogwarts, Harry was ushered into the now fully cleaned drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Rising to his feet as Harry entered the room, the professor greeted him in his usual kindly manner. "Ah, Harry, it is good to see you up and about," he said jovially. "I trust you are feeling better after your ordeal." As per usual, the headmaster hadn't held back when selecting his attire for the day. This time, he was wearing multi-layered robes of lavender and violet with intricate silver trimmings, complete with a matching hat. "Yes, Professor," answered Harry, smiling in spite of himself. "Excellent. Do take a seat if you would. Once again, we have much to discuss," said the professor, gesturing towards the two high-backed leather chairs sitting opposite one another near the fireplace. Once they had both made themselves comfortable, Harry was struck by how odd it felt to be sitting down with the headmaster without a desk between them. "Now, I am certain you have many questions," began Dumbledore. "However, I believe it would be best if you first told me what happened from your perspective." Seeing no reason not to comply with the request, Harry launched into an explanation of everything that had happened the day before. The recurring pain in his scar, Ron trying and failing to open the locket, the sense that his magic had been drawing him towards it, and how he got the idea to use Parseltongue to open it. He then went on to describe the confrontation with Voldemort's spirit, for lack of a better word. Dumbledore listened with rapt attention, but didn't outwardly react, aside from a slight raising of his eyebrows when Harry recalled the feeling of being ripped in two. "I see," said Professor Dumbledore, once Harry had finished speaking. "That is quite the remarkable tale, Harry, and you should be proud of yourself. Very few wizards have the mental fortitude to win a battle of wills against Lord Voldemort, yet I dare say you have succeeded in doing so on more than one occasion." "I almost didn't," admitted Harry, the shame of it forcing his eyes to the floor. "I almost gave up. It was so hard and it hurt so much. If everyone hadn't shown up when they did, I might have given in." "You did not," Dumbledore replied forcefully. "In this particular case, it is indeed true that you were saved, in part, by the love you feel for your friends. However, you should not see that as weakness on your part. In fact, your ability to make strong connections with others is one of your greatest strengths, a talent which Voldemort sorely lacks. Once more, the true strength of the bonds you share is that they are reciprocal, and I encourage you to allow your friends to help you as much as you have helped them." "Yes, sir," agreed Harry, still only half convinced. "Now, I assume you are curious as to how an artifact containing the essence of Lord Voldemort found its way into your possession." "Yes, sir," he said again, nodding vigorously. "I must say it is a most fascinating story," said Dumbledore, "but in order for it to make sense, there are a few things you must first understand. Indeed, much of what I am about to tell you I had planned to share after you had learned occlumency, although fortunately, I believe that to no longer be necessary." "Really?" "Yes, Harry. I know it has only been a few hours, but have you noticed anything different about your scar?" Harry's hand, automatically, rose to touch his forehead. "Well, I did notice it looked a bit different when I caught my reflection after my shower, but the mirror was pretty foggy, so I didn't think much of it." "I see. And has it caused you any pain?" "No, not since I woke up." "Very good, then allow me," said the professor, conjuring a small hand mirror and handing it to Harry. "See for yourself, your scar has faded tremendously." Dumbledore was right. Harry looked carefully at his reflection, and the familiar lightning bolt shape was barely visible. What does it mean, sir? He asked, still gazing into the mirror and running his fingers along the faint white ridge above his eye. It means, Harry, that your connection with Voldemort has been permanently severed. He dropped the mirror on the floor, causing it to shatter. Really? He asked. That's great. More than you know, Harry, Dumbledore responded heavily, kindly vanishing the broken mirror. Tell me, have you ever wondered how it was that Voldemort survived all those years, incorporeal though he was? Well, it's Voldemort, mused Harry, so I always assumed it was some sort of obscure dark magic. An astute deduction, nodded Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort survived by creating objects known as Horcruxes. Harry just stared blankly back at him, having never heard of the term. A Horcrux, explained the professor, is the name for an object in which a person has encased a part of their soul. Their soul. Yes, Harry, their soul. The Horcrux is a most foul invention, as I am sure you would agree. The goal, if you have not already guessed it, is to guard against death. For you see, as long as part of the soul is concealed within a Horcrux, the creator remains tethered to the world of the living, even if their body is destroyed. And Voldemort made one of these, Horcruxes. More than one, unfortunately, replied Dumbledore. In fact, the locket was not the first of Tom Riddle's Horcruxes that you have come across. The use of Voldemort's real name was all the hint Harry needed. The diary, he gasped. Tom Riddle's diary was a Horcrux. Correct again, Harry, Dumbledore said approvingly. The fact that he made even one is concerning enough. The idea of him making several is considerably more worrisome, because, as I am sure you have realized, as long as even one of his Horcruxes remains intact, Lord Voldemort cannot be permanently destroyed. Harry sat back in his chair and attempted to come to grips with the implications. So the locket. Ah, yes, the locket. Believe it or not, I am fairly certain that the locket was once the property of Salazar Slytherin himself. Really, sir? Asked Harry, as Dumbledore nodded gravely. It is a shame for such an important historical relic to be ruined in such a manner, but that is the nature of Lord Voldemort. He cares for nothing and no one, apart from himself and his own ambitions. Right so, why was it here? Ah, well, that is a rather interesting tale. I shall permit Sirius to tell it to you in full, as it involves his younger brother, Regulus. However, the short version is that Regulus Black was once a Death Eater, who ultimately betrayed Voldemort at the cost of his own life. He managed to discover what the locket was and ordered Creature to destroy it before he died. Wait, Creature. Yes, Harry, the old Black family house elf. You may notice that Creature is now behaving much more cordially than he has shown in the past. He was unable to carry out his master's final command, a failure, in his mind, which has haunted him ever since, and he is much happier after your battle with the locket and its subsequent destruction. So, the locket has been destroyed. Correct, confirmed Dumbledore. Horcruxes are quite difficult to destroy, but fortunately, one of the few appropriate tools for the job happens to reside within my office. I left here with the locket yesterday and destroyed it as soon as I returned to Hogwarts. Harry nodded and thought through everything he'd just been told. His mind was going into overdrive just trying to keep up with it all. What did this mean for the prophecy, and what did all of this have to do with his connection to Voldemort? Sir, how long have you known about Voldemort's Horcruxes, and how many did he make? Dumbledore sighed heavily, as if steeling himself for something unpleasant. We are coming to the difficult part of this conversation, Harry, he said carefully. To answer your second question first, I have a theory which I am working to confirm, but as of yet, I do not have a conclusive answer. The professor paused for a moment and then continued. That being said, I have seen enough evidence to convince me that you, Harry, have personally contributed to the destruction of 3 fragments of Voldemort's soul. 3, he asked, a look of confusion on his face. Yes, Harry, 3, the headmaster answered solemnly. I first began to suspect Horcruxes at the end of your second year, when you handed me the diary and described the events that occurred within the Chamber of Secrets. After all, the phenomenon you described, a living memory, thinking and acting on its own, was something I had never heard of. The only theory that made sense was for the so-called memory to have actually been a piece of Voldemort's soul. I suppose that does make sense. I am glad you agree, replied Dumbledore, inclining his head towards him. There were other signs, of course, including some of what you relayed of Voldemort speaking to his Death Eaters in the graveyard, particularly the part about going further than anybody along the path that leads to immortality. The headmaster once again leaned back in his chair and gazed back at Harry, a hint of sadness lingering behind his pale blue eyes. And finally, he continued, I can now admit that ever since last year, I had been growing increasingly concerned about your connection to Voldemort. There was a pregnant pause between them, as Dumbledore allowed Harry time to work out the meaning behind his words. For Harry's part, he had been given a lot of information to digest in a short period of time, so it took him a little while to come around to what his connection to Voldemort had to do with Horcruxes. And then it hit him. Wait, are you telling me that I'm a Horcrux? Were, Harry, Dumbledore corrected him, as reassuringly as he could. I do not believe you were ever a proper Horcrux, so to speak, but yes, you had been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul within you from the moment he attacked you as a baby, all the way up until yesterday. The knot in Harry's stomach loosened slightly at Professor Dumbledore's clarification, but in the moment, those words did little to comfort him. He felt dirty, tainted. He had been the unwitting host for a piece of that monster's soul for most of his life. That's why it hurt when Voldemort was nearby. That's why he could see Voldemort's thoughts. That's why he had spent the entire summer saddled with anger that didn't belong to him. Where did he go from here? How could he go on knowing he had spent so long with that abomination attached to him? Perhaps further explanation might help you accept what you have just learned, if I may. Harry nodded dumbly, still staring at the floor. In order to truly damage one's soul, one must commit an act of unspeakable evil, namely, cold, premeditated murder. In order to create a Horcrux, a wizard must take advantage of that damage to split off a portion of their soul and encase it within an object via a dark ritual, of which I shall not discuss. By the time Voldemort arrived at Godric's Hollow that fateful evening, his soul had already been maimed by decades of evil deeds, along with the creation of multiple Horcruxes. When his curse rebounded on himself, a piece of his already fractured soul broke off and attached itself to the nearest living thing, you, Harry. That's, began Harry, but he ended up just shaking his head, unable to find the words. Now, what happened to you yesterday is, as far as I know, completely unprecedented, continued Dumbledore. As such, I cannot speak with absolute certainty, but I do believe I have come up with a reasonable theory as to what occurred. Harry nodded and leaned forward in his seat. First, let us consider the fact that you felt yourself drawn towards the Horcrux. I believe you specifically said that you felt your magic pulling towards it. Yes, sir, nodded Harry. I've been working on feeling my magic since I've been here, and I definitely felt like it was drawing me towards the locket. Ah, certainly a skill worth practicing, praised Dumbledore. It is my belief that it was actually the soul piece attached to you that was reaching out, via your magic, to its brother piece within the locket. I would not be surprised if it had been subtly doing so the entirety of your stay at headquarters. That makes sense, Harry replied thoughtfully. Yes, I thought so as well, said the headmaster. Conversely, the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within the locket recognized its companion piece within you, which is why you thought you heard it speaking to you in Parseltongue, if I were to hazard a guess. The fact that you felt a strong compulsion to open the locket that went beyond normal curiosity does not surprise me. Professor Dumbledore paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating his next words. Steepling his fingers in front of him, he continued, Now, here we must enter the realm of guesswork and suppositions. It is important to remember that the piece of Voldemort's soul was never part of you. It was merely clinging to you for survival. I am fairly certain that over the years, it was your mother's lingering protection that helped to keep your souls separate. However, those conditions changed when you were possessed by the fragment from the locket. Harry's head was swimming, but he tried his best to stay with the conversation. Dumbledore paused again to ask if he was okay to continue, and even though he was starting to get a headache, Harry nodded and waved him on. Earlier, I asked you to describe for me what happened in your own words. On more than one occasion, you mentioned feeling like you were being pulled or ripped apart. It is my belief that this sensation was caused by the fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to yours straining to pull itself away and rejoin its brother. If you think about it, the fact that you have always felt pain in your scar whenever Voldemort was near can be explained by the same phenomenon. When you forced the invading soul from the locket to retreat, I believe the part that attached itself to you when you were a baby forcibly tore itself away from your soul, choosing instead to follow its brother. Harry nodded vaguely and absent-mindedly rubbed what was left of his famous scar. Logically, by having the two pieces of the same soul in such close proximity with one another, inhabiting the same body, in fact, it is not surprising that they would attempt to recombine. They were, after all, once part of the same being, and each also held a degree of sentience. The fact that they were both merely fragments, forcefully separated from the whole for years, may have even been the difference. If Voldemort himself had attempted to possess you, for example, I am not sure whether events would have unfolded as they did yesterday. So it's gone then? Asked Harry, focusing on what was, to him, the most pertinent question. The piece of him that was inside me is gone for good. Yes, Harry, you are no longer playing host to part of Lord Voldemort's soul. Based on what Sirius told me, I believe that both fragments were forced back into the locket, whether they had successfully combined or not. So he can be killed now. No, Harry, I cannot say that with any degree of confidence, said Dumbledore. Knowing Tom Riddle as I did, I believe it quite likely that there are more of his Horcruxes left to discover. And he can't be killed until all the Horcruxes are destroyed. That is correct. And all this time, there was one inside of me. Dumbledore didn't say anything in response. Instead, he bowed his head sadly and nodded in confirmation. How long have you known? Harry asked icily. How long have you known that I had to die? He shouted, rising to his feet. What would you have done if yesterday never happened? Did you expect me to just sacrifice myself? Harry began packing around the room as he fumed, grasping at his mop of black hair in frustration while Dumbledore remained silent. After a while, he deflated and plopped back into his chair, holding his head in his hands. Why is it always me, Professor? When is it going to be enough? I am sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, a single tear running down his cheek. I did not know for certain until yesterday, but I admit that I had my suspicions. Why didn't you tell me? Repeated Harry, more quietly this time. Much for the same reasons we discussed in my office, he replied sadly. I could not bring myself to burden you at such a young age. That, and I had not yet confirmed my suspicions. I can at least tell you that I had been working on devising a way to deal with the fragment whilst giving you the best possible chance of survival, something which I am grateful is no longer necessary. When you say giving me the best possible chance of survival, I take it there would also have been a good chance I wouldn't survive. That is correct. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. Harry was struggling to come to grips with the idea that, until yesterday, he had needed to die in order for Voldemort to be defeated. Was Dumbledore really planning on leaving his survival up to chance? It was obvious that the headmaster was nearly as unhappy about the situation as he was, but that was of little comfort to Harry. At this point, he wasn't sure that he could ever completely trust the man, but Harry also knew that he would need Dumbledore's help if he wanted to defeat Voldemort. Where do we go from here, sir? He asked emotionlessly. I would suggest that you first listen to the full prophecy, if you still wish to do so, of course, replied Professor Dumbledore. I invite you to join me in my office after the welcoming feast, so that you may view my full memory of the prophecy being given. Harry nodded his agreement. Secondly, I would ask for you to permit Madame Pomfrey to perform weekly examinations on your body and magic, temporarily, of course. Why is that, sir? He asked with a look of distaste. For all the time Harry spent in the hospital wing, it would never be his favorite place in the world. Well, Harry, replied Dumbledore, as I mentioned before, what happened to you yesterday is unprecedented, and I believe it would be prudent to monitor you for a time, to make sure you do not experience any detrimental side effects related to your ordeal." "What sort of side effects?" he asked anxiously, having not yet considered the idea that there could be long-term consequences. "I honestly have no idea," replied the professor. "It is quite possible that you won't notice any difference whatsoever. Your magic may even benefit from the removal of the foreign soul piece, especially if any part of it had been parasitic in nature. The checkups with Madame Pomfrey are merely a precaution." "All right," agreed Harry, shrugging in defeat. "And finally, I believe now may be the correct time for me to become more directly involved in your magical education." Harry immediately perked up at that. "Yes, Harry, as you are well aware, recent events have forced me to reevaluate my plans concerning you. My priority at this moment is providing you with the tools necessary to survive the coming conflict. I believe there is much I can teach you, if you are willing to learn." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir, I'm definitely willing," he replied. "What will you be teaching me? Will it help me fight Voldemort?" "The deeds of my youth often lead people to believe otherwise, but I have never considered myself a warrior. That being said, I can certainly teach you things you are unlikely to learn anywhere else, and I expect much of it will help you survive your future encounters with Tom." "Then count me in," Harry said with vigor. "Very well then," replied Dumbledore, chuckling slightly. "I had a feeling you would very much prefer this to occlumency lessons with Professor Snape." "Snape?" Harry nearly shouted in disbelief. "You were going to have Snape teach me occlumency?" "Professor Snape, Harry," he replied sternly. "While I am aware that your relationship is less than amiable, Professor Snape is a superb occlumens, and I was heavily considering asking him to teach you. Fortunately, that is no longer a pressing concern, although occlumency is still a skill which I believe would benefit you." Harry nodded again, feeling no small sense of relief that he had avoided taking extra lessons with Snape, which almost certainly would have been a complete fiasco. "Now, I believe I have taken up enough of your time for one day," said Dumbledore, rising to his feet. Harry noticed the familiar twinkle had returned to his eye for the first time since they sat down. "I shall see you at Hogwarts on the 1st of September. In the meantime, I encourage you to share what I have told you with your friends. I believe they have proven themselves trustworthy, but otherwise, I ask you to keep the knowledge of Voldemort's Horcruxes to yourself. It would not do for Tom to learn that others know of his secret." The two exchanged farewells. And then Professor Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts and left Harry to his own thoughts. If Harry knew one thing for certain, it was that he'd already had his fill of mentally draining conversations for the year. After a few minutes of quiet contemplation, he exited the drawing room in hopes of squeezing in a good nap before dinner. Oh, Guzu. As much as he had been looking forward to going back to Hogwarts, the final week of summer felt somewhat bittersweet to Harry. He had grown accustomed to spending time with his godfather, and he had to admit that part of him didn't want to leave. Sirius obviously felt the same way, even if he didn't say anything. The way the man grew more and more sullen as they approached September was evidence enough. Knowing this, Harry really didn't like the idea of Sirius being locked in Grimmauld Place with no one but Creature for company, even if the elf's attitude had drastically improved. One bright spot had been Harry's marked improvement during their early morning dueling lessons. He had been steadily improving day by day, but his power and control had taken a huge leap forward after recovering from the incident with the locket. Harry would have liked to believe that the several hours he had spent practicing his magic was finally paying off, but he knew it was more likely to be one of the beneficial side effects Dumbledore had mentioned. Whatever the cause, Sirius was definitely impressed by the results. "Damn, Harry, what did you hit me with?" complained Sirius as he pulled himself to his feet. "Just a knockback, Jinx," Harry grinned in response, as his godfather dusted himself off and restacked the old trunks he had crashed into. "Well, it sure packed a punch. I noticed you cast it non-verbally, too." "Yeah, I've been practicing a lot," said Harry, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "I can't do it with everything, but it's getting easier." Sirius grinned and shook his head. "You've come a long way in a short period of time. Your dodging and shielding have improved a lot, too, he told Harry. Maybe during the holidays, we can work on deflecting spells. It's dead useful in a fight, and it looks pretty cool, too, he added with a grin. That sounds great. Good, because honestly, I don't know how much I have left to teach you, Sirius said disdainfully. I'm definitely not the wizard I once was. It's not your fault, Sirius. You spent 12 years in that hellhole. It would take anyone a long time to recover, Harry assured him. Maybe, but sometimes things are lost and never come back, he replied with a faraway look. Well, that's okay, too, Harry replied quietly. We'll get you out of here one day, and then you can live your life however you want. The older man smiled at the thought and nodded, but Harry could tell he didn't truly believe it. Changing the subject, Sirius turned and asked him, So, have you taken a look at that book I gave you? I have, but I haven't tried out any of the spells yet, obviously. A few nights earlier, Sirius had given him a thin, black leather book filled with the names, effects, and detailed instructions for some of the foulest curses Harry had ever come across, curated, apparently, by one of Sirius's great uncles. I'm sure you can find somewhere to practice at Hogwarts, just be careful, Sirius warned him. Some of the spells are pretty nasty. I will, Harry promised. And don't worry, I won't let myself get carried away. I just need to have a few tricks up my sleeve just in case. Good. Now, let's go get ourselves cleaned up before the others wake up. It'd be pretty pathetic to get caught on our last day. Harry snorted at the memory of the exchange as he waited by the front door for the others. He was definitely going to miss hanging out with Sirius once he was back at Hogwarts, assuming, of course, that they actually made it to the train. For Harry's part, he had grown so accustomed to getting up early that he had no trouble packing and getting downstairs well ahead of their planned departure time. The Weasleys, on the other hand, were in the midst of their annual last-minute scramble. Watch her, Harry. Hey, Tonks, he replied, greeting the young Auror. She was fairly new to the order, but she still liked to pop into headquarters every so often, just to visit. Sticking with pink today, are you? He added, nodding upwards towards her chosen hair color for the day. Tonks was a metamorph magus, meaning she could change her appearance at will. Her ability was well suited to her chosen profession, but she was also quick to use her talents for the amusement of herself and others. At least until we leave. I'm helping escort you lot to King's Cross, but I'll be in disguise. She screwed up her face in concentration for a moment, and her appearance suddenly morphed into that of a gray-haired older woman. So, what do you think? She asked, reaching up to pinch his cheek in a grandmotherly way. Laughing, Harry ducked out of reach. Honestly, I prefer the pink, he replied. But why do you have to go in disguise? I need to stay on the Ministry's good side if I want to be useful for the Order, she replied, before changing back to her usual appearance. They're not too keen on anybody close to Dumbledore these days, so being seen with people like you or the Weasleys isn't the best idea. Kingsley's in the same boat, but he can't just change his appearance like I can, she explained, referring to her fellow Auror and Order member, Kingsley Shacklebolt. I suppose that makes sense, grumbled Harry, silently fuming at the idiots in the Ministry, Cornelius Fudge in particular. The prophet had continued to bash both himself and Professor Dumbledore all summer, and Harry had no doubt that the minister was the one behind the ongoing smear campaign. What makes sense? Asked Ginny as she came down the stairs, Hermione trailing right behind her. That your brothers would be the last ones ready, Harry replied cheekily. I don't think Ron's even finished packing, muttered Hermione. I swear if we're late for the train. We still have time, but we need to get moving soon, said Tonks, checking her watch. The next 10 minutes were quite chaotic. Between the shrieking of Walburga Black's portrait, the twins and their floating trunks, Crookshanks constantly trying to escape Hermione's grasp, and Mad-Eye grumbling about someone named Sturgis missing a shift again, Harry was surprised they even made it out of the house. It was only a short 20-minute walk to King's Cross, so they all set out for the station in 2 groups. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were escorted by Mrs. Weasley, Tonks, once again in disguise, and a large black dog Sirius had insisted on tagging along in his animagus form, and Mrs. Weasley was too caught up in the last-minute scramble to put up much of an argument. Lupin took Ginny and the twins with him, while Mad-Eye dealt with the luggage. They finally made it onto platform 9 and 3/4 with only minutes to spare. After a few last-minute goodbyes, some more antics from Sirius in his dog form, and a warning from Moody to stay vigilant, the 6 teenagers were back on the Hogwarts Express mere moments before it began pulling out of the station. As Fred and George left to go find their friend Lee Jordan, Ron leaned in and whispered in Harry's ear. "So, do you reckon you'll get to listen to you-know-what tonight?" "Ron," hissed Hermione, as she glanced in Ginny's direction, but fortunately, the younger girl was still gazing out the window and hadn't heard them. Harry chuckled and shook his head. After taking a day to come to grips with it all, he had told Ron and Hermione everything about his conversation with Dumbledore. Harry had to admit that a small part of him had been worried about how they would react, knowing he'd played host to a piece of Voldemort's soul for as long as they'd known him. His fears wound up being unfounded, of course, because his 2 best friends were nothing but supportive, and they both reiterated their vow to help him going forward. "Probably," said Harry, in response to Ron's question. "I mean, that's what Dumbledore said, at least." He craned his neck and looked up and down the train. "Shall we go and find a compartment, then?" Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Mumbled Ron. Well, Ron and I are supposed to go to the prefect carriage," Hermione reminded him awkwardly. "Oh, that's right," said Harry. "I'd forgotten." He really had forgotten. Their Hogwarts letters had arrived a few days prior, and both Ron and Hermione were named Gryffindor's new 5th-year prefects. There was never really a doubt that Hermione would make prefect, but the reactions to Ron's ascension were rather mixed. Mrs. Weasley was ecstatic, of course. She immediately put together an impromptu party to celebrate and even promised to buy Ron a new broom. As one would expect, Fred and George chose to take the mickey out of their little brother instead, while the others were some combination of being happy for Ron or puzzled as to why Harry hadn't been chosen as prefect instead. As for Harry, he had to admit that he might have been confused, if not even a bit jealous, had Dumbledore not kindly included a note with his letter explaining that he had removed Harry from consideration, owing to the fact that the headmaster's lessons would occupy enough of Harry's time as it was. Not wanting to put a damper on Ron's big night, he deserved to win one. After all, Harry decided not to let anyone else in on that little secret. One of the unfortunate side effects of this was the way Ron and Hermione seemed convinced that their being prefects was a sensitive topic for Harry, regardless of how many times he insisted that he was happy for them both. Promising to reconnect later, Ron and Hermione started towards the front of the train, while Harry and Ginny headed in the opposite direction in search of a compartment. The first few carriages were completely full, and Harry couldn't help but notice how many people were staring at him. More than a few of them even nudged their neighbors and pointed him out as he passed, making it clear that a healthy portion of the student body had been keeping up with the news during the summer holidays. He wasn't sure how or when, but one day he was going to make the Daily Prophet pay for the lies they'd written about him, Cornelius Fudge, too. Harry and Ginny were just passing through their second carriage in search of a place to sit, when one of the compartment doors slid open behind them. "Harry," a voice called out to him. He turned around to see who it was, and his face broke out in a large grin. "Hello, Astoria." Chapter 10, Aboard the Hogwarts Express. "Hello, Astoria," said Harry, setting both his trunk and Hedwig's cage down in the corridor. "How have you been?" "Oh, fine, I suppose. I'm sorry I didn't write you back last time. I didn't think you wanted Hedwig making too many trips." "No problem," he said, waving her off. "What? How do you know Harry?" Ginny interrupted from behind him. "Oh," Astoria said with a start, not realizing anyone was listening in to their conversation. "We wrote to each other some over the summer." "That's right," Harry jumped in. "Astoria wrote to let me know that not everybody believed the rubbish the prophet was saying about me. I wrote back to thank her, and we kept in touch over the summer." "Okay, well, I'm going to go find a compartment," Ginny said hesitantly. "Go on ahead, I'll catch up," Harry told her. All right then." With that, Ginny grabbed her trunk and moved along the corridor and into the next carriage, stopping once to look back over her shoulder. "I take it that was one of the Weasleys?" asked Astoria. "Yeah, Ginny, Ron's younger sister. I don't think she liked me." "Really?" said Harry, sounding surprised. "I can't see why. She's probably just confused because I've never mentioned you before." Astoria's eyes narrowed slightly at him, and he raised his hands in surrender. I know," he pleaded, though he was grinning slightly. "We don't have to hide being friends, I promise. I just didn't know what to say without giving away where I'd been staying." Astoria's expression cleared immediately. "I suppose that makes sense," she admitted. "Your explanation just now was good, though. You're much better at that than I am." "Well, when you think about it, what I said was completely true. I just left out a few details." "Maybe more than just a few," she laughed. "Anyhow, the corridor is lovely and all, but wouldn't you rather join me in my compartment?" "Sure," he agreed, before his nose wrinkled in disappointment. "I mean, I would and all, except I already promised." "Now, Harry, you wouldn't refuse a lady's request on her birthday, would you?" asked Astoria, pretending to pout even as her eyes sparkled with humor. "I suppose that would be rude of me," he grinned in return. "Is it really your birthday?" "Yep, 14 today." "Wow, really? So that means—" "Yes, it's a bit annoying, really," Astoria said with a scowl. "If I had been born just a few hours earlier, I'd be a 4th year instead. Daphne and I are actually less than a year and a half apart." "Huh, funny how that works." "Yes, it's quite hilarious. Come on, then. I feel like people are starting to stare at us." Harry nodded and began dragging his luggage back towards Astoria's compartment, where she slid open the door and allowed him to enter first. He stepped in and quickly realized that the compartment was not, in fact, empty. Staring back at him with curious expressions were 3 people he had never met. One on side of the compartment were 2 girls. One of them seemed rather tall and had her long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail. The other looked to be closer to Astoria's height, with curly auburn hair that fell just around her shoulders. Across from them was a rather young-looking boy who didn't seem overly thrilled with Harry's sudden appearance. "Harry, I'd like to introduce you to some of my friends. This is Ethan Bexley," said Astoria, gesturing to the only boy. "He's a 3rd-year Ravenclaw, too, so is Felicity, actually Felicity Eastchurch." The curly-haired girl gave him a polite wave. "And this is Noreen Kirkby. She's a Ravenclaw, too, except she's a 4th year." "It's nice to meet you," Harry said politely, before turning around to hoist his trunk and Hedwig's cage up onto the luggage rack. Once he had finished, he saw that Astoria had asked Ethan to scoot over and sat down in the middle of the bench, leaving room on her other side for Harry. Harry took a seat in his designated spot and waited for the inevitable questions. The shorter girl, Felicity, he reminded himself, was the first to speak up. "So, how did you 2 meet?" she asked, almost bouncing with excitement. Astoria responded for him, repeating the abbreviated version he'd told Ginny earlier. "I wrote to him over the summer to let him know that some of us believed him, and not the tosh being printed in the Prophet. He wrote back to say thank you, and we just kept in touch." "How romantic," gushed Felicity. "Oh no, it's not like that," Astoria responded quickly, her cheeks suddenly turning bright pink. "Harry and I are just friends." "I see. My apologies," the other girl replied, clearly not convinced. "Funny you never mentioned him when you wrote to me this summer." "Yes, well." "So you believe him then?" Ethan cut in. "All that rubbish about you-know-who." Harry's expression darkened at the comment, and the temperature in the compartment dropped a few degrees. Ethan began subtly edging away from Harry, looking as though he regretted even opening his mouth. "Of course, I believe him," Astoria said crossly. "Harry is not a liar, and neither is Professor Dumbledore. To anyone who pays attention, it's obvious that the Ministry are just trying to cover things up." "But why would they do that?" pressed Ethan, somewhat taken aback by her fierce defense of Harry. "My father works at the Ministry, and he's a good man." "I don't know who your father is, and I really don't care," Harry responded, speaking in a flat, emotionless tone. It's not as if there's a grand conspiracy that involves every single person in the ministry. It mostly comes down to Fudge himself. He's in complete denial, and it all rolls downhill from there. I'm pretty sure Voldemort has at least a few agents inside the ministry, too. All 4 Ravenclaws flinched at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, although Harry noticed that Astoria was much better at minimizing her reaction compared to when they first met. The other 2 girls were looking at him thoughtfully, but Ethan continued to shake his head in denial. "Look, believe what you want," said Harry. "I'm not here to convince anybody. The truth will come out eventually, that much I guarantee." Ethan looked around at his housemates, and upon realizing that he didn't have any support, he seemingly decided he'd be better off sitting elsewhere for the remainder of the journey. "Right, well, I just remembered that I promised to meet up with Trevor on the train. I'll see you all at the feast," he said, then hurried out of the compartment. "Don't worry about him, Harry," said Felicity. "We believe you, right, Noreen?" The other girl shrugged. "I don't have any reason not to," she replied, before turning to face Harry. "My mother sits on the Wisengamot and was there for your trial. She wasn't impressed by the minister's behavior." "She wasn't the only one," grumbled Harry. The others laughed, and they fell into light conversation for a while. Eventually, Felicity fell asleep and Noreen became engrossed in a book, giving Harry and Astoria some time to catch up. "I didn't want to say anything whilst the others were listening, but I noticed your scar looks different," she eventually whispered. "Yeah, something weird happened about a week ago and the scar ended up fatting," explained Harry. "It's actually a good thing, a really good thing, but I don't think I can say much about it right now." "Okay, well, whatever it was, I'm glad it turned out well for you." "Thanks, how about you? Did you ever finish that book you were reading?" "I did," Astoria said brightly. "It was so good, too. The author wrote a second book that picks up where the first left off, but I've only just—" Her explanation was interrupted by the door to their compartment sliding open. Harry turned, and standing in the doorway was Cho Chang, the exceptionally pretty 6th-year girl who also happened to be seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. "Oh, hello, Harry," she said hesitantly. Hey Cho, how have you been?" "Okay, I guess. Did you have a good summer?" Harry looked at her curiously. "I've had better," he replied flatly. Cho's face flushed. "I'm sorry that was a stupid question," she said apologetically, but Harry just waved her off. "Don't worry about it. I have a feeling yours wasn't much better." "No," she admitted, her eyes starting to moisten. "Well, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just saw you and thought I'd say hello. I'll see you around, Harry." "Okay. Bye," he said, giving her an awkward wave as she closed the door and continued on down the corridor. "Well, that was rude, don't you think?" Noreen commented, not even bothering to look up from her book. "We're her housemates, and she basically pretended like we weren't even here." "That was strange," agreed Astoria. "I don't know her well, but she's usually not like that. She looked like she was about to cry." "Well, she was dadding Cedric," Harry pointed out. Astoria's hand shot to her mouth. "Oh, that's right, I forgot all about that. No wonder," she exclaimed. Seeing that Harry's eyes had taken on a faraway look, she added, "I'm sorry, Harry, I know that's a hard memory for you, too." Harry shook his head. "No, it's fine. I've been dealing with it a lot better lately." "But still—" "It's fine," he insisted, flashing her a reassuring smile which she seemed to accept. The commotion managed to rouse Felicity from her nap, and conversation resumed between all 4 occupants. As much as he was enjoying himself, Harry was beginning to wonder what Ron and Hermione were up to. He hadn't seen them pass by, but he admittedly hadn't been paying close attention. Just as he was beginning to think about getting up to find them, the compartment was visited by another, far less welcome guest. "There you are, Potter," drawled Draco Malfoy as he slid open the door, flanked as always by his loyal sidekicks, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry had to fight the instinct to go for his wand. For the past 4 years, Harry had considered Malfoy little more than a nuisance. A persistent nuisance, perhaps, but never one that presented any real threat. Things were different now. He looked up at Malfoy's sneering face and was immediately transported back to the graveyard. where Harry had seen Draco's own father kiss Voldemort's robes and recommit himself to the Dark Lord's cause. When Harry was lacking the necessary intent to practice deadly curses over the summer, it was visualizing Lucius Malfoy's face that gave him the boost he needed. As Harry looked up at the younger Malfoy, he had to wonder if picturing Draco might have also done the job. The comments Draco had made on the train in June were enough to erase any benefit of the doubt that Harry might have given him. Malfoy and his bodyguards had been practically giddy at the thought of Voldemort's return, and he had publicly celebrated the idea of mudbloods and muggle lovers meeting their sticky end at the hands of the Dark Lord and his followers. While it was true that Draco was not his father, Harry had sworn to never allow himself to become a victim again, which meant he couldn't give Malfoy an inch. "Congratulations, you found me. Now get out," Harry said coldly. "I'm surprised to find you in here," countered Malfoy, his eyes flitting towards Astoria as he ignored Harry's request. "What's wrong, Potter? Did you finally get tired of spending all your time with mudbloods and blood traitors?" "Watch your mouth, Malfoy," Harry bit back. "And what exactly are you going to do about it, Potter?" sneered Malfoy. "Unlike you, I am a prefect, which means that I have authority over you, so you'd better watch your step this year." "Or what, Malfoy?" scoffed Harry. "You'll take away house points." Felicity snickered at Harry's retort before quickly covering her mouth. Malfoy glared at the Ravenclaw for a moment before turning back to Harry. "There's a lot more at stake this year than house points, Potter," he spat. "If you want to survive it, you'd best learn to respect your betters. That goes double for your mudblood friend." Harry rapidly drew his wand from his sleeve and snarled, "Oskossi." There was a flash of white, and Malfoy's mouth completely vanished from his face. It actually looked as if he had never even had one in the first place, with an unmarred patch of skin covering the entire area between his nose and chin. Malfoy's eyes widened in shock once he realized what had happened. He tried to yell out, but without a mouth, the best he could manage was a high-pitched grunt. Crabbe and Goyle took that as their cue and stormed into the compartment, but Harry wordlessly stunned them both before they could even come close to him, leaving Malfoy without any backup. The door slammed closed with another wave of Harry's wand, and Malfoy soon found himself pressed up against the glass with a wand jabbing him under his chin. "I warned you to watch your mouth, Malfoy," growled Harry, grabbing the Slytherin by the front of his robes. "You never know when someone might take it from you." Malfoy's eyes narrowed defiantly as he continued to grunt at Harry. While the words were unintelligible, his intent was clear, nothing but threats and promises of retribution. Clearly, Harry still had some work to do in order to get his point across. With two rapid flicks of his wand, both of the Slytherin's nostrils sealed themselves shut, completely robbing him of the ability to breath. Malfoy's eyes practically bulged out of his head, and he immediately started panicking, desperately looking around for someone to help him. Tightening his grip on Malfoy's robes, Harry leaned in and spoke to him in a low voice. "You seem to think that just because your father's master is back, that somehow makes you untouchable. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong about that, very wrong. No more games, Malfoy," Harry warned the Slytherin. "I'm taking threats to myself and my friends seriously this year. Like you said, there's a lot more at stake than house points." Harry gave Malfoy one final shove against the glass before letting go of him. The boy's face was beginning to turn red, and tears were pooling at the corners of his eyes. "Now, here's what's going to happen," said Harry. "I'm going to reverse my spells, and then you're going to take your lackeys and go. If you say even a single word, I'll remove your mouth permanently. Do you understand?" After receiving a frantic nod of agreement, Harry quickly revived Crabbe and Goyle before unplugging Malfoy's nose and restoring his mouth to its rightful place. "Go!" he said, gesturing towards the door with his wand, and the three Slytherins hastily exited the compartment without looking back. Harry sighed and closed the sliding door behind them. When he turned back around, he noticed that the three girls had scrunched themselves up against the back wall of the compartment. Astoria was wearing a look of deep concern, while the other two seemed shocked by what they had seen. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Harry apologized, returning his wand to his sleeve. "But believe me, he had it coming." The girls all exchanged looks with one another, and Harry felt a brief stab of regret. He really hadn't meant to scare Astoria and her friends like that. In fact, for a few moments he'd honestly forgotten they were even there, his anger at Malfoy temporarily driving out any other thoughts. Harry sighed and fretfully ran a hand through his hair. "I should probably go. Sorry," he said, before turning towards the door. "Harry, wait," said Astoria, breaking out of her stupor and grabbing him by the sleeve. "Please stay," she pleaded. "I'm sorry, we know you would never hurt us. We just aren't used to that sort of thing, and it was a bit frightening." "Thank you for saying that, but I really should go. I've bothered you and your friends long enough, and I haven't seen Ron and Hermione since we got on the train." "Please. I really would like for you to stay just a bit longer, if you don't mind, of course," she implored him. "I think Draco is unlikely to come back and try anything, but I'd feel better if you were here, just in case." Felicity and Noreen shared a look, and with a nod they both reclaimed their previous seats. Harry looked into Astoria's eyes and saw that she was being completely genuine with her request, so with a resigned sigh, he nodded and sat back down. For one long, uncomfortable minute, the four of them sat there in silence until Noreen finally spoke up. "You used nonverbal magic," she said, looking directly at Harry. "I did. How many spells can you cast silently?" "A few," he replied vaguely. "I've only just started." "Impressive," she remarked, and then picked up her book and resumed reading. "That was amazing," declared Felicity, finally breaking the tension. She quickly got up and moved across the aisle to sit next to Astoria, forcing her to slide closer to Harry. "Don't worry, Harry. It sounded like he was threatening you, and will say so if anyone tries to get you in trouble." "Thanks." "I mean it," she reiterated. "I've never liked him anyway. What were those spells you used?" Harry shrugged noncommittally. "Just something I picked up in a book," he replied. Astoria gave him a curious look, but she didn't say anything. When Felicity eventually left to go the loo, Astoria leaned over to whisper in Harry's ear. "That was something you practiced with Daphne, wasn't it?" she asked him. He turned and looked at her in surprise. "I'm not naive, Harry," she told him, giving Harry a pointed look. "I know you two practiced dangerous spells whenever I wasn't around. Daphne isn't as clever as she thinks she is." "I see," Harry replied hesitantly. "I'm not mad or anything. I don't like violence, but I understand that fighting is sometimes necessary. Just don't expect me to do any of it." "Are you sure?" he asked her, more relieved than anything. "Of course I'm sure," she replied, with just a hint of a grin. "Why do you think I made sure to leave you and Daphne alone for at least an hour every day?" Harry just stared at her for a moment before grinning and shaking his head. Astoria was indeed a clever witch, and judging by the wry look she was giving Harry, she knew it, too. A short while later, Felicity returned to the compartment and reclaimed her spot next to Astoria, as Noreen didn't appear to be in the mood for conversation. While the girls chatted with one another, Harry rested his head against the back of his seat and closed his eyes. The altercation with Malfoy had left Harry feeling slightly bemused. The confrontation was inevitable, of course. That wasn't what was bothering Harry. It wasn't his performance, either. He was actually rather pleased with the way he had conducted himself. What vexed Harry was how ruthless he had been. He had taken aggressive action against the three Slytherins without hesitation, and he had threatened Malfoy calmly and with little thought to the potential consequences. Harry wasn't too worried about Malfoy or what he might try to do in retaliation. What concerned him was what the incident said about himself and the person he was becoming. There were too many variables to pinpoint a cause, but he had enough self-awareness to realize that the Harry Potter of even a few months ago would never have acted in such a manner. The Harry Potter of a few months ago barely survived the graveyard, he reminded himself, before shaking away the intrusive thoughts. It wouldn't do to let Malfoy of all people ruin what had, up until that point, been a rather pleasant train ride. Harry shifted in his seat and allowed his mind to wander to more leisurely activities, namely, the upcoming Quidditch season. "Oh, ooh." Harry bent low over his firebolt, urging the broom to push beyond its limits as the snitch flitted just out of reach. He dove after it, and his fingers had almost closed around the tiny golden ball when he was awakened by a hand gently shaking his shoulder. His eyes snapped open, and he saw Noreen crouched over him with a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "There you are," she said, before sitting back down. Harry noticed that both she and Felicity had changed into their Hogwarts robes. "We're getting close to Hogsmeade, so you two should probably get changed." That was when Harry first noticed the small weight pressed up against his side. Looking to his right, he saw that Astoria had apparently dozed off as well, while also managing to use his shoulder as a pillow. "She fell asleep a little while after you did," explained Felicity. "You looked so cozy together that we thought it best not to wake you, but like Noreen said, we're almost there." Harry nodded, thankful that the girl had refrained from saying anything more embarrassing, even though it looked as if it was taking all of her effort not to do so. Realizing that Astoria wasn't going to wake up on her own, he reached over with his left hand and lightly jostled her right shoulder. "Astoria, wake up," he said quietly. There was a sharp intake of breath, and Astoria quickly sat up and rubbed her eyes. It took her a moment to realize what had happened, but when she did, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at him with wide eyes. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep on you like that, I promise." "No harm done," he said with a laugh. "I only just woke up myself." Astoria relaxed slightly at Harry's words, though she was still clearly embarrassed. Feeling that a distraction might be appreciated, he grabbed his school robes from his trunk and excused himself to go change in the lavatory. He took his time and only returned to the compartment after several minutes had passed, making sure to knock first before opening the door. As he had hoped, all three girls were already dressed and back in their original seats, and it wasn't long before the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station. "Are you sure you don't want to take a carriage with us, Harry?" Felicity asked a few minutes later, as they stepped off the train and onto the platform. "I really should go find my friends," said Harry, shaking his head. "Thanks, though, and thanks for sharing your compartment with me, too. Unwelcome visitors aside, I really enjoyed the trip." "So did we, Harry. It was definitely more exciting than the usual journey, that's for sure," she replied with a laugh. "I'm sure," chuckled Harry. "I hope we'll be seeing more of you then," she added questioningly, her eyes flitting towards Astoria. "I would expect so," he confirmed, receiving a wide smile in return. Felicity looked as though she had more to say, but Noreen grasped her by her elbow and led her towards the carriages. Once they had gone, Astoria shook her head and looked up at Harry. "Sorry about her. She can be a bit enthusiastic at times." "Not to worry. Your friends seem nice, Felicity and Noreen at least. I don't think the bloke cared much for me." "Who, Ethan?" she asked. "I wouldn't worry about him too much. He's a friend, but the three of us aren't really that close to him. He can be a bit closed-minded at times." Harry nodded his understanding, and then neither of them spoke for a few moments. "Well," said Astoria, breaking the silence, "I should probably go catch up with the others. It was nice seeing you again, Harry." "You too." "Don't be a stranger," she added, and with a small wave, Astoria left to go join her friends while Harry went off in search of his own. After weaving through a few clusters of students, Harry found Ron and Hermione lingering nearby with Neville, Ginny, and an unfamiliar girl with stringy, waist-length blonde hair. Ron, being the tallest, was the first to spot Harry and beckon him over. "There you are," he exclaimed as Harry approached the group. "Where have you been this whole time? Ginny said you ran off with some girl." "I didn't run off with anyone," he said, while Ginny avoided his gaze. "I did wind up in another friend's compartment, though. I meant for us to meet up eventually, but I never saw you walk by, and I wound up falling asleep," he added with a shrug. "Which friend, Harry?" Hermione asked curiously. "Here we go," he said to himself before replying. "Astoria Greengrass." "Who's that?" asked Ron, looking puzzled. "She's a Ravenclaw like me," said the blonde girl. "I like her. She's always been nice to me." Harry, this is Luna. Luna Lovegood," Hermione said awkwardly. "Nice to meet you," Harry greeted her. "It's nice to meet you too, Harry Potter," replied Luna, looking at him curiously with her overlarge eyes. Harry took a closer look at the girl, who was wearing radishes for earrings and a necklace made from what he suspected were butterbeer corks. There was definitely something unusual about her, but Harry figured the same could be said about him, so who was he to judge? "We should probably get going, if we don't want to walk to Hogwarts," Ginny pointed out. The others quickly agreed, and they all started making their way towards the road just outside the station. "So this Greengrass girl, how do you know her?" inquired Ron as they walked. "Oh, she wrote to me over the summer. She wanted to let me know there were people out there who didn't believe everything the prophet was saying about me. I wrote her back, and we kept in touch ever since." "The Daily Prophet is a horrible newspaper," Luna interjected. "They almost never report the truth, plus, they're complicit in the Rotfang conspiracy." Harry pulled up short at that, but he decided it was better not to ask and simply agreed with the girl instead. Then, after walking a few more paces, he turned and noticed that Ron was still looking at him speculatively. "So is that who you were writing to at? You know, the place we were staying?" he asked pointedly. Harry sighed internally. They knew that someone had helped him after he left the Dursleys, and Harry had later admitted to still being in contact with that person. While he knew his friends would figure it out eventually, he'd figured they'd at least get back to the castle first. Honestly, he was both surprised and a little impressed that Ron had made the connection before Hermione did. "Yes, I'd rather not talk about it here, though," replied Harry, subtly indicating the crowd of people surrounding them. Fortunately, Ron understood his meaning and said no more, although he shared a meaningful look with Hermione before letting the matter drop. They had just joined the throng of students queuing up to ride the horseless stagecoaches up to the castle, when something strange caught Harry's eye. Usual coaches were no longer horseless. Instead, there were creatures standing between the carriage shafts. If he had to give them a name, he supposed he would have called them horses, though there was something reptilian about them, too. They were completely fleshless, their black coats clinging to their skeletons, of which every bone was visible. Their heads were dragonish, and their pupil-less eyes white and starring. Wings sprouted from each with vast, black leathery wings that wouldn't look out of place on a giant bat. "What are those?" Harry wondered aloud, but the others were busy boarding one of the carriages and didn't hear him. Shaking his head in disbelief, Harry climbed into the coach and took a seat between Hermione and Neville. They had just begun winding their way up the cobblestone path that led to the castle when Hermione turned to Harry. "Is Astoria related to Daphne Greengrass?" she asked him. "Yeah, Daphne's her older sister. I don't really know her, though," he lied, honoring his promise to keep their association to himself. "Why does that name sound familiar?" asked Ron, still gazing out the window. "Daphne is a Slytherin in our year," Hermione responded. Ron's eyes bulged slightly, and he whipped around to look at Harry. "Like I said, I don't really know her," he lied again, holding up one hand in protest. "I think she mostly keeps to herself, though. Besides, it's not like all Slytherins are bad." "If you say so, mate," Ron said with a shrug, relaxing somewhat, even if he sounded skeptical. "Well, our trip was rather pleasant, at least," continued Hermione. "Malfoy didn't even stop by to harass us this year." A grin slowly formed on Harry's face. "That would be my fault," he said, and then leaned in to recap what had happened on the train. "Oh, ooh. The carriage eventually came to a stop near the stone steps before the gigantic oak doors leading to the entrance hall. Harry jumped down first and immediately went up to touch the strange skeletal horse, which he had just learned was called a Thistral, a magical creature that could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Luna, who had been able to see them ever since she came to Hogwarts, explained that they had always pulled the carriages, so Harry concluded that witnessing Cedric's murder must have granted him the ability to see them. He didn't understand why he hadn't seen them last June, although he supposed he might have still been in shock at the time. While Luna's explanation of the Strals was appreciated, Hermione's confirmation that they were real even more so, Harry definitely felt better after touching one and confirming he wasn't just seeing things. The group followed the crowd up the stairs and across the entrance hall, before taking a right through the open double doors and entering the Great Hall. It was just the same as always. The 4 long house tables, the enchanted ceiling displaying the starry night sky, dozens of lit candles floating along the tables, and even a handful of ghosts gliding around. As soon as he walked through the doors, Harry found himself filled with a sense of contentment. No matter what was going on outside the walls, there was just something about Hogwarts that felt like home. As they entered the hall, Luna broke off to find a place at the Ravenclaw table. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville found a spot halfway along the Gryffindor table, while Ginny went a bit further down to join some of her friends. Attempting to distract himself from all the whispers and the staring directed at him, Harry began surveying the room with his eyes. Over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy was huddled in discussion with Crabbe, Goyle, and Theonot. Based on the dark looks they were sending his way, Harry assumed he was the topic of conversation, not that it worried him in the slightest. Next, he caught sight of Daphne, who was sitting a short way down the table from Malfoy. Next to her was another girl he recognized from classes, though he couldn't remember her name. For a moment, Harry thought Daphne might have noticed him looking in her direction, but she gave no sign of recognition. Instead, she simply tossed her long, blonde hair over her left shoulder and continued on with her conversation. Over at the Ravenclaw table, Luna Lovegood was sitting alone, reading a magazine of some sort. He then spotted Astoria at the far end of the table, sandwiched between Noreen and Felicity. The boy from earlier, Ethan, if he recalled correctly, had rejoined the girls and was sitting next to Noreen, though he was facing the other direction and talking to another Ravenclaw boy. There wasn't much to see at the Hufflepuff table, although Harry did briefly wonder how those who knew Cedric were coping with his death. What gave Harry the most pause was who he saw at the staff table, or more accurately, who he didn't see. "Where's Hagrid?" he wondered aloud. He wasn't at the platform either. That grubbly plank woman was out there gathering the firsties, too, Ron informed him, gesturing with his thumb towards the staff table, where sat the older woman who had previously substituted for Hagrid. "I hope he's not hurt or anything," Hermione said quietly. "He was off doing something for Dumbledore, wasn't he?" "Yeah, that's right. Maybe he's just not back yet," Harry said hopefully. "I hope you're right." Harry looked up at the staff table again and did a sharp double take. He had been so focused on Hagrid's absence that he hadn't noticed the other new addition. "It's her," he hissed. "Who?" asked Hermione, turning to follow Harry's gaze. Perched right next to Dumbledore was a short, squat woman with an amazingly toad-like face. She had a fluffy pink cardigan pulled over her robes and wore a rather hideous pink Alice band in her hair to match. The woman was smiling broadly as she surveyed the crowd of students, but Harry noticed that her pleasant expression didn't reach her eyes. "It's that Umbridge woman. She was at my hearing. She works for Fudge." "She works for Fudge," repeated Hermione, while Ron occupied himself by making jokes about the woman's cardigan. Hermione's eyes narrowed as she glared up at the staff table. She had clearly made some sort of connection. Her explanation would have to wait, however, because at that moment, Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall carrying the Sorting Hat and an old wooden stool, leading a line of nervous first years up the center aisle. The Hat's song was a bit of a departure from the norm. Instead of simply describing the qualities preferred by each of the 4 Hogwarts founders, it had advised the school to band together and even warned them of impending dangers from external, deadly foes. The song had generated a fair amount of conversation amongst the students, but the sorting ceremony continued on as it always had until Zeller, Rose, was finally sorted into Hufflepuff. As the applause died down, Professor Dumbledore stood from his golden chair and welcomed everyone to Hogwarts before officially opening the feast. At once, food magically appeared up and down each of the house tables, and the mixing of so many delicious sights and smells instantly made Harry's mouth water. Ron groaned in pleasure as he took a bite of an enormous pork chop, nearly causing Harry to snort pumpkin juice out of his nose. Hermione just shook her head and decided that nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, would make for better conversation. Once everyone had eaten, the headmaster once again stood to give out his usual start-of-term notices. He confirmed that Professor Grubblyplank would be substituting for Hagrid, though he didn't specify for how long. He also introduced Dolar's Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, which Harry was sure didn't bode well for the future. Evidence that his first impression was correct appeared a short moment later, when Professor Umbridge actually interrupted Dumbledore with a rather obnoxious, "Hem." She stood and launched into a prepared speech that lost the attention of the majority of students within the first few seconds, although Hermione's eyes got more and more narrow the longer Umbridge droned on. Harry listened closely for a while, but quickly gave it up as a bad job. He had already heard enough. He made eye contact with Hermione and nodded ominously. Fudge had definitely sent the woman to Hogwarts for a specific purpose. The only question in Harry's mind was whether she was here for him, Professor Dumbledore, or both. After the feast, Ron and Hermione left to escort the first years to the Gryffindor common room, part of their duties as prefects. Harry had just fallen into step with Neville when a Hufflepuff prefect approached him and handed him a small scroll of parchment. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to give you this," she said, before immediately turning around walking off in the opposite direction. Checking first to make sure no one was watching him, Harry quickly unrolled the parchment and read the brief note within. "Dear Harry, I request that you join me in my office this evening, as soon as you are able. Considering the current climate, I strongly suggest that you wear your cloak. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I have been quite fond of jelly slugs, as of late." This is it, thought Harry. I'm finally going to hear the rest of the prophecy. Shoving Dumbledore's note into his pocket, Harry hurried out of the Great Hall and up to the Gryffindor common room. He bypassed the crowded common room and practically sprinted up the stairs to the fifth-year boys' dorm. Once he was there, he threw open his trunk, took out his invisibility cloak, and stuffed it into the pocket of his robes. After saying a quick hello to Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who were just entering the dorm, he raced down the stairs and came face to face with Ron. At first, the redhead seemed confused by Harry's behavior, but then a spark of recognition lit his face. "Is it Dumbledore? Are you going to hear it?" he asked in a low voice. "Yeah, I think so," Harry replied quietly. "I'm heading up to his office now." "All right, good luck." Harry nodded and stepped towards the portrait hole, slipping on his invisibility cloak the moment he was out of sight. Fortunately, he didn't meet anyone on his way except for a couple of ghosts, and before long he was standing before the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. "Jelly slugs," he whispered, and the gargoyle hopped aside. The wall opened up, and Harry stepped onto the moving spiral staircase within and rode it upwards until he came to the gleaming oak door. The sense of anticipation that had been building since he first read Dumbledore's note hit its peak as he took hold of the griffin-shaped brass knocker and rapped once on the door. "Enter," came a call from within. Harry opened the door and found Professor Dumbledore sitting at his desk and reading through a stack of parchment. The headmaster was still wearing the deep purple robes he had worn during the feast, though the matching hat was nowhere to be seen. "Good evening, Harry," said Professor Dumbledore, as Harry took off his invisibility cloak. "Good evening, sir." Dumbledore set aside the parchment and examined Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "I am sure you are most anxious to hear the prophecy, and so you shall," he assured Harry, while gesturing for him to take a seat. "First, however, I must ask how you have been feeling. Have you noticed anything different about yourself now that you are rid of the soul fragment?" Harry had to think about it for a moment. "Well, now that you mention it, yes, I think so," replied Harry. "For starters, my scar hasn't bothered me, and I've been sleeping better." Dumbledore nodded as if he'd been expecting that response, gesturing for Harry to continue. "Also, I feel like it's easier to concentrate. This past week, I've been able to cast a few spells non-verbally when I was really struggling before." "Ah, so you have discovered the loophole in the trace related to performing underage magic within magical households," remarked Dumbledore, though he sounded neither angry nor disappointed. "I had suspected as much, based on something you had said during our last conversation, but I was not certain." "Yes, sir," Harry responded, seeing no reason to lie. "Sirius helped me practice almost every day." A reasonable use of your time, I would say. The fact that the Ministry cannot detect magic at homes, such as Grimmauld Place, is a rather poorly kept secret. Rest assured that you are far. Chapter 11, Dolar's Umbrage. Harry stormed out of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Ron and Hermione hot on his heels. Needless to say, their first lesson with Professor Umbridge had not gone well. I cannot believe her, Hermione said angrily as she caught up with Harry. How can we be expected to pass our OWL if we never get to practice any of the spells? Yeah, I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, appointing someone useless like that as a teacher, added Ron, slightly out of breath. I don't think he had a choice, grumbled Harry as they turned down the next hallway. It's like you said, Hermione, the Ministry are just sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong. You heard her. Me and Dumbledore are liars, Voldemort's not back, and only the Ministry can keep everyone safe. This has fudge written all over it. She was obviously trying to provoke you, too, said Hermione. I'm honestly amazed you didn't start shouting at her. Harry stopped and shook his head. I nearly did, he confessed. I promised Dumbledore I'd try to avoid direct confrontation with Umbridge, but I have a feeling it's going to be a lot harder than either of us thought. No one would have blamed you if you did, the way she was going on, Ron commiserated. That may be true, but it wouldn't have helped anything, offered Hermione. She would have just given Harry detention and used the incident to paint him as unstable, playing into everything the prophet's been saying. Thanks for the reminder, Harry replied sarcastically, taking a moment to stare pointedly at the small group of Hufflepuffs whispering and glancing in his direction. Come on, let's get out of here, he said, marching off in the direction of their common room. Hermione eventually split off, saying she needed to work on an assignment for ancient runes and promising to catch up with them at dinner. Just as the portrait of the fat lady came into view, Ron suddenly mentioned forgetting something and took off in the opposite direction. Harry thought his behavior was a bit odd, but he shrugged it off and entered the portrait hole. Several people were milling around the common room, but it was empty enough that Harry was able to get one of the good seats by the fire. Not having anything better to do at the moment, he pulled out his potions book and some parchment from his bag, thinking that spending some time working on Snape's Moonstone essay might help distract him from their disastrous first defense lesson. It didn't take long for him to notice that not even his fellow Gryffindors were immune to Ministry propaganda. He couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but he could tell by the looks certain people were giving him that plenty of his housemates believed the prophet, even Seamus, with whom he had shared a dorm for 4 years. Deciding that heading down to dinner early sounded better than working on his essay with a dozen people staring at him, Harry packed up his things and took them up to the dorm to drop them off. Hi, Harry, Neville greeted him as he entered. Hey, Neville, he replied. I'm about to head down to dinner. Want to come? Sure, but don't you, Ron, and Hermione usually go down together? Well, yes, I suppose so, replied Harry. That's mostly out of habit, though. It's not like they're the only people I can eat with. Besides, I'm pretty sure Hermione's in the library, and I have no idea where Ron went. All right, then, said Neville, and he closed his book and stood up to follow Harry. As they marched down the stairs and through the common room, Neville noticed everyone staring and spoke to Harry in a low voice. Don't worry, Harry. There are a lot of us who believe you. My gran actually canceled her subscription to the Prophet over all the things they've been saying about you and Professor Dumbledore. Really? Yeah, she told me about your hearing, too. I can't believe they tried to expel you for fighting off Dementors. Thanks, Neville, Harry said gratefully, clapping the other boy on the shoulder as they exited the common room. It really was nice to get a reminder every so often that not everyone thought him a dangerous nutter. The Great Hall was still relatively empty, as dinner service had only just started. With plenty of seats to choose from, Harry and Neville sat down across from one another at the Gryffindor table and served themselves, while they compared notes on their first day of classes. Professor Snape made it sound like this is going to be our hardest year yet, Neville said miserably. I know, sighed Harry. I'm really not looking forward to whatever he has in store for us. Look on the bright side, though. You'll be allowed to drop potions next year if you want. Neville looked down at his plate. Gran won't like that, but I probably won't have a choice, he said. I doubt I'll do well enough on my OWL for Professor Snape to even let me into his NEWT class. Sounds like a silver lining to me, joked Harry, making the other boy grin sheepishly. No more Snape might even be worth failing an OWL on purpose. I mean, having one teacher who hates me is bad enough, but it looks like this year I have a matching set. You mean Professor Umbridge? Asked Neville, and Harry nodded glumly in response. It's weird, he continued. I don't understand why she's even here if she doesn't plan on teaching us any magic. Well, she works directly for Fudge, who I'm positive is behind all the rubbish the Prophet has been printing lately, explained Harry. I've been told he's seriously paranoid that Dumbledore's going to use us to try and take over the Ministry, so maybe it's something to do with that. So, you mean they're afraid of us? Neville asked confusedly. Maybe, Harry replied with a shrug. It's just a theory. We can't fight the Ministry if we don't learn proper magic. Of course, we can't fight the Death Eaters either. Either way, whoever's pulling the strings probably likes the idea of keeping us defenseless. Neville's eyes widened. What do we do then? He asked anxiously. I don't know, but we'll think of something, Harry replied distractedly. He had already planned to keep up his training on his own, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to bring in a few others. He'd have to think about it, but first, he needed to find a suitable place to practice. It looked like Neville had something more to say, but his mouth clamped shut when he saw someone approaching over Harry's right shoulder. Following Neville's gaze, Harry turned and saw Astoria walking towards them. Hi, Harry, she said brightly, taking the seat next to his. How was your first day of classes? Pretty much as bad as I expected, he told her. When she responded with a quizzical look, he elaborated. Today I had Binns, Snape, Trelawney, and Umbridge. Astoria grimaced sympathetically. I see what you mean. I haven't had defense yet, but I've yet to hear anything good about the new teacher, she revealed. She does seem rather unpleasant, though. You're not wrong. She also spent half the lesson trying to provoke me, probably trying to get me in trouble. Why would she do that? Because she works for Fudge. She was with him at my hearing this summer. Oh, Astoria nodded in understanding. That does explain a few things. We should probably be careful around her, especially you. Believe me, I'm trying, grumbled Harry. I wouldn't expect to learn much from her this year. Do you know Neville, by the way? He added, gesturing across the table to the boy in question, who looked as if he wasn't sure whether he should be listening. Yes, but it's been a long time, nodded Astoria. How are you, Neville? Pretty good, thanks, he replied somewhat quietly. How have you been? Good. Is your grandmother well? I was just thinking about the time. There you are, Harry, Ron suddenly called out from behind him. He and Hermione had just entered the Great Hall together and were making their way towards the Gryffindor table. Ron plopped down on Harry's other side, while Hermione rolled her eyes and walked around to sit next to Neville. Where'd you go? We were looking for you, said Ron. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I just felt like heading to dinner early, so I asked Neville to come along, he replied, choosing not to mention how the uncomfortable atmosphere within the Gryffindor common room played a part in his decision. Ron nodded and started loading up his plate, but Hermione loudly cleared her throat while looking directly at Harry. Aren't you going to introduce us, Harry? She asked pointedly. Right, sorry guys, this is Astoria Greengrass. Astoria, these are my friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. Pleasure to meet you, Astoria said politely. You as well, Hermione responded in turn. Ron merely grunted, as his mouth was otherwise occupied. Once he had swallowed his rather large piece of chicken, he leaned in and said, in a low voice, So she's the one, right? Ron, hissed Hermione, glancing sideways towards Neville. Harry sighed and took a quick look around. The Great Hall was slowly filling up, but it was still empty enough that they could speak without being overheard. It's fine, Hermione, he said. Neville, you might as well hear this too. I know I can trust you. Neville seemed rather pleased to be included. Harry beckoned all four of them to lean in closer and started quietly explaining. "What I told you all about Astoria writing to me over the summer is true," he began. "What I didn't tell you is that the night of the Dementor attack, I wrote her back asking for help." Ron, Hermione, and Neville all shared surprised looks. "I knew I had to leave my relative's house, you see," Harry continued, "but I also knew I needed help from someone who wouldn't rat me out to Dumbledore." Hermione made it face at Harry's remark, but chose not to comment. "Anyway, she wrote me back the next morning, so I ended up escaping the Dursleys and taking the night bus to somewhere close to her house. The Greengrasses have a small cabin on their property that no one uses, so she let me stay there and lay low for a while. She made sure I had food, picked up some new clothes for me, and she even found a solicitor to help with my hearing, which was brilliant, by the way." Astoria smiled broadly at the praise and patted Harry's arm, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Hermione. "Thank you for being there for him," Hermione said with a strained smile, no doubt thinking of their own failure to be there for Harry when he needed them. Astoria just smiled back and nodded graciously. "That's good and all," said Ron, "but why are we acting like it's some big secret?" "Part of it is my sister, Daphne," explained Astoria. "She's afraid that our family could be in danger if people found out we helped Harry. I'm not too worried, not anymore, at least, but she has a hard enough time in Slytherin as it is." "That does sort of make sense," said Neville. "I don't even want to think about what people like Malfoy would do if they thought she was on Harry's side." "True, I have a feeling Draco is going to steer clear of Harry for a while, though," replied Astoria, making the Gryffindors chuckle at the memory of what Harry told them about the incident on the train. "There's also the fact that we didn't tell our parents Harry was staying in the cabin," she added thoughtfully. "They definitely wouldn't have approved of that." "No, I suppose not," Hermione replied amusedly. "Speaking of my sister," said Astoria, turning to Harry, "I believe I need to arrange the return of your property." "Oh, right," exclaimed Harry. "Angelina told me tryouts are this Friday, so I do sort of need it back. Did you bring it with you?" "No, we couldn't figure out how to bring it without my parents noticing, but I think I have a solution. If you're done eating, we can go take care of it now." "Great, let's go," said Harry, standing up from the table. He helped Astoria to her feet, and then the two of them left the Great Hall, while the other three Gryffindors exchanged looks with one another. Ron and Neville both shrugged and returned their attentions to their meals, but Hermione just sat there for a moment with a thoughtful expression on her face. "Oh, ooh. "So, what's the plan?" asked Harry, as Astoria led him into an empty classroom. "Well, my first idea was to ask Flopsy to bring it to you, but she doesn't like leaving the house," Astoria informed him. "She goes as far as the village when she must, but I could tell she wasn't keen on coming all the way to Hogwarts." "That is a bit odd, but yeah, I wouldn't want to distress her if we don't have to." "My thoughts exactly," she replied with a smile. "So, I was thinking you could ask the elf that you called to Mr. Cartwright's office. He works here at Hogwarts, right?" "Yeah, Dobby." "Crack." "Did Harry Potter call for Dobby?" squeaked the oddly dressed house elf. "Well, yeah, I supposed I did. How are you, Dobby?" "Harry Potter asked how Dobby is. Harry Potter is a great wizard," the elf exclaimed, practically jumping up and down. "Calm down, Dobby," Harry said embarrassedly, while Astoria tried not to laugh. "We're friends, right? So why wouldn't I ask how you're doing?" Of course, the great Harry Potter is a most humble, most kind wizard. Dobby is proud to be Harry Potter's friend. Thanks, Dobby. Anyway, I was wondering if you could help us with something. Do you remember Astoria from over the summer?" Of course, Dobby remembers. Dobby would never forget one of the great Harry Potter's friends. "Thank you, Dobby. It's nice to see you too," Astoria said kindly. "We need your help to bring Harry's broomstick back to Hogwarts. If you can, we'd like for you to go to the Greengrass estate just outside of Appleby and speak to my house elf, Flopsy. Just tell her why you're there and she'll give you the broom. Can you do that?" "Of course, Harry Potter's Miss Tori. Dobby would be honored to help," the elf gushed, and he popped away in an instant. "Harry Potter's Miss Tori," she repeated, her cheeks tinged slightly pink. "Yeah, I heard that too," laughed Harry. "I wouldn't think too hard on it, though. Dobby's unique." A few moments later, Dobby returned holding Harry's firebolt in both hands. "Here is your broomstick, sir," he said, dutifully presenting the firebolt to Harry. "Is there anything else Dobby can do for Harry Potter and his Miss Tori?" "I don't think so, Dobby. Thanks. Wait," Harry interrupted himself, thinking back to his earlier conversation with Neville. "There is something you might be able to help with. I need a place where I can practice magic without anybody being able to find out what I'm doing. And I mean nobody, not even Professor Dumbledore. Is there a place like that in the castle?" Harry knew it was a long shot, but if anyone knew the castle better than the Weasley twins, it was the Hogwarts house elves. Still, he braced himself for disappointment and was surprised when Dobby gave a little skip and clapped his hands together, his ears wagging with joy. "Dobby knows the perfect place, sir," he said happily. "Dobby heard tell of it from the other house elves when he came to Hogwarts, sir. It is known by us as the come-and-go room, sir, or else as the room of requirement." "Why do you call it that, Dobby?" Astoria asked curiously. "Because, Miss Tori," began Dobby, in a more serious tone, "it is a room that a person can only enter when they have real need of it. Sometimes it is there, sometimes it is not, but when it appears, it is always equipped for the seeker's needs. Dobby has used it before, and Dobby knows Mr. Filch has found extra cleaning materials there, sir, and if you really needed the loo," said Harry, suddenly remembering something Dumbledore had mentioned during the Yule Ball. "Would it fill itself with chamber pots?" "Dobby expects so, sir. It is a most amazing room, sir." "That sounds perfect, Dobby," Harry said gratefully. "Where is this room? Can you show us how to open it?" "Dobby can, sir," the elf replied happily. "Would you like to see it now, sir?" "I'm game," replied Harry, who then turned to Astoria. "How about you, Miss Tori?" Astoria snorted and slapped Harry lightly on the arm. "Prat," she said, holding back a chuckle. "But yes, we have plenty of time before curfew, and I would love to see this amazing room." "Dobby promises you will not be disappointed, miss," he insisted. "Meet Dobby on the 7th floor, near the picture of a wizard teaching trolls to dance, and Dobby will show you the room." "Okay, Dobby, we'll meet you there. Hang on. Could you do me a favor and drop this off in my dorm on your way?" Harry requested, handing his firebolt back to the elf. "Of course, sir." Dobby took hold of the broom and disappeared again with a soft pop, so Harry and Astoria exited the classroom and began making their way up to the 7th floor. As they were still on the ground level, they had quite a bit of walking ahead of them, including several staircases, some of which tended to move at the most inconvenient times. By that time, however, the majority of students were already in the Great Hall for dinner, so they were lucky enough not to encounter many others on their journey. "So, is this how all your adventures start?" asked Astoria, with a teasing lilt to her voice. "An intriguing, yet seemingly innocent mystery, like a secret room that no one knows about." Harry laughed out loud. "No, they usually start with something a bit more dramatic, like trolls and three-headed dogs hiding in corridors, or students getting petrified by ancient serpents. Secret rooms are pretty mild by comparison, so I think we're safe this time," he assured her. Astoria started to laugh, but something in Harry's expression made her pause. "Wait, you're not actually joking, are you?" she asked. Harry shrugged noncommittally. "I'm starting to think you left out a lot of details when you talked about your adventures this summer," she lightly chided him. "You're right, I did," he admitted. "I'm used to people either not believing me or accusing me of being an attention seeker, so I tend not to talk about things." "Well, I believe you," she replied sincerely. "If it's not too much, I'd really like to hear more about what you've done. It sounds like you've been through an awful lot." Harry looked at her curiously as they walked. Between his time with the Dursleys and the wizarding world's obsession with the legend of the boy who lived, Harry had been conditioned to the point where reticence was as natural to him as breathing. Aside from Ron and Hermione, he was used to people wanting answers from him for their own benefit, but Astoria seemed genuinely interested in learning more about him, something that Harry was beginning to realize had been the case from the very beginning. "All right, let me tell you how we first became friends with Hermione," said Harry, beginning his tale. "It was Halloween of our first year." He spent the rest of their walk up to the 7th floor going over the highlights of his first 3 years at Hogwarts. Astoria listened attentively while asking the occasional question, and by the time Harry got to the part where Sirius escaped on Buckbeak, they had nearly reached their destination. "I remember you mentioning having a godfather, but I never would have guessed it was Sirius Black," said Astoria, sounding somewhat mystified. "You're still in contact with him, aren't you?" "Yeah, it was actually his house I went to after leaving yours," replied Harry, after first confirming they were still alone. "Ron and Hermione know, but otherwise we can't mention that around anyone else, even Daphne." "I understand," she nodded, as they rounded the corner and saw Dobby waiting for them in an otherwise empty corridor. Just as the elf had described, Dobby was standing next to an enormous moving tapestry depicting a forest clearing, where a tiny wizard was surrounded by a small group of trolls wearing tutus and wielding enormous clubs. "Barnabas the Barmy," muttered Harry, reading the small plaque next to the tapestry. "I'd say he earned his name, wouldn't you?" he asked, as the wizard futilely attempted to teach one troll how to pirouette, while simultaneously avoiding being turned to jelly by another's club. "Yes, I'd have to say I agree," giggled Astoria, while Dobby nodded gravely beside her. "All right, Dobby, we're here. Where's this room you were telling us about?" "Right here, sir," bowed Dobby, gesturing to the blank stretch of wall across from the troll tapestry. To open the room, Harry Potter must walk past this wall 3 times while thinking very hard about what he needs. Harry looked skeptically at the elf, but Dobby's expression was so earnest that he decided to just do as he was instructed. Shrugging his shoulders, he walked past the blank wall thinking, "I need a place to practice magic. I need a place to practice magic." "Harry, look," gasped Astoria as he completed his 3rd pass. Where there was once nothing but a blank wall, there was now a highly polished wooden door set within an ornate stone archway. With a rush of excitement, Harry pushed open the door and led the others inside, only for his jaw to drop the moment he stepped over the threshold. They found themselves inside an enormous room with a domed ceiling, lit by at least a dozen torches. The floor was made from wide, exceptionally well-polished floorboards that came together to form a square in the middle. The wall on the left was lined with shelves holding enough books to keep Hermione occupied at least until Christmas, and along the right were what appeared to be targets for spell practice, and even a few wooden training dummies. "This is incredible," breathed Harry, as he and Astoria both stood in the center of the room, taking in their surroundings. "Thanks, Dobby, I owe you big time." "Harry Potter is most welcome, sir," replied Dobby, offering him a low bow. "If you need anything else or want to change the room, all Harry Potter must do is think of it, and the come-and-go room will make it so." "It really is extraordinary magic," said Astoria. "What exactly did you ask for, Harry?" "Just a place where I could train. What do you think?" he asked, while examining one of the dummies. "It's not bad, but I think it could use a woman's touch," she replied with a grin. "May I?" "Be my guest." Astoria closed her eyes, and the room immediately underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Harry looked on in wonder as several skylights opened up in the domed ceiling, allowing the last vestiges of light from the evening sky to filter into the room. Rugs of various shapes and sizes burst into existence, along with several tables, sofas, and chairs, giving the room a homier feel. The Spartan walls that Harry had thought into existence were now a deep burgundy color and covered in artwork. And last but not least, a huge stone fireplace now occupied the back wall. "Oh, Miss Tori is very good at using the room. Miss Tori must be a great witch," Dobby said in awe. "Thank you, Dobby," she replied, before turning to Harry and gesturing towards the fireplace. "Shall we?" "Sure," he grinned, moving to occupy one of the twin chairs next to the fire. "Now this is much cozier," Astoria remarked as she sank into the chair. "Just because you're training to fight dark wizards, that doesn't mean you have to be uncomfortable." "No, I suppose not," agreed Harry, although he had a feeling Mad-Eye Moody would beg to differ. "Does Harry Potter, or his Miss need, anything else from Dobby?" "I don't think so, Dobby," replied Harry, turning back to the elf. "Thank you so much for telling us about this room. I'm going to buy you a ton of new socks next time I go to Hogsmeade." "Harry Potter is too kind to Dobby," he said tearfully. "Please let Dobby know if he can be of any more service," he added before popping away. "You certainly have a way with people, Harry," Astoria said teasingly. "He seems to be quite loyal to you, considering he's not bonded. You said you tricked Draco's father into freeing him." "Yeah, in my second year," he confirmed. "He had a hard life with the Malfoys, so I was glad to do it. This isn't the first time he's helped me out, either." Harry stared into the fire for a few moments, caught up in the memory of Dobby's assistance with the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, which naturally led to flashbacks of the third task and the nightmare that followed. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Astoria, suddenly sounding concerned. "Yeah, sorry," he said, turning his gaze away from the fire and giving her a strained smile. "I didn't just mean right now," she clarified, now worrying at her lower lip. "There's something different about you. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's there." Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Astoria had proven more perceptive than the average witch, so he knew he couldn't lie to her, and more importantly, he didn't want to lie to her. The question was, how much should he tell her? "The weeks after my hearing were eventful," he started. "I can't tell you everything for your own safety, but I found out there was a prophecy about me and Voldemort." Astoria's eyes continued to widen as Harry summarized his conversation with Dumbledore about the prophecy and what it meant for him, although he didn't give her the exact wording. He told her about the Order of the Phoenix and how they were trying to work against Voldemort, but that it ultimately didn't matter, because it would all come down to him in the end. "Oh, Harry," she said quietly, reaching across to grasp his hand, which was resting on the arm of his chair. "What a terrible burden to have placed on you. No wonder you've seemed so on edge, compared to when I last saw you." "That's not all," he continued, turning his gaze back to the fire. Astoria didn't respond. Instead, she sat there with her hand on top of his, waiting patiently for him to find the words. "Do you remember asking me about my scar when we were on the train?" "Of course," she replied. "You said that something good happened, which is why it's faded." "Yeah, listen, Astoria," he said, his eyes locking onto hers. "What I'm about to tell you, I don't know. I'm not even sure I should be telling you." "It's okay, Harry," she said softly. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm always willing to listen. I promise you that I'll never betray your trust." Her remark took Harry somewhat by surprise. He was much more used to people demanding information from him, even his friends. Astoria's more gentle approach was new ground for him, and it only made him want to confide in her more. "Okay, here it goes," he began. "When Voldemort attacked me when I was a baby, he left a part of himself behind when his body was destroyed." "A part of himself? I don't understand." Harry took a deep breath and shifted his gaze back to the fire. "He left part of his soul behind, and it somehow attached itself to me," he explained, pointing to his scar with his free hand. "His soul," gasped Astoria. "How is that even possible?" "Dumbledore explained it, sort of, but it's probably for the best if you don't know the details. It could be really dangerous for you." "Okay, so what does that mean for you?" "Well, it created some sort of connection between us. My scar would hurt whenever he was close by, or when he was really angry about something. Sometimes I could even see what he was up to, which definitely wasn't a picnic." Astoria looked horrified, but Harry was still staring into the fire and didn't notice. "And then, a week ago, something happened. We were cleaning out Sirius's parents' house, which hadn't been lived in for ages. There were a few dark artifacts in one of the rooms, and one of them tried to possess me." "No," she gasped again, this time covering her mouth with her hand. "Yeah, it almost worked, too. I nearly gave up, but I somehow managed to fight it off in the end," he said, quietly recalling his feelings of desperation at the time. "Here's the good part, though. When the thing that tried to possess me was forced out, it took that piece of Voldemort with him." "Really?" said Astoria, now wearing a look of surprise. "How?" "It's complicated," replied Harry. "This is another thing where I can't explain the details, but Dumbledore basically said that what happened that day might have been the only way to remove that piece of him, short of me dying. There was a sharp intake of breath, and Harry spared a glance in Astoria's direction to see the girl looking back at him with watery eyes. The thing is, ever since then, I've felt different. In a lot of ways, it's good, really good. I'm better at magic, it's easier to concentrate, and I don't randomly get angry anymore for no reason. I should be happy about all this, and I am, really, it's just. Go on, Harry, you can tell me, Astoria said after a few moments. Harry rose to his feet and stood in front of the fire, his eyes never leaving the flames. I feel tainted. I mean, how could I not? I carried a piece of him around with me for almost my entire life. And now that it's gone, I can't help but wonder if part of him isn't still hanging around. Harry turned around to face her with a pained expression. Dumbledore confirmed the actual piece of soul is gone, but what if forcing it out affected me, like I somehow took on some of it? Like the thing with Malfoy on the train, I can't see myself being that aggressive even a few months ago. It's obvious that I've changed, but what's driving me mental is not knowing how much of it is me and how much, if any, is him. He looked down at the ground and verbalized, for the first time, the fear he had been wrestling with for the past week. A fear that he'd first experienced at age 12, shortly after a different piece of Tom Riddle's soul had pointed out the obvious similarities between the two of them. What if I end up like him? He said quietly. What if I become a danger to everyone I care about? What if I end up being the monster that someone has to stop? What if I end up hurting? Astoria leapt to her feet and wrapped Harry in a tight hug. Unlike the day he showed her and Daphne the graveyard memory, this time he allowed himself to relax into her embrace. He took a deep breath and allowed some of the weight slip from his shoulders, at least for a little while. You won't, Harry, I know it, Astoria said fiercely. You're a good person. It's obvious to anyone who gets to know you for even 5 minutes. How can you be sure? He asked in a strained voice. I just am. You could never be like him, Harry. You care too much. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded in agreement and relaxed his grip on her. Astoria also let go and took a step back, neither of them making eye contact with one another. Thanks, said Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his emotional outburst. I hope you're right. I mean it, Harry, Astoria said resolutely. Especially after everything you told me today. No matter how hard things get, you refuse to let down the people you care about, and there are plenty of others who feel the same way about you. Finally looking up from the floor, Harry met her gaze and saw something there he hadn't noticed before, a certain steeliness, or perhaps even a sense of resolve lurking behind her normally kind eyes. In the short time that he had known her, Harry didn't think he'd ever seen Astoria looking that serious. Isn't that what Professor Dumbledore told you? She continued, taking a step forward. That the friendships you make, the way you inspire others is what makes you better than him. She was looking at him with such intensity that Harry found himself breaking eye contact and rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I suppose you're right. With everything going on, sometimes it gets, he attempted, only to trail off at the end. It's okay, Harry, said Astoria, reaching up to touch his arm. Thanks, I think I needed that, he replied, a small smile starting to break through his expression. Astoria looked up at Harry, her expression unreadable. With one hand still resting on his elbow, she cautiously took a step closer to him. Her lips gently parted as if she were about to speak, when suddenly her eyes grew wide and she froze in place. Oh, I'm sorry, I think it's almost curfew. I really should be going now, she said hurriedly, her cheeks starting to flush. Okay, Harry replied hesitantly. Do you want me to walk you back? No, we're actually pretty close to my common room, so I should be fine. Thank you, though, and thank you for sharing everything with me today. Of course, thanks for listening. Anytime, she said, and then turned towards the door, calling out over her shoulder, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye, Harry. Harry watched as Astoria exited the room and re-entered the 7th floor corridor. He actually did feel much better after getting all that off his chest, even if their conversation had taken an odd turn right near the end. What was that all about? He wondered with a slight shake of the head. Oh, ooh. It would be a few days before Harry could go back and put the room of requirement to good use. Both Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had assigned massive amounts of homework, which had taken up most of Harry's Tuesday evening. Wednesday's timetable didn't allow for much free time either, especially considering their nighttime astronomy lesson. It was only their first week, and already it appeared there was some truth to the rumors about how brutal OWL year could be. Unfortunately, as difficult as their first week had been, it was about to get worse. "Are you ready, Harry?" asked Hermione, as they approached the defense against the dark arts classroom. "As I'll ever be," he grumbled. "Remember, the plan is to just sit there and read like she wants us to. This isn't the time or place to mount a protest." "Oh, I always thought you enjoyed a good protest, Hermione," Harry replied cheekily. "Right, remember all that last year with Spew," Ron chimed in. "It's not Spew, Ronald. It's SBEW, and I'm still working on it, but we have more important things to deal with right now," Hermione said crossly. "Dumbledore specifically told Harry to avoid getting into trouble with Professor Umbridge, so that's what we're going to do." "We know, Hermione. We just talked about this 5 minutes ago," groaned Ron, rolling his eyes at Harry behind her back. Harry snorted and shook his head. With everything going on around them, it was nice to know that at least some things never changed. They paused briefly at the entrance to the classroom, and after taking a moment to steel himself, Harry led Ron and Hermione inside, where they all took their seats. They had only been sitting for a few short moments when Professor Umbridge entered the room and called them all to order, her usual fake smile plastered across her face. "Today, we will be continuing where we left off on Monday and reading the rest of Chapter 1. I would like you all to open your books to whichever page you last completed and continue on through the rest of the chapter. There will be no need to talk." She sat down at her desk and surveyed the class with her wide, insincere smile. Harry got the impression that she was just waiting for someone to complain about the assignment, giving her the opportunity to grandstand in front of the class. When over half of the period had passed without anyone speaking, her patience seemed to reach its limit, and she got up to start walking among the students. Hopping, she would just pass him by and continue to ignore him. Harry focused intently on the page in front of him, even if he wasn't actually reading the words. It was not to be, however, as Professor Umbridge stopped directly in front of his desk, leaned down, and whispered in a dangerously sweet voice, "It's nice to see you working so hard at your studies, Mr. Potter. I hope this is a sign that you've decided to stop telling dangerous lies." Anger bubbled up inside of Harry, but he didn't respond or acknowledge her comment. He just turned the page and continued staring at his copy of Defensive Magical Theory. "I'm speaking to you, Mr. Potter," she spoke again, this time a bit more loudly. "I'm just trying to do my assigned reading, Professor," he replied through gritted teeth. "Yes, I can see that," she responded with false gaiety. "And I said that I hoped this was a sign that you've learned your lesson. After all, spreading nasty falsehoods in order to disrupt and disturb our society is a crime worthy of severe punishment, and I dare say you've been lucky in avoiding it so far." He wanted to stand up for himself. He wanted to yell and rage or even storm out of the room, but he knew he had to control his temper. Swallowing heavily, Harry simply nodded and continued pretending to read, without ever looking up from his book. Professor Umbridge's eyes flashed in anger when she realized Harry wasn't going to take the bait, but then a malicious grin spread across her face as she leaned closer to him. "Of course, you cannot entirely be blamed for your uncouth behavior," she whispered quietly, so that only those in the immediate vicinity could hear her. "Anyone raised by Muggles is unlikely to understand how to comport themselves in polite society." There was a sharp intake of breath, and Harry could almost feel Hermione staring at them in disbelief. "Of course, sometimes it all comes down to one's blood," continued Umbridge. "I've heard that your father was a respectable wizard, so I can only imagine where your filthy, disgusting conduct stems from." Harry's eyes bulged at the thinly veiled slight against his mother, and he raised his head and glared at Umbridge with a look of unbridled fury. Every fiber of his being was practically begging him to take out his wand and teach the foul woman what it really meant to be punished. The desks surrounding them began to vibrate as magic rolled off of Harry in waves, and behind him, Lavender Brown actually shivered at the sudden chill. Professor Umbridge quickly straightened up and took a few steps backwards, her predatory expression replaced by one closer to fear. Once she recognized that Harry was not actually going to attack her, however, she attempted to quickly compose herself and pretend as if nothing unusual had happened. "Continue with your reading, Mr. Potter," she said hastily, before retreating to her desk, where she remained for the rest of the period. As soon as class was dismissed, Harry strode angrily from the room before anyone could speak to him. "Harry, wait," called Hermione as she followed him into the corridor. "Not now, Hermione," he ground out, not even bothering to look back. He climbed one staircase after another with hardly a conscious thought, just the unignorable need to allow his anger to lash out at something. There was only one place in the castle where he could do that safely, and that was his destination. After finally reaching the 7th floor, he hurried along the corridor to the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and paced back and forth until the door to the room of requirement appeared. Upon entering, Harry briefly noted that the room had configured itself to be like Astoria's version, rather than the one he had initially come up with. He threw down his book bag and activated one of the training dummies with a flick of his wand, barely waiting for it to get into position before he started casting. Reducto, Confringo. The dummy blasted apart as Harry's spells landed one after another, only to magically reform itself a few moments later. Tightening his grip on his wand, he pictured Umbridge clearly in his mind, right down to her wide, toad-like mouth and her ridiculous pink cardigan. How dare that pathetic excuse for a witch insult Lily Potter like that? Harry had been bottling up his rage ever since Umbridge's comment, but now, in the relative safety of the room, he allowed it to fill him up and flow through him. He calmly pointed his wand at the ground below the dummy as his face contorted into an angry scowl. Clavum in Figo. As soon as the unpleasant-looking brown spell made impact, a long spike erupted out of the ground, penetrating the dummy from underneath and exiting through the top of its head. Harry took a moment to admire his work, slowly exhaling as he savored the feeling that came with using such powerful magic. Not one to waste an opportunity, he followed up with the bone-exploding curse, one of his favorites from his time with Daphne. A smile crept onto his face as he continued to exact his revenge on the helpless training dummy, running through nearly every spell he had practiced over the summer. Harry had nearly exhausted himself by the time he was finished, but he definitely felt much better, much calmer. Ever since he had purged the fragment of Voldemort's soul, somewhere in the back of his mind he had wondered if losing his connection to the Dark Lord's anger would affect his own ability to use dark magic. As it turned out, Harry had more than enough anger of his own to power his spells, and he had even found a new source of motivation. As he gathered his things to leave the room, Harry couldn't help but picture what it would have been like to have the real Dolor's Umbridge under his wand that evening. The accompanying visuals were quite disgusting, but that didn't seem to lessen his enjoyment. In fact, a small part of him held out hope that he could one day make it a reality. Chapter 12. Starting Small. 3 days had passed since their second lesson with Umbridge. When Harry returned to the common room that first evening, both Ron and Hermione were waiting up for him to make sure he was okay. While Harry assured them that he was fine, he still wasn't feeling ready to tell them about the room of requirement. He had initially intended to show them the room right away, but instead, he'd taken to visiting it by himself every day to practice his spell work and let out some of his aggression. In fact, on Friday he'd been so caught up in his training that he almost forgot to attend tryouts for the new Gryffindor keeper. Fortunately, he made it just in time, but being the last one to arrive was still enough to annoy Angelina, that year's Quidditch captain. More importantly, he was there to see Ron try out for the position. Harry always knew that Ron was obsessed with Quidditch, of course, but he had no idea that he fancied himself a keeper until that very week. They managed to practice together once ahead of Friday's tryouts, and Ron had performed surprisingly well, in Harry's opinion. His actual audition wasn't nearly as impressive, but Ron had at least done well enough to secure a spot on the team. Harry was thrilled for his friend, even if it meant that Quidditch was an even more frequent topic of conversation than before. The remainder of Harry's weekend revolved around completing his homework and spending time in the room. After a few days of this, he had begun to suspect that his frequent absences were not going unnoticed, a theory which Ron and Hermione confirmed when he returned to the common room late Sunday evening. When Harry walked in, the pair were already sitting together in the far corner, with their chairs turned towards the portrait hole, presumably so they could spot Harry the moment he returned, and so naturally, they waved him over immediately. Already having a pretty good idea of what they were going to say, Harry didn't hesitate to join his friends and accept their scolding. Slipping his bag off of his shoulder, he plopped himself down into a chair and looked up at them expectantly. Ron was the first to speak. "Where have you been, Harry?" he said, somewhat grumpily. "We've barely seen you since Friday." "We're not upset or anything. We just want to make sure you're okay," added Hermione, giving Ron a sideways glance. "I'm fine, really," Harry assured his friends. "And I'm sorry I haven't been around. I had to work through some things and I've been a bit distracted." "I understand, Harry, but I thought the three of us agreed to deal with things together," Hermione reminded him. "That is, unless what you've been distracted by is something more personal." Harry looked back at her quizzically, but didn't reply. "Oh. You know, we thought it was possible that you, maybe, have a girlfriend," she clarified. "No, it's nothing like that," laughed Harry. "I was actually planning on telling you anyway. I found somewhere in the castle where we can safely practice magic, but I wanted to get a feel for the place before I told anybody." "That's it," asked Hermione. "You've just been practicing magic. Why didn't you invite us?" "I just told you. I wanted to get a feel for the place first. I'll take you both there tomorrow if you'd like." "Where is it? It's not the Chamber of Secrets, is it?" asked Ron, making a face as he recalled their trip down the pipe in their second year. "Definitely not," Harry reassured him. "I did think about it, but it's rather inconvenient to get to. Plus, it was pretty disgusting down there even without the dead basilisk. No, it's a secret room up on the 7th floor that pretty much nobody knows about. Dobby told me about it last week." "Wait, Dobby, that mad house elf," said Ron. "Yeah, he works here now, remember. Well, he showed me this room that can transform into pretty much anything you need. Apparently, the house elves all know about it, but most people just stumble upon it once by accident and can never find it again." "That sounds incredible," Hermione said eagerly, clearly excited by the mere idea of the room. "Will it really become anything you need? How much have you tested it?" "Not too much," shrugged Harry. "I basically just asked for a place to train. Inside, there's a wide-open space to practice, but it was also filled with targets and training dummies, plus an entire wall packed with spellbooks." Hermione's eyes lit up at the prospect, but her look of excitement was quickly replaced by somewhat nervous expression. "Well, since we're on the topic, I had an idea, and this is probably a good time to mention it," she began tentatively. "What is it?" asked Harry. "Well, considering how useless our defense against the dark arts classes are this year, I was thinking that we should maybe just do it ourselves." "Do it ourselves," repeated Ron with a look of confusion. "As in teach ourselves defense." "Exactly," nodded Hermione. "And yes, part of my reasoning is that we need to pass our OWLS," she admitted. "But with Voldemort out there, what we really need is to learn how to better defend ourselves." "I mean, you're not wrong, Hermione, but can we do? I suppose we can look up spells in the library, but I'm already behind on homework as it is," complained Ron, clearly not thrilled with the prospect of taking on more work. "Oh, come on, Ronald. It's not as if we'd assign essays to ourselves," said Hermione, rolling her eyes. "But I do agree that in order for this to work, we need a proper teacher." "All right, but where exactly are we gonna find one of those?" asked Ron, pretending to look around the room as if a new teacher might simply pop into existence. "If you'd stop to think for a moment, I'd say the answer is rather obvious," Hermione said dryly, glancing over at Harry. Ron turned to follow her gaze, and his eyes widened slightly in recognition. Harry, who had been amusing himself by watching the byplay between his two friends, sighed in understanding. "Look, I was already planning to practice on my own. That's how I found out about the room in the first place," he told them. "I was also thinking I could show you some of the stuff I've learned, but that's not the same as having a proper teacher." "I don't know, Harry. I think you might be selling yourself short," countered Hermione. "You've always been the best in our year at defense, and lately it's been obvious that your spell work has really improved across the board. It only took you 2 tries to completely vanish your snail, when it took me the entire class." "All right, fine," agreed Harry, holding up a hand in defeat. "Like I said, I was already planning to show you some things, maybe a few others too. But if there's any research or theory work involved, I'm going to need you to step up." "Of course," replied Hermione, nodding excitedly. "I'm so glad you agreed. I was afraid we would have to convince you." "Ron." "I'm in, as long as you promise there won't be any homework." "You know me, mate, but I can't speak for Hermione," chuckled Harry. "Blimey, she's probably already making up exams in her head," joked Ron, his voice dripping with false dread. "Very funny, but no, I think we have quite enough on our plates as it is," said Hermione, glaring at Ron before turning back to Harry. "Now, you did mention teaching people besides me and Ron," she continued. "Well, I was thinking it might be a good idea to open it up to anybody who wants to learn." "No way," replied Harry, shaking his head. "But Harry, this could be important. Everybody deserves." "No, Hermione," interrupted Harry. "Can you imagine the Ministry's reaction if Umbridge tells them students are being trained to fight by Harry Potter? They'd chuck me into Azkaban and throw away the key." Hermione's shoulders slumped as she conceded the point. "I'm sorry, Hermione, but it's just too risky. We'll start small and only invite people I know for sure we can trust. I was thinking us, the twins, Neville, and maybe even Ginny, if they're all interested. If it goes well, we can think about adding others." "That sounds all right, but are you sure you want to invite Neville?" Ron asked skeptically. "I'm sure," nodded Harry. "I've been talking to him a bit more since we got back. He's definitely trustworthy, and I think he could really benefit from our help." Ron shrugged his shoulders and nodded in agreement. "Well, that settles that then. Wait, Ron, isn't that Hermes?" said Hermione, pointing towards the nearest window, where a handsome screech owl was perched outside on the windowsill. "What?" said Ron, turning around to look. "Yeah, that's definitely Percy's owl. What's he writing to me for?" Ron stood up and went to open the window. The owl flew into the room and allowed Ron to untie the letter from its leg before immediately taking off again, and then Harry and Hermione looked on curiously as Ron unfolded the parchment and began reading the letter. Percy writing to Ron would have been unusual in the best of times, but it was even more so now, considering Percy was no longer associating with his family. He had gone to work for the Ministry straight out of Hogwarts, working under Bartemius Crouch in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. When it was discovered that Mr. Crouch had actually been killed, and that an imposter had been sending in orders via owl, which Percy had carried out without question, he was subjected to a full inquiry and very nearly lost his job. That's why his family were surprised to hear that Percy had been promoted, and that he was now working directly for Minister Fudge. As it was well known that the Weasleys were close to Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley suspected that Percy was given his new position in part to help the minister gather information on Dumbledore's movements. Percy did not take it well when Mr. Weasley informed his son of his misgivings, and a blazing row erupted between the two of them. Many hurtful things were said, and it ended with Percy firmly declaring his allegiance to the ministry and disassociating himself from the Weasley family, which explained why Percy had been present at Harry's hearing. Judging by the deepening look of disgust that marred Ron's face as he read the letter, Percy obviously hadn't written with the intent of reconciling with his estranged family. Once he had finished reading, Ron loudly scoffed and thrust the letter at Harry and Hermione to read for themselves. "He thinks Umbridge is delightful. Really?" Harry said disbelievingly as he skimmed the letter. Sadly, it seemed that Percy had fully bought into the Ministry's delusions about him and Dumbledore, and he had written to advise Ron to distance himself from Harry. Somehow, reading Percy's letter felt even worse than seeing things printed about him in the Daily Prophet. Harry was used to complete strangers thinking badly of him, but he had known Percy for years and had even stayed at his house. "I'm sorry, Ron," Hermione said consolingly once she had finished reading. "I never would have believed Percy would act like this." "Yeah, well, that makes one of us," scowled Ron. "He's always been a bit of a prat, more ambition than common sense, if you ask me." "Well, if you want to, what was it?" said Harry, taking the letter back from Hermione. "Oh yeah, sever ties with me. I swear I won't get too violent." "Gimme that," said Ron, snatching the letter back and ripping it into pieces. "I swear he is the world's biggest git." "I can't believe he said that about you," Hermione told Harry, seeming more disappointed than anything. "He should at least know you better than that." "And what do you think this big announcement is that he keeps referring to?" Harry and Ron shrugged in response, but it wouldn't take long for them to find out. The following morning, the answer was printed in huge letters on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Ministry, SEKS Educational Reform. DOLORES, UMBRIDGE appointed first ever, High Inquisitor. As one would expect, this latest action by the Ministry was the dominant topic of conversation that morning. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor was tasked with inspecting Hogwarts teachers and making sure that they were coming up to scratch, in the eyes of the Ministry, bringing the Ministry's interference at Hogwarts to a whole new level. Several of the fifth-year Gryffindors, including Harry and Ron, got their first taste of what Umbridge's inspections were going to be like that afternoon in divination. Unsurprisingly, the new High Inquisitor was disruptive and condescending throughout the lesson, causing Professor Trelawney to grow increasingly flustered. Harry had never cared much for Trelawney, mainly due to her habit of regularly predicting his death, but he almost felt bad for the batty divination teacher. Defense against the dark arts class was nigh unbearable, at least in part due to the especially smug look plastered across Umbridge's face the entire period. The day's lesson involved nothing more than reading quietly again, but Umbridge took several opportunities to subtly insult Dumbledore and make snide allusions about the perceived inadequacies of the many Hogwarts teachers. Whenever she made one of these comments, she looked at Harry as if expecting him to leap to the headmaster's defense, only to come away disappointed each time. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to dinner early, and then immediately made for the 7th floor. Hermione, in particular, had been excited to see the room of requirement, so she practically dragged the boys away from the table as soon as they had finished eating. Once they had arrived, Harry demonstrated how to open the room while asking for the practice space he had become so familiar with, then stepped aside to allow Hermione and Ron to enter first. "This is incredible, Harry," gushed Hermione as she explored the room. "I love the skylights and the big fireplace. It's really cozy. Is this really what you pictured when you asked for a place to practice magic?" "Not at all," Harry admitted, as Hermione began perusing the bookshelves. "That was all Astoria," he said without thinking, causing Ron and Hermione to both turn sharply towards him. "My version was a lot more utilitarian." "Wait, utili what?" asked Ron from over by the training dummies. "It means designed to be practical instead of comfortable," Hermione answered matter-of-factly, before turning back to Harry. "Harry, are you saying you've already brought Astoria to the room even before us?" "Oh, right, we just happened to be together when Dobby first showed the room to me," replied Harry. "She hasn't been back since, though, at least not with me. Now that you mention it, though, it is kind of funny how the room keeps changing into Astoria's version, even when I'm the only one using it," he added thoughtfully. Hermione and Ron exchanged significant looks. "Harry, mate, are you sure there's nothing going on between you two?" asked Ron. "What? No, of course not," Harry protested. "We're just friends." "Are you certain, Harry?" pressed Hermione, almost as if she had been waiting for the opportunity to ask. "It's just that you seem awfully close for only having known each other a few weeks." "No, I mean, yeah, I guess we are pretty close, but it's nothing like that," he insisted. "We're friends." "Okay, Harry," she replied placatingly. "I won't say anything else about it. It's just that if there was something going on, well, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, would it?" Harry opened up his mouth to respond, but no words came out. Encouraging him to date was probably the last thing he had expected from Hermione at that particular moment. Even Ron was looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What?" she asked. "We've only met her the one time, but she seemed really nice, and she obviously cares about you. Honestly, Harry, you could do far worse." "Really?" questioned Ron. "I mean, sure, she's cute enough, but didn't you say she was only a third year?" "Yeah, but she's already 14. She's like you, Hermione, with the early birthday," Harry started to explain before catching himself. "But that doesn't matter because there's nothing going on," he emphasized yet again. "That's fine, Harry. I've said my piece," replied Hermione, turning back to continue examining the books. Shaking his head, Harry plopped down in one of the chairs and watched as Ron tried his luck with some of the moving targets. All three of them had learned the stunning spell while helping Harry prepare for the third task, even though it appeared Ron could use some practice with his aim. He couldn't understand why everyone seemed to think there was something going on between him and Astoria. Daphne had been the first to say something, and then Astoria's friend Felicity on the train, and now Ron and Hermione. Was he missing something? Now that Harry stopped to think about it, it was quite possible that he was missing something. He had never been the best at understanding girls, not that many blokes his age were any better, of course. That being said, Harry would be lying if he said he didn't catch himself admiring her from time to time, but he'd never seriously considered doing anything about it. Besides, he didn't think anyone was exactly jumping at the chance to be with him anyway, especially not with both the Ministry and Lord Voldemort having it out for him at the moment. Harry found the whole thing confusing, but before he had a chance to think too deeply on the subject, his train of thought was interrupted by Hermione. "Harry, have you noticed that a lot of these books are on dark magic?" "No," he answered truthfully. "I haven't spent much time looking through the books at all, really." Hermione nodded and went back to browsing, only to turn back around a moment later. She kept biting her lip and glancing sideways, which made it obvious to Harry that she wanted to say something to him, but was afraid to do so. "Just spit it out, Hermione," he sighed, just as Ron was wandering back to their side of the room. "Well, it's just that. You said that the room responds to the needs or desires of the one who opens it, and it just happened to provide you with these sorts of books. Well, I couldn't help but wonder." She locked eyes with Harry. "If you've been dabbling in dark magic." Ron's eyes bulged slightly as he looked back and forth between Harry and Hermione. It took Harry a moment to respond, as he first thought carefully about what he wanted to say. This was it, the first real test of Ron and Hermione's declaration of unwavering support. Would they still be behind him once they realized how far he was willing to go to make sure they all survived the coming war? What he was willing to do. In the end, he decided there was really only one answer to Hermione's question. "Yes." Ron swore loudly and dropped into the chair opposite Harry. "Why, Harry?" Hermione asked quietly. "Why, because we're on the brink of war," he replied grimly. "Whether it's tomorrow or 6 months from now, war is coming. It's coming, Hermione, and if we're not actually willing to fight, then we stand no chance." I understand that, Harry, but can't you fight without resorting to dark magic?" she asked, almost pleadingly. "Magic is magic, Hermione," argued Harry, repeating Daphne's earlier words to him. "What do you think will happen if you try to take on a bunch of Death Eaters with nothing more than stupefy and expelliarmus? Do you think they'll respond with kindness and generosity?" "No," Hermione admitted quietly. "Of course they won't," said Harry, now rising to his feet. "They will torture and kill anyone who gets in their way. Trust me, you have absolutely no idea what we're up against. If we try to fight this war like children, we will die," he finished, emphasizing each word by slamming his fist into his palm. Hermione had tears in her eyes. I've been wondering ever since you told us about the spells you used on Malfoy," she sniffed. It's one thing to use dangerous spells to save your life, but to use them for a prank. Prank? You think that was a prank? Replied Harry, his voice rising slightly. Malfoy directly threatened us, Hermione, and he threatened you specifically. Sure, it was all fun and games when we were just second years trading insults, but things are different now. The little ferret may not be much of a threat on his own, but his father is right in Voldemort's inner circle, and he's not the only one. Crabbe Goyle. And Nott's fathers were all in the graveyard that night, too. We cannot afford to give them a single inch this year. With that, Harry sat back down and started rubbing his temples. He was allowing his emotions to get the better of him, which wouldn't help anything. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I don't mean to yell, and I know you just want what's best for everyone. It's just that I've seen what happens when innocents get in the way of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and I won't allow myself to be a victim, not anymore, he finished, sitting back in his chair to await their judgment. Hermione still seemed upset, but she came around to join the boys in the small sitting area near the bookshelves. The three simply sat there in deep thought for what felt like hours, until Harry finally broke the silence. Ron, you've been awfully quiet about all this. Ron blew out a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling for a moment. You've met my family, he started. Mum would hit the roof if she heard any of us were using dark magic, but I kinda see Harry's point, too. Harry shivered slightly at the thought of Mrs. Weasley finding out what he had been up to. Yeah, you're not wrong about your mum, he said. Don't I know it, grumbled Ron. Still, though, Bill's a curse breaker, so I'm pretty sure he knows some nasty stuff, even if he never talks about it around the family. People like Mad-Eye are out there fighting for our side too, right? I suppose so, Hermione replied uneasily. So, it's probably not a bad idea for us to have a few tricks up our sleeve, just in case, he rationalized. Plus, if Harry's the only one who can kill you-know-who, then I say he can learn any bloody spell he wants. Thanks for that, snorted Harry, but he was relieved more than anything. Now it was up to Hermione. I don't think I can do it, she finally admitted. I don't think I have it in me to use spells like that. No one's asking you to, Hermione, Harry told her earnestly. There are plenty of things we can work on in here. Teaching you dark spells was never part of the plan. Seeing the questioning look on Ron's face, he added, but if anyone does want to learn a thing or two, I'm definitely not going to be the one to say no. Okay, Harry, she replied, wiping her eyes. I know we promised to be behind you no matter what, and we meant it. Just promise me that if we tell you you're going too far, you'll listen. I promise, Harry agreed without hesitation, as the three friends once again reached an understanding. Great, Ron said eagerly, standing up once more. Now that's settled, how about you show us how to work those training dummies? Oh, ooh. The following day, the High Inquisitor saw fit to inspect Professor McGonagall during the fifth-year Gryffindor's Transfiguration class. As Ron had predicted, their head of house was not in the least bit intimidated by Umbridge, and for the most part, she avoided even acknowledging the other woman's presence. Watching Umbridge repeatedly try and fail to exert some semblance of authority over the senior professor was quite satisfying, so Harry was in a rather good mood when he strolled into the Great Hall for lunch. Just as he was taking his seat next to Ron, Harry noticed that Astoria was staring at him from her place near the end of the Ravenclaw table. That didn't bother him, of course, but what caught his attention was her uncharacteristically downcast expression. Between homework, training in the room, and stewing over Umbridge, Harry had somehow neglected to notice that he and Astoria hadn't really spoken since their rather emotional conversation the week before. His initial feelings of guilt were soon replaced by worry. Was she scared to associate with him, now that she knew about the existence of the prophecy? Was the knowledge that he had previously played host to a piece of Voldemort's soul too heavy for their developing friendship? He thought she seemed genuinely supportive at the time, even if she had rather abruptly ended their conversation. Could having more time to think have possibly led her to conclude that he wasn't actually worth the effort after all? In years past, Harry likely would have remained silent and allowed himself to believe the worst. Ever since the summer, however, he had slowly been growing more accustomed to confronting issues head-on, and with that in mind, He got up from the table and crossed the room to speak with her. She looked away as soon as he stood up, but Noreen, who was sitting next to her, had noticed Harry approaching and subtly nudged Astoria with her elbow. Once she saw him, she sat up a bit straighter and quickly whispered something to Noreen. "Hey," said Harry as he approached their table. "Hi, Harry," Felicity answered first. "Would you like to sit down?" "Sure," he replied, taking the seat directly across from the girls. "How have you been?" he said, looking directly at Astoria. "Fine. How was the rest of your week?" she replied awkwardly. "I've had worse," he shrugged. "Felicity," Noreen interrupted, "didn't you promise to help me with my charms essay after lunch?" Oh, right," the girl replied, her brief look of confusion quickly replaced by one of recognition. "Let's go now, so we have enough time to finish before our afternoon lessons." Felicity nodded and rose from her seat. "I'll meet you in class," she said to Astoria. "See you later, Harry." Harry gave them a small wave, and the two girls made their way up the aisle between the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables before exiting the Great Hall. "Is something on your mind, Harry?" Astoria asked tentatively. "I just realized we haven't really talked since that night in the room, and I wanted to make sure you were okay after everything I told you." "Me? Of course I am. Why would you think?" "I mean, it's okay, really," Harry assured her. "I know it's a lot. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to distance yourself from me." "Distance myself," she replied sharply. "Why in Merlin's name would I am so stupid?" Harry looked at her quizzically, as her face took on a mortified expression. "You haven't been avoiding me, have you?" she asked meekly. "No," he said slowly. "I have been really busy, but that's nothing new. Why on earth would I be avoiding you?" Astoria cast her eyes downward. "I thought that you might want to, after the way I acted that night," she confessed, her cheeks reddening. "What do you mean?" asked Harry, obviously confused. "You were brilliant. I felt loads better after talking to you." Finally, Astoria looked up from the table. That's good to hear," she said. "Great, so everything's fine then?" he asked hopefully. "Yes, I think so," she answered with a relieved smile. "How about we just pretend this conservation never happened?" "Fine by me," replied Harry, grinning broadly. He still wasn't entirely sure about the source of their misunderstanding, but he was glad that it seemed to have resolved itself. "So, how was your first week? Are you liking your new classes?" Astoria practically gushed about her new favorite class, arithmancy, though she was a bit lukewarm on ancient runes. The mysterious awkwardness seemingly behind them, they spent the next several minutes catching up with one another and making small talk. Neither of them noticed, but Hermione spent much of her lunch period observing them from across the room. "So, you've been going to the room to practice every day?" "Yeah, almost," replied Harry. "I showed it to Ron and Hermione last night, too." "Have you been practicing with Daphne again?" she asked quietly, as to not be overheard. "Daphne, no, why would I?" he responded curiously. "I'm pretty sure we're both supposed to be ignoring each other now that we're back at school. She was fairly clear on that." "I know, but with the room you could meet up without anyone else knowing. I was just wondering." "No, I honestly hadn't thought of that," he admitted. Even so, he had to agree that it would be nice to have someone else to train with, someone who wouldn't take issue with him using certain spells. "Maybe I'll invite her if I get a chance," he said noncommittally. "I really hope you do," she said quietly. "I'm worried about her. I don't like the looks Draco and some of the other Slytherins have been giving her." "You think she's in danger?" "No, at least I hope not," replied Astoria, again worrying at her lower lip. "It's just that she doesn't really have anyone else to watch out for her, at least no one who would take her side over Draco's. That's why I worry. Daphne's tough, but not as tough as she thinks she is." "All right," nodded Harry. "If it means that much to you, I'll figure out a way to ask her. If she turns me down, though, it's up to you to convince her." "Deal," she replied brightly. And the two of them continued eating lunch together until it was time to head to their respective classes. Already being accustomed to stares and whispers, Harry remained oblivious to the large amount of scrutiny his presence at the Ravenclaw table had drawn. Had he been paying more attention, he might have been amused to learn that the subject of the day's whispers wasn't his association with death and dark lords for a change. Oh, Luzu. Harry's good mood had all but evaporated within the first few minutes of care of magical creatures class. For one, sitting through Professor Grubblyplank's lessons was a constant reminder that Hagrid was still mysteriously absent. The prevailing theory was that he was out conducting work of some sort on behalf of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, likely something to do with giants. But Harry really hoped Hagrid would return sooner than later. Worse than that, Umbridge was there to audit the class, spending much of her time trying unsuccessfully to dig up incriminating information on Dumbledore. She also wasn't shy about making snide remarks about Hagrid, insinuating he was some combination of incompetent, unintelligent, and most likely dangerous, much to the delight of Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherins. It had been a struggle, but Harry once again managed to keep his temper in check. Whatever her goal, Umbridge seemed intent on drawing a reaction out of him, and she was beginning to show signs of frustration that she had yet to succeed. I'm telling you, it won't be long before she just gives up and gives you detention for no reason, Ron insisted, just as they were entering the Great Hall. Maybe, but what am I supposed to do about it? Harry grumbled in reply. I don't think there's anything you can do except keep ignoring her, advised Hermione, reinforcing the conclusion Harry had already come to on his own. His head aching, Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table and massaged his temples. It had been barely more than a week, and already Umbridge had tested his patience more than he could have ever thought possible. What he could use more than anything at the moment was a chance to blow off some steam. How about we head up to the room after dinner for some practice? He suggested to the others. Ron was clearly interested, but neither he nor Hermione got a chance to answer before Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared, seemingly intent on speaking with Harry. There you are, Potter. Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office as soon as you've finished, she informed him. He has also asked me to tell you that he has been partial to pepper imps as of late. Thank you, Professor, replied Harry, which Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a curt nod before taking her leave. Sorry, looks like we'll have to pick another day, he told Ron and Hermione apologetically, but internally he was thrilled. His recent meetings with Dumbledore had certainly been informative, but Harry was hoping this would be his first real lesson. For days, he had been wondering what sort of magic he'd be learning from the man many referred to as the greatest wizard of the age. There must have been a reason so many people called Dumbledore the only one Voldemort ever feared, and Harry was quite eager to see firsthand why that was. With that in mind, he hurried through the rest of his dinner so he could leave for the headmaster's office as quickly as possible. After a quick goodbye to Ron and Hermione, he walked briskly out of the Great Hall and pulled on his invisibility cloak, which he had taken to carrying with him everywhere he went, just in case. Even though dinner was on, there were a few students still lingering in the halls. Being invisible, Harry avoided them easily, although he did have to take a detour around the corridor where Peeves was hurling rotten fruit at any passers-by. A few more flights of stairs and a whispered password later, and Harry was once again knocking on the door to Dumbledore's office. Enter, the headmaster called from inside. Harry opened the door to see Professor Dumbledore at his desk, this time wearing a set of midnight blue robes with crescent moons and twinkling stars embroidered around the cuffs and hemline. Good evening, Harry, the professor greeted him cheerily. Please do have a seat, he said, gesturing to the chair in front of the desk. Before we begin, Madame Pomfrey has recently informed me that she has given you a clean bill of health. Yes, sir, nodded Harry. Do I still have to go every week? Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment. No, I do not think so, he eventually replied. I shall ask you to pay her one more visit in a month's time, and if the results are the same, then you may stop going. Sounds good, sir. Yes, I thought you might agree, Dumbledore replied jovially. Now, I wanted to ask you about your first week of classes. I have been informed by both Professors Flitwick and McGonagall that your performance thus far has been nothing short of outstanding. I don't know about that, sir, but I definitely haven't had trouble with any of the spells so far, said Harry. Chapter 13. New Sensation. Stumbling slightly, Harry let go of Professor Dumbledore's arm and took several deep breaths to fend off a wave of nausea. His second experience with side-along apparition was hardly better than the first, which only made him all the more eager to not have to rely on that form of travel. You may remove your cloak now, Harry, said the professor, as Harry righted himself. Sir, didn't you say that apparating under your own power wasn't as bad? He asked, stuffing his invisibility cloak into the pocket of his robe. That is indeed the general consensus. Will you be teaching me how? Alas, I cannot. Apparition can be quite dangerous without proper instruction. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic has some fairly stringent rules regarding it, explained Dumbledore. In order to legally apparate, you must first be granted a license by the Ministry, which you cannot obtain until you are at least 17 years of age. I guess that makes sense, conceded Harry, although he did not hide his disappointment. It just seems like something I should probably know how to do, considering, well, you know. I happen to agree, said Professor Dumbledore. However, as headmaster of your school, I am expressly forbidden by the Ministry from teaching you. The professor then turned to Harry, giving him a significant look over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. Having said that, he continued, I have very little control over what students are taught by their own families, particularly whilst they are home for the holidays. Smirking slightly, Harry replied, Understood, sir, before taking a moment to finally inspect his surroundings. They were standing on a hillside overlooking a shallow river, in the middle of what seemed to have been a small village, though it had clearly been abandoned for many years. Their side of the river was littered with the skeletons of around half a dozen small houses, their roofs long since collapsed, and what remained of their stone walls overgrown with brush and ivy. Harry peered over the side of the hill and noticed a handful of rotting wooden pilings rising up out of the water, suggesting that a dock had once been there. Looking to his left, an ancient-looking stone bridge reached across the water to the opposite bank, where there were several more dilapidated dwellings. Only a short way down the river from there, he could see the remains of a second, smaller bridge, which appeared to have collapsed at some point. Where are we, sir? This, Harry, is what remains of the wizarding settlement once known as Pitt-upon-Ford, on the far side of the Forbidden Forest, revealed Dumbledore. In my youth, small hamlets such as this were scattered all across the regions surrounding Hogwarts. Alas, most of them have been abandoned for quite some time. Why is that? Asked Harry. A combination of factors, to be certain, said Dumbledore. As the Muggle population increases, they expand into more and more areas of the country that were once primarily occupied by magicals. Meanwhile, our own population has not kept pace, and in recent years has even dwindled. Over time, the few remaining occupants of these hamlets seemed to decide they would be better off in Hogsmeade, which, as you know, is the only remaining all-wizarding village in Britain. Has Hogsmeade changed much since you were in school? Harry asked curiously. In some ways, yes, and in others, no, chuckled Dumbledore. It does, however, have many more full-time residents than it had in those days. Most of the homes around the outskirts of the village and in the surrounding valley were constructed within the last 50 years. Harry nodded and gazed up at the mountains guarding the western side of the valley, behind which the sun would soon be vanishing. I suppose you are wondering why I have brought you here, and rightfully so, I might add, said Dumbledore. Simply put, Hogwarts is not the ideal environment for what I have planned for this evening, owing to the high levels of ambient magic within the castle. And what is that, sir? I intend to build upon some of Sirius's lessons from the summer, the headmaster replied ambiguously. It just so happens that we are nearby to another historical structure, which I believe will assist us with our lesson. Come now, we have a bit more walking to do this evening, and by my estimation we have just over an hour of daylight remaining. With that, Professor Dumbledore started making his way towards the back of the hamlet, with Harry following closely behind. I take it that you are now fully adept at feeling and directing your own magic, Dumbledore inquired as they walked. I think so, replied Harry. Once he had finally figured out what he was doing, controlling his magic had come to him with very little effort, and after the incident with the locket, it had become positively easy. Excellent, said Dumbledore, nodding in approval. If you truly wish to become an exceptional wizard, you will find that being properly attuned to the magic both within you and without you is of critical importance. Without me, repeated Harry, not fully understanding. Of course, replied the headmaster, climbing onto a ledge carved into the base of the rocky hill behind the hamlet. If you can sense your own magic, should you not also be able to sense the magic in the environment or emanating from other magical beings? Questioned Dumbledore, as Harry scrambled up the ledge behind him. I suppose so. As you should, especially considering that you have recently experienced such a phenomenon. Harry was confused for a brief moment before finally realizing what Dumbledore was referring to. The locket, he huffed, just as they were starting along a path that appeared to wind its way up the tall hill. I thought that was only because I had a piece of his soul in my scar. Nobody else noticed anything, even when they were holding it. That certainly would have magnified the effect, although I believe it likely that the others were mildly affected, albeit on a subconscious level. Detecting foreign magic is not a widely taught skill, and very few would have been able to recognize the locket for what it was, explained Dumbledore, as he hopped up onto another small ledge. Instead of continuing along the path, Dumbledore stopped and waited for Harry. I would like for you to try something, he said. Please close your eyes for a moment. Now, he continued, once Harry had complied with his request, I would like for you to detect my presence using nothing more than your senses. All right, I'll try. At first, Harry simply remained quiet and waited for something to happen. After a minute had passed, and he had felt nothing more than the gentle breeze against his face, he decided to try a different method. After first locating his own magic, he attempted, for lack of a better word, to reach out with it, as he had subconsciously done while in the presence of the locket. When another minute had passed with no sign of progress, Harry opened his eyes and saw that Dumbledore was now standing about 2 meters to Harry's left. I can't do it, Professor, he said with a huff. No matter, said Dumbledore unconcernedly. It takes uncommon skill to sense a witch or wizard who is not actively producing magic. I was merely curious. I ask that you try once more, only this time I will be using magic. With a sigh, Harry nodded and closed his eyes again. Relax, Harry. You have already proven that you have the ability. All you lack is the necessary level of awareness. I fully expect you to excel at this skill once you get the hang of it. After first taking a calming breath, Harry repeated the same process, attempting to will his magic to find other nearby sources. Nearly a minute passed with no results, and he was on the verge of giving up when he first felt it, a slight warmth off to his right, which hadn't been there a moment before. He focused all his concentration on that spot, and immediately the hair on the back of his neck stood up. This had to be Dumbledore. How had it taken so long for him to notice? Keeping his eyes firmly shut, Harry extended his arm and pointed to his right side, which happened to be exactly where Dumbledore was standing. Is this you, sir? He asked. Well done, Harry, well done, the professor proudly proclaimed. Now, without opening your eyes, are you able to tell me what spell I am currently using? I'm not sure, he replied, screwing up his face in concentration. It feels light, not like Lumos, but more like weightless. Open your eyes, Harry. Harry opened them to see Dumbledore positively beaming at him. The professor had his wand out and was casually levitating a medium-sized rock off to the side. Wow, said Harry in awe of himself. I have no idea how I knew that. Simply put, you managed to intuitively decipher the intent of the magic, answered Dumbledore, as he slowly lowered the rock back to the ground. But how? There are some things that cannot fully be explained through words, especially when it comes to magic, replied the headmaster. Sometimes it is better to simply accept what is and avoid getting too caught up in the question of why. Hang on, you said I deciphered the intent of the magic. Don't you mean your intent? Ah, that, Harry, is a most interesting question, Dumbledore said excitedly, his eyes twinkling in the slowly receding daylight. In my experience, they are one and the same. Magic is indeed a most mysterious force. Some would even say it is alive, a sentiment with which I find myself in agreement. You mean it has a mind of its own? Not exactly, replied Dumbledore, as they resumed their journey up the path. Consider plants, for example. We know that they are alive, but that alone does not make them capable of rational thought. They do, however, have instincts which they follow. They grow in the direction of the light, their primary source of sustenance, and their roots probe the ground in search of water. Some, like the venomous tentacula, will even physically respond to threats or seek out living prey, a phenomenon which, believe it or not, is not exclusive to magical flora. So, you're saying magic follows its own instincts? In some cases, yes, said Dumbledore, but it also obeys our commands. Having said that, it is my belief that having a true mastery of magic requires one to understand and even embrace the near symbiotic relationship that exists between magic and the one who commands it. That's fascinating, sir. I've never heard magic described that way. If you are interested in further dialogue regarding the nature of magic, then I suggest you speak with Professor Flitwick. He is perhaps more passionate about the subject than anyone I have ever met. Ah, here we are. They had come to the end of the path and arrived at a sheer rock face. Nestled up against it was a series of large stone slabs, which were arranged in such a way as to resemble an enormous staircase. With a sudden display of agility that defied his age, Dumbledore hoisted himself onto the lowest slab and proceeded to leap over to the next one. Harry just smiled and shook his head before following after him. "Sir, how come we don't learn stuff like this at Hogwarts?" he asked. "You know everything you just said about magic. Your NEWT-level charms and transfiguration classes will touch on it to a degree, but for the most part, Hogwarts' curriculum is focused on teaching young witches and wizards how to use magic both practically and safely," explained Dumbledore, as he leapt to the next stone. "Studies regarding the more esoteric aspects of magic are typically reserved for career scholars, or perhaps even some mastery students. Fascinating though the topic may be, many would have difficulty in grasping the concepts, and few would have any real use for such knowledge." "Yeah, I could kind of see that," replied Harry, smirking at the thought of Crabbe and Goyle struggling to comprehend a lecture on deep magical theory. After a few more jumps, Harry found himself standing on a flat, grass-covered outcropping, which almost looked as if it had been intentionally sculpted away from the rock face. They had apparently reached the end of their journey, as there was no visible way to continue on from there. "Now, for the next part of this evening's lesson, I would like for you to identify our path forward," instructed Dumbledore, stepping aside to give Harry room to work. Harry nodded and moved in closer to the rocky wall. "Okay, he obviously wants me to detect some sort of magic," he said to himself, running one hand along the surface of the wall. He had nearly reached the end when he felt a slight tingling at the tips of his fingers. "There's something here," he said thoughtfully, focusing on the feeling. "Something's hiding." "Very good," Dumbledore said approvingly. "What else can you tell me?" Harry frowned and refocused his concentration on the wall. "Something about it feels familiar," he muttered after a moment. "Sir, did you cast a concealment spell here?" "Excellent, Harry. I was not certain whether you would be able to recognize my magical signature, and I must say that I am most pleasantly surprised," Dumbledore admitted proudly. "You should easily be able to dispel the charm I placed over the entrance, if you would be so kind." Shrugging, Harry tapped his wand over the spot where he sensed Dumbledore's magic and muttered, "Finite." The wall shimmered for a moment before the charm faded away, revealing an obviously man-made stretch of wall set amid the natural rock. In the center of the wall was a heavy wrought iron gate set within a small, arched doorway. Harry wordlessly cast the unlocking charm, and the gate swung open to reveal a narrow tunnel. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed that the headmaster had already lit the tip of his wand in anticipation of the next leg of their journey. Following suit, Harry ignited his own wand and led them into the tunnel. The walls were roughly hewn from the solid rock, but the tunnel appeared sturdy enough to alleviate any fears of potential cave-ins. I don't suppose you're going to tell me where this tunnel leads, are you? I could, but where would be the fun in that? Replied Dumbledore, with a hint of amusement in his voice. The carved tunnel eventually gave way to a natural cave formation, which they eventually exited through a small fissure set into the side of the rocky hill. They followed the wide pathway leading from the cave and soon came to a high bluff overlooking a river, which Harry assumed was the same one that ran through the abandoned hamlet. "Sir, where?" started Harry, only to notice that Dumbledore had stopped and was looking behind them up the hill. Following the headmaster's gaze, Harry looked up and nearly gasped at what he saw. Set atop the hill were the ruins of a castle, not nearly as big as Hogwarts, of course, but large enough to still be impressive. He hadn't been able to see it from their vantage point on the other side of the tunnel, but now it was impossible to miss. They were standing at the base of an ancient stone staircase, which was now so worn that it more closely resembled a ramp. The exterior walls of the castle had almost entirely deteriorated, but Harry could see the top of a large tower looming at the end furthest from them. The tower itself looked mostly intact, even though the topmost spire seemed to have collapsed in on itself at some point. "What is this place?" inquired Harry, still a bit awestruck. "There is much history in this part of the country, and in my youth, I spent more than one summer exploring the area," explained Dumbledore, as he began climbing the worn staircase. "I found this particular location most intriguing and attempted to learn about it myself, but I found little in the way of solid facts. It was, however, rumored amongst the locals of Pittaponford that this castle once belonged to a well-known Hogwarts professor from the 15th century. "Do you think it's true?" asked Harry, taking the stairs two at a time until he caught up with Dumbledore. "There are signs that there may be some truth to the rumors. If nothing else, I am certain that an uncommonly skilled witch or wizard had a hand in constructing this castle, which brings us to why we are here." Dumbledore stopped and turned towards Harry, as they had reached the top of the stairs. "This will be our final lesson of the day. Please examine the castle and tell me what magic you can detect." "It's weird," said Harry, after a solid minute of trying to decipher what he was feeling. "There's definitely something here. I can almost hear it, like a low hum in the background, but I can't make out what it is." "Try feeling one of the more complete sections of wall," the headmaster suggested. Harry did as directed, which only seemed to stump him further. "I don't get it," he said distractedly. "I feel like it's telling me no, but I have no idea why." That is an interesting interpretation," declared Dumbledore, more than a little amused by Harry's explanation. "You are essentially correct, however. What you are detecting are enchantments designed to prevent apparition, which is one of the reasons we did not come here directly. The other, of course, being the opportunity to partake in a rather instructional adventure." Harry snorted in amusement. "It has been a good one, sir," he said. "I'm kind of surprised there would still be enchantments on something this old, though." "Another astute observation," said Dumbledore. "To have such enchantments persist long after the structure has collapsed indicates that the spells were actually woven into the construction itself. Rather than being cast over the completed castle, no mean feat, I assure you. Which supports the rumors of it once belonging to a famous professor," Harry added with dawning comprehension. "Indeed," said Dumbledore, nodding in confirmation. "Come, let us take a quick look around with our few remaining minutes of daylight," he said, slipping through a slight gap in what remained of the outer walls to enter what was left of the castle. Harry was surprised, and a bit disappointed to learn that the outer walls were essentially all that remained of the castle, aside from the tall tower that rose above the keep. There were no rooms to speak of, let alone a roof. The interior was mostly an open space, with the exception of a few piles of loose stone and other assorted debris. "I wonder how that tower is still standing," Harry wondered aloud. "I mean, it's definitely seen better days, but still, it's in a lot better shape than the rest of the place." "I once found myself pondering that very same question," revealed Dumbledore. "By all means, go investigate for yourself. I shall be interested to hear your conclusions. Harry walked towards the bridge that led to the keep, gazing up at the tall tower silhouetted against the red sky. He understood why Dumbledore had been drawn to this place. There was something both mysterious and inherently magical about it. After crossing the bridge, he examined the set of large, wooden doors marking the entrance to the keep, which refused to budge no matter what he tried. After several frustrating minutes that ate up their last vestiges of daylight, Harry finally admitted defeat and walked back to Professor Dumbledore. Fortunately, there had been a full moon the previous evening, so the night sky still provided enough light for him to see where he was going. "Nothing at all," he said to the headmaster, who had been looking at him expectantly. "The doors definitely won't open, and I couldn't feel any trace of magic at all." "I cannot say that I am surprised," replied Dumbledore. "I myself have attempted to solve the riddle, but I had no more success than you did this evening." At seeing Harry's look of surprise, he continued, "Oh yes, and I tried every single spell and method I could think of. I am convinced that there is some sort of magic at work here, yet it is of a kind we do not have the means to understand." Turning to look up at the tower one last time, he added, "While I admit to initially being frustrated by this, I now tend to think of it as a useful reminder that some mysteries are simply not meant to be solved." Harry wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply nodded and looked back up at the tower. Professor Dumbledore had a fascinating perspective on life and magic, and Harry was beginning to realize that he would be gaining far more from their lessons than merely improving his spellwork. This concludes our lesson for today. I do hope you found it both riveting and beneficial, quipped Dumbledore. "It was great, sir. Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "I must say that you exceeded even my own expectations," said the professor. "The ability to accurately detect magic is highly dependent on experience. By that I mean being able to recognize magic you've come across in the past and identify it for what it is. Your ability to intuitively grasp the intent behind the spells you perceive gives you quite an advantage." "Is that not normal?" "It is uncommon, though certainly not unheard of," Dumbledore replied reassuringly. "I dare say you have the makings of a fine curse breaker, were you so inclined." "Maybe I'll think about it," said Harry, who had never given much serious consideration to what he might do after Hogwarts. "I am certain you will have an abundance of career opportunities to choose from when the time comes," Dumbledore assured him. "But for now, I believe we should be getting back to Hogwarts. Come now, we must get a short distance away from this place before we can apparate back to Hogsmeade." Harry groaned at the reminder of sight-along apparition. He really couldn't wait until he could do it on his own. Oh, Luzu-oo. If there were any downsides to being able to perceive the magic in one's environment, the biggest one had to be how easy it was to feel overwhelmed, especially living in a highly magical place such as Hogwarts. Harry barely slept the night after his first lesson with Dumbledore. Part of that was due to how late he stayed up recounting every detail of his evening to Ron and Hermione, but mostly Hermione. The main cause, however, was the odd buzzing sensation that continued to assault his senses. It took him half the night to realize it, but he eventually determined that the source of his problem was the constant hum of magic in the background. While he was with Dumbledore, Harry needed to focus both his concentration and his magic before he could successfully detect anything, but being back at Hogwarts was a completely different story. The environment was so saturated with magic that he couldn't not sense it. After spending a sleepless hour trying to understand why, considering he'd never noticed anything before, he ultimately concluded that it was something akin to muscle memory, and that his body and magic had simply adapted. Much of the following day was spent alternating between curiously using his new skills everywhere around the castle and trying to shut out the omnipresent drone of ambient magic. While his efforts at the latter were moderately successful at best, he was at least able to fall asleep that night. Feeling much better rested the next day, Harry mentally prepared himself for what had once been his least favorite class, prior to Umbridge's appointment, double potions with the Slytherins. They had been back at school for nearly 2 weeks, and so far, Malfoy had miraculously avoided instigating any unpleasantness towards Harry. Of course, Malfoy being Malfoy, he still mocked others at every possible opportunity, but as of yet, None of his bile had been directed towards Harry specifically. Outwardly, it might have appeared that Malfoy had taken Harry's warning on the train to heart, but Harry knew it was only a matter of time before his blonde nemesis reverted to form. It was that very thought which occupied his mind as he waited just outside the potions classroom with Ron and Hermione. That is, until he was distracted by the arrival of another blonde Slytherin. Daphne moved to join the rest of the Slytherins, settling into a spot against the wall between Tracy Davis and Pansy Parkinson, though she didn't acknowledge either girl. Her expression remained completely impassive, even though Harry thought he saw her eyes briefly narrow when she noticed he was watching her. Ever since Astoria had mentioned it to him, Harry had been pondering the best way to ask Daphne if she'd like to resume training with him. To that end, he now held a tiny scrap of parchment in the pocket of his robes, upon which was written a vague, anonymous note inviting her to the 7th floor that evening to continue where they left off over the summer. Whether she would take him up on it or not was anyone's guess. To be honest, he mainly just hoped she wouldn't curse him simply for asking. If nothing else, he was smart enough to avoid using either of their names in the note, so he figured she couldn't be too angry. The real challenge was figuring out how to inconspicuously get the note into her possession. Just as Harry was brainstorming ideas, Professor Snape opened the door to the classroom and summoned them all inside. The man looked as unpleasant as ever, wearing his customary all-black robes, along with the expression of a man who would rather be anywhere other than teaching children. The students quietly filed inside, and Harry took his seat next to Ron at their usual table. Slightly out of the ordinary was the fact that Malfoy and Nott chose to sit together at the table directly behind Harry. Even more suspiciously, the two Slytherins seemed to be going out of their way to ignore him, which immediately put Harry on high alert. Once they were all seated, Professor Snape strode to the front of the class and surveyed them all with a look of distaste. "Today you will be preparing a befuddlement draft," the professor instructed in his drawling voice. "As you should know from your reading, a properly brewed befuddlement draft will cause the drinker to immediately become reckless and belligerent. Of course, the effects may be magnified if drunk by someone already inclined to such foolishness," he added, with a sneer directed at Harry. "The instructions are on the board," he continued, revealing the recipe with a wave of his wand. "You have 1 hour. Begin." Rolling his eyes, Harry walked over to the store cupboard to collect his ingredients. Snape's latest attempt to goad him was so weak that Harry almost felt disappointed. Perhaps the slimy git's heart just wasn't in it, or Harry had grown so accustomed to ignoring Umbridge's taunts that Snape's rather juvenile barb had barely registered. On the way back, he noticed that Daphne was working without a partner. Taking a slight detour down the aisle behind her table, he slid his hand into his pocket and grabbed hold of the note he had written. Half the class was still up and moving about, providing plenty of distraction, while Daphne's attention was focused on carefully counting out sneezewort petals. Doubting he'd get a better opportunity, Harry pulled out the scrap of parchment and dropped it into her open bag as he passed. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Daphne eyeing him suspiciously. Cringing inwardly, Harry turned and hurried back to his own station. "Guess I'm not as subtle as I thought," he said to himself. At least she had the good sense not to say anything. Fortunately, nobody else seemed to notice their interaction, so Harry returned to his station without incident. On his way back, he noticed Malfoy and Nott whispering to each other, only to separate as soon as Harry was within earshot. They were definitely up to something, and Harry had a pretty good idea of their intended target. Now on high alert, Harry began chopping up a handful of scurvy grass while subtly attempting to get Ron's attention. "Ron!" he hissed quietly, leaning slightly closer. Ahem. Ron had been fiddling with the fire for the last few minutes and hadn't noticed anything. "Don't look, but I think Malfoy and Nott are going to try something," whispered Harry, dropping a pinch of dried lovage leaves into their cauldron. "You sure?" Ron whispered back, his brows furrowed slightly. "Almost positive." "All right, what do we do?" "Not much we can do, just try to keep an eye on them." They continued working on their befuddlement draft, while also trying their best to eavesdrop on the two Slytherins behind them. At around the halfway point of the lesson, Snape began wandering through the room inspecting people's potions, stopping once he got to Ron and Harry's. He glared at each of them in turn, and then leaned over their cauldron and sniffed distastefully. "Another pathetic attempt, Potter," drawled Snape, before addressing the class. "I shouldn't have to remind you all of this, but for the dunderheads in this class." Snape fixed his gaze on Harry, gracing him with a familiar sneer. "The ingredients in this potion can become highly corrosive when brewed improperly. Unless you wish to spend your weekend in the hospital wing, I recommend paying closer attention to what you are doing." Professor Snape certainly wasn't above insulting Harry's work for no reason, but this time he actually had a point. Their potion was smoking slightly, and it was nowhere near the dark green color described by the book. Harry and Ron's performance in Snape's class had never been stellar to begin with, but having their attention focused more on Malfoy and not than on their potion definitely hadn't helped. With one last scowl directed at Ron and Harry's cauldron, Snape turned and began walking back towards the front of the class. Harry had just opened his book to see if he could figure out a way to salvage their potion when he felt it. Out of nowhere, there was a pulse of magic from behind him, and acting on pure instinct, Harry spun to his left just in time to avoid the spell rushing towards his back. The spell soared between Ron and Harry before colliding with their still-smoking cauldron, causing it to fly off their table and go careening onto the floor, but not before slinging its contents high into the air. It all seemed to happen in slow motion as a stream of scalding, brownish liquid arced across the classroom, directly towards Hermione and Neville's table. Harry, who had automatically gone for his wand the moment he felt the spell, did the first thing he could think of and sent a banishing charm at Hermione, hurling her into Neville and out of harm's way, and not a moment too soon. Even a second later, and the wayward potion would have covered her from head to toe, which would have been very bad news, considering the now potion-covered table immediately began smoking. "Potter, what did you do?" roared Snape as he came charging across the room, sparing a glance at Hermione and Neville as they picked themselves up off the floor. "Me," Harry shouted incredulously. "Bloody Malfoy tried to curse me in the back, but his aim is so pathetic he hit my cauldron instead." "He's lying, Professor," said Malfoy, naturally denying any wrongdoing. Professor Snape vanished the spilled potion before picking up and examining the cauldron. Even from his vantage point, Harry could clearly see the black scorch mark where the spell had connected. "And why are you so certain it was Mr. Malfoy?" Snape inquired silkily. "Did you see him cast the spell?" "No, but if it wasn't him, it was not. The spell came from behind me, and they're the only ones there." Snape's eyes flitted towards the Slytherin duo before refocusing on Harry. "Perhaps," he drawled. "However, your pathetic brewing skills are just as responsible for endangering your classmates. I warned you about the importance of paying attention with this potion. 10 points from Gryffindor for your ineptitude, and you and Mr. Weasley will receive 0 marks for the day." Harry's jaw dropped at the absolute unfairness of it all. Snape favoring his own house was hardly a new development, but this was beyond ridiculous. He opened his mouth to protest, but Snape immediately cut him off. "Silence. You and Weasley will escort Longbottom and Miss Granger to the hospital wing for evaluation, and I expect 12 inches of parchment by Monday detailing where you went wrong with your befuddlement draft." "That's not fair," shouted Ron. "What does Malfoy get for trying to curse Harry?" "That is none of your concern, Weasley," spat Snape. "Another word and you'll find yourself in detention. Go." Fuming, Harry and Ron packed up their things and moved to join Hermione and Neville, who were both waiting for them by the door. On his way over, he spotted Malfoy and not smirking at him out of the corner of his eye, and had to suppress the urge to curse them both on the spot. "You all right, Hermione? Neville?" Harry asked them, attempting to push the Slytherins out of his mind. "We're fine, thanks to you," Hermione reassured him. "Let's just go." Harry nodded, and the 4 Gryffindors left Snape's classroom and began making their way out of the dungeons. "That stupid, greasy twat," Ron spat as they marched down the corridor. "I can't believe the git had the nerve to punish us instead of Malfoy." "I'm just glad no one was hurt," said Hermione. "That could have been really bad, Are you sure the spell wasn't meant for the cauldron in the first place? I'm not sure how Malfoy could have missed as close as they were. It was definitely meant for me. It only hit the cauldron because I moved out of the way, grumbled Harry. He couldn't tell exactly what spell it was, but the ill intent he sensed was enough to tell him that the result would have been extremely unpleasant. How did you dodge it, by the way? Ron asked curiously. I had no idea what was even happening until it was all over. I told you they were up to something. I was just paying close attention and felt the spell coming, explained Harry. That's at least partially why our potion was so bad. I was more focused on Malfoy and not. Whoa, you actually felt the spell before you saw it? Neville asked, in an awestruck voice. I didn't know you could do that, Harry. That's really advanced stuff. It's a recent development, replied Harry, waving him off. That reminds me, though, we're going to be doing some defense against the dark arts practice on our own, seeing as how Umbridge is so useless. Do you want to join us? Me, said Neville, with a hint of disbelief. Sure, I wouldn't mind the extra practice, but I'm afraid I might be a lost cause. I'll be the judge of that, Harry informed him. We'll get started sometime this weekend, but don't tell anybody else. We're keeping it quiet for now. All right, thanks, Harry. Don't mention it. Neville nodded his understanding, looking rather pleased with the development. He started to turn the corner towards the hospital wing when Hermione stopped them. Honestly, I don't know about Neville, but I don't actually need to go to the hospital wing. I think Professor Snape just wanted us out of there anyway, she huffed. Would any of you mind if we just went back to the common room? I really want to get started on my arithmancy homework. Naturally, there were no objections, and the four struck a new path towards Gryffindor Tower. Their extended walk gave Harry plenty of time to stew over what happened. He decided that it didn't matter which one of the Slytherins actually cast the spell. There was absolutely no way Harry was going to take things lying down. Both Malfoy and Knott's fathers were Death Eaters, and with all evidence suggesting that their useless spawn were planning on following in their footsteps, he didn't see how he had any choice. He thought he had made his intentions clear with Malfoy on the train, but perhaps he hadn't stressed it enough. While Harry never expected Draco to remain cowed forever, he certainly hadn't been anticipating such a brazen attack, and in front of a teacher, no less, even if Snape was the teacher in question. No, it was clear that Malfoy needed to be taught another lesson, not two. All Harry needed was the right opportunity. Oh, goo. Leaning against the wall outside the room of requirement, Harry opened up the Marauders map and spoke the familiar passphrase. After a few moments of scanning the Slytherin side of the Great Hall, he saw Daphne's dot moving away from the table and figured he had about 10 minutes before she arrived, if she decided to come at all. He adjusted his invisibility cloak to make sure he was still fully covered, and then allowed his mind to wander back to his unusual encounter just before dinner. It happened just outside the Great Hall. He was already in a foul mood after another brutal lesson with Umbridge, one in which she lamented the state of their country, where liars and dissidents could get away with bad-mouthing fine, upstanding members of their society, i.e., rich purebloods. Catching two separate groups of Hufflepuffs gossiping about him on the way to dinner did nothing to improve his state of mind, either. Focused as he was on his own problems, it was no wonder he was so easily wrong-footed when Cho Chang called out to him for the second time in as many weeks. Hey, Harry. Harry stopped and turned around, Ron and Hermione still right beside him. Oh, hey, Cho, he replied, sounding like someone who had unexpectedly lost their train of thought. Hi, how are you? She said, somewhat thrown off by his unenthusiastic greeting. We'll see you inside, Harry, said Hermione, dragging a confused-looking Ron through the double doors. Wonderful, Harry responded dryly, in response to Cho's question. I was just thinking about today's illuminating defense lesson. Cho made a face. She's just awful, isn't she? She complained. Yesterday she even mentioned Cedric in class, something about his death being suspicious. She what? Harry said sharply. What else did she say? I don't remember exactly, she replied, wiping her eyes while looking down at her feet. I was kind of upset she didn't mention you specifically, but a couple people seemed to think she was implying you had something to do with it. Unbelievable, he murmured, rubbing his hand across his face. I know, it's horrible, Cho agreed sadly. I'm sure nobody believes it, though, at least I don't think so. Right, I'm sure, muttered Harry, feeling far less optimistic than Cho. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you with that, it's just never mind, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I was just wondering if we could talk sometime. Yeah. I don't think I'd make very good company at the moment, but I'm free most of the day Saturday. I just have Quidditch practice in the morning. We're practicing in the afternoon, she replied with a slight grin. How about after? That should be fine. Great, we should be done by 3:30 or so. Why don't we meet by the fountain next to the practice lawn? After Harry nodded in agreement, Cho smiled and said goodbye before going inside to join the Ravenclaws at their house table. His mood slightly improved. Harry made to turn back towards the Great Hall but stopped when a group of Slytherin girls walked by. Most of them ignored him, the lone exception being Daphne, who subtly rolled her eyes at him as she passed. Shaking off the memory, Harry sighed and checked the map again, mostly just to have something to do. There had been something missing from his brief conversations with Cho this year, and he had only just figured out what it was. Harry had fancied her, mostly from afar, for the better part of the last 2 years. He had even asked her to the Yule Ball, only to find out that she'd already agreed to go with Cedric. This year, however, the familiar swooping sensation in his stomach was conspicuously absent when he spoke to her, and he definitely hadn't stumbled over his words like he had the year before. Whatever the cause, something had obviously changed. He still thought she was exceptionally pretty, but for some reason, he no longer envisioned himself with her. It was almost disappointing, in a way, but he would at least be glad to put some of his more embarrassing moments behind him. The sound of footsteps in the corridor shook Harry out of his musings, and he looked to his right just in time to see Daphne rounding the corner. She had a wary expression on her face, as if she was half expecting his invitation to be part of some elaborate setup. Chuckling slightly, Harry pulled back the hood of his cloak and quietly called out to her. Psst, Daphne, down here. She jumped a bit at his startling appearance, but then her expression cleared. That was some note, Potter, she smirked. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were propositioning me. Harry rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, it's a good thing you do know better, he replied, somehow successfully preventing himself from blushing. I couldn't agree more, she quipped. You know we can't be seen together, so what's this all about? I was as clear as I could be in the note. I found a place where we can keep practicing like we did over the summer, without risk of being caught. What, this empty corridor? Are you mental? She scoffed. I'm sorry, but I expected more from legendary rule-breaker Harry Potter. No, not the corridor, he grinned. Trust me, it's exactly what we need, but I need to know if you're in or not before I show you. Daphne looked at him appraisingly. Fine, I'm in, she said, but only if I find your venue satisfactory. Then step into my office, Miss Greengrass, he said wryly, and then paced back and forth across the wall while picturing his usual training spot. Daphne was just starting to wonder if Harry had and truly lost his mind when the door to the room of requirement materialized before her very eyes. Harry opened the door and ushered her inside, which led to a full explanation of the room and its remarkable capabilities. So, this is what the room gave you when you asked for a place to train, she asked, pulling a spellbook off the shelf. More or less, answered Harry. The decorations and furniture were mostly Astoria's idea. Daphne spun around and fixed her gaze on Harry. Astoria's already been here. Just the one time, he clarified. We were together when I found out about the room. It was the day she helped me get my firebolt back, thanks for that, by the way. I'd be happy to borrow it again anytime, but don't change the subject. What exactly were you doing with my sister while the two of you were up here, all alone in your secret room? Come on, Daphne, you know it's not like that. How can I be sure? Didn't I just see you downstairs chatting up Chang? I don't see what that has to do with anything, argued Harry. And I was not chatting her up. She just came by to talk to me about something." "Oh," said Daphne, arching one eyebrow. "Are you saying you weren't interested?" "I'm not," Harry denied, shaking his head emphatically. "Well, not anymore, at least," he added sheepishly, causing Daphne to look at him curiously. "That's good," she eventually replied, apparently having decided he was telling the truth. "I definitely would have questioned your judgment if you thought it was a good idea to date someone who was obviously still in love with a dead man." "I know," said Harry, now rubbing his temples. "That's not it, though. I don't even know, it's hard to explain." "I honestly don't care. It's not like it's any of my business anyway," she responded flatly. "Like I told you before, I don't care what you do as long as it doesn't affect me or my family. Just remember there are two very important things I asked of you when it comes to Astoria." "Don't worry, I won't forget," he replied, thinking back to their conversation in the cabin. "See that you don't," said Daphne, and a slightly uncomfortable silence fell between them. "Well, now that's out of the way," Harry said after a moment, drawing his wand and moving to the center of the room. "Why don't we do what we actually came here to do?" "Love to," she replied confidently, sliding her own wand out of her sleeve. "I practiced every day after you left, so be ready for a challenge." "Can't wait," he grinned, while waiting for her to move into position. "Ready when you are." Daphne lined up across from him and raised her wand, while Harry held his at the ready but otherwise didn't move. He was feeling fairly confident and was interested to see what she had planned. His only clue that she was about to cast was a slight shift in her stance, but that was all the time he needed. "Stupefy," Daphne called out, immediately following up with Flipendo. Her aim was true, but both spells splashed harmlessly against Harry's silent protego. Daphne scowled and sent another stunner in Harry's direction. This time, instead of shielding, he slid to his left and countered with a stunner aimed directly at her chest, followed by a silent Expelliarmus aimed just to the left of where she was standing, already knowing which direction she tended to dodge. As predicted, Daphne quickly moved to her right to avoid Harry's stunner and stepped directly into his disarming charm. Her wand flew out of her hand and into Harry's, who simply looked back at her with a self-satisfied smile. You, she spluttered indignantly, her outrage written all over her face. How are you even better than before?" "I've been practicing too," he replied simply. "I can definitely tell you've improved, though. Your spells were faster and your aim was dead on." "For all the good it did," Daphne responded gruffly, blowing a loose strand of hair out of her face. Harry walked over and handed her wand back to her. "I think that was a good lesson in how much of an advantage nonverbal magic can be in a duel," he said. "You didn't even know that second spell was coming, did you?" "No," she huffed. "I should have, though. When did you learn to cast silently?" "Pretty recently, actually," he admitted. "I can't do it with every spell, but I'm making progress. I'll give you some tips, but it really is something you need to get the hang of on your own." Daphne nodded, but otherwise she just stood there with her arms crossed. Harry could tell she was frustrated with her performance, which definitely wasn't going to make their session any more productive. "Listen, it wasn't just practice," he admitted. "Something happened to me a few weeks ago. I can't really go into detail, but I'm a lot better at magic now because of it. I also had someone teaching me how to duel, someone who really knows what they're doing." Daphne was obviously curious, but she didn't ask him to elaborate. "Once I show you what I learned, I bet you'll catch up to me in no time." "I don't need your pity, Harry," she responded icily, "but I'll still take you up on your offer." "I thought you might," he replied, walking over to the table where he had set his bag. "There's also this," he added, pulling out the book Sirius had given him, before tapping it with his wand to remove the charm he used to disguise it. "Someone gave me this at the end of the summer. Some of the spells in here make the ones in your book look like tickling hexes." Suddenly intrigued, Daphne strode over to table and started flipping through the book. "Where did you get this?" she asked curiously. "Friend of the family," said Harry, purposely avoiding the question. "You're the only other person I'm showing this to, so don't say anything." "Of course," she replied dismissively. "Have you tried any of these spells yet?" Some, he confirmed. So far they work just as advertised. Want to try some now? She asked with a sly grin. Harry snorted in response. Fine, he said, but let's have another practice duel first. The last one was over so fast it didn't even count as a warm-up. Daphne's eyes narrowed dangerously. This time I won't even use nonverbal spells. That should almost make it fair, he added tauntingly. Oh, you are so going to get it, Potter, she smirked before racing back to her starting position. Harry grinned and took out his wand. Practicing with training dummies was decent enough, but nothing got the blood flowing like dueling with a live partner. Chapter 14, Setting Foundations. The large fountain on the northern side of the castle was a popular place for students to congregate, especially when the weather was nice. By the time Harry arrived there Saturday afternoon, several groups were already milling about, and even more were stretched out on the adjacent practice lawn, where Madame Hooch usually held her flying lessons. He took a seat on one of the empty stone benches with his back to the castle, where he could just see the tops of the Quidditch stands peeking over the outer walls. As he sat there in the afternoon sun, it was all too easy for him to close his eyes and allow himself to relax for a change. Angelina had insisted on the team being out on the pitch at the crack of dawn that morning, her obsession with winning the Quidditch Cup nearly rivaling that of Harry's first captain and current reserve keeper for Puddlemere United, Oliver Wood. It had been a good practice. The returning members of the team were already in top form, and even Ron had shown flashes of brilliance. At least, whenever he didn't let his nerves get to him. As much as Harry enjoyed being out there with the team, he wouldn't have said no to a few more hours of sleep, either. Taking a short nap right there on the bench would have been a very real possibility, had Cho not shown up when she did. All right there, Harry. Harry opened his eyes to see the Ravenclaw Seeker smiling down at him. Hey, Cho, care to sit? Sure, she replied, and Harry slid over to make room on the bench. Feeling any better today? Yeah, chuckled Harry, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that, I don't know how I'll survive a whole year with her, he said, though he was only half kidding. It had only been 2 weeks, and Umbridge was already a complete nightmare. No, I get it, Cho commiserated. She's really horrible. I can't believe she would lie about you like that lie about him. Harry could tell she was trying to keep calm, but Cho couldn't hide the quiver in her voice. A single tear ran down her left cheek, which she quickly wiped away, causing Harry to sigh and look down at the bench. He really didn't want to talk about Cedric. While his nightmares had mostly stopped by that point, that still didn't mean he was eager to be reminded of that night. Even so, it was fairly obvious that Cho wanted to talk to Harry about him, perhaps even needed to, if her almost pleading expression was any indicator. Harry pushed his hair back from his forehead and nodded resignedly to himself. As much as he would have liked to change the subject, he had recently come to appreciate the value in having someone else to talk to. It would be pretty callous of him not to offer Cho the same courtesy. Did you want to talk about it? A look of relief crossed Cho's face. Can we? She asked quietly. Is that okay? Harry nodded. Thank you, there's really nobody else who, I'm sorry, she sniffed while wiping her tears. I just wanted to ask you, did he mention me at all before HED died? No, I'm sorry, he said quietly. It happened so fast, there wasn't really time to say anything. He didn't suffer, did he? No, he probably didn't even know it was coming, replied Harry with a small shake of the head. It was the killing curse. They say it's pretty much instant. Cho closed her eyes and nodded, tears streaming down her face. No one ever talks about him, she choked out. It's like everyone just wants to pretend he never even existed. Harry's face scrunched in thought up as he considered her words. She actually had a good point. Why weren't more people talking about Cedric? Even if people thought Harry was lying about Voldemort, shouldn't the death of one of Hogwarts' most popular students during an extremely well-publicized tournament be a more frequent topic of conversation? You're right, he said finally. Why? Who knows, shrugged Harry. Maybe people are just scared of the truth. It's just like with Fudge, it's easier to pretend that I'm a liar and Dumbledore's barmy than it would be to actually deal with the problem. Cedric deserves better than that, Cho said angrily. He does, agreed Harry. Cedric was a good bloke. We were never close, but I like to think we were friends by the end. We definitely helped each other out in the maze, right up until. For the first time since they started talking, Harry's eyes started to water too. I'm sorry it's all my fault, he sighed miserably. What's all your fault? Cedric, he told me to take the cup. It was my stupid idea for us to take it together, to let it be a tie. It'd still be a Hogwarts victory, I said, as if that even matters now. If I had just taken it myself, then Cedric would still be. He wouldn't. No, Harry, you can't think like that, said Cho, shaking her head forcefully. I was close to Cedric, and he never would have blamed you for what happened. You're probably right, No. I'm sure you are. Logically, I know it's not my fault, but I still can't help blaming myself. Harry just sat there for a minute with his eyes closed and his head bowed, his chin nearly resting on his chest. For a brief moment, he wondered if Cho had decided to get up and leave, but then he felt her hand on top of his. He looked up to see her looking at him sympathetically. You're right, he said again. I'll work on it. Maybe it'd be a good idea if we talk about him more, with other people. I think that's a good idea, replied Cho, giving him a watery smile. Let them know they're not allowed to forget about him. Exactly. Thanks, Harry, she sniffed. I really needed this. I think maybe I did too, he said, and then she leaned over and gave him a hug. Oh, Luzu. Later that evening, Harry once again found himself introducing others to the room of requirement. Ron and Hermione had already seen it, of course, but it was the first time for Fred, George, Ginny, and Neville. As expected, the 4 Gryffindors were suitably impressed, particularly the twins, who were ecstatic to learn of a hidden area they hadn't already discovered in their 6 years at Hogwarts. All right, well, thanks for coming, announced Harry, attempting to gather everyone's attention. We're here because between Voldemort being back and Umbridge making sure we don't learn anything in class, we needed to figure out how to do some practicing on our own. We actually asked Harry to teach us, Hermione chimed in, indicating Ron and herself. Not only is he the best in our year in defense, but I think we'd all agree he has the most practical experience, she added, giving him an apologetic look. Why us, though? Asked Neville, his face reddening once he realized everyone had turned to look at him. I bet there are a lot of people who would want to learn from Harry, he added meekly. I know Lee would join in a heartbeat, offered George. The rest of the Quidditch team, too. And what about the lovely Ravenclaw bird who ate dinner at our table this evening? I bet she wouldn't mind Harry teaching her a thing or two, Fred said jokingly. Maybe Harry only wants to teach people he knows he can trust, Ginny replied tetchily. I trust Astoria just fine, Lee and the team, too, Harry insisted, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. I wanted to keep it small because there'll be trouble if Umbridge figures out about what we're up to. I'm open to letting a few others join, but only people who we know are completely on our side. I've been thinking about that, said Hermione. What if there's a way to make sure nobody tells Umbridge what we're doing? That way we can even invite people who we don't know as well. In the back of his mind, Harry had already resigned himself to losing that particular battle. If he were being honest, he actually agreed with Hermione when she said that everyone deserved to learn how to defend themselves. Another consideration was his goal of gaining more allies, an endeavor for which he had made very little progress. Teaching defense to a significant portion of Hogwarts students would go a long way towards accomplishing both objectives. The only thing preventing him from doing so was his own paranoia. All right, what did you have in mind? He asked Hermione. I did have one idea, she replied. I thought maybe we could make everyone use a sign-up sheet, and I could jinx the parchment to permanently mark anyone who gives us up to Umbridge. At first, no one responded. What? She added, upon noticing that everyone was staring at her in disbelief. Ron simply shook his head. You can be right scary sometimes, you know that, he told Hermione. Well, I thought it was a good idea, she replied crossly. It's definitely an idea, Harry said diplomatically, while rubbing the back of his head. Think about it, Hermione, said Ron, perhaps a bit patronizingly. Mutilating jinxes aside, if the spell only works after we've been sold out, then it'd already be too late. I suppose so, she huffed, but at least we'd know who did it. Allowing you to plot your delicious revenge, of course, remarked George in a sinister tone, a second before both he and Fred burst into laughter. The others soon joined in, and even Hermione cracked a smile. All right, Hermione, Harry said after a moment. If you can find a way to prevent people from talking in the first place instead of punishing them after the fact, then I'll consider opening our sessions up to more people. Okay. Hermione nodded happily, and Harry saw the spark in her eye that only appeared when something important needed researching. Knowing it would only be a matter of time, Harry decided he'd better start thinking about how to efficiently work with larger groups. Hopefully, it would take Hermione at least a couple of weeks to come up with a solution, giving Harry time to get used to teaching others. But for now, Harry continued, let's go ahead and get started. He flicked his wand towards the training dummies, and one of them zoomed from its spot against the wall and into position, a few meters from where the group were standing. Fred and George looked at one another with raised eyebrows at the display of casual magic, but no one made any comment. I'm sure you all know the disarming charm, began Harry, but simply knowing the spell isn't always enough. You need to be fast, accurate, and able to cast it without thinking. Quick as a flash, Harry flicked his wand again and unleashed a jet of scarlet light towards the unsuspecting dummy. The spell blew the dummy backwards several feet, and the wooden stick that served as its wand flew out of its hand and into Harry's. Fred gave a low whistle. Pretty impressive, silent too, he muttered. Being able to cast silently can be really important in a fight, acknowledged Harry, his mind flashing back to his first lesson with Sirius. I know you two can probably do it for at least some spells, he continued, addressing both Fred and George, who nodded in reply, but I recommend everybody try to learn. If nothing else, try not to shout the incantation. Being loud doesn't make your spell any stronger. The group nodded their understanding and continued looking at Harry expectantly, causing him to feel a brief wave of anxiety. All right, well, why don't we line up and take turns on the dummy, he suggested, after collecting himself. After that, we can try disarming each other for a bit. The others lined up as instructed and took it in turns attempting the disarming charm on the training dummy, while Harry positioned himself next to the caster so he could observe their form and offer advice on how to improve. Hermione's form was a bit stiff and mechanical, but she otherwise cast the spell perfectly. Both twins were able to cast it non-verbally, and Harry's advice to tighten up their wand movements immediately translated into improved speed and accuracy. Ginny's spell was surprisingly powerful, although she had difficulty with her aim until Harry corrected her stance. It became clear early on that Neville's greatest obstacle was going to be his own self-confidence, or lack thereof. His first few attempts were nervous and hesitant, but when he finally succeeded in disarming the dummy his fourth try, his face lit up brighter than Harry had ever seen it. Ron's attempts were arguably the best out of all of them, which took Harry somewhat by surprise. When asked about his unexpected disarming prowess, Ron simply shrugged, saying, I just did it like you showed us. Next, they paired up and worked on disarming their partners, stationary at first. But then Harry had them moving around the room so they could practice both dodging and aiming at moving targets. Everything seemed to be going well, so he added another wrinkle by instructing them all on how to do a proper shield charm. The remainder of their session was little more than organized chaos, with all 7 of them running about the room trying to disarm one another while dodging and shielding incoming spells. It was easily the most fun had by any of them so far that term. Harry eventually called a stop to their activities, and the 7 exhausted, slightly sweaty Gryffindors settled into the seating area by the bookshelves, which had automatically expanded itself to account for the increased number of people. That was amazing, Harry, said Neville, slightly out of breath. I've never disarmed anyone before. I think I learned more today than I ever have in defense against the dark arts. You did well today, replied Harry, clapping his doormate on the shoulder. All of you did, he added, this time a little louder. It's only our first day, and I think everyone's already improved, myself included. You make a cracking good teacher, too, said George. We've got to ask, though, how did you get so good at this? Right, I mean we knew you weren't half bad, but when did you get so far ahead of the rest of us? Asked Fred. It's not like I really showed you all that much, shrugged Harry, brushing off the praise. Ginny scoffed. Come off it, Harry, she groaned. The overly modest thing doesn't really work once people have seen you in action. Fine for one, that thing that happened over the summer ended up changing my magic, in a good way, explained Harry. It's almost like there was a block that was removed. The others all nodded in understanding, except for Neville, who just looked around in confusion. Second, he hesitated. I practiced dueling with Sirius every morning while we were at. Harry stopped when he realized he couldn't speak the name of the place, and his eyes immediately shot to Neville, who was looking at him with an alarmed expression. Sirius, the boy said haltingly. Do you mean Sirius Black? Yeah, Harry confirmed, sighing in resignation. We should probably bring you up to speed on a few things if you're going to be hanging around us. Long story short, Sirius Black is innocent, and he's also my godfather. Peter Pettigrew is actually alive, and he's the one who betrayed my parents. Wow, Neville said hoarsely. Why was he trying to break into the school then? We can explain all that later, Ron interrupted. I want to know why we weren't invited to practice with Sirius, too. Mostly because we didn't want your mum finding out, replied Harry. Me sneaking around is one thing, but there's no way we could have all got away with it, even if there was enough room, which there wasn't. I guess, said Ron, who still seemed a bit miffed about missing out. We also got started at 4:30 every morning, Harry added with a grin, making Ron grimace at even the thought of waking up that early. And, he continued, adopting a melancholy tone, I haven't had much one-on-one time with Sirius, and I didn't want to give that up. I understand, Harry, said Hermione, after a few quiet moments. Plus, you're using what you learned from Sirius to teach us, so it all works out. Thanks, Hermione, he nodded gratefully, and then the group seemed to collectively come to the decision that it was time to head back to the common room. All right, it's about 30 minutes until curfew, announced Harry, while perusing the Marauders' map. Umbridge is in her office, so we should be fine, but I think it's best if we split up and take different routes back to the common room, just in case. They all agreed, and Ginny took off in one direction with Fred and George, while Neville joined Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The latter two took turns filling Neville in on the events of their third year, giving Harry the opportunity to think back on their first training session together. It had gone even better than Harry had expected. While he had been a little uncomfortable at first, it turned out that teaching came somewhat naturally to him. Seeing the evidence of everyone's improvement with his own eyes was incredibly rewarding, and it only reinforced the idea that they were doing the right thing. For the first time since she proposed the idea, Harry actually found himself hoping that Hermione would find a way to safeguard their secret. While he had been wary at first, he now understood how big a difference he could make by getting out of his comfort zone and working with anyone who was willing to learn. After all, if holding these sessions could save even one innocent life, then it would all be worth it. Oh, Luzu. Happy birthday, Hermione. The bushy-haired Gryffindor was so startled that she hopped backwards and almost pulled out her wand to defend herself. Having shown up to the room of requirement a few minutes early to prepare for their third session, she had no idea her friends would be lying in wait to surprise her, and surprise her they did. Instead of being configured into Harry's usual training facility, the room was set up like a large drawing room, complete with half a dozen Gryffindor banners and a large fireplace, which was fairly reminiscent of the one in their own common room. Zigzagging across the ceiling were multicolored streamers, along with an enormous banner reading, Happy Birthday, in colorful letters that rapidly cycled through the entire rainbow. You, she said, clutching her chest. You nearly frightened the pants off of me. Sounds like a proper birthday to me, shouted Fred, receiving several laughs in return, along with a stiff elbow from Ginny. "Happy birthday," said Harry, grinning broadly. He escorted his friend over to the table, in the center of which was a vanilla frosted birthday cake set with 16 sparkling candles. "Was this your idea?" she whispered. "Sort of," he replied. "We were planning to have a cake for you after our training session, but I got a note from Dumbledore saying he wants to see me this evening, so we decided to just have a party instead." "Thank you," she said, giving him a firm but brief hug. "You're welcome. Now, go blow out your candles before they burn the place down." She managed to blow them all out in one try, only to have each of them fly off the cake one at a time and explode into tiny fireworks, courtesy of Fred and George, of course. Next, Hermione opened up her presents books, obviously, while Harry and Ginny passed around slices of cake, and then everyone shared some of their favorite Hermione moments over the years. "We could all have been killed, or worse, expelled," was Harry's. "The cake was very good," remarked Hermione, just as she finished her last bite. "Which one of you made it?" "Dobby," admitted Harry. "I asked him where we could get a cake, and he was all too happy to help." "That was nice of him." "Yeah, I already owe him some socks for showing me the room. I'll have to pick him up something to go with them now." "Oh, speaking of the room," she said, setting her plate down. "I've been researching ways to keep both the room and our group secret, and I may have an idea." Everyone turned to look at her. "That was fast," said Ron. "That's our Hermione," the twins added in unison. Harry nodded appreciatively. He'd expected her to come up with something, but he figured it would at least take her a couple of weeks, not 5 days. "All right, what did you find out?" "Well," she started, "I read about a spell called the tongue-tying curse, but that would only prevent someone from talking about the secret. They could still write it down, you see. There's also something called an unbreakable vow. The problem is that it actually can be broken. It just kills the one who broke it. There are all sorts of magical contracts and oaths, too, but basically all of them focus on penalties for breaking faith, rather than preventing anyone from actually doing so." She took a deep breath and made eye contact with Harry. "I've actually only been able to find one possible way to do what you asked." "Which is?" "The Fidelius charm." "The Fidelius charm," repeated Harry. "Yes. As in the one Dumbledore put on, you know where. The one my parents used to hide from Voldemort." "Yes, it's the only way I've found to completely hide a secret. To keep anyone from talking, writing, or communicating about it to anyone in any way," she explained. "It's an extremely complicated spell, and I'll need to do some more research before I can do it properly, but I really think it could work." "Okay, if you think it'll work, then let's do it," Harry agreed, after a moment's consideration. "You might want to speak with Professor Flitwick. He's brilliant with charms, and he wouldn't have a second thought about you asking him an academic question." "That's a great idea, Harry," beamed Hermione, pleased that her idea had been so well received. "Yeah, well, if anyone can do it, I'm sure you can," Harry told her as he stood up from the table. "Now I need to go, or else I'll be late for Dumbledore. Enjoy the rest of the party." After quickly saying his goodbyes, Harry threw on his invisibility cloak and made his way up to Professor Dumbledore's office. Their first lesson had been so incredible that he could hardly wait to find out what the professor would be teaching him next. "Good evening, sir," said Harry, as he was admitted into the office. "Good evening, Harry. I trust you are well," Dumbledore responded politely, as Harry took his usual seat in front of the headmaster's desk. "Have you made much progress in honing your magic sensing abilities?" "I think so," replied Harry. "The first few days were rough. It's like there was a constant buzzing in my head from all the magic in the castle. I have got better at ignoring it, though, and it's easier for me to pick out individual sources even through all the noise." "Yes, I am sure it was quite overwhelming," Dumbledore nodded apologetically. "Have you been able to sense anything of particular interest around the castle?" "You mean aside from the curse I dodged in potions, which somehow resulted in me getting kicked out of class?" Harry asked pointedly. A look of concern appeared on Dumbledore's face. "Who attempted to curse you during class?" he asked. "Do you know which spell was used?" "Malfoy or not," Harry replied angrily. "They were behind me, so I'm not sure which. I don't know what spell it was either, but it definitely wasn't a tickling hex." "I see," the headmaster said calmly. "I shall speak with Professor Snape about the incident. In any event, it does seem to have been a rather effective practical test of your developing skills. Have you sensed anything else worthy of note?" Harry snorted and shook his head. "Nothing too exciting," he said. "I noticed what I assume were locking charms on a few doors, but that's about it. I can feel magic everywhere around the castle, but there's usually too much interference for me to pick out anything specific." "That does not surprise me," replied the headmaster. "That is, after all, why we ventured outside the castle for your lesson. I encourage you to keep practicing, however, as it will become easier with time and experience." "I will." "Now, on a somewhat less pleasant note," said Dumbledore, switching topics, "how have your lessons with Professor Umbridge been since we last spoke?" "Awful. She keeps getting worse, but at the same time she's more subtle about it, if that makes sense," scowled Harry. "She doesn't try to bait me in front of the whole class as much, but she's constantly making nasty comments where only me and a few others can hear them." "That is unfortunate," Dumbledore sympathized. "I had hoped she would eventually grow tired of attempting to provoke you, once it became clear you were not rising to the bait." "That's not all," continued Harry, his expression darkening. "She's been suggesting to other classes that I had something to do with Cedric's death." Dumbledore steepled his hands in front of him, briefly touching the tips of his index fingers to his lips and adopting a pensive expression. "I am sorry you are forced to deal with all this, Harry," he said after a while. "Once again, you have shown a level of resilience beyond anyone's reasonable expectations." Harry looked back at Professor Dumbledore, but didn't respond. While he knew the headmaster meant it as a compliment, being so used to adversity that he could keep marching forward regardless of how much dragon dung was heaped upon him didn't feel like a cause for celebration. "I do, however, believe that dolers may be playing a dangerous game," Dumbledore added thoughtfully. "What do you mean, sir?" "First, you must remember that Professor Umbridge has fully bought into the minister's delusions. That is to say, she firmly believes that you are lying about Lord Voldemort's return, and that I intend to raise an army to take over the ministry." "Daft cow," Harry muttered under his breath. Dumbledore ignored the barb, although Harry thought he saw the corner of his mouth twitch up slightly. "Considering the actual reality of the situation, I am certain that a full inquiry into the circumstances surrounding Cedric Diggory's death is the last thing that Lucius Malfoy, and by extension the minister, wants to see enacted." "Why's that, sir?" "I would have thought that was obvious. In his rush to dismiss your warnings as delusional, Cornelius had Cedric Diggory's death declared an accident and blocked any attempts to investigate it further. Opening an inquiry now would only increase the likelihood of the truth coming to light, something which would please neither Voldemort nor the minister." "Right, I see what you mean." "I am delighted that you agree," said Dumbledore, inclining his head towards him. "Now, unless you have other concerns, I suggest we dive into our main topic for the evening, so to speak." "Sounds good, sir," Harry replied eagerly, while Dumbledore walked across his office to retrieve his pensive. "I shall apologize in advance, for tonight's lesson is not one of the practical variety," said Dumbledore, as he arranged a series of crystal files on his desk. "Over the past, it was risky, but if it worked, the payoff would be enormous. All it would take was a simple letter. She needn't even sign her name to it. A suggestion here, a play to certain sympathies there, and before long the problem would resolve itself. If it worked, she could take full credit, and if it didn't, well, nobody would know of her involvement anyway." Dolar's mouth widened into an evil, toad-like smile as she walked to her desk and pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. Chapter 15. A really, really good day. "So let me get this straight," said Ron, swallowing a mouthful of eggs. "Instead of going to Hogsmeade with us, you're taking a bunch of third-year Ravenclaws." "Just two, actually, Astoria and her friend Felicity," replied Harry. "Their other friend Noreen is working on some project. There's a bloke who hangs out with them too sometimes, but I don't think he likes me much." "Well, I think it's nice," declared Hermione. "You're also looking quite dapper today, she added, with just a hint of mischief. "Are those some of the clothes you ordered over the summer?" Harry briefly glanced down at himself. He was wearing one of his new sets of casual robes, which were black in color and open at the chest, over top a lightweight forest green jumper with black trousers. "Not exactly," he replied, feeling somewhat abashed. "I didn't want to say anything at the time, but Astoria actually bought all those for me the day I met with the solicitor." Ron and Hermione first looked at each other with raised eyebrows, and then back at Harry. "Look, I know what you're going to say, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't think of me that way," he insisted. "I wouldn't be so sure," countered Hermione. "But are you saying you do think of her that way?" "What?" spluttered Harry. "No, I mean not really. I don't know, the way things are right now, well, it's all a bit complicated, isn't it?" "It always is with you, mate," joked Ron, slapping Harry on the back. "I don't know, Harry," Hermione said sympathetically, her eyes shifting momentarily towards Ron. "I can't claim to be an expert in these matters, but from what I've seen, people tend to make things out to be a lot more complicated than they really are." "Yeah, maybe," shrugged Harry. "Anyway, I should probably go. Maybe we'll meet up at the Three Broomsticks later." "If you'd like, but don't worry about us," she replied. "Just have fun." "All right, see you later," he said, and then headed out the double doors and down to the entrance hall. It turned out that Astoria and Felicity were already there waiting for him. Both were appropriately dressed for a brisk October morning. Astoria in a cloak of deep royal blue, trimmed with gold and clasped at the neck with a jeweled brooch, and Felicity in a similar cloak, only hers was light tan in color with a thin cowl made from white fur of some sort. "Good morning," he greeted both girls as he made his way over to them. "Good morning, Harry," they returned brightly. "Shall we grab a carriage, or are we waiting for someone else?" "No, we can go," said Astoria. "Noreen said she might be able to join us later, but she wasn't sure." "Yep, that's what she said," Felicity added in an odd voice. "All right, well, let's go then," said Harry, and the three of them joined the queue waiting for the carriages, their little group drawing more than a few curious stares. They managed to secure a carriage for themselves and spent most of their journey down to the village deciding where they wanted to go. Honeydukes was on all of their lists, of course, as was an eventual trip to the Three Broomsticks. Astoria wanted to stop by the bookshop first, and then look for some new clothes, which suited Harry just fine, as he needed to pick up some socks for Dobby anyway. Felicity said she was fine with anything, so long as they visited Zonko's at some point. After exiting the carriage, they walked across the covered bridge and entered Hogsmeade. The morning sun was reflecting off the dew-covered rooftops, making for a rather picturesque scene as they entered the village. Plenty of students were already milling about, with the occasional owl swooping back and forth as the local residents went about their usual weekend business. Being right near the entrance, tomes and scrolls was the obvious choice for their first stop of the day. Harry was already quite familiar with the place, as spending large amounts of time in bookshops was an inevitable consequence of being best friends with Hermione Granger. He looked through the spellbooks while Astoria and Felicity browsed the fiction section, but he found nothing of any particular interest. 30 minutes later, Astoria was the proud owner of half a dozen new books, which the shopkeeper kindly shrank down for her. Neither Harry nor Felicity made any purchases of their own. With their first objective of the day now complete, the three stepped out of the shop and down onto the cobblestone street, squinting as their eyes adjusted to the light. "So, where to next?" Harry asked the others. "I'm not really sure," said Felicity, who was looking around distractedly. "We have plenty of time," replied Astoria. "Didn't you say?" "Aha, look who it is," Felicity interrupted, pointing back towards the entrance of the village. Much to Harry's surprise, Noreen had apparently just arrived and was walking towards them, almost as if she expected to find them there waiting for her. "Hey, Noreen, I thought you had work to do," said Felicity, greeting her friend almost too enthusiastically. "Changed my mind," she replied simply. "I'll just work on it tomorrow instead." "Great, we were just deciding where to go next," said Harry. "Is there anywhere specific you wanted to go?" "I need to stop by Scrivenshafts and get a new quill. and I should probably pick up some more food for my cat." "The pet shop's all the way on the other end of the village, isn't it?" replied Harry, trying to recall what the place looked like. "It is," confirmed Noreen, "which is why I usually like to go there first." "Well, these two have whole itinerary," said Felicity, gesturing towards Astoria and Harry, "but I really don't need anything. Why don't I tag along with you and we let them take care of their shopping together?" "Fine by me," shrugged Noreen. "Is that okay with you?" Astoria asked Harry hesitantly. Harry couldn't help but crack a grin. If Felicity had been a better actor, he may not have noticed, but he had a sneaking suspicion this had been the plan all along. The only question was whether Astoria was in on it or not, but he ultimately decided that he really didn't care much either way. "Of course," he replied. "We can always meet up with them later if you'd like." "Great, we'll see you later then," announced Felicity, who was already making her way up the street, only briefly turning around to add, "Or not, Hogsmeade's a big place." Noreen rolled her eyes and followed after her, not even bothering to try and catch up. Harry could only shake his head and chuckle quietly to himself. Hogsmeade was many wonderful things, but big was not one of them. There was a brief moment of awkward silence once they were left alone, but Harry quickly recovered and cleared his throat. "So, Spintwitches is just up the street. Do you mind if we stop there next?" "Not at all," replied Astoria. "You said you needed new gloves for Quidditch, right?" "Yeah, I think I finally outgrew mine," he said, examining his hand. Seeing no reason to hurry, they began strolling up the street at a leisurely pace. Harry glanced sideways at Astoria, who turned towards him and smiled when she noticed he was looking at her. "Have you been practicing with Daphne at all?" she asked. "I have," he confirmed. "She's already come a long way since the summer." "You must have improved too, then." "Definitely," he nodded. "I'm also working with some of my friends in Gryffindor, so I'm getting plenty of practice." "Wait," she said, stopping just outside their destination. "You're having extra practice sessions with Daphne and with your friends. When do you get your schoolwork done?" "It hasn't been easy," admitted Harry. "It helps that I'm already able to do all the spells, but the essays don't write themselves." "I should think not." Coming to a quick decision, Harry first checked to make sure no one was within earshot and leaned in closer to Astoria. "Listen, we're thinking about inviting more people to train with us once we figure out how to keep it a secret," he told her quietly. "I think you should join us. Your friends can come too, of course." Astoria looked up at him in surprise, as if that was the last thing she'd expected him to ask her. "I don't know," she replied tentatively. "You know I'm not interested in learning to fight." "I know, but I'd feel better if you at least let me teach you how to defend yourself, just in case," he said earnestly. At first, Harry was afraid she would refuse, but something in his expression seemed to change her mind, and she wound up nodding in agreement. "I'll think about it, okay." "Great, you still have a little time to decide," he said with a satisfied grin, and then opened the door to Spintwitch's sporting needs, allowing Astoria to step in ahead of him. Once inside, they quickly fell into the kind of easy conversation they had grown accustomed to over the summer, and she patiently followed him around the shop until he found a satisfactory pair of the fingerless leather gloves favored by seekers. Their next stop was Gladrag's Wizardwear, and Harry could tell by the way Astoria's face lit up as they entered the store that it would not be a short visit. Grabbing him by the hand, she pulled Harry towards the women's side of the store and proceeded to search through their latest selection of new robes and dresses. He even held her cloak for her while she tried on a few of her favorites. She would step out from behind the curtain every so often to ask his opinion, and then pretend to be annoyed when he told her everything looked great on her. Harry didn't think she really minded, though, besides, what did he know about women's fashion? After trying on nearly 24 garments, Astoria finally decided to buy 3 of them, but Harry was sorely mistaken if he thought they were done, because she insisted on finding something new for him, too. Harry audibly groaned when she suggested it, but unsurprisingly, she ignored his complaints and dragged him over to the men's section. He was surprised, however, to find himself actually enjoying the experience. Somewhere down the line, he had grown so accustomed to having Dudley's cast-offs that he barely ever thought about how he dressed anymore. While it had only been a few outfits, the new clothes Astoria bought for him in Diagon Alley seemed to have planted a seed within him, one which was now beginning to sprout in earnest. Wearing clothes that no one else had ever worn before, and which actually fit him properly, made him feel better about himself in ways he never could have expected. He almost wished he had taken more money out of his vault, so he could replace his entire wardrobe in one shot. In the past, he'd been afraid to buy new things only to have the Dursleys chuck them out or ruin them in some way. But that was no longer a problem, considering he planned never to return there. "Here, you should definitely buy this one," said Astoria, handing him a set of robes made from a heavy fabric dyed a deep, emerald green color with some black accents. "Is green your favorite color or something?" Harry asked cheekily, gesturing between the robes and his green jumper, which was one she had picked out herself. "No, I just think it brings out the color in your eyes," she replied nonchalantly, though she avoided making eye contact with him as she said it. "All right, green it is," he grinned, tossing the robes onto his modest pile of items to purchase. "Let's see, what else?" murmured Astoria, her eyes scanning the nearby racks of clothing. "I think that's enough for today," replied Harry, chuckling slightly. "I'm going to be running short on gold as it is." "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize," she said quickly, looking slightly mortified. "Should we put something back? I could even lend you some money if you'd rather." "Stop, I was mostly kidding," he insisted, smiling to let her know everything was all right. "I wouldn't mind picking up a few more things at some point, but I should probably go to Gringotts first. I do need to pick up some socks for Dobby, though." "Your elf?" she asked, her brow wrinkling in confusion. "He's not my elf. He's a free elf and my friend, but yes, I owe him one, and he loves socks more than anything," explained Harry. "Want to help me pick some out? The more ridiculous they look, the better." Each of them picked out a pair of socks for the enthusiastic house elf. Harry chose a particularly lurid pair, which were decorated with bright stripes that cycled through different colors in seemingly random patterns, while Astoria's selection was midnight blue and magically embroidered with twinkling stars and orbiting planets. After paying for their respective purchases, they stepped out onto the street and took a look around. Their trip to Gladrags had taken a lot longer than Harry had expected, and noon was rapidly approaching. The streets were much livelier than they were earlier that morning, and Harry noticed that the weather had also warmed up considerably. Astoria obviously agreed with his assessment, as she had shrugged off her cloak and stuffed it into one of her shopping bags, apparently believing that her long-sleeved dress was sufficiently warm. "Do you think it's almost lunchtime?" Astoria asked him. "It's definitely getting close," replied Harry. "Honeydukes is on the other side of the square," he said, nodding in the direction of the famous sweet shop. "Do you want to stop in there first, or would you rather go straight to the Three Broomsticks?" Astoria looked torn, biting her lower lip indecisively. "I skipped breakfast, so maybe Three Broomsticks first," she responded, phrasing it more as a question. "Fine by me. We'll still have plenty of time after." "I should certainly hope so," she replied, and then added with faux haughtiness, "My decision does not relieve you of your duty to buy me all the chocolate I desire." "Buy you chocolate," he laughed. "You're the one with all the gold, so why don't you buy me some chocolate?" "Because I'm a lady, of course," she replied, smiling broadly. "Of course. Now, care to escort me like a proper gentleman?" Astoria asked him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Harry grinned and extended his elbow to her. "Yes, of course. Where are my manners?" he replied without missing a beat, using his best impression of a posh accent. Astoria happily looped her arm through his, and together they set off down the cobblestone streets, following a path that would eventually bring them to the Three Broomsticks. As luck would have it, they happened across Ron, Hermione, and Neville on their way, just as the three Gryffindors were about to enter Zonko's joke shop. "Hi, Harry. Hi, Astoria," called Hermione, being the first one to spot them. "It looks like you two have done some shopping." "Just a bit," said Harry, lifting up his shopping bags. What have you all been up to? Not much. Ronald insists on going to Zonko's, so here we are. I'm looking for something to get back at McLagan, Ron explained. Ever since I made the team, the Git hasn't stopped talking about what a great keeper he is. Thinks he would have had the spot, had he made it to tryouts. Yeah, McLagan is a bit of a tosser, Harry agreed sympathetically, while Hermione rolled her eyes. Come on, you can help me figure out what to get, said Ron, pointing towards Zonko's with his thumb. Maybe later, Harry replied noncommittally. We were about to go grab a bite. What? Come on, it'll only take a few minutes. Let's go, Ron. Let's leave them to their day, huffed Hermione, tugging at the boy's elbow. Ron turned towards Hermione with a look of confusion, and then back to Harry. He finally spotted the way Astoria's arm was wrapped around Harry's, and a look of recognition dawned on his face. Oh, right, Ron said finally. Yeah, we'll just see you later then. Bye, you two. Have fun, said Hermione, pulling Ron into Zonko's. Judging by his grin, Neville seemed to find the whole exchange very amusing, and he gave Harry and Astoria a friendly wave before following the others inside. You could have gone with your friends, you know. I wouldn't have minded, Astoria told him, but Harry just shook his head. Nah, I'm having fun with it being just us, he replied. Besides, I shouldn't be wasting my money on pranks if I still have chocolate to buy, he added cheekily. Astoria laughed at his joke, but Harry could tell she was really pleased. It was only a few minutes later that they were inside the Three Broomsticks. It was still a bit early for the lunchtime rush, so Astoria was easily able to find a small table near the corner while Harry ordered them both lunch and a couple butterbeers from Madame Rosmerta. Food will be out in a bit, said Harry, setting a tankard of butterbeer down in front of Astoria. Thank you, I was really thirsty, she said gratefully, daintily wiping the foam from her mouth after taking a long drink. The next few moments passed in relative silence as each of them sipped their butterbeers. Are you still having problems with Professor Umbridge? Astoria asked after a while. You could say that, grimaced Harry. I have a feeling it'll get worse before it gets better, too. What do you mean? Well, this week you know what? No, he said, interrupting himself with a shake of the head. Let's talk about something else. Sure, she agreed uncertainly. Like what? I don't know, sighed Harry. It just feels like we always wind up talking about my problems. Let's talk about you for a change. Okay, what do you want to know? She asked, tilting her head slightly. How about your family? He offered. You said your dad's a businessman and your mum plans parties or something like that, but that's about all I know. Astoria laughed at Harry's description of her mother. There's really not much to say, she told him. I have a few aunts and uncles, but we don't see them very often. My father's younger brother Gareth works at the ministry, so he comes around every so often, and my great-uncle Timothy on my mother's side is a well-known enchanter. You said your dad sells potion ingredients, right? More or less, but it's not like he has a shop or anything. He mostly just works with the major suppliers to find buyers for their ingredients, or at least I think that's how it works, she explained. We might supply some of them ourselves, but I'm not sure. Father's never really explained it all to me. Daphne is the one who's expected to go into the family business. Why not you? Asked Harry. From what I can tell, you're definitely smart enough. Astoria smiled at the compliment. Thank you for saying so, but no, it really should be Daphne, she replied. Harry wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he detected a hint of sadness in her voice. How come? She's the oldest, she replied simply. Something about her demeanor gave Harry the sense that there was more to it, but he decided not to press her. If you say so, he responded, shrugging his shoulders. So, what would you like to do, then? I'm not really sure. Enchanting does sound really interesting, but it takes a lot of magical power, and I'm not sure I'm up to it. Harry remembered Daphne saying something about Astoria's health and how easily exhausted she could be, but he didn't think it was his place to bring it up. The thought was driven from his head only a few moments later, when lunch arrived at their table. Here you are, dears, said Madame Rosmerta, as she set down their plates, steak and ale pie with mash for him, oxtail soup and a large hunk of crusty bread for her. Another round of butterbeers. Yes, please, they both replied before tucking into their meals. You know, Astoria started a few minutes later, a thoughtful expression on her face. If I had to pick, I think I might like to be a writer. Really? Harry replied interestedly. What kind of writer? I think I'd like to write novels, she asserted. Don't think badly of me, but I love reading cheesy romance stories. You know, the ones where the hero saves the damsel, or where two people on opposite sides of a war find happiness with one another against all odds. I can't say I've read many of those, grinned Harry. No, I wouldn't suspect you have, she laughed. I may not have any personal experience, but I think I've read enough of those stories that I could write a decent one of my own. I have no doubt, he replied encouragingly. Are there many wizarding authors? Besides you, Hermione's the only big reader I know, and she reads mostly reference books. Astoria shook her head. No, not many at all, she said, and most of them aren't very good. There's a shop in Diagon Alley that sells Muggle books, though. I bought a few one day out of curiosity, and I almost couldn't believe what I was reading. The stories and the characters in some of the stories are so amazing that it doesn't even bother me when I don't understand all the references. Wow, that's great and a little surprising, said Harry. I did grow up in the Muggle world, you know, so if you have any questions about what you're reading, you can always just ask me. I'll take you up on that, she replied eagerly. I can usually figure it out well enough, at least, but it would be nice having someone who can properly explain things. I've always been afraid to ask anyone else. My parents would be furious if they knew I was reading Muggle literature. Really? Just for reading books? Asked Harry, a slight frown appearing on his face. Astoria took a sip of her butterbeer and stared down at the table. The Greengrasses are one of the oldest pure-blood families in Britain, she said softly. Father is very proud of our family's status, and he would be upset if any of us did something to damage our reputation. Harry took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. You never struck me as someone who cared about that sort of thing, he said after a moment, carefully managing his tone as to not sound accusatory. Astoria's eyes snapped up to meet his, looking slightly alarmed. I don't, please believe me that I don't, she insisted. My parents always taught us that purebloods were superior, but I've never believed we were better than everyone else, at least not since I've been old enough to understand what it all meant. I'm glad to hear it, replied Harry, breathing a sigh of relief. Daphne doesn't believe in it either, not really, at least. We've spoken about it before. She readily admits to enjoying the benefits that come with being a pure-blood witch, and she has to play the part to an extent, being in Slytherin, but she's not really like that. I guess I could see that, Harry said thoughtfully. She's made it pretty clear that she doesn't care about much of anything if it doesn't directly affect her or your family. Exactly, nodded Astoria, the smile briefly returning to her face. So, your father, said Harry, not exactly sure how to broach the subject. Did he ever? Fortunately, Astoria quickly picked up on what he was asking. Oh no, he'd never join you-know-who, she assured him. Father would never condone killing Muggles and Muggleborns. I've even heard him admit they have a place in our society, even if he does believe purebloods should be of higher status, she continued, a look of disappointment flashing across her face. Not knowing how to respond, Harry simply nodded and took a drink, an action mirrored by Astoria. I love my father, she sighed, setting her tankard back down on the table. Even though he's spent more time working than he has with us, and even though we'll never see eye to eye on things like blood purity, he's always been kind to Daphne and me. What about your mother? Mother is. Astoria trailed off, her expression taking on a faraway look. Astoria, he asked concernedly. After a moment's hesitation, he reached across the table to place his hand on top of hers, which seemed to recapture her attention. She rewarded him with a small smile, then turned her hand slightly to grasp his while using her other hand to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. My mother is 9 years younger than my father. Their marriage was arranged between their parents within a few months of her leaving Hogwarts, she explained. An arranged marriage, Harry asked in surprise. Is that really common in the magical world? Not so much anymore, but it's not that uncommon for old pure-blood families to put pressure on their children to be matched with someone they deem suitable, explained Astoria. They can refuse, of course, but it would likely be at the expense of their own inheritance, so not many would. That sounds pretty awful, muttered Harry. Wait, is that something you have to worry about? No, not me, she assured him. I do worry about Daphne sometimes, but I think she's too stubborn to accept a match with someone she doesn't like. Yeah, you're probably right, chuckled Harry. Anyway, I don't know if my mother ever loved my father, but she was happy enough to accept the lifestyle that marrying him afforded. I'm not sure if she even wanted to have children in the first place, but it would have been expected of her, continued Astoria. I know father was disappointed that she never gave him a son to carry on the Greengrass name, but at least he seems to love us. Mother never seemed interested in actually being our mother, unless it was as a means to hobnob with other, important, families who happen to have young children. Which is why Flopsy is so important to you, Harry said understandingly. Yes, she practically choked out. For as long as I can remember, Flopsy has always taken care of us. I don't know what I ever would have done without her. Daphne, too, she said, taking back her hand so she could fish a handkerchief out of her robe pocket. For a few moments, Harry just sat there silently observing the girl who had quickly become a fixture in his life. He knew from their conversations over the summer that she didn't have the best relationship with her parents, but their issues apparently ran even deeper than he had suspected. While his own parents had died when he was barely a year old, he'd learned enough about them to be confident that they had at least loved him. He knew from experience what sort of cruelty adults could enact on children in their care, but even so, having one's own parent treat them with such indifference was a difficult concept for Harry to wrap his mind around. Listen, Astoria, he said eventually. For what it's worth, I know what it's like to feel unwanted. She looked up at him questioningly, so he continued. Everyone says my parents were great, but the relatives I grew up with, let's just say that ignoring me would have been an improvement. Was it really that bad? She asked, dabbing at her eyes. Harry looked away momentarily, but answered her with a single nod. Do you want to talk about it? No, maybe one day, he replied. The point I'm trying to make is, it wasn't our fault. We were kids, neither of us did anything to deserve being treated like that. I know, she sniffed. Thank you. Each of them took a few moments to compose themselves. A quick glance around told Harry that it was right around noon, perhaps even a bit after. There were now Hogwarts students crowding every corner of the 3 broomsticks, and the level of noise in the room had correspondingly doubled. Harry briefly wondered if any of their friends were there looking for them. Sorry if I brought down the mood, Astoria said after a while. Not at all, replied Harry. Thanks for telling me all that. Thanks for listening. Any time. For now, though, why don't we try a more cheerful topic, suggested Harry. What do you like to do for fun besides reading? Astoria tapped her finger to her chin. Let's see, I like to go shopping, obviously, she said, causing Harry to snort, and I love going to watch the arrows. Have you been to many matches? Father used to take us all the time when we were younger, she nodded. Not as much lately, because most of the matches happen while we're at school, but sometimes Daphne and I go during the holidays. That's wicked, said Harry. I went to the World Cup final last year, but that's the only time I've ever seen professional Quidditch. Really, but you're so good at it, exclaimed Astoria. That settles it, you absolutely have to come to a match with us. Which team do you support? To be honest, I've never really followed the leagues, admitted Harry. I like Puddlemere because that's where Oliver Wood went. He was the Gryffindor captain my first 3 years. But other than that, I don't really have a favorite. Astoria's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. I'll make an Arrows supporter of you yet, she said with a wide grin. I'll check the fixtures and see when they play Puddlemere. If we're lucky, there will be a match during one of the school holidays. That'd be brilliant, agreed Harry, internally resolving to make sure it happened. He and Dumbledore had yet to speak about his future living arrangements, in light of his refusal to return to Privet Drive. Ideally, he would be allowed to stay with Sirius. As much as he loved the Weasleys and always enjoyed his time at the Burrow, Harry would prefer to have his own space, and as uninviting as Grimmauld Place could be at times, no one could argue that it didn't have enough room for him. In any case, Harry wasn't going to be stopped by something as trivial as not having permission. After all, he'd already proven capable of evading authority figures to get what he wanted, and if a repeat performance was necessary, then so be it. The rest of their conversation went on in the same vein, sticking to lighter fare and avoiding more emotional topics. Harry secured a promise from Astoria to go flying with him sometime, though he was warned not to engage in any of the death-defying maneuvers that he and Daphne seemed to prefer. They talked about school, their friends, and some of the more amusing things they'd experienced during their time at Hogwarts, before eventually deciding to move on to their final planned stop of the day. "So, are you ready to buy me some chocolate?" asked Astoria, once they stepped back out into the sunlight. "I'm pretty sure we decided that you were buying," he countered, but she simply laughed and took his arm, just as she had done before. They set off in the direction of Honeydukes, once again in no particular hurry. The day hadn't gone quite how Harry had expected, but he certainly wasn't complaining. Even though he'd attempted to on more than one occasion, Harry could no longer deny that there was something unspoken happening between him and Astoria. While he may not have been the best at understanding girls, Harry wasn't entirely thick. Their excursion had been a date by almost anyone's definition. The fact that it had been at least partially orchestrated by her friends didn't really bother him, although he had to admit that it might have under different circumstances. He had also come to suspect that Astoria had, at minimum, prior knowledge of Felicity and Noreen's plan, which implied that she had at the very least not been opposed to it. What Harry was struggling with was where to go from there. While he had definitely enjoyed their date, the way it came about did leave them in a somewhat unclear position. Was it his responsibility to broach the subject? He'd never done anything like that before and honestly wouldn't even know where to start. On top of that, there was another complication that he couldn't seem to let go of. Astoria was already in enough danger simply by being his friend, and he had to believe that being his girlfriend would make it even worse. How could it not? Regardless of how he felt, Harry wasn't sure he was willing to subject her to all that. "Hello, are you in there?" He hummed in response, turning to see Astoria looking at him expectantly. "I was talking to you, and you were miles away." Sorry, I was just thinking." "Oh, about anything in particular?" she asked teasingly. "Just that I liked spending the day with you today," Harry said finally, "and that I wouldn't mind doing it again sometime." "All you have to do is ask," she replied, giving him a brilliant smile that made his heart momentarily flutter. Harry was readying himself to do that very thing, but then he saw something, or rather someone, that quickly wiped the smile from his face. Just as they were approaching Flutes and Lutes, the magical musical instrument shop, Draco Malfoy and some of his Slytherin friends came into view, having just descended the adjacent stairway. Astoria's grip on his arm tightened, while Harry looked straight ahead and tried to avoid eye contact in hopes that the Slytherins would simply pass them by without incident. He knew his hopes were dashed, however, when out of the corner of his eye, he saw not tap Malfoy on the shoulder to get his attention. A look of annoyance flashed across Malfoy's face, but even so, he turned and called out to Harry. "All right there, Scarhead." It wasn't his most inspired taunt, but then again, Malfoy had never been particularly creative. Even so, Harry felt his magic responding to the perceived threat like a surge of electricity building up inside of him, just waiting to be released. Realizing it was neither the time nor place for a confrontation, he gritted his teeth and tried focusing on the sensation of Astoria's fingers digging into his arm. "I really don't have time for you today, Malfoy," Harry replied dismissively and continued walking. "Don't you ignore me, you filthy half-blood," spat Malfoy, as Crabbe and Goyle moved up to stand on either side of him. "It's bad enough I have to put up with you and your blood traitor pal in potions, but now I find you sullying pure-blood girls with your presence." Harry stopped and turned to look at Malfoy. He could almost feel his wand calling out to him from his robe pocket. It would be almost too easy. Malfoy was no threat, Crabbe and Goyle were usually lucky to even locate the correct end of their wands, and Pansy's words were far sharper than her wandwork. The only unknown commodity was Theonot, but Harry hadn't seen anything from the skinny, mouse-like boy that gave him much cause for concern. "You know, Malfoy, I really thought we came to an understanding the last time I had to warn you about watching your mouth," Harry said coldly. Malfoy paled slightly, but otherwise didn't outwardly react, while Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances with one another over their leader's head. "Come on, Harry, let's just go," whispered Astoria. Harry nodded and led her past the Slytherins and towards the staircase. "I didn't know the Greengrasses were blood traitors," Pansy shouted after them. "But don't worry, they'll get what's coming to them, too." This time, they both stopped walking. A hard look came over Astoria's face. But she continued to face forward, while Harry turned to look at the Slytherins over his shoulder. "You going to do something about it, Potter?" said Nott, reaching into his robes and drawing his wand. In one swift movement, Harry turned back around and drew his own wand while sweeping Astoria behind him. As soon as his fingers were wrapped around his Holly and Phoenix companion, Harry's magic began flowing through him in waves, so much so that it seemed to fill the narrow section of side street with his presence. Even though Harry had yet to raise his wand, his sudden action had prompted the other 4 Slytherins to draw their wands as well, as they looked questioningly at one another. 5-on-1 weren't the best odds, but Harry still liked his chances if it came to a fight. His first priority, however, was to keep Astoria out of it. Still, he couldn't deny that a small part of him wanted the morons to try their luck. The Slytherins were clearly the aggressors, so to Harry, even a single wand raised in his direction would be enough to justify a response. Wand at the ready, he stared unblinkingly at his enemies, focusing his concentration on sensing the inevitable buildup of magic that would precede their attack. Harry wouldn't be the first one to cast, but he intended to put them down hard and fast the moment he sensed the first spell. By this point, the commotion had drawn a small crowd, mainly shopkeepers and Hogsmeade residents, but a handful of students as well. If they weren't already regretting their decision to confront Harry in the middle of the street, the increased attention definitely had the Slytherins rethinking their strategy. "Harry, please," came a quiet voice from behind him. It was only 2 words, but it was enough to quell Harry's desire to battle the Slytherins on the streets of Hogsmeade, which, now that he was thinking more clearly, seemed a rather foolish idea in the first place. Harry's posture relaxed slightly. He was obviously still ready to defend himself, but the shift was enough to give the Slytherins an opportunity to back down. "Come on, he's not worth the effort," declared Malfoy, stashing away his wand. The other 4 followed suit, and then they all turned and continued down the street, with only not turning back briefly to sneer at them. Once the Slytherins were out of sight, Harry returned his wand to his pocket, then turned to check on Astoria. "Are you okay?" he asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, thank you," she replied shakily. "I'm sorry about all that," Harry said apologetically. "I should have just ignored them and kept walking." Astoria shook her head. "No, I stopped too," she said. "I just don't understand why they're like that. What is their problem with you?" "Well, Malfoy and I have never got on, but as for the rest of them," Harry shrugged. "Aside from being spoiled arseholes, their fathers are all Death Eaters. Well, I'm not actually sure about Parkinson's, but I wouldn't be surprised," he explained calmly, even though he was still fuming internally. "I bet they can't wait to get their own white masks and start torturing muggles in their spare time." "Do you really think so?" "Yeah, I hope I'm wrong, but I really don't think I am." "I hope you're wrong too," she agreed. "Do you want to just head back?" "No, definitely not," Astoria firmly stated. "I've had a really nice time today, and I'm not going to let people like Draco Malfoy ruin it. Besides, if you think I'm releasing you from your obligation to buy me chocolate, you're sorely mistaken," she added cheekily. "Of course, whatever was I thinking?" He grinned, and Astoria once again took his arm as they marched up the stairs that would bring them to their destination. By the time they left Honeydukes, the incident with Malfoy and the other Slytherins was mostly forgotten, temporarily, at least. Astoria had been merciful and only made Harry buy her a small selection of their finest chocolates, which, all kidding aside, he was more than happy to do. While he was at it, he even picked up a package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a few chocolate frogs for himself. With their final planned stop crossed off the list, Harry and Astoria mutually agreed that they'd had enough excitement for one day. They wound their way back through Hogsmeade and were once again fortunate enough to secure an empty carriage for themselves. The first part of their journey back to the castle was spent with each of them lost in their own thoughts, until Harry eventually spoke up. "I think you need to tell your sister about what happened today, with the other Slytherins," he clarified, after noticing Astoria's puzzled expression. "Oh, yes, you're probably right," she agreed. "I'll look for her at dinner if I can't get in touch with her before then. Were you planning to meet up with her any time soon?" "Tomorrow, I think," confirmed Harry. "She's getting pretty good. I don't think any of the other Slytherins in our year could take her in a fair fight." "That's a relief," she sighed. "Thank you for helping her." "It's nothing, really. Practicing with her helps me, too." "It's not nothing, Harry," Astoria insisted. "You're helping keep my sister safe. I can't tell you how much better I feel knowing Daphne can defend herself if she needs to." "Then you should understand why I want you to join my other group," he replied significantly. She opened her mouth to respond, but all that came out was a heavy sigh. "Fine, just promise you'll go easy on me." "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." "I know," Astoria replied, and then she leaned over to rest her head on Harry's shoulder, where it remained for the rest of their journey back to Hogwarts. Harry had planned on escorting Astoria back to her common room, but that proved to be unnecessary, because as soon as they passed through the doors to the entrance hall, they saw Noreen and Felicity sitting together on one of the padded benches. "Looks like someone's been waiting for me," observed Astoria, as the other girls waved to them. "Curious about the results of their plan, I assume," said Harry, shooting her a wry smile. Astoria sighed resignedly. "They weren't very subtle, were they?" she murmured. "I'm sorry, they do mean well, though." "Hey, I'm not complaining," Harry said reassuringly. "Neither am I," she replied, almost bashfully. "I had a really good time with you today. Thanks for making my first trip to Hogsmeade memorable and for the chocolate," she added, making Harry grin in response. Astoria hesitated for a moment and then lifted herself up on her toes to kiss him on the cheek. "Let's talk soon, okay?" "Definitely," he agreed, and then watched as she left to join her friends. After exchanging quick greetings, the three Ravenclaws left the entrance hall together, presumably to return to their common room. Astoria looked back over her shoulder one last time, and Harry held up his hand in farewell as they passed through the double doors at the top of the stairs. "Oh, ooh." Harry huffed in annoyance after scanning the Marauders map for at least the 10th time in the past 20 minutes. Just as they were the last time he checked, his quarry were still in the Great Hall eating dinner, while Harry was standing sentinel near the stairs that led down to the Slytherin dungeons, under his invisibility cloak, of course. While no spells had been cast during their earlier confrontation, Harry knew he couldn't let the threat to his and Astoria's safety go unchallenged. Malfoy was obviously the ringleader, but not had been unusually bold as of late. In fact, what Harry had observed in Hogsmeade had him questioning who really tried to curse him during potions. But as they had clearly been in on it together, Harry ultimately decided that it didn't matter which one of them had actually cast the spell. If nothing else, today had proven that the Slytherins felt way too secure in the notion that they could attack him without reprisal, something which Harry had realized was his own fault. It wasn't as if he had forgotten their cowardly attack and Snape's failure to do anything about it. He'd just been extremely busy lately, and revenge hadn't been a priority. After what happened in Hogsmeade, he decided to make it one. That being said, as important as it was for Malfoy and not to pay for what they'd done, it was more important that he didn't get caught. As much as Harry would have liked to demonstrate to them what he was truly capable of, he couldn't risk it, at least not yet. After stewing over it in the Gryffindor common room for an hour, he finally came up with an idea that couldn't easily be traced back to him. It was simple, almost juvenile if he were being honest, but Harry thought he could make it work for him. Harry purposely went down to dinner early and sat so that he could clearly see the Slytherin table. Ron, Hermione, and Neville arrived shortly after he did, having come straight from Hogsmeade after a long day out. He barely had a chance to speak with them, though, because Malfoy and company entered the Great Hall only a short while later, which was Harry's cue to leave. After promising his friends he'd explain later, Harry quickly excused himself and left the Great Hall to get himself into position. He had been waiting there for over half an hour by that point, but eventually he checked the map and saw Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, and Goyle's dots finally move away from the Slytherin table. Even better, Parkinson had apparently stayed behind with Bulstrode and Davis. Harry's heart began beating a bit more rapidly as he watched his targets slowly approach his position. Once they were nearly upon him, he put the map away and readied his wand. "I don't know, Nott," he heard Malfoy say from around the corner. "Father says the Dark Lord is preparing for something, and he wants us to keep a low profile for now." "What's the point of that?" argued Nott, as they came into view. Malfoy was in the lead, with Nott slightly behind him and Crabbe and Goyle flanking them on either side. "The Mudbloods and Blood Traitors will get theirs one way or another, so why not get an early start?" the Reedy boy added. "If you think you know better than the Dark Lord, then why don't you go tell him?" Malfoy retorted, his voice dripping with irritation. Harry could hear Nott muttering under his breath as they passed him on the way to the stairs. As quietly as he could, he stuck the very tip of his wand out from between the folds of his invisibility cloak and waited for his opportunity. Merely seconds later, the 4 Slytherins had just started descending the stairs when Harry hit Nott with a silent trip jinx, immediately followed by an underpowered banishing charm. As a result, Nott was practically launched into Malfoy's back, and the two of them tumbled hard down the long, stone staircase, leaving a dumbfounded Crabbe and Goyle in their wake. Malfoy's cries of pain were enough to jolt his 2 henchmen into action, and they raced down the stairs after him. Making sure he was still fully invisible, Harry crept to the top of the stairs to observe the results of his work. Nott was crumpled in a heap on the landing below, his right leg sticking out at an odd angle and blood pouring from his face, while Malfoy was sprawled out across the bottom 2 steps, clutching his arm and whimpering in pain. Crabbe and Goyle were clearly at a loss as to what to do and had apparently settled for staring dumbfoundedly at their leader. "My arm's broken, you bloody idiots," snapped Malfoy. "Go get Professor Snape." If Snape was on the way, then it was clearly time for Harry to go. He hustled back to the Gryffindor common room as fast as he could while remaining under the cloak, so he was practically out of breath by the time he reached the portrait of the fat lady. Thankfully, once he was inside, he saw Ron and Hermione waiting up for him in their usual spot by the fireplace. After first confirming that no one was looking in their direction, Harry plopped down on the sofa across from his friends and pulled off his invisibility cloak. "There you are, mate, where have you been?" Ron asked him. "I've been here with you," replied Harry, giving them both a meaningful look. Ron and Hermione exchanged confused glances. "I'm pretty sure we would have noticed if you were here, Harry," Hermione replied slowly. "No, really," he emphasized. "If anyone asks, I've been here the entire time you have." Hermione's eyes narrowed at him. "What did you do?" she inquired. "Only what was necessary," he replied vaguely, and then slumped back into the cushions while attempting to get his heart rate back under control. "I'll tell you the whole story, just give me a minute," he promised, heading off his friend's impending protest. A few minutes later, Professor McGonagall entered the common room through the portrait hole. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, have you seen Mr. Potter?" asked their head of house. "Right here, Professor," said Harry, sitting up and craning his head over the back of the sofa. "Yes, I see," said McGonagall. "And have you been here long?" "Ever since dinner," he replied as innocently as he could. "Miss Granger, can you confirm this?" "Yes, Professor," Hermione responded. "Harry has been here as long as we have, so at least half an hour. Has something happened?" "Nothing you need be concerned with. Enjoy the rest of your evening," said McGonagall before exiting the common room. "Okay, now you really need to tell us what happened," demanded Hermione, clearly not pleased with having to lie to her favorite teacher. "All right, but let's go sit in the corner so nobody overhears us," Harry proposed, indicating the empty seating area on the far side of the common room. Now tucked away in the corner, Harry first reminded Ron and Hermione of the attempted attack on him during potions class, and then told them all about his confrontation with the Slytherins outside of Flutes and Loots. Their reactions were pretty much what he expected. Ron got angry and went on about how he wished he had been there, while Hermione was mostly relieved that the incident didn't devolve into violence. Once the background of his story was firmly established, Harry went on to describe exactly what he had done to cause McGonagall to come looking for him, including the aftermath he had witnessed at the bottom of the stairs and his rationale for taking the actions that he did. "I was a little worried they were too stupid to make the connection," explained Harry. "But if McGonagall came looking for me, it means that Snape at least suspects I had something to do with it." "All right, but isn't that a bad thing?" asked Ron. "Usually, yeah," conceded Harry, "but Snape's always blaming me for stuff. Nobody will be able to prove it was me, but I'm hoping this means that Malfoy and Nott got the message." "I don't know, Harry," Hermione replied worriedly. "If anyone does find out, you'll be in so much trouble." "Maybe," he shrugged, "but I think it'd be worth it." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but Harry interrupted her. "I get what you're saying, Hermione, but trust me. Things will only get worse if we allow them to think they can do whatever they want to us without consequence," he said firmly. "I've already told you, I refuse to be a victim this year, and sometimes that means fighting fire with fire." "Right, well, I think they had it coming," Ron cut in. "From what Harry said, Malfoy's dad is taking orders from you-know-who, and Nott wants it to be open season on Muggle-borns." "I know, it's just that." Hermione hesitated for a moment while gnawing at her lower lip, apparently torn about what she was going to say. "It's just that I've never known you to actually go out of your way to hurt someone," she said finally, looking Harry directly in the eye. "Even if they deserved it and Ron's right, they probably did. This is just a new side of you, and I can't help but worry." Harry once again sat back in his seat. He didn't regret what he had done, but he couldn't deny the correctness of Hermione's statement. Over the past couple of months, it had become increasingly apparent that Harry had developed a bit of a ruthless streak, something which had unnerved him at first, but that he was now coming to accept as necessary, especially knowing his friends would help keep him in check. Besides, a little trip and fall was extraordinarily tame compared to some of the other payback scenarios he had first envisioned. "Look, if it makes you feel any better, I doubt either of them were permanently injured," Harry said soothingly. "This is the magical world, remember? I once had every bone in my arm vanished, and I was fine by the next day. Madame Pomfrey probably has those two already fixed up and back to their common room." "I suppose you're right," she said, though she still didn't look happy about it. For a few moments, the three of them just sat there silently reflecting on the situation. That was, until Hermione sat up a bit straighter and looked at Harry with a mischievous grin. "So, standoffs with Slytherins aside, how was your date?" Ron suddenly perked up at Hermione's question and looked expectantly at Harry. Realizing there would be no avoiding the topic, Harry sighed and gave them the answer they were hopping for. "It was brilliant." Ron pumped his fist in the air and started laughing while Hermione lightly chastised him. "You were right, I really like her," admitted Harry. "It ended up being only the two of us because her friends sort of set us up, but honestly, the whole day was pretty much perfect." "Did you kiss her?" Ron asked excitedly, loud enough that a few fourth-year girls looked over at them curiously. "Keep it down," hissed Harry. "And no, it never came to that. But she did kiss me on the cheek right at the end." "She must have enjoyed herself then," Hermione said supportively. "Yeah, I think so," nodded Harry. "So, you're going to see her again?" "Definitely," replied Harry, leaning back in his seat. "The only thing is, with the way it all happened, we never really talked about, what this was," he attempted to explain. "I mean, it's not like I even knew it was a date going in." "Of course, you didn't," said Hermione, with a slight roll of the eyes. "I'm sure you'll figure it out, though. Just be nice and don't be afraid to tell her how you feel. And next time, make sure you kiss her, Ron added unhelpfully, earning a pillow to the face from Harry. Oi. All three of them wound up laughing, and then it was Ron and Hermione's turn to tell Harry about their day, which was decidedly less exciting than his own. Ron eventually cajoled Harry into a game of chess, which gave Hermione the opportunity to read relatively undisturbed. Harry was completely exhausted by the time he climbed into his four-poster bed to go to sleep, but he honestly didn't care in the slightest. Even considering the ugliness with the Slytherins, it had been a really, really good day. Chapter 16. A Letter to the Editor. There are some days when simply getting out of bed in the morning can feel like a task befitting the 12 labors of Hercules. For Harry Potter, the Monday following their first Hogsmeade weekend was one of those days. It all started early on Sunday morning, when Angelina put the Quidditch team through their paces for a solid 4 hours. While the team tried to argue that they still had a month before their first match, their captain was having none of it. Angelina was dead set on winning the cup that year, and on top of that, it was no secret that she was hopping to parlay a good showing during her final season into a professional contract after Hogwarts. Once practice was over, he had a quick bite to eat and was immediately off to the room of requirement for his scheduled training session with Daphne. Harry had fully expected to be interrogated about the previous day's events, and he was not disappointed. So, Daphne began as soon as Harry entered the room, her arms folded in front of her standoffishly. So, Harry returned, in the same impertinent tone. I thought you weren't planning to pursue my sister romantically. I wasn't, he replied honestly. Then, why did she spend an entire hour yesterday telling me every little detail about your date to Hogsmeade? She responded, directing an inquisitive gaze towards Harry. Well, to be fair, I didn't know it was going to be a date ahead of time. Yes, Astoria told me about her friend's little plan, replied Daphne, a grin threatening to break through her serious demeanor. But from what I've heard, you didn't seem to have any trouble behaving as if it were a date. No, I definitely didn't. So, she said again. What do you want me to say? Asked Harry. Yesterday was brilliant. We get along really well, and I've started to realize there might be something there. Daphne's expression softened a bit. Very well. I've already given you my warnings, she said. I trust I do not need to do so again. Are you saying you approve? He asked with a hint of disbelief. I suppose I'd be angrier if I hadn't already expected this to happen sooner or later, she replied in an offhand manner. Like I've said before, my sister can be quite stubborn, especially when there's something she wants. I've noticed, chuckled Harry. I don't think I've met anyone quite like her. No, I suspect not, Daphne replied with a hint of amusement before her face fell slightly. For a brief moment, she looked as though she had something to say but was struggling to find the words. Astoria looks at life in a way that most of us wouldn't understand, she settled on eventually. She believes in the fundamental goodness of others, and she refuses to waste time on the trivial nonsense that tends to bog down most people. Finding no fault in Daphne's description of her sister, Harry slowly nodded in agreement. While he'd only known Astoria for a couple of months, there was little doubt that some of her personality had rubbed off on him. For starters, he was a lot more open about himself and wasn't as prone to bottling everything up inside. She's a far better person than I am, added Daphne, her expression becoming unreadable. Harry waited a few beats before speaking. I take it she told you about our little run-in with your housemates, he inquired. Yes, though I suspect she may have downplayed its seriousness, replied Daphne, her eyes snapping back into focus. In the spirit of cooperation, Harry told Daphne the unvarnished truth about what happened with the Slytherins in Hogsmeade. Surprisingly, she didn't seem nearly as concerned about it as he'd been expecting. Astoria was more forthcoming than I gave her credit for, she remarked, once Harry finished his tale. Has anyone in Slytherin given you any trouble about it? A wicked grin appeared on Daphne's face. Pansy believed it a good idea to confront me yesterday evening, she said. I took great pleasure in proving her incorrect. What did you do? Asked Harry, his grin now matching hers. Plausible deniability, Potter, she replied, wagging a finger at him. Speaking of which, did you hear that Malfoy and not wound up in the hospital wing last night? Not only got out just this morning. Oh, what happened? He asked, feigning innocence. You're a terrible liar, Harry, smirked Daphne. Whatever you did, it seems to have put a dent in the odd little alliance that's been going on between those two. Nott and Malfoy aren't speaking to one another, and they didn't sit together at lunch today either. As long as they leave me and my friends alone, I don't give a toss what they get up to together. Daphne wrinkled her nose in disgust. That's an unpleasant mental image, she frowned. That is so not what I meant, grimaced Harry. Daphne shook her head. Just get your wand out, Potter. I've been dying to release some tension, she said irritably. Harry quirked one eyebrow up at her and laughed when her face flushed, just before he had to duck to avoid the stunner she sent directly at head. What followed was easily their most inspired duel to date. Daphne was still no match for Harry, of course, but she had improved dramatically over the past month and had even managed to learn a few nonverbal spells. As usual, they finished their session together by working through some of the curses in either Sirius's book or some of the more interesting tomes provided by the Room of Requirement. Just the week before, Daphne had wisely suggested they start learning how to perform all the appropriate counter curses, so they made sure to spend some time on those as well. After Daphne left, Harry stayed behind in the room and ran some of his own exercises with the training dummies, and then he worked on his homework until it was time for dinner. Once they had finished eating, he managed a short but pleasant conversation with Astoria, and then it was back to the room for another session with his Gryffindor friends. Honestly, it was no wonder his body was sore all over, and he felt like he could sleep until Tuesday. With a groan of discomfort, Harry rolled out of bed and started getting dressed, just as a bleary-eyed Ron shuffled in from the bathroom and began doing the same. Neville and Dean had apparently already gone down, but Seamus was still asleep in bed. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have done the boy a favor and woken him up so he wouldn't be late for class. However, things had been frosty between them ever since Harry had learned that Seamus and his mum were among the many who believed the Daily Prophet's lies, so he decided to leave him be. As Harry and Ron came down the stairs from their dorm, they noticed a small crowd gathered near the entrance to the common room and went to investigate. A large sign had been affixed to the Gryffindor notice board, so large that it covered everything else on there. The lists of second-hand spellbooks for sale, the dates of Hogsmeade weekends, lost and found notices, and so forth. The new sign was printed in large black letters and had an official-looking seal at the bottom. BY Order of the Minister for Magic. The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and removal of privileges pertaining to students of Hogwarts, and the power to alter such punishments, sanctions, and removals of privileges as may have been ordered by other staff members. There was some additional jargon at the end, and the notice was signed by Cornelius Fudge himself. What do you reckon that's all about? Ron asked loudly. No idea, but I'm staying as far away from Umbridge as I can. Just in case, said Dean Thomas, shaking his head and making his way towards the portrait hole. Oh dear. Harry turned to see that Hermione had joined them. Do you think this is about you? She asked him quietly. You know how Dumbledore wouldn't let her give you detention for no reason. Probably, he agreed. What are you going to do? I don't know, sighed Harry. Maybe Dumbledore will have an idea, but I doubt I'll get to speak to him between now and our next defense class. The new decree and its potential ramifications were the main topic of discussion amongst the Gryffindors as they made their way down to the Great Hall. While it was difficult to predict exactly what would happen next, a nervous feeling had settled in the pit of Harry's stomach. Someone like Umbridge wielding that kind of power couldn't be good for anyone, least of all himself. From there, breakfast proceeded as it normally did, that is, until the Daily Prophet arrived. Harry looked up briefly as the dozens of post owls swooped into the Great Hall, delivering letters and packages from home. One of the many large brown owls deposited a newspaper in front of Hermione, who was sitting right next to him. She casually unfolded the paper while nibbling at her toast, and then audibly gasped as her eyes skimmed the headline. "What is it?" asked Harry, turning his head to look at her, but Hermione immediately slammed the paper face down on the table. She hurriedly looked around the great hall and turned towards Harry with a panicked expression. "Let's go, we need to leave," she said, standing up and pulling at Harry's arm. "Come on, Ron." "Why, what's happened?" demanded Harry, the weight in his stomach growing heavier even as he allowed Hermione to lead him away from the table. Not even bothering to slow down once they exited the great hall, she dragged him down the corridor and into an empty classroom, Ron trailing behind them. "What's going on?" asked Ron, shutting the door behind him. Hermione took a deep breath and wordlessly handed Harry her copy of the Daily Prophet. He opened the paper up to the front page, and the heavy stone that had been living in Harry's stomach all morning sank all the way down to his feet. "Bloody hell," said Ron, as he glimpsed the headline over Harry's shoulder. "Diggory, Diamandias investigation. Father of slain Triwizard champion seeks answers. Implicates boy who lived." We at the Daily Prophet were shocked to receive the following open letter from Albus Diggory, the father of deceased Hogwarts student and Triwizard champion, Cedric Diggory. Mr. Diggory has requested we publish his letter, which we were more than willing to do, out of respect for the grieving father and dedicated ministry employee. An open letter to Magical Britain and the Ministry of Magic. 4 months ago, my son was a boy with a bright future ahead of him. He was an excellent student, well-liked and respected by everyone in our community. Cedric loved Quidditch. He was captain and seeker for his Hufflepuff house team, and during the summers he spent hours on his broom just flying around our property. Cedric was incredibly proud of being named Hogwarts champion, as were his mother and me. I admit to being frustrated that my son's selection was overshadowed by the highly unusual entrance of Harry Potter into the tournament, but Cedric took it all in stride. Being the talented boy that he was, Cedric put on a spectacular performance and was on the verge of victory when our world fell out from beneath us. My boy was the light of my life and of his mother's. One moment, our son was set to win the Triwizard tournament, and in the next he was dead, gone forever. Our own lives will never be the same, and over the past few months I have been plagued by the same question. Why? I shall never forget the moment when Harry Potter suddenly appeared clutching my son's lifeless body, claiming that Cedric was murdered by he who must not be named. We were in too much shock to question much at the time, but as the weeks passed without receiving the full explanation promised to us, I found myself questioning what really happened that night. Albus Dumbledore has corroborated Harry Potter's story, but the Ministry has claimed that our so-called national heroes are liars, and that Cedric's death was merely an unfortunate accident. Why, then, has no one from the Ministry bothered to tell us, his parents, the exact cause of our son's death? I recently received a most disturbing answer in the form of an anonymous letter from a Ministry official. This unnamed, high-ranking official claims to be privy to the full truth, yet has been ordered to keep it secret under threat of imprisonment. Even more disturbing, the author of the letter claims that the secret has even been kept from the minister himself. The official goes on to claim that elements within the Ministry and Wisengamot loyal to Albus Dumbledore have been masking the truth under his orders. As shocking as it may sound, if this letter is to be believed, my son Cedric was murdered in cold blood by none other than Harry Potter himself. The Ministry official alleges that Harry Potter killed Cedric solely for the purpose of winning the Triwizard tournament uncontested, thereby collecting the 1,000 galleon prize whilst adding to his own legend, and then fabricated the story about he who must not be named in order to cover up his crimes. As for Albus Dumbledore's involvement, he apparently has designs on the Ministry itself and is attempting to stir up trouble by supporting Potter's claims of you-know-who rising from the dead. Knowing that his plans would crumble once the real story came to light, Dumbledore allegedly used his considerable resources to cover up the truth and keep Harry Potter, who I've been told has always been shown favoritism by Hogwarts staff, from facing justice. I'll admit that, when I first read the letter, My first instinct was to rush to Hogwarts and duel the boy myself. My wife, however, is much more level-headed than I, and asked me what our Cedric would say. Our boy believed in truth and loyalty, the cornerstones of his Hogwarts house, and I am forced to admit that on more than one occasion, Cedric defended Harry Potter when my own frustrations about the boy overshadowing my son caused me to lash out. Cedric had apparently struck up a tentative friendship with Potter, and having met the boy myself, I admit that I find it difficult believing him capable of murder. That said, the letter from the anonymous official must have been sent for a purpose, and I will no longer allow the truth to be kept from me. Whether it was simply an accident or cold-blooded murder, we deserve to know how my boy died, be it at the hands of Harry Potter, he who must not be named, or even Merlin himself. I hereby demand that the Ministry conduct a full investigation into the events surrounding the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, including what happened inside the maze and every detail of the events that led up to the death of my son. From this day forward, I swear that I shall not rest until I receive the answers we have been denied for so long. Sincerely, Albus Diggory. Editor's note: we reached out to the Ministry of Magic for comment, but as of press time, we have yet to receive a response. We at the Daily Prophet support Mr. Diggory in his quest for justice and wish him the best of luck in finding the answers he deserves. Harry's heart was still racing faster than a snidget when he sat down the paper, although his breathing did ease up a bit by the time he got to the end. Okay, the good news is that Mr. Diggory's letter isn't quite as bad as the headline makes it sound, said Hermione, who, like Ron, was reading the article over Harry's shoulder. And the bad news is that most people will simply focus on the headline, replied Harry, who then plopped down onto a nearby chair and began massaging his temples. Most likely, conceded Hermione. What I want to know is who this so-called anonymous official is and why now. It's Umbridge, it has to be, spat Harry, before recapping the details of their interaction during Thursday's class for Ron and Hermione. I knew she was an evil toad, but I never expected her to bring the Diggorys into it, he said in conclusion. If so, I'm sure she expected Mr. Diggory to flat out accuse you, Hermione pointed out. She's probably not happy with the result. Yeah, maybe. So what now? Asked Ron, but none of them had any answers. The three Gryffindors sat together in silence, contemplating next steps, until they heard someone repeatedly calling Harry's name from out in the corridor. Ron got up to open the door and peeked his head out before waving the owner of the voice inside. Harry stood up as Astoria rushed into the room and grabbed both of his hands. Are you all right? She asked him urgently. I think so, he replied. It was just really unexpected. What's it like out there? It's all anybody's talking about, explained Astoria, wearing her concern clearly on her face. People are angry, too. The professors calmed everybody down eventually, but before that, some of the Hufflepuffs were practically calling for your head. What? Ron burst out. Are they mental? Even Cedric's dad said he doesn't really believe it. I'm honestly not that surprised, said Hermione, which earned her an incredulous look from Ron. Oh, honestly, haven't you noticed how easily people latch onto whatever they read around here? Remember last year, how everyone believed everything Rita Skeeter wrote, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. As soon as she finished her rant, Hermione sat down in a chair, her face showing the odd expression she was prone to wearing whenever she was working through a problem. What can we really do about it, though? Sighed Harry. Maybe the investigation will be a good thing. No, Harry, you need to fight back, Astoria insisted. Mr. Diggory's letter puts a lot of pressure on the Ministry, who have already been coming after you for months. What's to stop them from simply coming right out and declaring that you killed Cedric? Harry's eyes bulged slightly at the realization. Bugger, he mumbled, one hand moving to the top of his head to grasp his hair. You need to tell your side of the story, she continued. Let people know what really happened that night. Seeing Harry's pained expression, she stepped closer to him. I know it will be hard, she said softly, but you can't let them control the narrative. I promise to help you in whatever way I can. Harry shook his head. Even if I did want to, he said, how would I even get the message out? The ministry definitely wouldn't let the prophet print it. Well, I actually did have an idea about that, Astoria revealed tentatively, her eyes darting momentarily to the side. Luna, she said, in response to Harry's expectant look. Luna. Yes, Luna Lovegood, she nodded. She's in my house in the year above me. Her father is the editor of the Quibbler. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure we could convince her to have him print your story. Hang on, we know Luna, Ron chimed in. The Quibbler is the one with all the mad stories about made-up creatures and all kinds of mental conspiracies. Nobody will believe anything Harry says if it's printed in there. That's not necessarily true, said Hermione, finally speaking up and causing the other three to turn towards her. We could always ask Rita. Skeeter, asked Astoria, obviously confused. Yes, nodded Hermione. This goes no further, but last year we discovered she's an unregistered animagus. She can turn into a beetle, which is how she gets a lot of her scoops. That's unbelievable. Yes, well, let's just say we came to an understanding after we discovered her secret, which is why we haven't told anyone, Hermione explained. I suspect she might agree to writing Harry's story in exchange for being released from our deal early. That's brilliant, exclaimed Ron. People believe anything that Bint writes, and even better, this time it'll actually be the truth. The sooner the better, I think. I'll speak with Luna today if you can get in touch with Rita, said Astoria. I'll write her as soon as I can. How are you going to meet with her, though? Hermione asked Harry. I doubt she'll be allowed inside the castle, and the next Hogsmeade weekend isn't for a while. That won't be a problem, Harry said unconcernedly. If you can arrange it for this weekend, I can get down to Hogsmeade on my own. Right, of course, replied Hermione, nodding in understanding. Usually I'd say it's too risky, but I think Astoria's right. You need to get your story out there as soon as possible. I think you should write to Mr. Cartwright, too, added Astoria. If there's going to be an official investigation, it's probably a good idea to engage a solicitor. Right, I hadn't thought of that, replied Harry, once again running a hand through his hair. I think I'll go right to him now. You all should get to class. I'm going to skive off and see if I can track down Dumbledore after I visit the Owlery. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue with Harry about his skipping class, but Ron led her away before she had the chance. I'll let you know as soon as I've spoken with Luna, Astoria promised, and then gave Harry a quick hug before following Ron and Hermione out the door. After taking a few moments to center himself, Harry threw on his invisibility cloak and marched out of the classroom. It seemed as though he was going to have another busy day. Oh, Guzu. Enter, called a voice from the other side of the door. Harry stepped into the office to see Professor Dumbledore, standing next to Fawkes's perch and holding a scrap of parchment in his left hand. Something about the scene gave Harry the somewhat comical, though likely accurate, impression that he had walked into the middle of a conversation between the headmaster and his phoenix. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him. Your timing is impeccable. I was just preparing Fawkes to go and find you. Find me, sir. Indeed, replied Dumbledore, stroking the top of Fawkes's head. I stopped by the History of Magic classroom to ask Professor Binns to dismiss you, only to find you already absent. Yeah, well, I have history with the Hufflepuffs, so. Dumbledore nodded his understanding and began moving towards the fireplace. While I generally do not approve of students skipping class without permission, I find it difficult to fault you, considering present circumstances, he replied humorlessly. However, I am afraid that is an arrangement which cannot continue past today. So, I don't have to go to Umbridge's class today? Harry asked hopefully. He had been expecting Dumbledore to at least make him attend his afternoon classes. That is correct, replied the headmaster. I have excused you from classes for today, in part due to an appointment which will have you away from the castle for several hours. Harry frowned in confusion. An appointment where? He asked. The Ministry of Magic, answered Dumbledore, as he tossed a handful of flue powder into the fire. After you, Harry, he said, gesturing towards the emerald green flames. After a moment's hesitation, Harry stepped through the flue and soon found himself in the main atrium of the ministry, just as he had the morning of his hearing. He was joined by Dumbledore a few moments later, who led them in the direction of the main security desk. "What sort of appointment do I have?" Harry asked nervously. "Have they already opened an investigation into what happened that night?" "Not as of yet, though I expect it will happen before long. Amos's letter seems to have caused quite a stir, one which the minister may find difficult to simply ignore," explained Dumbledore. "No, I have arranged for you to sit your OWL examination in defense against the dark arts today." Dumbledore continued on for a few paces, only to turn back once he realized that Harry had frozen in his tracks. "Harry." "My OWL," he repeated, wearing a somewhat dazed expression. "Why now? Am I really ready for that?" "To answer your second question first," said Dumbledore, "I can assure you that you are well beyond ordinary wizarding level in the subject. As for why, Hogwarts rules stipulate that no student can be required to attend classes for a subject in which they have already received their OWL in light of today's article and our latest educational decree. I thought it best to keep you as far away from Professor Umbridge as possible." "I have to agree," replied Harry, as they resumed walking. "Why not just do this from the start, instead of making me sit through her classes for over a month?" "I did briefly consider it, but I decided it would be better to avoid taking such drastic action unless absolutely necessary," he explained. "I am afraid that moment has arrived much earlier than I expected." Turning to look at Harry, Dumbledore continued, "May I assume we have similar hypotheses on the identity of the anonymous ministry official referenced in Amos Diggory's letter?" "It was her, all right," Harry stated confidently. "Will this work, though? Couldn't she just make another decree making defense mandatory for everyone?" "A logical concern," Dumbledore said approvingly. "I would not put it past Professor Umbridge to attempt to do so, however. It is not currently within the High Inquisitor's power to alter the school's fundamental educational requirements. That authority rests solely with the Board of Governors. The minister could, perhaps, apply pressure to change the rules, but I believe Cornelius has higher priorities at the moment." "Right," Harry nodded. And then followed Professor Dumbledore to the security desk, where, as a visitor, Harry was required to register his wand with the wizard on duty. For the next several minutes, Harry paid little attention to his surroundings, as his mind was preoccupied with trying to recall everything he had ever learned in defense against the dark arts class. Having Dumbledore believe he was ready for his OWL was good and all, but having to sit for such an important examination with no time to mentally prepare, let alone do any proper revision, was enough to cause a fair bit of anxiety. All he really knew of the exams was that they were comprised of two separate components: the theoretical portion, which involved written questions and answers, and the practical portion, where he would be asked to demonstrate all the spells he was expected to know by the end of his 5th year. After stepping off the lift, they took a short walk down the corridor until they reached a large wooden door with a brass plaque affixed to the front, reading Wizarding Examinations Authority. Harry followed Professor Dumbledore through the door into what could only be described as an overly large office. One wall was comprised of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, while another was filled with row upon row of filing cabinets, records of past examinations, if Harry were to venture a guess. There was a reception desk just inside the door, behind which sat a middle-aged witch with large, square glasses and her hair in a bun. Just beyond her, Harry could see a few more desks and a large conference table. "Good morning."